Chen Yifan steal target brains. A thief. At Jiangqingno, one high school, a cold mechanical voice resounded through the entire job transfer hall. The entire hall fell into an eerie, deathly silence. It was not because some overwhelming profession had appeared, but because of absurdity, stupefaction, and wariness. The next second, the students standing around Chen Yifan jerked back half a step as if shocked by electricity. Almost instinctively, everyone pressed a hand over their own pockets. Their gazes were no longer those of simple classmates. Cold, distant, guarded. They looked at him as if he were a walking source of danger, a moving pair of 3 hands. That soundless collective movement, full of vigilance, was more hurtful than any mockery. It nakedly proclaimed, "From this moment on, you Chen Yifan are no longer one of us." Damn, a thief. Everyone cover your wallets. Don't let certain people earn their first pot of gold right after job transfer. A shrill voice, exaggerated in tone, shattered the suffocating silence. Those words were like a signal. The suppressed emotions found an outlet, and a roar of laughter erupted, instantly drowning the entire hall. Huh, what the hell did I just hear? Grade thief. It's been 30 years. In the 30 years since Jiangqingno, one high school was founded, the worst profession we've ever seen was a farmer, right? Yeah, but at least farmers earn their keep honestly and deserve respect. This guy's great though, straight up going for zero-cost shopping, huh? I was actually scared just now, thought the meal card in my pocket was going to sprout wings and fly away. Don't be so petty. Maybe our great campus heartthrob Chen is destined to be a chivalrous thief, you know. Chivalrous thief. I'd say he's more like robbing the poor to help the poor, skimming a little oil and water off us so he can support that blind little sister of his. Shoo, keep it down, he can hear you. So what if he hears? He's a little thief finta, making you think he's afraid of people talking. Malicious comments came one after another. They bound Chen Yifan's handsome looks together with his despicable profession, dissecting him with the vilest interpretations. In that moment, his good looks were no longer an advantage. Instead, they became synonymous with disguise and deception, even the camouflage of his so-called sinful heart. And the man at the center of it all, Chen Yifan, stood there expressionless, though inwardly he was ranting furiously. A thief. This counts as a profession. He was a transmigrator after all. He had died from overwork and without rhyme or reason arrived in this world. From confusion to adaptation, he had spent a full 10 years understanding this extraordinary era of universal job transfer. Everyone changed jobs 1 month before the college entrance examination. The strong fought ferocious beasts beyond the city walls, defending civilization with their lives and glory. The weak struggled to survive, barely maintaining the basic functions within the city. And this was what fate gave him. A thief. Was he supposed to steal beast eggs on the battlefield or sneak steam buns from the logistics department? How was he supposed to explain this to his mother when he went home? How could he face his sister's sightless eyes? Tell them their son, their brother, had finally made something of himself and could make a living with his craft. Chen Yifan, grade profession thief. Job transfer complete. On the high platform, the teacher in charge of the ceremony impatiently waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. Go down, don't waste time. Expressionless Chen Yifan walked off the stage. The students around him subconsciously backed away as if he carried a plague. At that moment, instead of backing away, a chubby figure squeezed forward. He used his own body to block Chen Yifan's side like an angry wall of flesh. Wang Fugui, nicknamed Fatty Wang. He was one of the few friends Chen Yifan had made since coming to this world. What the hell are you all staring at? Never seen a job transfer before. Fatty Wang's neck flushed bright red as he growled at those around them. Professions are given by the job transfer stone. It's not like he chose it himself. You all know perfectly well what kind of person Yifan is. A bunch of beasts kicking a man when he's down. What's there to be proud of? His defense did not win understanding. Instead, it only drew more ridicule and targeting. Yo, isn't this Fatty Wang? What, planning to form a 2-man theft squad with him? One steals, the other keeps watch, right? You two really are a match. Yeah, imagine that even a little thief has someone standing up for him. Is there no justice left? Hearing these words, Fatty Wang was so enraged that his whole body tensed, ready to throw a punch on the spot. But before he could even raise his fist, a hand pressed firmly down on his shoulder. Chen Yifan shook his head, signaling him to let it go. In this world, while profession determined almost everything, it did not represent everything. Quarreling with these people would only make them more unrestrained. It was meaningless. He might even lose more because of it. Silence, all of you. The job transfer continues. Nextly way. The teacher's furious shout timely ended the farce. Immediately after, a tall young man in designer clothes walked over, surrounded like a star at the center of a galaxy. Li Wei. As he passed by Chen Yifan, he deliberately stopped. His eyes roamed up and down, scrutinizing. Then he ostentatiously covered his luxury watch and spoke in a tone dripping with humiliation. Well, if it isn't our great campus heartthrob Chen. What you changing careers to become little thief, Chen now? You'd better stay far away from me. This watch isn't cheap. If someone steals it, you'll be the first suspect. You'll be squatting in a cell for years at the very least. Then he lowered his voice, leaned to Chen Yifan's ear, and whispered with overflowing malice. Trash, now even the money for your sister's medicine has to be stolen, doesn't it? What right do you have to make Qingxua pay special attention to you? She's a swan and you're a rat in the gutter. Understand? Chen Yifan did not even lift his eyelids. He merely exhaled a single word flatly. Oh, dismissive, indifferent. Li Wei felt as if he had punched cotton, unbearably suffocated. Still, it was not the first time he had experienced this. He straightened, fussing with non-existent wrinkles on his clothes. With a cold snort, he turned and walked up onto the stage. That damn fly must have been a buzzing mosquito in his previous life, never shutting up. Heaven, please open your eyes and give him a great profession. Fatty Wong pressed his palms together, muttering his curse under his breath. Chen Yifan said nothing. The hand hanging at his side had nails driven deep into his palm. Was it not painful? Or rather, this physical pain was nothing compared to the way the words, blind sister, had pierced his heart. A low hum suddenly rang out. As Li Wei's hand pressed onto the job transfer stone, a dazzling light burst forth. Grade. Upgrade combat profession Frost Archer. Thunderous cheers and applause erupted, forming a stark contrast with the rejection and ridicule that had just been directed at Chen Yifan. Basking in the adulation, Li Wei glanced down at Chen Yifan from on high, the corner of his mouth curling into a victor's smile. As if to say, see, this is the difference between people. Chen Yifan's heart remained utterly calm. Just then a gaze as clear and cold as falling snow suddenly landed on him. Su Qingxua. She stood at a distance holding the certificate that symbolized her status. A large S printed on it was especially striking. Yet at this moment her beautiful brows were lightly furrowed. Unlike the others, she did not jeer or show contempt. She simply did not understand. She did not understand how the boy who as a child had said he would protect her, protect everyone, could have become this thief who seemed indifferent to everything now. What baffled her even more was how he could remain so calm in the face of such humiliation. That indifference made him feel utterly unfamiliar to her. As the job transfer ceremony ended, the talent activation began. The teacher unceremoniously shoved Chen Yifan to the very back of the line. He did not care. His eyes swept across the hall at high speed, engraving every face that had laughed, despised, or reveled in his misfortune deeply into his memory. As a transmigrator, he had never believed in gifts without reason. Likewise, he refused to believe that fate would offer him only a dead end. Whether he could turn the tables would depend on the upcoming talent activation ceremony. The activation proceeded quickly, one faint glow after another flashing by. Most of them were ordinary grade and a grade talents. Su Qingshua's naturally matched her profession. Both were great. Even Li Wei activated in a grade talent. Finally, it was the turn of the one standing at the very end, Chen Yifan. As he stepped onto the platform, once more the entire hall fell instantly silent. Every neck craned forward, as if waiting for a clown's final performance. At best he'll get in grade talent. My guess is night vision. Makes it easier to work at night. You're thinking too small. I say it's lockpicking. Laughter rose and fell in waves. Ignoring them, Chen Yifan pressed his hand onto the now warm talent activation device. 1 second. 2 seconds. The device did not respond at all. Just as the laughter below was about to erupt again, a virtual panel that only he could see suddenly unfolded before his eyes with a roar. Talent activated. Special soul unit detected. Talent undergoing unknown mutation. Congratulations, you have obtained grade talent hand speed amplification. Success. No, that was wrong. Grade. What kind of joke was hand speed amplification? As someone who had been single for 2 lifetimes from birth, did he really need that amplified? Chen Yifan's heart plunged into the abyss. It was over. It seemed fate could not even be bothered to grant him that last shred of luck. Just as he was about to look away, ready to accept this cruel reality, the text on the panel suddenly began to jump chaotically. Warning. External, illegal intrusion detected. Error. Error. Forcibly reconstructing. The next second, a line of golden, overwhelmingly domineering text seared itself onto his retina like a red-hot brand. Congratulations, you have obtained the rankless, unique talent plunder of all things. Immediately after, another palm-sized panel popped up. Would you like to publicly display your talent? Yes, no. Frank talent hand speed amplification public. Rankless, unique talent plunder all things hidden. Confirm. Confirm. As Chen Yifan operated the device, the instrument finally responded. Name Chen Yifan. Talent grade F. Talent effect hidden. And Frank profession. Frank talent. Double F. The entire job transfer hall fell into 3 seconds of absolute dead silence. Then laughter erupted like a volcanic explosion. Of haha. Double F war god. What the hell was I even looking forward to just now? I thought there'd be some earth-shattering twist, and in the end, this is it. Unranked profession paired with unranked talent, a match made in heaven. Trash paired with garbage, incredible. The school should award him a certificate of uselessness on the spot. What talent did he actually awaken that he'd even choose to hide it? Don't tell me it's steal success rate 0.01 foot, and he's scared we'll find out. The discussion around them rose in waves. At this moment, a boy next to Li Wei, relying on the fact that his father was on the school board, shoved aside the teacher on stage and began operating the back-end instrument himself. A second later, as though he had discovered a new continent, he shrieked at the top of his lungs. I found it, I found it. Turns out it was an instrument malfunction. He didn't hide his talent at all. The talent is. It's hand speed amplification. Frank hand speed amplification, haha. As this news spread, the air in the hall instantly took on a bizarre. One boy first looked utterly baffled, then seemed to figure something out. Pointing at Chen Yifan, he screeched. Damn, hand speed amplification. Isn't that tailor-made for a thief? That one sentence awakened everyone. Within the crowd, wariness and estrangement surged up again 10 times thicker than before. If thief was merely a label of identity, then this hand speed amplification talent was a razor-sharp tool for committing crimes. My god, a thief with lightning-fast hands. Who'll be able to keep an eye on their belongings from now on. It's over. This guy is basically a natural-born genius of crime. His profession and talent form a perfect closed loop. I say the school should send him straight to preventive education. Letting him loose in society would make him a public menace for sure. Under the guise of concern for public safety, barbed and malicious jeers poured out one after another. Yet among them were a few others who did not join in the ridicule. In the distance stood a teacher whose profession was pirate, responsible for teaching professional ethics. He said firmly in a low voice, there is no inherent hierarchy between professions. Among the crowd, several top student types frowned the instant they saw this talent sinking into thought. Hand speed amplification. What other uses could this talent possibly have? Most unexpected of all was how the moment Chen Yifan's talent was exposed, some girls' focus quietly shifted. They clustered in 2s and 3s, cheeks flushed as they whispered. Fast hands. Plus that outrageously handsome face of his. If he used it for, you're awful. What are you thinking? Although, if he wanted to steal hearts, I bet plenty of people would line up to let him steal them. Quit drooling over him. He's still a thief, a freakishly fast-handed thief. Just thinking about it feels so thrilling. No, I mean so terrifying. Listening to the explicit whispers of the girls around her, Su Qingshue's exquisitely beautiful jade-like face remained completely unflushed. From beginning to end, she had been observing Chen Yifan. Yet she could not see the slightest trace of anger, shame, or despair on that excessively handsome face of his. There was nothing. Only an abnormal sort of calm. As if he were a spectator detached from it all, watching a ridiculous farce that had nothing to do with him. The feeling made her deeply uncomfortable, even faintly chilled. In the end, Su Qingxue jerked her head away and refused to look at him again. The boy in her memories who secretly gave her candy and always stood in front of her had completely died. She no longer held the slightest hope. At the center of all this commotion, Fatty Wong was so furious that the rolls of fat on his body were trembling. He wanted to rush up and argue with that mob, but once again Chen Yifan grabbed him. Let's go, Fatty. Chen Yifan's voice was faint. He withdrew his hand, turned, and walked away, not even bothering to collect the job transfer certificate that symbolized his identity. All the way out, Fatty Wong kept chattering. Don't listen to them, bro fan. Hand speed amplification is awesome. I'd trade for it if I could. Find yourself a rich lady. With hands that fast, you'd have her wrapped around your finger in minutes. Chen Yifan halted and glanced sideways at him. If you don't know how to comfort someone, you can choose not to talk. He couldn't exactly tell Fatty that he was hiding a trump card. Plunder all things. From the name alone, you could tell just how outrageous it was. He truly didn't feel sad. He just felt a little put off by the thief profession. All right, I'll shut up, Fatty Wong muttered, scratching his head. But bro fan, you really should think about it. With this talent, reeling in a rich lady would be child's play when you strike it rich. Before he could finish, he caught sight of the murderous look in Chen Yifan's eyes and instantly swallowed the rest of his words. Soon the two of them walked out of the school gates. With Fatty Wong's incessant "just think about it" still echoing in his ears, Chen Yifan decisively parted ways with him. The world finally fell completely silent. The next second, with a thought, a ghostly blue light screen that only he could see silently appeared before his eyes. Name: Chen Yifan. Profession: Frank Thief. Level 0/100. Spirit energy 100 full. Mental power 200. Attributes: Strength 50, Agility 80, Constitution 70, Spirit 200. Chen Yifan's gaze swept over the first few lines. Innate full soul power. Not bad, not bad. Strength 50. Weak the power of an ordinary adult. Agility 80. He could outrun a chicken by a fair margin. Constitution 70. Slightly tougher than a chicken. A flawless 3 known thief panel. If he botched a theft, getting beaten up and then running away were all neatly covered. His gaze stopped on the last attribute. Spirit 200. Chen Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly. The standard mental attribute for an ordinary adult was 50 points. He was a full 4 times that. No wonder. No wonder when faced with that overwhelming tide of mockery and humiliation, he hadn't felt the slightest anger or embarrassment. It was not that his temperament was transcendent. It was that his mind was already strong enough to effortlessly screen out such low-level negative emotional interference. Just as an adult would not care about the noisy squabbling of kindergarten children. This realization sent a strange sense of control surging through his heart. Then his gaze moved further down. Talent 1 Public Frank Hand, Speed Amplification LV. 0. Effect increases hand agility and speed by 10. Interesting. He had clearly chosen to make it public, yet during the ceremony it displayed as hidden and then could still be pulled from the back-end logs. The rules of this world were riddled with loopholes. Still, this Frank talent itself was quite intriguing. A rare percentage-based enhancement. Its true value was definitely far more than a mere Frank. But Chen Yifan had no time to dwell on it. All his attention had shifted to the second talent he had decisively chosen to hide. Talent 2 Hidden Rankless Plunder All Things Unique LV. 0. A dual talent awakener. And this second talent was his true trump card. Unique. Chen Yifan's breath abruptly hitched. Rankless. What was that supposed to mean? He immediately opened the detailed description of Plunder All Things. There was no lengthy explanation. Only a single line. One sentence so overbearingly arrogant it defied all reason. Plunder all things, tangible objects, intangible powers. Whatever falls within your sight may be stolen. Chen Yifan opened the 2 initial skills attached to the talent. Insightful Theft LV. 0. Lock onto a target and analyze all items currently stealable from it. Cost negligible, no cooldown. Leveling up reveals more information about the target. Plunder LV. 0. Against a target whose spirit is lower than your own, randomly steal 1 item from the Insightful Theft list and claim it as your own. Cost depends on the item stolen. Cooldown 24 hours. Leveling up reduces cooldown. Boom. It was as if a nuclear warhead had detonated inside Chen Yifan's brain. This was rankless. It was clearly beyond strength. No one would have imagined that his so-called Frank Hand Speed Amplification was merely the natural camouflage of this unique talent. And Frank Thief Awakening and Frank Hand Speed Talent. Nothing could appear more reasonable. Chen Yifan closed his eyes as the mocking, disdainful, and aloof faces in the job transfer hall replayed automatically in his mind. Li Wei's humiliation. His classmates' rejection. Those had never truly been blades capable of cutting him. Now they had become nothing more than a kind of background noise that he found almost pleasurable. From this moment on in his eyes, this world was no longer a cage riddled with danger and rigid classes. It was a vast treasure vault, dazzling and waiting for his visit. With that thought, the corners of Chen Yifan's mouth first lifted, then rose higher and higher, finally turning into a low, suppressed laugh rumbling in his chest. Just then, as excitement coursed through him, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He glanced at the screen. Longwood Jiangxing Bureau of Public Safety Extraordinary Affairs Management Center. Esteemed citizen, our records show you have successfully awakened the profession Frank Thief. To maintain public order and prevent extraordinary crimes, you are required to report within 24 hours with valid identification to the Extraordinary Affairs Management Center corresponding to your registered residence for filing and registration. Warning: failure to register within the time limit will result in your being placed on the high-risk surveillance list. Consequences are at your own risk. Chen Yifan looked at the text message and his smile abruptly vanished. Record. Less than half an hour had passed since the job transfer ended. The official thoughtful greeting has arrived. This efficiency is too targeted. Chen Yifan's lips pressed into a straight line, instinctively feeling a wave of resistance. But just a second later, he overturned that thought. A cooperative individual with a good attitude, the official data only shows double F for the thief. Its threat level will be systematically reduced to a minimum. Conversely, if he does not go, he will immediately become a potential risk element worthy of attention. He checked the time. It was still early. Since the other party has already extended a sincere invitation, he decided to graciously pay a visit. The sooner the preparation, the sooner the liberation. Besides, he also wanted to see for himself. What exactly is the official violent institution of this world like? The Extraordinary Affairs Management Center of Jiang City is located in a nondescript gray building. The moment Chen Yifan stepped through the door, a mix of sweat, tobacco tar, and cheap perfume wafted through the murky air, choking him. This place is completely different from the clean and orderly official institution he had imagined. The noise was deafening, and the atmosphere was oppressive and anxious. A long queue stretched from several windows all the way to the door. All walks of life were represented. A burly man with a scorpion tattoo on his neck. A man thin as a stick with a dodgy gaze. A woman dressed provocatively heavily made up, occasionally throwing flirtatious glances at passing men. Chen Yifan's gaze subtly swept over them. Since he was here, he couldn't leave empty-handed. Thief check. His innate skill activated quietly. Target Zhang Long profession, a level brawler spirit 33, can steal skill intimidation level a small number of spirit energy particles. Target Zhao Monkey profession, a level pickpocket spirit 20, can steal skill sleight of hand beginner 27 yuan longwa currency. Target Wang Tsuehua profession, a level street performer charm type spirit 30, can steal skill air kiss no grade, a used lipstick original flavor stockings, and lace in her pocket. Wow. Chen Yifan couldn't help but exclaim internally. This was simply the offline team building center for gray professionals in Jiang City. As a thief, he blended in seamlessly. In fact, because of his overly outstanding face, he seemed a bit out of place. He searched for a less crowded spot at the end of the line and stood quietly. His gaze swept over one target after another. The results of the investigation were nearly identical, all consisting of mediocre skills and a few coins. His universal theft had a 24-hour cooldown. The first time must be used wisely. The day after tomorrow, which is Monday, it would be the last mobilization meeting before the final college entrance examination. After that, it would be the first practical class of the job transfer, newbie dungeon. He must level up to 5 within it to maintain his qualification to stay in the vocational class. And exploration stealing is his strong point. Young man new here. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded beside him, startling him and interrupting him. Chen Yifan turned to see an old policeman in a uniform, but with a low rank. In his 50s, his hair was somewhat grayed. He wore a professional smile, but his eyes revealed an unshakable fatigue. Chen Yifan nodded politely. You don't look very old, you must have just transferred. The old policeman casually chatted while skillfully directing the flow of people. What profession? Thief. Chen Yifan answered calmly, as if stating the most ordinary profession. The old policeman's smile visibly stiffened for a moment upon hearing this profession. His slightly murky eyes refocused, carefully scrutinizing the young man before him. He was clean and fresh-faced with a mature demeanor that seemed out of place for his age. No matter how he looked, it didn't seem to fit the term thief. However, as an experienced policeman, he had seen all kinds of people. Soon he returned to normal, walking over to Chen Yifan. His large calloused palm gently patted his shoulder. Young man, don't feel pressured. His voice was not loud, but possessed a strange, soothing power. A profession is like a knife. Some use it to cut vegetables, while others use it to harm people. The road is chosen by oneself, understand. In the future, obey the law. Our center offers free career orientation courses. You can come and listen if you have time. With your profession, think on your feet. You could become a security company's theft prevention consultant or a locksmith for precision instruments. The income is quite good. Chen Yifan looked at him, his heart stirred. Theft prevention consultant. Locksmith. It sounded like a good path. However, this was already a different world line without universal theft. Chen Yifan remained expressionless, his thoughts moving again. Theft check. Target Wang Zhangwo profession, level temperature master spirit. Can steal skill constant temperature hand level, a cup of soaked fat C. Temperature master. This profession seems even more abstract than his thief. Level talent constant temperature hand. A top-tier tool for chilling in summer, heating in winter, and ensuring tea is always at the best temperature. What truly made Chen Yifan's pupils contract were those 3 glaring question marks. Spiritual power could not be detected. This indicated that this seemingly exhausted old policeman's spiritual attribute was well above 200 points. He was a hidden master. Chen Yifan looked up, meeting the other party's smiling gaze. He quickly collected his thoughts and politely replied, Understood, thank you, Officer Wang. Hey, how did you know my surname is Wang? Wang Zhangwo was taken aback. He was sure he hadn't introduced himself. It's written on your badge. Oh, right, I'm getting old and my mind isn't working well. Wang Zhangwo patted his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. All right, you wait in line properly, and I have to get back to work. After saying that, he turned around. Next, Chen Yifan. Soon the cold call of the number rang out. As Chen Yifan stepped up to the counter and pulled out his identification at that moment, buzz. A piercing alarm suddenly erupted without warning. It not only pierced through the entire building, but also through the streets outside, reaching every corner of the city. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The voice from the broadcast was filled with terror and urgency, its pitch rising due to excessive excitement. Class wanted criminal Shadow Demon has broken through the 3rd supervision area of the Black Prison and is fleeing towards the city center. Repeating, this class-wanted criminal Shadow Demon has broken through the third supervision area of the Black Prison and is fleeing towards the city center. All citizens immediately seek shelter. This is not a drill. This is a citywide announcement. Class-wanted criminal Shadow Demon. After a second of silence, the entire hall erupted into chaos. What? Shadow Demon, the king of assassins who can traverse space. Wasn't he locked up in the Black Prison? How did he escape? Run! Quick! I don't want to die here. Don't push me. Damn it. The crowd fell into a state of massive panic. They frantically pushed past each other, rushing to escape. The scene not only lost control in an instant, but also a stampede was about to occur. Don't move. Everyone lie down, find shelter. Several officers drew their spiritual energy guns, desperately shouting to maintain order, but their voices were as small as ants in the wave of panic. Chen Yifan was pushed around by the chaotic crowd, his brows tightly knitted. He had heard of the Shadow Demon, a level 68 class spatial assassin responsible for numerous bloody incidents. He was a terrifying existence on Jiang City's most wanted list. The bounty alone was 100 million. A person of such caliber, even a mere breath could crush him 1,000 times. However, this is the Safety Bureau. No matter how foolish the Shadow Demon is, he would never come here. Chen Yifan pretended to be frantic as he moved, using the crowd as cover to slip behind a thick, load-bearing pillar. He planned to wait until the exit wasn't crowded before leaving. But just then, bang, 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 rows of overhead lights suddenly exploded without warning. Countless shards of glass accompanied by electric sparks rained down. The entire hall was instantly plunged into complete darkness. Everyone was shocked by this sudden turn of events. The whole space fell into a dead silence. A few seconds later, emergency lights flickered on. Screams, cries, and the sounds of collisions erupted again, composing a symphony of doom. Chen Yifan's muscles tensed instantly. An indescribable oppressive pressure appeared in every corner. The air became thick and breathing began to be difficult. The old policeman Wang Zhengwo, who was evacuating the crowd, suddenly flashed a terrifying light deep within his originally murky eyes. His gaze instantly locked onto the area where Chen Yifan was hiding. The next second, a ripple suddenly appeared in the air, not far from the load-bearing pillar. The surrounding pressure abruptly increased. Then, without warning, a figure appeared out of thin air. The other person looked exceptionally disheveled. A skull mask, shiny green hair, and the signature tight pants with dot shoes. Chen Yifan, hiding in the shadow of the load-bearing pillar, saw this scene, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinprick. What the hell? Isn't this the Shadow Demon? Chen Yifan's pupils suddenly narrowed to a point. Oh my, did he hit the jackpot? The notorious class-wanted criminal, the Shadow Demon, truly has a screw loose. Not only did he appear at the security bureau, but he even showed up less than 10 meters away from him. The sudden change did not halt Chen Yifan's thought process for a moment. His extraordinary mental attributes granted him a perfectly clear mind at this moment. In the next second, without any unnecessary movements, he crouched down, slipping to the other side of the support column. However, the Shadow Demon was in a terrible state. Covered in blood, his breath was erratic, clearly having just escaped from a brutal battle. He hadn't come here by choice, rather it was a random consequence of a spatial shift gone wrong due to his severe injuries. After a brief moment of confusion, the Shadow Demon's crimson gaze slowly swept over the darkness around him. Ultimately, his gaze locked onto the column where Chen Yifan was hiding. The instincts of a beast that had long dwelled on the edge of life and death warned him. There is someone there. A chilling and piercing killing intent seemed to penetrate through the thick concrete, stabbing deep into the back of Chen Yifan's heart. Has he been discovered? What to do? Run. But how could a thief with only 80 points in agility possibly escape from its glass spatial assassin? That wouldn't be called escaping, it would be delivering takeout. In that moment, Chen Yifan's mind raced. His more than 20 years of life experience, battered by society, had etched the instinct to analyze pros and cons into his bones. Sitting and waiting for death means certain doom. Charging out into the crowd, he would probably be decapitated by the Shadow Demon within 2 steps or taken hostage as leverage to intimidate everyone present. The only chance for survival is to gamble. Chen Yifan's thoughts settled on the newly awakened unranked talent. Universal theft. His mental attribute must exceed that of his opponent. Cooldown time, 24 hours. The outcome is completely random. He quickly glanced at the Shadow Demon from behind the support column, confirming that his opponent was severely injured and his mental attributes were at an all-time low. Meanwhile, his initial mental attribute was as high as 200 points, 4 times that of an ordinary person. A typical assassin would logically pursue extreme speed and strength, never investing too much in mental attributes. This is the information gap he was betting on. Scan. Chen Yifan's lips moved slightly without a hint of hesitation, focusing all his willpower to activate his talent skill on the swaying shadow 10 meters away. In an instant, a stream of eerie blue data visible only to him swept across the Shadow Demon. Target Shadow Demon name Zheng Dao Mei Occupations Class Spatial Assassin Status Near Death Severely Weakened Level Dropped Mental 190 Stealable List 1 Talents Class Shadow Shift Incomplete 2 Skills Class Spatial Flicker 3 Skill A Class Dimensional / Severely Injured Cannot Use 4 Concept Extreme Desire for Freedom 5 Item Poison Dagger Find 6 Status Last 2 years of life Force 7 Item A Black Handkerchief in his pocket. Looking at the long list of enticing items, Chen Yifan's heart rose. Class Talent. Class Skills. No wonder he is a notorious wanted criminal. His resources are so abundant. His mental attribute is 200, while the others is 190. The conditions for theft are perfectly met. Tap tap tap. Suddenly a series of approaching footsteps echoed in Chen Yifan's ears. The Shadow Demon was moving. He was coming this way. There was no time to hesitate. It was either stealing this glass skill for a comeback or stealing a handkerchief and dying on the spot. This is the moment. Steal. Chen Yifan silently roared in his heart. He felt as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his brain and then yanked it outward. Excruciating pain. Inconceivable agony. A wave of dizzying detachment surged through his entire body. His head buzzed, blackness engulfed his vision, and he nearly fainted. Is this the price of stealing from its glass existence? It's like having someone repeatedly smash his head at the same spot. And just at the moment when his consciousness was hazy. Boom. A mysterious sensation flooded into Chen Yifan's mind in an instant. In the next second, a skill for spatial flicker appeared on his panel. At that very moment, the Shadow Demon, who had almost reached the support column, suddenly froze. The cruel sneer that was about to surface on his face completely solidified beneath the skull mask. In its place was an absurd shock and confusion, as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight. A strong sense of emptiness surged from the depths of his soul, plunging him into an icy abyss. This feeling, danger, the assassin's instinctive warning, made him subconsciously want to activate his strongest life-saving skill, spatial flicker. However, there was not a hint of response. The Shadow Demon was completely dazed. He didn't even have time to bring up his panel to confirm the situation. The immense psychological shock compounded by his near-collapse injuries caused his vision to darken, and he stumbled. Yet the long-accumulated crisis management instinct forced him to suppress his bodous discomfort, roaring as he lunged toward Chen Yifan behind the column. With skills malfunctioning and spatial shifts out of control, he urgently needed a hostage, a bargaining chip. However, just as his hand was about to touch Chen Yifan moved. He activated the newly acquired spatial flicker. In the next second, his body swayed slightly, vanishing from his original spot and appearing behind the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon's attack missed, and the familiar spatial fluctuation from behind made the hair on his body stand on end. Is this spatial flicker? How is that possible? The sudden realization left him momentarily stunned. Now's the time. Chen Yifan, enduring the excruciating mental tearing pain, withdrew his hand into his uniform sleeve and immediately activated his other talent. Class Speed Boost. His already weak strength was squeezed to the extreme, and his hands clamped down like iron pincers on the back of the Shadow Demon's head. You? The Shadow Demon's pupils dilated as the massive support column rapidly loomed in his vision. He wanted to resist, but his severely injured body and the inexplicable weakness from earlier left him unable to even turn around. Chen Yifan, expressionless, mustered all his strength and slammed the Shadow Demon's head hard against the support column. In the next second, bang! A deafening crash resounded. Under the terrified gaze of everyone present, the notorious glass-wanted criminal, the Shadow Demon, who had vanished behind the support column, wobbled like a drunken man, appearing before everyone. Then, like a ragdoll with its bones pulled out, he collapsed to the ground, twitching twice before falling still. The entire hall instantly descended into an inexplicable, eerie silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. What just happened? The Shadow Demon, who had been fierce and intent on capturing a hostage just moments ago. How did he rush behind the column only to crash back out with a bang? Did he bump into something? Why did he fall down? Tap, tap, tap. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Fully armed SWAT team members finally rushed over, pointing their dark muzzles at the downed Shadow Demon. And the arriving Wang Jiangwo, who had originally worn murky eyes, now sparkled with terrifying brilliance. He did not immediately look at the Shadow Demon. His gaze was fixated on the pale-faced Chen Yifan, who was leaning against the column, swaying precariously. Is this an illusion? Just a moment ago, he distinctly felt a faint, nearly imperceptible spatial fluctuation. And class spatial assassin in front of an class thief still needed to activate skills. Did he even crash into the column himself? Is this reasonable? Wang Jiangwo, having lived for over 50 years, had never witnessed such an absurd scene. He quickly stepped forward, cautiously kicking the shadow demon. No response. He hurriedly crouched down and reached to check the other's breath. Dead. He suddenly raised his head, looking at Chen Yifan in disbelief. What on earth happened? The previously imperious class-wanted criminal. Just a second ago, he was full of life, eager to take a hostage, and the next second, he was dead. At this moment, Chen Yifan was drenched in cold sweat, his body slightly trembling. The contents of the scan still echoed in his mind. Status near death, severely weakened, level dropped, and the series of actions he had just taken. At this moment, Chen Yifan was drenched in cold sweat, his body still slightly trembling, displaying a look of lingering fear. He succeeded. He truly killed an class-wanted criminal. Little Chen. While Chen Yifan was dazed, Wang Jiangwo approached him, clearing his throat, trying hard to sound amiable. Are you okay? Chen Yifan weakly nodded, hurriedly supporting himself against the column, trying to steady himself. I'm fine, Officer Wang, it's just my legs are a bit weak. As long as you're okay, that's good. Wang Jiangwo replied, his eyes fixed on the corpse on the ground, and the young man before him, his mind a chaotic mess. Just moments ago, this young man, upon seeing the shadow demon, displayed a fleeting chill in his eyes that was far from typical for an ordinary high school student. Just as he felt he was grasping something, a nearby young officer's incredulous voice suddenly rang out, completely disrupting his thoughts. Team Leader Wang confirmed, dead. It's the shadow demon himself. My God, and class-wanted criminal, just like that, has fallen. Wang Jiangwo inhaled deeply. He looked at Chen Yifan's face, which had already returned to normal, handsome, yet innocent, then glanced at the class-wanted criminal on the ground, who had died an incredibly aggrieved death. A bold yet ridiculous thought uncontrollably sprouted in his mind. He leaned closer to Chen Yifan, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. Tentatively, he asked, Little Chen, be honest with Uncle. Did you kill this guy, eh? 50 million for a great merit. Xiao Chun, just tell me the truth. Was it you who killed that guy? Wang Jiangwo's question echoed in Chen Yifan's ears, each word like a hook. The chill of the pillars seeped through his thin school uniform into his skin, yet it couldn't suppress the heart that felt as if it might leap from his chest. His legs were indeed weak, cold sweat was real, and his face was pale. The aftereffects of stealing and level skill exceeded imagination. The dizziness from drained mental energy made him feel as if the whole world was spinning. The appearance of being terrified to the point of exhaustion was utterly unforced. It was a pure physiological reaction. However, his consciousness was frighteningly clear amidst the dizziness of depleted mental energy. And level-wanted criminal was killed by a level 0 thief. A story like this, even a 3-year-old would question, do you think I'm stupid? Yet the truth was indeed absurd. The shadow demon was truly killed by him. It was just a gamble built upon countless coincidences. The opponent's near-fatal injury. Spatial flicker theft successful. Intentionally using the skill in front of the opponent created a moment of dazedness. Finally, it was the last desperate strike, fueled by all his energy and enhanced by speed boost. Every link was crucial, none could be omitted. But he could never admit such a thing, for admitting it would mean he had a problem. Human hearts are treacherous. This was a risk he could not afford to take. Chen Yifan's eyelids fluttered as if he finally regained a sliver of consciousness from the extreme shock. He raised his head, his handsome, yet colorless face filled with confusion and terror, his lips trembling. Uncle, I don't know. His voice was dry and hoarse, even carrying a hint of sobbing. When I saw the shadow demon coming, I was so scared that I closed my eyes and just crouched down. Then I heard a bang. I really didn't see anything. As he spoke, his body shook violently, as if he might collapse at any moment. A perfect victim response. Any psychologist would say the student suffered from extreme fright, leading to acute memory impairment requiring urgent psychological counseling. Wang Jiangwo stared at the boy before him, who was a head taller. Those eyes, having seen countless lies over decades, were now attempting to see through him. However, in the boy's gaze was pure fear and confusion. His bodily reactions were standard for acute stress syndrome. Everything was overly reasonable. Yet the thought in Wang Jiangwo's mind did not extinguish. Instead, it took root quietly due to this overly perfect reason. It was too perfect. An ordinary student with an level-wanted criminal dying right in front of him without screaming or rambling incoherently. Instead, he presented a state of half-dazed shock. That was the shadow demon, not just any ordinary creature. Such a reaction was far from that of an 18-year-old child. Combining the look he had just shown for a moment, it seemed more like The exhaustion of someone who had exhausted all their strength to resolve a huge problem with a layer of fear forcibly wrapped around it. Is that so? Wang Zhengwo's wrinkles smoothed out, reverting to the amiable old police officer. He reached out to steady Chen Yifan's arm, applying a firm yet gentle force. Well, you really have luck that defies the heavens. He emphasized the words defies the heavens. Chen Yifan didn't refuse, leaning against his strength, appearing overly frightened and exhausted. He lowered his head, mumbling with lingering fear, so scary. I'd rather not have such luck. Just then, a large group of support personnel fully controlled the scene, clearing out irrelevant individuals. Several people in white coats rushed in. Report. Objective confirmed dead. Cause of death. Massive intracranial hemorrhage. The target's skull had previously suffered a severe injury followed by a violent frontal impact. A young forensic doctor looked at the instruments, his voice drifting. Based on the remaining evidence on site and the brain data of the corpse before death, the suspect suffered a significant mental blow before death, possibly resulting in hallucinations, mistaking the A3 support pillar for an exit. Mental blow. Mistaking a pillar for an exit. Crashing to death. Each sentence challenged the limits of their capacity to bear. With this conclusion, the expressions of all the officers present were spectacular. N-level spatial assassin, the legendary Shadow Demon, killed by a single pillar. If this got out, it would undoubtedly be the biggest joke of the year in the extraordinary world. Cough, cough. The on-site commander, a middle-aged police supervisor, coughed heavily, twice his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd, finally landing on Wang Zhengwo and Chen Yifan. Old Wang, what's going on? Wang Zhengwo immediately stood at attention, briefly reporting the situation, omitting any mention of his suspicions about Chen Yifan. He attributed everything to unexplainable coincidences and heaven-defying luck. After listening, the middle-aged police supervisor furrowed his brows into a knot and walked up to Chen Yifan. Are you Chen Yifan? Yes. Chen Yifan replied weakly, confirming the Shadow Demon's death has nothing to do with you. Officer, I just transferred today. I'm here to file paperwork. Implying that as a new transfer, I have no ability to do this. The middle-aged police supervisor fell silent for a moment, waved his hand, take him to the lounge for a statement. Today's events are not to be leaked by anyone. Yes. Two young officers quickly stepped forward, supporting Chen Yifan, leading him away from the chaotic center. At the moment he was being taken away, Chen Yifan glanced back, colliding directly with Wang Zhengwo's probing gaze. He hurriedly shifted his focus to the Shadow Demon, who was being carried away. A look of lingering fear even surfaced on his face. In the lounge, the statement was absurdly simple. The female officer in charge first recorded basic information. Upon hearing that his profession and talent were Flevel Thief and Flevel Speed Boost, her fingers gripping the pen tightened suddenly. A suspicious blush crept onto her cheeks, and her tone became much gentler during the questioning. But no matter how she asked, Chen Yifan could only repeat one answer: I don't know, I didn't see anything, I was too shocked. His poor mental state and pale, handsome face made the female officer feel pity. In the end, she could only wrap things up, hastily advising him to visit the city's mental health center tomorrow. If it really gets tough, the female officer said she could take leave to accompany him. Upon hearing this, Chen Yifan immediately rejected, assuring her that he would definitely go. Just when he thought he could leave, the door was pushed open from the outside. The middle-aged police supervisor and Wang Zhengwo walked in one after the other. Little student, don't be nervous. The middle-aged police supervisor had a formulaic smile on his face. We've reviewed the statement and the surveillance footage. Although you were innocently involved this time, you have helped rid the community of harm, achieving a great merit. Chen Yifan's fingers holding the teacup paused imperceptibly. Surveillance. Great merit. When he hid behind the pillar, he had glanced at it in a hurry. But he confirmed that it was a blind spot for surveillance. However, he did stick his head out to look at the Shadow Demon when activating stealth. Could it be that the anomaly during the activation of his talent was captured by high-precision surveillance? Moreover, when he killed the Shadow Demon, he had almost completely switched to the other side. Whether there was surveillance or not, he truly hadn't noticed. At this moment, his brain buzzed loudly with this speculation. According to the Dragon Kingdom's extraordinary reward regulations, citizens who provide significant assistance during the capture or killing of wanted criminals will be granted corresponding rewards. The middle-aged police supervisor paused, his gaze locked tightly onto Chen Yifan's eyes. The Shadow Demon is an S-level wanted criminal with a bounty of up to 100 million. According to the regulations, 50% of the bounty can be used as a reward, which means 50 million Dragon Kingdom coins and 30,000 merit points. Though the manner of his death was somewhat unusual, but as the only key on-site personnel, you rightfully deserve part of the reward. What? Half of the bounty. 50 million. 30,000 merit points. Two numbers. 50 million. 30,000 merit points. They struck Chen Yifan's heart like two heavy hammers. This sum of money would allow her to receive the best treatment. It would also relieve their mother of all her burdens. They could even move from their cramped old apartment into a spacious and bright house. It was like stepping into the heavens. Not to mention that 30,000 merit points were immensely significant for a class thief. Before changing careers, it was akin to possessing a treasure map leading to a broad avenue. Chen Yifan's breathing became completely chaotic. With these resources, he wouldn't just secure his qualification for the novice dungeon in 3 days. It was akin to a dragon entering the sea. However, just as the flames of greed were about to spread uncontrollably, a thought formed by his gradually recovering spiritual power, which was 4 times that of an ordinary person's, instantly froze all his reckless fantasies. No matter the world, there are no gifts given without reason. A pie falling from the sky often hides a trap below. Calm down. Even though Chen Yifan kept reminding himself to stay calm, another voice in his head kept, "This is 50 million, not 500 or 5,000. If missed, it would be gone." Chen Yifan's brain raced, continuously analyzing the possibilities of this situation. Admitting, that was out of the question. The Shadow Demon, as a wanted criminal for many years and a top assassin, had layers of depth behind him that Chen Yifan could not fathom. To rashly admit could bring about his own demise. He absolutely could not provoke them. The cause of the Shadow Demon's death had been determined as an accident. It could only be an accident. Furthermore, in such a scenario, why was the official in such a hurry to push a sum of money that could drive any ordinary person insane into the hands of a person with a clean identity whose data showed only double F? The victim who had been startled during the incident. The only explanation was, they did not believe. They did not believe the Shadow Demon would die so ignobly, nor did they believe that Chen Yifan was merely a lucky bystander. This 50 million was not a reward, but bait. It was a cleverly crafted psychological trap laced with poison. They were betting. Betting on an 18-year-old boy, a boy who had just awakened his class-weak profession and came from a poor background. When faced with such astronomical figures, he would reveal reactions inconsistent with the victim identity. If he showed even a hint of abnormality, it would instantly solidify their suspicions. At that point, what awaited him would not be the 8 extra zeros in his bank account. Moreover, the key point was that the other party had mentioned it was a partial reward. What is partial? 50,000, 500,000, or 5 million? It all depended on what he said and how he said it. At this thought, a cold sweat broke out on Chen Yifan's back. This cold sweat was half from fear and half from the anger of being scrutinized. He raised his head, looking at the middle-aged police officer in front of him, whose smile seemed formulaic. The other party's gaze was calm and unperturbed, like a bottomless lake, quietly waiting for this fish to take the bait. Beside him, Wang Jiangwo silently held his large teacup, blowing on the steam, appearing indifferent. Yet Chen Yifan could feel that the seemingly murky old eyes were always locked onto him. 2 old foxes. One sang, and the other echoed, one in red, and the other in white, waiting to see how he would perform. The complexities of human nature in the face of 50 million would turn the fake into the real. Chen Yifan's lips curled into a cold arc in his heart. In terms of acting, he was someone with memories from 2 lives, a seasoned person who had been battered by society for years. Would he fear them? Since you want me to perform, then I shall show you. In the next moment, his expression changed. The film emperor was on stage. Officer, you mean, as long as I say it, this 50 million and 30,000, no 30,000 merit points, will all be mine. At this moment, Chen Yifan was like a drowning person who had grasped the only piece of driftwood, his eyes bursting with astonishing brilliance. It was dazzling. He stared intently into the middle-aged police officer's eyes, his voice completely out of tune due to excitement. Even the hands holding the teacup began to shake uncontrollably. Scalding tea splashed out, splattering onto the back of his hand, leaving a stinging red mark. He instinctively recoiled as if stung. But then again, it seemed as though he was drowned in an even greater joy, seemingly indifferent, just foolishly asking again. I really accomplished something. This was the demeanor of someone knocked silly by a huge sum of money. This disjointed speech, eager to move, yet carrying the unique caution and humility of a lower-class person. So real that it left no trace of performance. The middle-aged police officer Li Zhenghua had been observing the boy before him. After throwing out 50 million and 30,000 merit points, the other party's rational defenses indeed collapsed in an instant. After all, he was still a child. No matter how deep his schemes, they couldn't withstand the shock of real money. At that moment, the smile on Li Zhenghuo's face grew even more pronounced. He leaned in closer, his voice carrying a hypnotic allure. Of course, as long as you carefully and thoroughly recount the situation at that time to us. For instance, while you were crouching behind the pillar, did you inadvertently do something, or say something. Don't be afraid, speak boldly. This is your glory, and it is also your wealth. Hearing this, Chen Yifan felt his heart sink. Sure enough, the tale of the old fox finally revealed itself. As the only close-range witness, his words would play a crucial role. Did something. Say something. Suddenly Chen Yifan slapped his thigh as if he received some signal, jumping up like he had been electrocuted. He looked at the two police officers with excitement. I remembered. Officer. I remembered. When that shadow demon approached, I was so scared that I lost my soul. Ooh, I closed my eyes and could only shout wildly. I shouted. That's right. Chen Yifan gestured animatedly, his eyes shining even more frighteningly as he mimicked the scene. Taking a deep breath, he then used every last bit of strength from his dantian to unleash a heart-wrenching, deeply heartfelt scream. Don't come closer. This scream contained the purest, most instinctual fear of a typical high school student facing death. It was piercing, reverberating. So much so that the entire lounge fell silent in an instant. The smile on middle-aged police officer Li Xingguo's face cracked slightly, then rapidly faded. He had envisioned countless reactions. The boy might fabricate a clumsy lie for money. He might also evade eye contact and stutter due to guilt. He might even reveal flaws out of greed in a hurry to confirm. However, it didn't matter. What he never expected was for the other party to deliver such a scream. What was this? A reenactment. The key was that this desperate scream, the rawness of that broken voice combined with the boy's face filled with lingering fear mixed with a fervor for the vast sum of money. It unexpectedly left him unable to find any flaws for the time being. It was too real. So real that Li Zhenghua even began to doubt whether his professional judgment was flawed. Could it be that the truth really is this absurd? Cough, cough, cough. Beside him, Wang Jiangwo, who had been quietly drinking tea, spat out a mouthful of scalding tea, turning his old face red and breaking into a violent cough. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand while staring at Chen Yifan with his murky old eyes, the emotions in his gaze reaching a complex peak. There was shock, bewilderment. But more than that, there was an absurd sense of laughter and tears. What a clever boy. Truly a clever boy. How could such acting lead him to become a thief? He should have become a film emperor. However, he had to admit that Chen Yifan's scream wasn't about fear, it was about intellect. It was a reflection of his decades of street-smart experience. At this moment, it told him one thing: the boy before him was not a foolish fish dazed by bait. He was a wolf cub dancing on the edge of a cliff disguised as a sheep. The last bit of doubt in his heart was completely dispelled by that scream. What replaced it was a near-appreciative certainty. The shadow demon was indeed killed by him. The process doesn't matter, the method doesn't matter. What mattered was that a newly transitioned double-level rookie in a situation of certain death had counter-killed an class-wanted criminal. What kind of courage did this require? What kind of calm mind? And how terrifying were the trump cards? Especially that talent ability that didn't conform to ratings. Wang Jiangwo looked down at the goji berries floating in his teacup. The string in his heart, named Cherishing Talent, was sharply plucked. Just like that. Li Zhenghua felt his temples throbbing. He felt as though he were not inquiring, but rather conversing with a mentally deranged patient who was scared, silly, feeling exhausted. Yes. Chen Yifan nodded emphatically, his face still flushed from performing. He gasped, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Li Zhenghua, like a little dog waiting for its master to feed it. Officer, I remembered. I shouted just like that. And then that shadow demon, he seemed stunned, dazed, and then he didn't react properly and ended up crashing into something. He died. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, his expression exaggerated and his logic touching. So does this count as providing critical assistance, right? Officer, what about that 50 million? That 50 million. How dare they say that? Li Zhenghua felt his blood pressure rising. He unconsciously reached for the energy pistol at his waist. He took a deep breath, forcing back the word roll that was on the tip of his tongue. He had lost. In the psychological game, he had been utterly defeated by an 18-year-old boy in a way he could not comprehend. In the surveillance footage, the shadow demon disappeared after rushing towards the load-bearing column. At that moment, the scene was in complete chaos due to the appearance of the shadow demon. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arrived so late. Did anyone shout? Who knows? Also, why did the shadow demon crash into it on its own? The preliminary conclusion from the forensic expert was severe hallucinations caused by skull trauma combined with the aftereffects of space travel. Although absurd, it was the only scientific explanation available. You can't really say that this class thief shouted this class assassin to death, right? That wouldn't be science fiction, it would be fantasy. Li Zhenghua rubbed his brow and decided to end this farce. If the conversation continued, he feared he might not be able to resist pulling out his gun. Shoot him in the head. All right. He waved his hand, his tone returning to the cold, official manner. The official final conclusion is that the class-wanted criminal shadow demon died accidentally due to its own circumstances. You, Chen Yifan, as the only eyewitness at the scene, have to some extent intimidated the criminals, and your actions will be recorded in the files. As for the reward, Li Jinghua looked at the momentary spark in Chen Yifan's eyes and deliberately paused. 50 million long country coins and 30,000 merit points is a substantial amount that needs to be reported, approved, and verified. Once the process is complete, the money will be directly transferred to your personal account in as fast as a month or as slow as 3 years. During this time, you must comply with the confidentiality agreement and not disclose any details about what happened today to anyone, including your family. Can you do that? Chen Yifan's heart sank. 1 month to 3 years. The promise was indeed grand and round. He couldn't even pretend. If there was no 50 million, 5 million, or even 500,000 would suffice. But he certainly couldn't say that. His face could only show ecstatic joy. Yes, I can guarantee that. He patted his chest, almost swearing on the spot. The money. All right, you can leave now. Remember confidentiality. Li Jinghua interrupted Chen Yifan and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay here a second longer. If he stayed any longer, he feared that his career would be haunted by psychological shadows. However, Li Jinghua underestimated Chen Yifan's shamelessness and his inner cunning. Leader, words are just words. Why don't we set up a written agreement? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jinghua, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Without looking back, he slammed the door behind him. Chen Yifan pouted. He couldn't even joke around. In the break room, only Chen Yifan and Wang Zhangwo, who was leisurely sipping tea, remained. Little Chen, Wang Zhangwo set down his teacup and looked at him with a smile. Officer Wang. Chen Yifan immediately put on a well-behaved and understanding demeanor. You kid, your luck is truly incredible. Wang Zhangwo stood up and patted Chen Yifan's shoulder heavily with his calloused hand. This time the force was much greater. Chen Yifan felt half of his body go numb. In the future, if you encounter any trouble outside that you can't handle, feel free to call me. Wang Zhangwo took out a crumpled business card from his pocket and stuffed it into Chen Yifan's school uniform pocket. Of course, if you get caught for petty theft, don't bother calling you. I can't afford that kind of person. How could that be, Uncle Wang? I am a law-abiding citizen. Chen Yifan said with a serious expression. After all, what could a chicken or a dog steal? If anything, it would be people. Wang Zhangwo looked at his sincere face, smiled, and didn't say anything more. He turned and leisurely walked out. As he reached the door, he seemed to remember something and added without looking back. By the way, little Chen, if you ever want to give up your luck, remember to tell me. They'll take any amount. With that, his figure had already disappeared at the door. Chen Yifan stood there. He looked at the warm business card and then glanced down at the back of his hand that had been burned red by the tea. Only at this moment did the feeling of exhaustion truly wash over him. The excessive consumption of mental energy caused black spots to appear at the edges of his vision. He gritted his teeth and walked out of the security bureau, bathed in the afternoon sun, watching the traffic and pedestrians on the street. Inside the walls, the sun was bright and the years were serene. Inside the walls, the body of an class-wanted criminal was growing cold. Chen Yifan was with a nearly insane gamble. He had won his first foothold in this cruel world, which was also the most all things are theft. Good. He silently chewed on these 4 words, feeling the weight of the entire world on his shoulders lighten. After leaving the security bureau, Chen Yifan did not head home directly. He was afraid his mother and sister would notice something amiss. He sat down on a bench in the park, both to rest and to reflect. He had acted so earnestly for 2 purposes. First, to hide himself. His current power was pitifully weak, recklessly admitting it would only bring endless trouble, even fatal risks. Moreover, with the whereabouts of the shadow demons equal the 100 faces still unknown, who could guarantee he had no accomplices? Delaying time and developing in secret was the way to go. As for the second purpose, it was to test. He wanted to see what the official institutions of this world were truly. The answer was quite similar to his previous life. Only that old police officer named Wang Zhangwo was definitely not simple. That remark about luck being sellable was clearly a hint to him. However, it didn't matter. As long as the shadow demon's death was officially classified as an accident, everything would be negotiable. If not, he would continue to act. Dragging things out for as long as possible was the goal. After all, there was no evidence on the other side. It would be best to delay for 3 to 5 years. All of this depended on Li Zhengwo's capabilities. Finally, Chen Yifan summoned his attribute panel. Name: Chen Yifan. Occupation: class thief. Level 0, 0, 100. Energy 98. Uses skill. Consumes 2 points. Mental power 15200. Extremely weak. Attribute: strength 50, agility 80, constitution 70, spirit 200. Talent 1. Public class hand speed enhancement LV 0. Talent 2. Hidden unranked all things theft unique LV 0 Skill 1 Class Spatial Flicker LV 0 1100 Skill 2 Theft LV 0 Skill 3 Steal LV 0 Cooldown 21 hours 52 minutes. With only 15 points of mental power left, it's no wonder he felt like he might collapse at any moment. And the cooldown for Steal still had 22 hours remaining. However, he was very satisfied with being able to steal in Class skill. It seemed that stealing such high-value targets also came with huge costs. But all of this was worth it. His gaze fell upon that brand-new skill. Spatial Flickers Class LV 0 consumes 10 points of mental power and 2 points of energy to instantly move to any position within 10 meters ahead. No cooldown. No cooldown, as expected of its Class skill. Although it consumed both mental power and energy that only represented infinite possibilities. It was a true divine skill. With it, he would have a true life-saving trump card for the Novice Dungeon 3. Chen Yifan suppressed his excitement and shifted his focus to the Class Talent Hand Speed Enhancement. Effect increases hand agility speed by 10. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers long and joints distinct. As he willed it, the talent activated. A strange sensation flooded his brain, and he felt his nerves connected to this right hand becoming tighter and more efficient. He tried to quickly flex his fingers. Immediately, his 5 fingers left a blurry afterimage in the air. Holy crap, this was quite impressive. A 10% enhancement combined with his already high agility of 80 had such a remarkable effect. If this were used for, countless possibilities flashed through Chen Yifan's mind. Bomb disposal surgery, playing the piano, carving, unlocking. Cough cough. Southwind Alley. One of the dilapidated representative areas of Jiang City. The power lines are tangled like a spider's web. The walls are covered in moss and the air is thick with a blend of dampness and the smell of cooking oil. Chen Yifan's home is located in this cramped tube building. He stands outside looking up at the dim yellow lights spilling from his window. The excitement that surged within him from acquiring a divine skill quickly cooled down. That place is the only home and vulnerability he has in 2 lifetimes. He organized his emotions, hiding all the violent schemes and exhaustion deep within. A habitual, slightly lazy smile appeared on his face. I'm back. Back. A gentle voice from the kitchen belonged to his mother, Wang Shufan. Quickly wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon. The living room is small, furnished with an old wooden table, 2 chairs, and a creaky old television, which are all their possessions. His younger sister, Chen Shui, is quietly sitting by the table. Holding a braille book, her delicate fingers gently glided over the uneven surface of the paper. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she looked up, directing her gaze towards the entrance, her beautiful eyes veiled in mist shimmering with a hint of warmth. Brother, Chen Yifan walked over and habitually ruffled her hair. The girl's hair was very soft, carrying the scent of cheap shampoo. How was the job transfer today? Smooth. Chen Shui asked softly, looking up at him. This question was one Chen Yifan had rehearsed countless times on his way home. He couldn't tell the truth. He couldn't let them know he had awakened the most despised profession, the thief. Even more so, he couldn't say he had just killed someone. He would bear the darkness and bloodshed alone. What he wanted to give them was only a glossed-over hopeful future. It was fine, quite smooth. Chen Yifan pulled out a chair and sat down, his tone relaxed. I awakened a lifestyle profession appraiser with the talent of crafty hand, which means I can work at a pawn shop or auction house, so I won't starve. Appraiser sounds like a respectable and stable level lifestyle profession. Crafty hand isn't a level talent that bears similarities to speed enhancement. This was the most perfect lie he could come up with. It explained why he hadn't awakened a combat profession while providing his family with a stable and prosperous expectation. Appraiser. Wang Shufan emerged from the kitchen holding a plate of stir-fried vegetables, her face showing a hint of surprise. That's great. No fighting or killing, stable, and Mom just hopes you stay safe. Chen Shui also displayed a happy smile. Brother is so smart, he will definitely become the best appraiser. Looking at the genuine smiles on his mother and sister's faces, a warm current surged in Chen Yifan's heart, but it was also mixed with a hint of indescribable bitterness. Let's eat, I'm starving today. He picked up his chopsticks, steering the conversation away. Dinner was simple, a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and a soup, but Wang Shufan's cooking was excellent, always imbued with a warm flavor. At the dinner table, Wang Shufan chattered on about amusing incidents from her day of odd jobs. Chen Yifan chimed in occasionally, making both mother and sister laugh heartily. Under the warm light, the 3 of them enjoyed a harmonious moment together. This ordinary warmth gradually thawed Chen Yifan's heart, which had grown cold from slaughter and scheming. He felt immensely grateful. Grateful that today he had won the gamble. Grateful that he could still sit here, safely enjoying this warm meal. After dinner, Wang Shufan went to clear the dishes. Chen Yifan tried to help, but was shooed out by his mother from the kitchen. In the end, he finished showering and sat on the sofa. Chen Yifan quietly moved over and sat beside him. She didn't say anything, just leaned against him quietly like a gentle little cat. In the living room, only the sounds of the television and the water running from the kitchen remained. Chen Yifan felt the warmth from his sister and found peace in his heart. This was everything he wanted to protect. However, at that moment, Chen Yifan suddenly stirred. She tilted her head slightly, her delicate nostrils flaring gently, as if trying to discern some scent. "Brother," she suddenly spoke, her voice soft, carrying a hint of barely perceptible confusion. "Where did you go today?" Chen Yifan's heart skipped a beat. "Nowhere, I just came back after the job transfer." He answered casually, keeping his eyes fixed on the documents in his hands. "No, that's not it." Chen Yifan shook her head, her unfocused eyes seeming to see through his disguise. "The smell on you is different from before." "Smell?" Chen Yifan instinctively raised his arm to sniff. Aside from the scent of cheap shower gel, there was nothing else. "What are you talking about? I just took a shower, I smell good." He joked. "Not that kind of smell." Chen Yifan's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable. "Previously, the smell on you was that of sunlight and books, very warm and clean." She paused as if struggling to find the right words to describe it. "But today, there's something else mixed in your smell. Cold. It's a bit like rust, and also like the smell of blood. And another weird thing, like a gust of wind blowing through an empty room carrying a hint of burnt wires. Cold. Could it be because he killed someone today? The rust and blood scent were undoubtedly from the blood of the shadow demon. The empty room and gust of wind. He didn't understand what that meant. But the smell of burnt wires. Was it from the lights exploding in the security bureau's hall? Chen Yifan unconsciously tightened his grip on the remote. For the first time, he clearly realized how terrifying his sister's talent psychic blindness truly was. She could not see the physical world, yet she could smell things that ordinary people could not detect. Even more absurd sometimes, she could even hear the subtle changes in emotions. Any disguise before her was utterly useless. The shock within him surged like a tide, but he forcibly suppressed it. He couldn't panic. "That must be the smell of the energy from the ceremony during my job transfer today." He found an excellent excuse, speaking casually. "It was thunder and lightning, making it feel like a disco, though I probably got it then." "Really?" Chen Yifan frowned slightly, seeming not entirely convinced by this explanation. She could sense a slight discord in her brother's emotions as he spoke those words. But she didn't pursue it further. She simply leaned closer to her brother, her small hand quietly grasping the hem of his clothes, as if only this could dispel the unsettling feeling within her. And Chen Yifan, feeling the pull on his clothes, felt his heart soften immensely. He put down the remote and ruffled her beautiful long black hair. "Don't overthink it." His voice was gentle. "No matter how I change, I will cure your eyes and let you see this world again." Chen Yifan nodded lightly. She could hear her brother's heartbeat steady and strong. That cold feeling seemed to have dissipated somewhat with the warmth of his heartbeat. The night grew deep. After Wang Shufan and Chen Yifan fell asleep, Chen Yifan returned to his cramped bedroom. He locked the door and pulled down the curtains, and the entire world quieted down. He sat cross-legged on the bed, opened the panel, and his gaze fell on the mental power section. Mental power 25200. It seems that stealing from high-level targets comes with a price far beyond a 24-hour cooldown. The recovery of mental power was much slower than he had imagined. He turned off the panel, his eyes showing no trace of frustration, but rather a heightened calmness. This made him deeply aware of the power of all things theft. This talent was his trump card, but it could never become a conventional weapon. Until his mental power underwent a qualitative leap, each use had to be approached with utmost caution. The only thing he could truly rely on was himself. And his gaze fell on that level skill spatial flicker. He stood up, took a deep breath in the cramp. Focusing his mental power, he summoned his chi. He aimed at the direction of the bed and activated the skill. Buzz. There was no sound, only a strange sensation of spatial distortion. In the next second, his body swayed slightly and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was sitting steadily on the bed. The entire process was fluid with no hesitation. Success. Chen Yifan's heart raced. But before he could rejoice, a wave of intense dizziness hit him. He glanced at the panel. Mental power 35200, chi 96100, one flicker cost 10 points of mental power. With his current meager mental power reserves, he could flicker at most 3 times in a row before being completely drained. Still too weak. Chen Yifan shook his head, gaining a clear understanding of his situation. He had a divine skill, but not enough blue meter to support it. The urgent task was to level up. Only by increasing his level would all his attributes, including the upper limit of mental power, see growth. 3 days later. No, only 2 days left until tomorrow. The novice dungeon in 2 days would be his launch pad. He must extract every ounce of value there and level up to level 5 as quickly as possible. With that thought, his eyes sharpened. He opened his phone and suddenly saw a series of messages from Wang Pengzi. Fanzi, are you okay? I heard you were called to the security bureau. Damn, I heard from the neighbor of my second aunt's cousin's seventh uncle's child's wife that the escaped shadow demon knocked itself out. Tomorrow is the school mobilization meeting, and then we go straight into the dungeon. We're a team. I have thick skin and will be your shield. Chen Yifan looked at Wang Pengzi's boisterous messages, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He replied with 2 words, I'm fine. Then he closed the chat window and opened an app called Jiang City Practitioner Forum. To gain maximum benefits in the dungeon, intelligence is always paramount. He needed to know what the novice dungeon at Jiang City One High School was like in previous years. Moreover, before the novice dungeon opened, his talent, which had cooled down for nearly 20 hours, could still be used 2 more times. This meant he still needed to find 2 more targets. On a night in Jiang City, neon lights intertwined with moonlight, dividing this steel jungle into realms of light and shadow. In Chen Yifan's bedroom, only the glow from the phone screen illuminated the darkness. He was intently browsing the interface of the Jiang City Professional Forum. His fingertips glided swiftly across the screen, moving so fast that it almost left a trail. The forum's sections were diverse, with the pinned posts radiating the unique vigor of this era. Hot debate, several scientific theories on the shadow demon colliding with the load-bearing column of the Safety Bureau. Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? Bounty looking to purchase up-class skillbook Flamestorm, negotiable price, may the scammers perish. Gossip, breaking news. The vice president of the Iron Blood Alliance was seen entering the Red Rose Club late at night, suspected of discussing life philosophy with the top-tier technician. Help my child just transition to an E-class beekeeper. Is this profession promising? Waiting online, Chen Yifan's gaze paused for half a second on the shadow demon post, reading through the thousands of replies below. From metaphysics to science, from conspiracy theories to official refutations, the discussions were fervent. He almost couldn't resist the urge to anonymously reply, "Stop guessing it was me who did it. I scared him to death," with a single shout. In the end, he held back. Instead, he typed 3 keywords into the search bar: Jiang City One High School Beginner Dungeon. A flood of information instantly surged forth. It's that time of year again for the One High School dungeon. Are this year's newbies ready to be trampled by goblins? In previous years, it was always the goblin mine, occasionally switching to the slime paradise. The difficulty isn't high, but it's quite disgusting. The key point is the ores and slime gel inside. Both are very valuable materials. Don't mislead the newcomers. The most annoying aspect of the goblin mine isn't the goblins, it's the terrain inside. There are so many forks in the road, it's like a maze, and it's dimly lit. Many teams go in just to farm a few goblins, but end up lost for a day and a night, coming out starving and thin. Important. Pay attention. The mine has a type of glowing moss which is extremely hard to find, but goblins hate that smell, making it the best monster-repelling item in the early stages. Also, goblins are social creatures with poor eyesight, but extremely sharp hearing and smell. Never make a loud noise in the mine, and avoid using overpowering perfumes, or you'll be the brightest target in the goblin's eyes. Chen Yifan quickly absorbed the key information, mixed among the banter and jokes, committing it to memory. Glowing moss, sensitive hearing, a dislike for stimulating odors. These scattered tidbits of information swiftly stored and digested in his mind. Just then his phone vibrated, and a notification popped up at the top of the screen. It was a message from Wang Pengzi. Fanzi, the forum is exploding. They say the shadow demon killed himself by crashing into a load-bearing column. Is it true? You were there. What really happened? Chen Yifan replied irritably with 4 words: he scared himself to death. The other side almost instantaneously responded, "Wow. Did you really cause his death? Impressive, Fanzi. Your luck is simply shrank. Why not change your name to Chen Chosen One Yifan?" Chen Yifan rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to respond to this guy again, and just as he was about to close the chat window, Wang Pengzi sent another message. "By the way, Fanzi, my dad just pulled some strings to get me a class warrior skillbook charge. Tomorrow in the dungeon, I'll charge right through that pack of goblins." A class skill book? Chen Yifan's eyes narrowed. A trashy class skill book starts at a market price of 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Wang Pengzi's family was well off, but they were not at the level where they could casually pull out 100,000. Behind this, it was likely that Wang uncle had taken out all his savings. A warmth spread through Chen Yifan's heart as he replied, "Save it, don't waste it." Got it. Closing his phone, Chen Yifan fell asleep instantly. The next day, upon waking, the first thing he did was open his status panel. The recovery speed of his mental power was slower than he had anticipated. The number on the panel from last night to now had barely recovered to 120 points, just over half. That should be enough. His sister's eyes, his mother's hard work. These heavy realities made the thrill born from divine skills settle into a calm and calculated strategy. Money must be earned, but it must be done in the safest, most secretive way, without leaving anyone a handle to grasp. The beginner dungeon 3 days later would be his first fortune. He not only needed to level up to level 5 to maintain his qualification in the occupational class, he also needed to gather as many resources as possible inside. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on an old computer beside him. To maximize benefits in the dungeon, information is always paramount. He needed more intelligence. Besides the public information on the forum, he also wanted some more private, more precise data. For example, a detailed map of the mine. For example, the most efficient farming routes summarized by past senior students. These things surely existed on the forum, but would never be made public for free. He rolled out of bed, opened the computer. Soon he found a post in an encrypted subsection, selling an ultra-detailed map of the Goblin Mine from all previous beginner dungeons at Jiang City No. 1 high school, along with optimal farming routes, includes insights on defeating the boss Goblin Foreman price, 500 Dragon Kingdom coins, or equivalent information. 500,000. What information is worth 500,000? Chen Yifan leaned slightly forward. The comments below were filled with curses and ridicule. Are you crazy? I could buy several class skill books for 500,000. What information could be worth 500,000? Is the Goblin Foreman your father? Do you know what color underwear he wears? The poster simply replied, believe it or not, it's up to you. Seeing this brazen demeanor, could this information possibly have some substance? But that price. Don't mention 500,000. 5,000 is a huge sum for him right now. Chen Yifan felt his pocket. There were only a few crumpled coins inside, totaling less than 100. Being poor is a sin. He stared at the post, and a bold idea emerged. He had no money, but Chen Yifan was no longer that poor student who could only rely on fantasies to change his fate. Buy? Why buy? Not having money doesn't mean he lacks equivalent intelligence. He then registered an ID named Ordinary Bystander A and sent a private message to the poster. Friend, is your information genuine? The other side quickly replied, tenfold compensation for fakes. Chen Yifan smiled and tapped his fingers on the screen. They'll trade intelligence, how about this? Class wanted criminal Shadow Demon did not die by accident. The moment the message was sent, the other side fell silent. After a full minute, the other side sent one word, speak. The reason he crashed into the load-bearing column was that his core life-saving skill's spatial flicker failed at the last moment. After sending this, Chen Yifan fell silent. He didn't mention that he had stolen the skill, only stating a fact that would send chills down the spine of any assassin. And class spatial assassin suddenly unable to use his most relied-upon movement skill at the moment of life and death. What does that mean? This implies that there exists an unknown force, or rather an unknown entity capable of briefly sealing spatial skills. The value of this information far exceeds that of any beginner mind map. Sure enough, the other side fell silent again. This time the silence lasted even longer. Chen Yifan wasn't in a hurry, quietly waiting. He was betting that the other party was someone who knew the value of information and was a practitioner pursuing their own strength. In his room, he practiced spatial flicker over and over again, familiarizing himself with the skill's consumption and landing. An hour and a half later. Ding. The other side sent 10 encrypted file packs and a message. Deal. Also, let's be friends. I'm called the Prophet. This information, I owe you a favor. Chen Yifan fell silent. What the hell? Tenfold compensation. At least send me 11 copies. Oh, what are these 10? He was risking it, and the person from the Safety Bureau, Li Jinghua, had told him to keep it confidential. Although there were so many witnesses when the Shadow Demon died, the news had already spread yesterday. Right now, he was blatantly violating his promise. And the result was this. Fake. Chen Yifan grew increasingly angry. Speed boost activated directly. He started pounding on the keyboard. However, the other side didn't. In the end, Chen Yifan reluctantly downloaded the files. Forget it, a dead horse is better than a live one. He swiftly deleted all chat records and canceled the ID. He casually opened a file pack, revealing an incredibly detailed map. Different colored lines marked various routes. Detailed. Incredibly detailed. He quickly opened all the other compressed files. Inside, even the locations of or deposits were labeled. All the paths the goblin patrols frequently traveled were clearly marked. There was even a lengthy document, thousands of words long, analyzing the boss's skills and counter-strategies. Could it be? This isn't fake. Chen Yifan carefully reviewed it from start to finish again. It's real. It's real. The content matched not only the scattered information on the forum, but was even more detailed. Suddenly, he felt a bit embarrassed. After all, just a moment ago, he had thoroughly greeted the poster's ancestors. It seemed that his information must have been quite important. The poster mentioned equivalent information, which is why they gave him 9 more compressed files. Confirming his successful free ride, Chen Yifan's lips curled slightly upward. With this, his advantage in the dungeon would be overwhelming. It felt as if in his previous life's college entrance exam, he was directly holding the answer key. No, it was a detailed explanation after the exam. Having resolved the information problem, Chen Yifan stood up. His gaze swept across the family photo on the bedside. In the photo, his mother smiled gently, and his sister snuggled beside her, her little face filled with happiness. His eyes gradually softened, then hardened with determination. The day after tomorrow is Monday, which means the mobilization meeting. Following that is the main event, the beginner dungeon. Li Wei Su Qingxua. These familiar yet strange faces are about to put on a good show before him. And he would no longer be the silent observer enduring from the sidelines. He gazed out the window, the city lights converging in his eyes into a dazzling river of stars. All things stolen. The cooldown is less than 4 hours. It's time to select the first sacrifice. Leaving home, Chen Yifan's figure vanished into the dusk of Nanfeng Alley. He boarded the bus heading to the western district of Jiangqing. His mental power had recovered to 120 points. There was still a long way to go for full recovery, but it was enough to support a low-risk theft. The novice dungeon was scheduled for Monday, and he had no time to waste. He needed equipment. He needed skills. He needed everything that could make him stronger at the fastest pace. And the root of all this was money. Without money, he could only resort to taking. The western district of Jiangqing, the gray area of the city, was the neural hub where order and chaos intertwined. The most famous place here was the Black Gold Market. It was not a fixed location, but rather an underground trading network composed of dozens of alleyways like the capillaries of the city, transporting everything that could not be seen. Professionals sold bloodstained trophies here, purchasing dubious potions, trading secrets that could be worth a fortune or utterly worthless. This was a paradise for adventurers and a graveyard for novices. More importantly, the regulars here were mostly not good people. He felt no psychological pressure. Soon Chen Yifan skillfully navigated through several neon-lit streets and turned into a narrow alley that exuded the stench of sewage. He stopped, blending into the shadows at the alley's entrance like an inconspicuous stone. At the end of the alley, an entrance disguised as a junk recycling station had 2 burly men smoking, their vigilant eyes acting as gatekeepers. He wasn't here to buy something today. He was here to restock. Theft check. His thoughts floated like invisible threads towards a cyclops negotiating with the guards. Target Cyclopes profession level swordsman spirit 65, can steal skill, slash a level, a rusty machete, half a pack of hometown mountain in his pocket. Chen Yifan's gaze shifted away. Too low quality. His threads connected to a woman in a leather jacket with an alluring figure. Target fire rose profession level gunslinger spirit 72, can steal skill precise, shot level, a modified energy pistol poorly maintained. Chen Yifan couldn't even be bothered to evaluate her in his mind. He leaned against the shadows like a patient hunter, repeatedly scanning every target in his field of vision with his theft check talent. But the results were largely the same. All were low-tier goods, and the most valuable thing on them was merely what they used to eat. His real targets were skills, talents, those hidden treasures that could decide life and death, yet were intangible. Time passed second by second. Chen Yifan was not impatient. Instead, his heartbeat became steadier. He enjoyed the feeling of lurking in the shadows, observing his prey from a godlike perspective. At that moment, a burst of arrogant laughter broke the alley's gloom. "Way go with your outfit, won't you strut through the novice dungeon in 2 days?" A group of young men in matching combat uniforms surrounded a spirited young man who swaggered over. The leader was Li Wei. Today he wore a brand new blue-quality outfit, and the flashy energy pistol at his waist seemed to engrave the words, "I am rich," on its body. Beside him, a figure made Chen Yifan's gaze pause slightly. It was a medium-built boy with an unremarkable appearance, always keeping his head down, following Li Wei at a half-step behind, like an expendable background character. Very unfamiliar. It was his first time seeing him. Another new lackey. This young Master Li had a knack for this. "Oh, Wei Gu is here. What treasure is Wei Gu here to dig up today?" Those in the black market clearly recognized Li Wei and greeted him with smiles. Li Wei enjoyed this feeling of being adored, raising his chin higher, his gaze scanning the crowd like a lion inspecting its territory. However, his gaze inadvertently glanced into the shadow at the alley's entrance. Li Wei paused for a moment. Then, as if discovering some exquisite amusement, his face instantly blossomed with unabashed delight. He pushed through the crowd, striding straight into the shadows. Who would have thought? Isn't this our famous double F war god from Yizhong? What's up? Came to the black market to widen your horizons. Why not go inside? Oh, I see. Li Wei seemed to have figured something out and exaggeratedly clapped his hands. You can't get in, right? Haha, you can't get in. The lackeys behind Li Wei immediately erupted into laughter. Just then, the boy who had been keeping his head down, Lin Feng, suddenly looked up and took a step forward. He flashed a flattering smile at Li Wei. His voice was neither loud nor soft, just right for everyone around. Wei Ge, please don't make it hard for him. A poor guy who can't even afford the entrance fee comes here probably just to see if anyone dropped money on the ground. After all, he is a thief. His talent is speed enhancement. Lin Feng paused his tone, turning the seemingly persuasive words laced with the most vicious sarcasm. Maybe he is just practicing his business with that speed. He can surely pick up money faster than others. Huh. This remark was 10 times more vicious than Li Wei's direct mockery. It accurately nailed the labels of thief, poor guy, and garbage picker onto Chen Yifan's forehead. The surrounding laughter instantly became more piercing. Even the two guards at the black market's entrance looked at him with disdain and vigilance. Chen Yifan remained leaning against the wall, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. But no one knew that beneath his lowered eyelids a cold, killing intent was rapidly brewing. Very good. Extremely good. To please the new master, even unfamiliar people had to be trampled upon. Chen Yifan's thoughts transformed into a cold thread landing on the exuberant Lin Feng. Theft check. The next second, a line of golden text devoid of warmth burned a deep imprint onto Chen Yifan's retina. When he saw the content displayed on the panel, even with Chen Yifan's extraordinary mental attributes, his heart still skipped a beat. His pupils suddenly constricted in the shadows unnoticed. How is that possible? The golden text on the panel burned into Chen Yifan's retina like a red-hot branding iron. Target Lin Feng. Occupation Clevel Wind Blade Master Disguised. Mental 160. Stealable List. Talent Hidden Level Divine Speed Unique. Talent Clevel Wind Element Affinity. Skill Wind Blade Level. Concept Extreme Hatred for Mediocrity. Item A Breath-Concealing Talisman used to hide one's presence. Double Talents. A hidden level unique talent. Even with Chen Yifan's extraordinary composure, his heart skipped a beat upon seeing the displayed content. This despicable little man who had demeaned himself for the sake of performance turned out to be someone hiding a heaven-defying trump card. This isn't like him. No, it's different. Although they both possess double talents, he is not a double F battle god. Moreover, what astonished him was not just this. His steal skill could even see through hidden talents. This Lin Feng clearly disguised himself, just like him. No, he was even more ruthless. He only hid one talent, while Lin Feng concealed both his occupation and talent. This indicated that the other party possessed rare items that his steal skill had not uncovered. A clever genius willingly serving as a lackey for someone like Li Wei. Was he plotting for the power of the Li family, or did he have deeper motives? However, all of these were irrelevant in the face of his level talent, because this ability would soon be his. Understanding this, Chen Yifan looked at Lin Feng with scorching intensity. It was the gaze of a hunter spotting a rare beast. Lin Feng felt a shiver down his spine from the strange smile on Chen Yifan's face, a wave of inexplicable annoyance rising in his heart. This useless has gone mad. He did not know that in Chen Yifan's mind an incredibly bold plan had already taken shape. A perfect prey. A big gift package tailored just for him. As an assassin, what does a thief need the most? Speed. Divine speed. Just hearing the name reveals how significant this talent is for him. Even better, this talent is hidden. What does this mean? It means that even if he stole Lin Feng's underpants, Lin Feng could only swallow his anger, not daring to let out a word. Because if he did, it would be equivalent to declaring to the whole world Lin Feng had his level talent stolen. Who would believe that? Probably only the doctors in a mental hospital would nod while taking notes. Hey, useless, did you hear what I said? Seeing that Chen Yifan ignored him, only laughing strangely, Lin Feng felt a wave of irritation rise, reaching out to push Chen Yifan's shoulder. What's wrong, on mute? Or does a thief's tongue only serve to lick others' feet? Just as his hand was about to touch Chen Yifan. Get lost. A cold word was spat from Chen Yifan's mouth. He slowly raised his head, his eyes that had been half squinted opened fully. There was no anger, no fear. Only an abyss of indifference, as if looking at a lifeless object. Lin Feng felt his heart skip a beat under that gaze, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over him. At this moment, Li Wei, who was watching the show, became furious upon hearing the word get lost. Lin Feng is his person. One must look at the owner when hitting a dog. A thief, a despicable profession. Dare to tell his person to get lost. Isn't that indirectly telling him to get lost? You dare to say get lost to my person? Do you want to die? Li Wei exploded in rage. The A-level talent Frost Control activated, and the surrounding air instantly turned icy. The professionals from the black market retreated one after another, fearing being caught in the crossfire. Yet Chen Yifan seemed oblivious to the chilling air. His entire attention was focused on Lin Feng. Mental 160. His own mental attribute was 200. Fortune favors the bold. If one attempt fails, then 2 attempts. If 2 attempts fail, then 3 attempts. He must secure this talent. Even Jesus couldn't stop him. He insisted. As for the consequences of mental backlash. Morality. In this cannibalistic world, morality is a luxury for the strong, but a tombstone for the weak. Moreover, he is seen as a thief by everyone. A profession so despicable to the extreme. Chen Yifan chuckled self-deprecatingly in his heart. In his past life, he was muddled. In this life, to protect his only home, he wouldn't hesitate to steal the entire world. Make your move. Chen Yifan looked at the distorted face of Li Wei, his expression calm to the extreme. Hit here, the one who doesn't dare to make a move is your own grandson. He pointed a finger and lightly touched his temple. That indifferent tone was so intense that everyone get you. Li Wei's reason was completely burned to ashes by this one sentence. Go die, you piece of garbage. He roared, his fist, already covered in a thick layer of ice, smashed towards Chen Yifan's face. A chorus of gasps erupted around. They saw that Chen Yifan did not dodge, not even blinking. Just as the fist was about to hit him, a hand swift as a phantom reached out from the side, accurately grabbing Li Wei's wrist. It was Lin Feng. Weiga, calm down. His voice remained flat and undisturbed, but a trace of disdain for Li Wei flashed in his eyes. Idiot, this is the entrance to the black market, not your backyard. If a real fight breaks out, and the people in the black market intervene, no one will have a good time. The frost-covered fist stopped just 10 centimeters away from Chen Yifan's face. Now, while everyone's attention, including Lin Feng's, was focused on Li Wei, Chen Yifan's eyes shone with brilliance. Steel. A powerful sensation stronger than before surged from deep within his brain. This time it was not just dizziness, it felt as if countless steel needles were stabbing into his temple. The cost of stealing S-level talent was indeed exorbitant, especially since his mental power had not fully recovered. Chen Yifan's face turned pale in an instant, his body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. At that moment of confusion, a line of golden prompts exploded before his eyes. Steal successful. Congratulations, you have obtained S-level unique talent divine speed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was still gripping Li Wei's wrist, suddenly froze. His expression changed drastically in just 1 second. First shock, then confusion. Finally, it transformed into a kind of extreme horror and fear, as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight. A profound emptiness from the depths of his soul made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave, his hands and feet turning cold. What is happening? He didn't know, but he could feel that he was no longer whole. This tremendous flaw originating from his soul caused him to feel as if he had plummeted into an ice cave, an unprecedented fear of the unknown, clenching his heart tightly. But just then Li Wei's roar interrupted Lin Feng's shock. Hey, what the hell do you mean? I didn't touch you, don't. He saw Chen Yifan suddenly turn pale, his body swaying, as if he was about to fall towards him. Is this bastard trying to frame me? Li Wei's fist hung less than 30 centimeters from Chen Yifan's nose, gripped by Lin Feng. A nasty gust flecked with ice shards whipped at his temple hair. Chen Yifan's eyes rolled back, like a marionette whose strings had been cut. He went rigid and began to fall. No, not backward. He collapsed toward Li Wei at an exquisitely awkward angle, limp as rag. The turn of events arrived far too quickly. Li Wei's fury, barely poised to erupt, was half extinguished by the absurd spectacle before him. His mind blanked on the spot. I didn't hit him. The ice on my fist hasn't even melted. How did he fall? Falling toward me. Are you fucking staging a bump and fall? Li Wei instinctively tried to withdraw his hand, step back, and disavow any involvement. He had forgotten that Lin Feng still held his wrist fast. In that flash of a moment, there was no time to break free. Thus, under every gaze at the alley mouth, the spectacle of the year unfolded, a well-dressed brank prodigy about to deliver a murderous blow under the threat of an frank nobody. Then before the fist arrived, the frank nobody rolled his eyes with surgical precision and collapsed limply onto his assailant. A dull thud. Chen Yifan's brow struck Li Wei's brand-new blue-quality breastplate, producing a crisp, resonant echo. He slid down Li Wei's body to the ground, unresponsive. The alley mouth plunged into an eerie silence. The two burly gatekeepers, cigarettes between their lips, forgot to inhale as ash crept to the filters. Everyone's expressions froze. Shock, bewilderment, incredulity. These emotions converged into one unanimous thought: astonishingly professional. This staged accident had style and mastery. The angle, the force, the timing of the fall were textbook. Li Wei stood dumbfounded. He looked at his still extended fist, then at Chen Yifan by his feet, eyes closed, and with a faint, peaceful smile at the corner of his mouth. A chill crawled over Li Wei's scalp. And, not me. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he screamed, wrenching off Lin Feng's hand and stumbling backward. I didn't touch him. He fell on his own. You all saw it. The professionals around exchanged looks full of the unspoken sympathy. Brother, don't bother explaining. We know. Yes, we saw. We saw your fist wind up and ice chips scatter. We saw an unarmed double F newcomer go into shock from your intimidation. With witnesses and evidence all present, you still want to deny it. Wait of this. Li Wei's cronies panicked. Used to bullying, they had never seen such a spectacle. Beating people isn't the worst part. Worse is falling before the blow lands. If this gets out, where will their Zhang F4 reputation stand? Yet the most rattled person in the crowd was not Li Wei, it was Lin Feng. He stood rooted, body rigid, as if his blood had stopped flowing. The hollow that felt as if a piece had been gouged from his soul swept at his reason like the most venomous curse. He couldn't comprehend why his body suddenly felt this way. His gaze slipped involuntarily to the unconscious Chen Yifan on the ground. An absurd suspicion, venomous as a snake, coiled around his heart. Could it be him? Had he triggered some kind of skill? He didn't hit Li Wei, but rather affected him. No. Impossible. He's just an frank thief, a school. How could he possibly have such an ability? Lin Feng's thoughts unraveled. In the end, he forced down the panic that threatened to unhinge him, fixed a practiced calm on his face, and hurried to Chen Yifan to check for breath. He's breathing. His voice was dry with a faint tremor. It was an act. He realized at once that Chen Yifan was faking. What are you standing there for? Call the enforcement team. Causing trouble in the Heijin market and knocking someone out. Li family's brat has stepped on a steel plate this time. The Heijin market's rules are not to be touched. Tisk, to stage a bump and fall at this level, you've got real skill. The murmurs pricked at Li Wei's ears like needles. His face went pale and flushed by turns as he shook with rage, pointing at the feigning Chen Yifan. Get up, you bastard. Get up. At that moment, the two gatekeepers who had been watching finally moved. They stubbed out their cigarettes and came forward, flanking like two walls. The more ferocious-looking one spoke in an emotionless tone. The Heijin market forbids private fights. He collapsed at our gate. Come with us. His gaze swept Li Wei, Lin Feng, and the prostrate Chen Yifan. You lot are all the same. The show had been for spectators only, it was time to end it. Li Wei's face drained to the color of his breastplate. His father had warned him 1,000 times not to make trouble here. The power behind the Heijin market could not be trifled with. It being taken away by them would spare death, but would surely leave him stripped and humiliated. Big brothers, it's a misunderstanding. Li Wei instantly put on a grin, almost on his knees. I was only joking. Who knew he was so frail? The hulks ignored him and reached for Chen Yifan's arm. Then from the ground, Chen gave a weak moan, his eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was hazy with the confusion of waking. He glanced at the circle of onlookers, then fixed on Li Wei's terrified face. The next instant, as if struck by electricity, he recoiled with all limbs, blood draining from his face, his body trembling like a sieve. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. He clutched his head and screamed like a slaughtered pig, his voice full of raw terror and helplessness. I was wrong. He'll never do it again. Please don't beat me. This textbook victim's posture, this undid every rehearsed defense Li Wei had just prepared. Look how terrified he is, because clearly a frame. The professional's gazes at Li Wei mixed contempt with a trace of pity. Brother, give it up. You bumped into a pro and you're too clumsy to wash this clean. Fuck. Li Wei, pointing at Chen Yifan, was so winded with rage he nearly fainted. Never in his life had he felt so humiliated. Enough. As the crowd swelled, the Heijin market guards lost patience. Throw him out. The other hulking man stepped forward, grabbed Li Wei by the collar like a chick, and hauled him toward the alley exit. Let go of me. Do you know who my father is? My father is Li. He'll be back. Li Wei's shouts and his cronies' pleas faded into the distance. The alley mouth fell quiet again. The instigator Chen Yifan still crouched, clutching his head, shoulders heaving as if in fearful sobs. In truth, the corners of his mouth betrayed an uncontrollable grin. He had won. Not only had fortune favored him, he had successfully stolen N-level talent. He walked away unscathed and left Li Wei mortified. Ecstatic, so fucking ecstatic. Only the after effects hit hard. His head felt as if 10,000 woodpeckers were pecking at once. It buzzed. His spirit power had bottomed out, reduced to a pitiful 5 points. Are you all right? A voice suddenly sounded above him. Lin Feng. He hadn't left. Chen Yifan slowly raised his head, immediately donning a perfectly calibrated expression of shock and tear-streaked distress. My head is so dizzy, he hit me just now. His voice thick with nasality. Lin Feng stared intently at him. With Li Wei gone, Chen's true performance settled into place. Lin Feng searched that face for even the smallest flaw. There was none. On that handsome face was only the genuine terror and fragility of a lowly victim, so clean like a blank sheet. Could I have overthought this? Coincidence? Was it all coincidence? Yet the emptiness at his core felt so real, so painful. Lin Feng's heart knotted into a tangle. He didn't hit you, he said coldly. You fell on your own and struck his breastplate. Chen Yifan looked bewildered, touching his brow and sucking in a breath. Really? But it hurts so much. The stupid weak act eased the suspicion in Lin Feng's chest a little. Perhaps it truly was a coincidence. Such a loser could not possibly possess an ability that pierces the soul. The earlier oddity might have been a chain reaction from overfatigue. It simply happened to flare just now. Or perhaps one of the onlookers moved by the bullying intervened with a yes, that must be it. Lin Feng forced himself to believe it. He pulled a few 100 bills from his pocket and tossed them in front of Chen Yifan. Medical fees. Let's leave it at that. With that, he did not look back. He turned and vanished into the black market entrance. He planned to find a deserted place to examine his body and see what had gone wrong, whether there might be lingering after. At the alley mouth, only Chen Yifan and the scattered bills remained, along with the grim-faced guard who had not. Chen watched Lin Feng's departing back. A cold smile flickered in the depths of his eyes. He rose slowly, picked up the bills, and carefully blew the dust off them. Then he looked to the guard with a grateful, yet timid smile. Thanks, big brother, for stepping in. This is for you. Buy some cigarettes. The guard gave him a cold glance, said nothing, and nodded his chin toward the exit. Scram. Chun bowed and melted into the alley beyond. Mission complete. S-level innate talent Shinsu Godspeed, acquired. He even pocketed a few hundred in medical fees. A clean, lucrative score. Leaving the black gold market, Chen Yifan did not return home immediately. The cost of stealing in S-level talent was almost as draining as that of the Shadow Demon. His mental strength was nearly depleted. Each step felt as if he were walking on thick cotton, weak and powerless. The entire world warped and spun in his vision, the ringing in his ears sharp enough to pierce his eardrums. In this state, not to mention his mother Wang Shufan, even a passing pig would notice something was off with him. All the carefully woven lies would collapse in an instant. With the last bit of willpower, he turned into a secluded alley. This was a forgotten corner of the city. The trash cans emitted a putrid, rotten stench. A stray cat in the corner watched him, the uninvited guest with its eerie green eyes. Chen Yifan leaned against the cold wall, his body uncontrollably sliding down to the ground. He gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking his clothes in an instant. He forced his eyes shut and summoned his attribute panel. Name Chen Yifan. Occupation level thief. Level 0/100. Spiritual energy 98. Mental strength 3200, on the verge of collapse. Attribute strength 50, agility 80, constitution 70, spirit 200. Talent 1, public level speed enhancement LV 0. Talent 2, hidden level Godspeed unique LV 0. Talent 3, hidden no level all things theft unique LV 1. Skill 1, spatial flicker level LV 0. Skill 2, theft investigation LV 0. Skill 3, theft LV 0. Cooldown 23 hours 33 minutes. His mental strength was reduced to a pitiful 3 points. He had no doubt that once this number reached 0, he might faint on the spot, entrusting his life and death completely to fate. It was too risky, but the reward was worth betting everything. His gaze burned with intensity as he stared at the brand new talent. Talent 2, hidden level Godspeed unique LV 0. Effect passive permanent enhancement of nerve reaction speed, dynamic vision, and body coordination. Effect active when activated. The mind enters a super frequency state, significantly slowing down the perceived flow of time and greatly enhancing self-speed. Continually consumes mental strength and spiritual energy. Passive enhancement and active explosion. This was a true divine level talent. Spatial flicker changed his method of displacement, while Godspeed granted him the perfect mastery over this displacement. The blade and the wielder truly became one at this moment. This ecstasy that surged from the depths of his soul transformed into a fierce, while making him more resilient against the dizziness. He could not sleep. At least not here. Chen Yifan pulled out the few hundred yuan that Lin Feng had compensated him, searching for the cheapest hotel nearby. After locking the door, he almost collapsed onto the bed, forcing his consciousness to sink into the deepest darkness. This was the most efficient, cost-effective, and safest way to recover he could think of. When he opened his eyes again, the outside was already illuminated by bright lights. The old quartz clock on the wall pointed to 8 o'clock. He immediately opened his attribute panel. His mental strength had recovered to 150 points. The recovery effect of deep sleep was far better than he had imagined. Although a lingering fatigue remained within his body, his mind had already cleared. He stood up and walked to the stained dressing mirror. The youth in the mirror looked the same, but his eyes held a hidden. Chen Yifan knew. Everything was utterly different now. He extended his right hand, gently tossing the few hundred yuan bills into the air. Then he silently chanted, Godspeed activate. Buzz. In an instant, the world lost its sound. It was not that everything became faster, but rather, the entire world slowed down. The bills seemed to have been pressed by a tenfold slow-motion button stretching, floating, and slowly descending in a manner that defied logic. The anti-counterfeiting gold thread on the bills, the slightly blurred ink on the serial numbers, and even the fine paper fibers broken from folding were all vividly clear in his view. The sharp honk of a car outside the hotel was stretched into a long, monotonous soundtrack. A moth outside flew towards the light tube. Every flap of its wings created tiny air whirlpools, clearly reflecting in his pupils. At this moment, his thoughts transcended the constraints of time. This was a godlike perspective. Chen Yifan slowly raised his right hand, and then suddenly clenched it. Strength, speed, everything felt normal. But the sensation of controlling them had undergone a dramatic change. If before he was like a rocket without brakes or a steering wheel, then now he was like Schumacher fused with an F1 car. Chen Yifan's gaze swept over the bills, and his brain completed trajectory analysis at a speed surpassing that of a computer. He extended his index finger, precisely pointing in the air. His fingertip deftly adjusted the corner of the first bill. Next came the second, the third. His fingers traced elegant illusions in the air, aligning all the bills in a perfect vertical line from top to bottom. Then he turned off Godspeed. The world thundered back to its normal flow. The bills that should have been scattered asunder were, as if controlled by an invisible hand. Perfectly one bill stacked atop another, neatly falling back into his palm. Not a single one out of place. However, after shutting off Godspeed, Chen Yifan's brain and body seemed to still retain the aftereffects of the superfrequency. It made him perceive everything as if it were in slow motion. He glanced at the panel. Activating Godspeed for just a few seconds consumed 10 points of mental strength and 20 points of spiritual energy. It was completely within an acceptable range. When he returned to Nanfeng Alley, it was already past 8 in the evening. As soon as he stepped through the door, "Why are you back so late? I couldn't reach you by phone. I was so worried." Wang Shufan saw him, first relieved, then immediately began to scold him. "The newbie dungeon is the day after tomorrow. I went to the internet cafe with classmates to check some information, and my phone ran out of battery." Chen Yifan smiled, handing her the roast duck he bought from the roadside. "Mom, hey, race a dish." Wang Shufan took the roast duck, her reproach turning into a wry smile. At the dining table, Chen Yifan devoured his food ravenously. The intense mental and physical exhaustion made him feel as if he could eat an entire cow. Chen Shui sat quietly beside him, eating her meal in small bites. Suddenly, she paused, her unfocused, beautiful eyes once again looking towards Chen Yifan. "Brother." Chen Yifan mumbled with his mouth full of rice. "The smell on you has changed again." Chen Yifan's hand, which was picking up vegetables, froze in midair for a moment. "Here we go again. What kind of smell is it this time? Human or spicy?" "Not that." Chen Shui shook her head seriously, trying to discern. "The smell of blood and rust has faded." She frowned slightly, as if searching for an accurate adjective. "I can't quite describe it. Like the smell in the air just before a thunderstorm in the summer afternoon. A bit stuffy, but also a bit crackling. The scent of a thunderstorm. Ozone." Chen Yifan felt a chill in his heart. The essence of Godspeed was the super-frequency transmission of neural signals, the ultimate application of bioelectricity. What his sister sensed was likely the scent of the still active bioelectric fields within him that had not yet fully settled. That must be the bad air in the internet cafe. With all the computers running, it's just the smell of static electricity and dust. Chen Yifan nonchalantly shifted the blame to the internet cafe. Chen Shui nodded, seemingly understanding, and did not pursue the matter further. Yet for the first time, Chen Yifan felt a deep shock at his sister's vision. After finishing his meal, he went straight back to his room, leaning against the cold door, exhaling deeply. A thought lingered in his mind. To use theft investigation to check on Xiox's eyes. But this idea lasted only a few seconds before he dismissed it. His talent was essentially plunder. The prerequisite for theft was investigation. An investigation, to put it bluntly, was mental intrusion, forcibly obtaining various information from others. He could not afford to gamble. To cure his sister's eyes, he had to use the safest and cleanest methods, even if that path was 1,000 times more difficult. Having understood this, his mindset became unprecedentedly clear and firm. He pulled out a chair, sat down, opened the map he had obtained for free from the forum, and the detailed guide, his gaze gradually sharpening like a knife. The day after tomorrow was the school's mobilization meeting. Once the meeting concluded, they would head straight into the newbie dungeon. Tomorrow he could use his theft ability once more. Monday. On the day of the mobilization meeting, Chen Yifan did not use the skill All Things Theft again. After stealing from glass beings twice in a row, his zero-level body was nearly drained. He did not want to experience the pain of having his soul brutally torn apart once more before entering the instance. Caution is the only passport for the weak. He spent the whole day restoring his mental strength to its absolute peak. At this moment in the auditorium of Jiangqing No. One high school, thousands of senior students were packed in the air, stifling, mixed with the scent of youthful sweat and fervor. Chen Yifan and Wang Pengzi huddled in the most inconspicuous corner. Fancy look. Su Qingxue. Wow, what a fairy. Wang Pengzi excitedly elbowed Chen Yifan, his jaw nearly reaching the sky. Chen Yifan raised his eyes. In the front row of the stage, Su Qingxue sat quietly, her face pale with a hint of coldness, and an aura of do not approach surrounded her. She isolated herself from all surrounding noise. Class talent, frozen throne. The aura that came with her talent made her a snow lotus that could not be ignored in the crowd. However, such figures at the forefront of the pyramid are sources of immense trouble. Chen Yifan's gaze lingered on her for less than half a second before swiftly moving away. Right now, he only wanted to make money, level up, and keep a low profile. For someone like her, he must maintain a respectful distance, especially since the original owner of this body seemed to harbor an obsession with this woman. He needed to stay far away. Then his gaze fell on another side. Li Wei. And behind him, Lin Feng. Li Wei's face was extremely grim, his resentful gaze searching the crowd repeatedly. When his eyes met Chen Yifan's, the resentment instantly boiled over into unabashed malice. He raised his hand and made a clear gesture of cutting his throat towards Chen Yifan. Chen Yifan chose to ignore him. A dog that could only bark was not worth his attention for even a second. His gaze passed through Li Wei and accurately locked onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng was as quiet as a soulless shadow. Yet Chen Yifan could distinctly sense the strong gloom and oppression radiating from him. A proud genius discovering that the foundation he relied on for survival had been forcibly excavated by others, yet unable to find any trace of it. The feeling of helplessness and madness was enough to drive anyone insane. A subtle smile curled at the corner of Chen Yifan's mouth. Silence. The principal's loud voice echoed throughout the auditorium. The long and tedious speech began. Chen Yifan closed his eyes, his mind sinking into his consciousness. Goblin Mind, one of the novice instances. It is also one of the few instances that can be manually activated due to some special technology controlled by the Education Bureau. There are 3 levels in total. Level 1 features ordinary goblins fodder and is the main place for everyone to level up. Level 2 consists of elite patrolling soldiers with a higher level and better chances of dropping equipment, skill books, and materials. Level 3 contains the boss goblin foreman and a rare mining point marked on the map near the boss. His brain raced, instantly planning a path toward maximum benefit. There are 3 goals: first, to level up to level 5. Second, to mine and make money. Third, and most importantly, to hide his talent. A tree standing tall in the forest will surely be blown down by the wind. As a thief, being overly conspicuous before changing jobs would only invite endless trouble. Next, let us welcome the pride of Jiangxing No. One high school, the double-class genius Su Qingxue, to give a speech. The principal's voice snapped Chen Yifan out of his thoughts. Thunderous applause erupted. Su Qingxue stepped onto the stage, and the previously noisy auditorium instantly fell silent. Her voice was cold, every word striking the hearts of the listeners as she briefly encouraged everyone, then stepped down. Every word exuded absolute confidence. Fancy, that aura is too strong. If I had half her power, I could swagger around. Wang Pengzi said in a hushed tone, his eyes full of admiration. Chen Yifan smiled, but said nothing. The aura was indeed formidable. He learned of it from the discussions among classmates upon arriving at school today. The threshold of the Su family had nearly been trampled flat by the admissions offices of major prestigious schools over the weekend. Coming from the same slum background, the gap between the two was like heaven and earth. This is the power of an class genius. It is something he could not provoke at his current level. Next, it was Li Wei's turn. As a wealthy second generation who had donated plenty of supplies to the school, he was also invited onto the stage. As soon as he took the stage, his cold gaze locked onto Chen Yifan in the corner. Fellow students, the instance is fraught with danger. Everyone must unite. He then shifted the topic, a malicious smile spreading across his face. Of course, we must also guard against certain individuals who like to take the crooked path, such as our double F. War God. He emphasized the last few words heavily, filled with mockery and humiliation. Puff. The crowd erupted into suppressed laughter. Countless disdainful mocking and gloating gazes wove a web directed at the corner. Fancy that's Wang Pengzi's face turned red with anger, his clenched fists showing bulging veins. Chen Yifan pressed down on his agitated shoulder. Calm down. His voice was light and calm. He even managed to show the crowd a perfectly timed, somewhat awkward smile, filled with helplessness. That expression of "I know you are laughing at me, but I cannot refute" was performed to perfection. Yet deep within, where no one could see, an icy ocean lay still and silent. He silently drew another circle next to Li Wei's name in the death note in his heart. The meeting concluded. The vice principal announced the final rules. Within the instance, free competition is allowed, but malicious injury or death is strictly prohibited. Violators will be severely punished by the school's enforcement team. Now everyone assemble and head to the playground. The rift marker is about to open. Boom. The auditorium erupted in chaos. Chen Yifan stood up with the crowd. He glanced at Wang Pengzi beside him, who was itching to fight, and then at Lin Feng in the distance, whose eyes were cold and fierce. The opportunity had come. As a thief, this practical lesson at school was his only chance to turn things around. Outside the city, low-level monsters were nearly extinct. Only in the novice instance were there monsters suitable for them to level up. If he reached level 5, he could remain in the vocational class and gain another chance to enter the instance and prepare for the college entrance examination. Otherwise, he would lose all chances to level up forever. Fancy, stick close to me. My shield is your life. Wang Pengzi patted his chest full of enthusiasm. Chen Yifan nodded. In the center of the playground, a massive metal rune arch glimmered with ghostly light, the interior rippling like shimmering water. As Chen Yifan and Wang Pengzi approached, the previously noisy environment fell silent for a moment. All eyes fell upon him once again. Oh, isn't this our double F war god, Chen the Thief? He actually dares to come. Why wouldn't he dare? Maybe he just wants to scope things out before entering the instance and see whose pockets are fuller. Huh. Good point. Everyone keep a close watch on your belongings. The harsh sounds of mockery erupted again. Wang Pengzi's face turned red with anger, ready to explode, but he was pulled back by Chen Yifan. Pengzi, why bother arguing with a bunch of flies? Chen Yifan said calmly, ignoring everyone and finding a corner to stand. It wasn't that he was cowardly. Moreover, the instance was about to open. If he lost this opportunity due to unnecessary quarrels, it would be a loss beyond measure. Besides, as a class thief, could he expect the school to seek justice for him? He couldn't afford any unexpected incidents. At this moment, Li Wei approached, surrounded by a group of people. He had already changed into a brand new blue combat suit that he had previously seen, and his psychic pistol was presumably stowed away. He carried a long bow that gleamed coldly on his back, full of vigor. He walked straight up to Chen Yifan, looking down from a height. Chen Yifan, are you also going into the instance? What can a level F thief do inside? Steal goblins' underwear. His followers burst into uproarious laughter. Weiga, you don't know this, but he has an F-class talent speed amplification. With fast hands, he might just strip the goblins of all their equipment. Ha ha, then we should keep our distance from him, or the equipment we worked hard for will vanish in an instant. Li Wei relished this feeling. He lowered his voice to a volume only the two of them could hear. Trash like you is destined to be eliminated in this instance. Go to the lowest level of society and be a bug. By then you won't even qualify to see my back. Chen Yifan finally raised his eyelids and glanced at him. His eyes were calm, as if looking at a lifeless stone. He only said one word. Oh. Once again it was oh. Li Wei felt as if he had punched cotton, nearly exploding on the spot. Why was he so a double F waste? What right did he have? Just as the atmosphere became tense, the principal on the platform cleared his throat. Students, quiet down. The scores from this assessment will directly count towards your college entrance examination total. An A class rating adds 10 points, an S class rating adds 30 points, and an SS class rating guarantees admission to the 3 top universities in Dragon Country. Boom. With this one sentence, the entire audience was ignited. Admission to the 3 top universities. Everyone's eyes turned red. Li Wei clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bursting with determination. With his class Frost Archer and a class talent, getting in a class rating would be effortless. As for S-class, or SSS, don't dream about it. An A class rating is a standard issued by the Education Bureau and will not trigger the system's evaluation mechanism. To obtain an S-class or higher rating, you must clear the instance. Now begin free team formation. The number of people per team must not exceed 5. A countdown of 10 minutes starts now. As soon as he finished speaking, people instantly surrounded Li Wei. Wei Ge, please take me. I'm a class shield guard, I can tank and fight. Wei Ge, take me with you. I'm a class priest with plenty of healing power. However, Lin Feng did not approach. He walked through the crowd step by step to stand in front of Chen Yifan. Wang Pengzi immediately stood protectively in front of Chen Yifan. What do you want? Don't think about bullying my brother. Lin Feng completely ignored Wang Pengzi this shield. His gaze penetrated everything, fixated solely on Chen Yifan. Each word, his voice hoarse, seemed to be soaked in endless confusion and pain. Saturday at the black market. What did you do to me? Saturday at the black market. And what exactly? And did you do to me? In Wang Fugui's burly frame loomed like a wall, blocking Chen Yifan completely. Hearing Lin Feng's question, he remained bewildered, but instinct screamed that this man's gaze upon his brother was unnerving, predatory, as if ready to devour him whole. What business is it of yours what you've done to my brother? In Wang Fugue demanded in his deep, gravelly voice. And don't think being a Class C grants you license to bully others. I, Wang Fugue, am no pushover. Yet Lin Feng's eyes never lingered on Wang Fugue, and they pierced past his broad shoulders, locking unflinchingly onto Chen Yifan's face. It was a gaze tangled with madness, bewilderment, despair, and a sick, ravenous hunger. Na Prodigy, Nu had just discovered the very core of his existence ripped away without warning, yet could not locate a single enemy. Not even the faintest trace remained. In this suffocating helplessness, the kind that grinds unshakable reason into dust. Answer me. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, each word edged with ironclad obsessive certainty. Chen Yifan's heart beat with eerie, unwavering calm. The perfect mask of confusion swiftly dissolved into abject terror. Like a startled hare, he flinched half a step backward, vanishing behind Wang Fugue's broader, sturdier silhouette. Only half his head dared emerge, nays wide with trembling awe and feigned innocence. Classmate, what are you talking about? His voice quivered with flawless timidity, as though genuinely terrified by Lin Feng. I didn't do anything to you. This flawless performance of vulnerability only fanned Wang Fugue's fury higher. Lin Feng, are you insane? Wang Fugue roared. Look how you frightened him. Bullying a class student. Do you have any shame left? Lin Feng's chest heaved violently as he stared at Chen Yifan's face, not canvas of pure, trembling innocence. Was it all an act? It had to be. How could such an impossible ability exist in this world? Silent, invisible, stealing what mattered most without leaving a whisper. Yet at the black market that day, aside from those arrogant wealthy brats, only Chen Yifan had stood close enough. That hollow, soul-rending emptiness struck the instant Lin Feng seized Li Wei's wrist, and Li Wei collapsed. Nan, besides Chen Yifan, was undeniably a thief. There was no mistake. Lin Feng took one deliberate step forward, his aura surging with raw, volatile force. What do you think you're doing? Wang Fugue surged forward in response, his innate talent, resilient skin, activating instantly. His exposed skin shimmered with a hardened, keratinous sheen. Want to fight? Bring it on. Today I'll show you what it means to honor the dignity of a living shield. The commotion drew glances from nearby students. Isn't that Lin Feng? A Class C windblade artisan. Why is he clashing with Wang Fugue? Take a closer look. That kid beside Wang Fugue is none other than the infamous dual F war god Chen Yifan. I see. Chen Yifan must have done something unforgivable. Lin Feng's meting out righteous justice. Looks likely. Just look at how cowed Chen Yifan is. Clearly guilty as sin. Their whispers buzzed like gnats drilling into Chen Yifan's ears, and he bowed his head even lower. His whole body trembled more violently, radiating pitiful fragility. At that moment, Lin Feng's reason teetered on the edge of incineration. He cared nothing for onlookers' stares. He only wanted to crack open Chen Yifan's skull and peer into the abyss of secrets hidden within. Chen Yifan. Lin Feng's voice dropped to a terrifying hush. One last time. I ask you, did you take what's mine and what? What was it? Wang Fugue blinked, turning to Chen Yifan. Fanzi. What did you take from him? Chen Yifan shook his head frantically, his eyes reddened visibly almost instantly. I didn't. Brother, I took nothing. I don't even know who he is. Ni's voice cracked, breaking into raw, tearful shouts toward the crowd. Everyone, bear witness. Though my aptitude is poor, I've never stolen. Not once. I wouldn't even pick up money dropped on the ground. I would never ever take what belongs to another. This rambling, disjointed defense, brimming with the panic and powerlessness of the utterly defenseless, carried more conviction than any polished rhetoric. A pitiful, broken creature, vividly, devastatingly real. The tide of murmurs began to shift, especially among the girls. Well, maybe it isn't Chen Yifan's fault. Look, he's nearly in tears, and it's cruel. Just because he reclassified as a thief doesn't mean he stole whatever went missing. Isn't Lin Feng going too far? What proof does he have to accuse someone so recklessly? Exactly. Just because he's Class C, does that make him untouchable? Lin Feng heard every word and felt his lungs constrict with white-hot rage. Ni's fists clenched until his knuckles popped with brittle, grinding cracks. He longed to charge forward, seize Chen Yifan by the collar, and scream the truth from his throat, but he couldn't. Godspeed was his greatest secret. It was the bedrock of his survival in this merciless world. It was the weapon he would wield to surpass Su Qingsu and ascend to the pinnacle of power. This secret must never see the light. Yet without revealing it, he held no evidence to accuse Chen Yifan, and he was trapped in a perfect, suffocating paradox. Chen Yifan, watching Lin Feng's face twist with impotent fury, felt only cold stillness within. Playing games with me. And Yuri still far too green. And your greatest weakness is that very secret, shrouded, forbidden, unseen. Nandai, I am the only one who knows it, and the one who stripped it from you hand over hand. This psychological duel was lost before it even began. Classmate, what exactly did you lose? Chen Yifan lifted his tear-streaked face, speaking with delicate caution and a quiet probing concern. Was it valuable? If you tell us everyone can help search, it takes many hands to lift a mountain after all. And that seemingly kind suggestion struck Lin Feng's heart like a poisoned dagger. Tell them. And how could he possibly utter it aloud? And that he'd lost his soul's glass unique talent. And who in this world would believe him? Pooh. And Lin Feng could no longer contain it. A sharp, bitter surge rose in his throat, and he spat a fine spray of blood. Stunned silence erupted around him. Whoa, did he actually spit blood from sheer rage? Lin Feng's mental fortitude is weaker than I thought. Getting driven to this state by an class, and even Wang Fugui stood frozen in disbelief. He stared at the crimson stain at Lin Feng's lips, then at Chen Yifan shivering beside him. Nan scratched his head, utterly baffled. What in the world was happening? And why did it suddenly feel as if Chen Yifan were the one wielding violence? Just then a haughty voice cut through the air from afar. What's going on? Lin Feng, did this trash provoke you? Crowds parted instinctively as Li Wei strode forward, confident and commanding. Several similarly well-equipped followers trailed behind him. Ni's gaze didn't even flicker toward Chen Yifan, instead fixing immediately upon Lin Feng, brows furrowing in displeasure. Lin Feng was his man. Now his man had publicly spat blood, tarnishing his prestige. Seeing Li Wei, Lin Feng's face flushed pale, then darkened, he swallowed the metallic tang rising in his throat with visible effort. He knew he couldn't falter further, not in front of Li Wei. Nothing serious. And he drew a slow, steadying breath, summoning every ounce of will to steady his voice. Just a misunderstanding. And then with one venomous lingering glance at Chen Yifan, look that promised end wait. In the dungeon, I'll peel you apart layer by layer. He turned sharply and walked, without pause or glance back, to join Li Wei's group like a wounded lone wolf retreating into shadow. And no matter how Li Wei pressed for answers, Lin Feng insisted it was merely a misunderstanding. Frustrated, Li Wei scolded him sharply, and the absurd spectacle ended there. As the crowd dispersed, every glance cast toward Chen Yifan now carried a strange, unspoken reverence. To drive a classy prodigy to the brink of hemorrhage, this class student must possess some extraordinary psychic assault technique. Fancy, you're incredible. Wang Fugui, after holding his breath for what felt like an eternity, finally thrust his thumb skyward, Ni's expression a masterpiece of awe and astonishment. Your tongue is harder than my shield. Chen Yifan brushed away tears that had never fallen. He exhaled deeply, then clapped Wang Fugui on the shoulder, his face still pale with simulated relief, scared me half to death, brother. Lucky you stood guard, or they'd have broken my legs today. What's with these geniuses these days? So short-tempered. Wang Fugui pounded his chest and laughed heartily. Relax. As long as I'm here, no one lays a finger on you. Chen Yifan smiled and nodded, but beneath his eyes flashed once sharp and absolute. Lin Feng. And this was only the beginning. Soon 4 elite combat specialized students gathered around Li Wei, forming a dazzling all-star. Meanwhile, a solitary crystalline figure stood apart, none touched by the clamor, as if suspended outside time itself. NSU Qingsu. And she remained motionless. As the sole bearer of N's class talent, she possessed both the right and the strength to claim all experience alone. Her gaze drifted, unbidden, back to that corner where he stood. And he would be abandoned by everyone, wouldn't he? Class thief. Whom would anyone choose to recruit? Had he truly wept from fear moments ago? And for some inexplicable reason, the surreal image of that class nobody reducing a Class C genius to bloody gasping collapse refused to fade from her mind. Why did that thought stir such an unfamiliar, nameless irritation within her? As the team formation began, it entered the most intense phase of reality. Around the strong people clustered, their smiles and flattery piling up like a mountain. Meanwhile, those with ordinary professions and mediocre talents gathered in small groups, their eyes filled with anxiety about the future. Across the entire playground, only one person had a radius of 10 meters around him, creating a vacuum. Chen Yifan. He resembled a statue forgotten in a corner, ignored by all. No, he was even less than a statue. At least no one would worry that a statue would steal their wallet. Hey, look, that Chen thief, still no one wants him. Of course, who would dare? Taking a thief into a dungeon is like asking for trouble, wanting to do charity in there. Exactly, he can't help in battle, but he's the fastest when looting a pure team burden. I guess he'll end up going into the dungeon alone only to be knocked out by a goblin. His body won't even be found. The gossip was unrestrained like countless tiny needles piercing that lonely corner. Wang Pengzi stood beside Chen Yifan, his chubby face turning the color of pig liver, his fists clenched until the knuckles turned white. Fancy, these bastards are bullying us too much. I really can't hold back any longer. Arguing with a bunch of dogs will only lower your status. Chen Yifan pressed down on his slightly trembling shoulder, his expression as calm as an ancient well. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. In fact, he enjoyed this result. Being ignored by everyone was the best camouflage for a thief. But Wang Pengzi was anxious. How can the two of us go into a dungeon? I'm just a tank, I can't deal damage at all. Wang Pengzi had chosen the Clevel Warrior class with a level talent, resilient skin, a pure meat shield, whose attack power was indeed a weak point. Who says we can't deal damage? Chen Yifan spoke lightly. Wang Pengzi was taken aback looking at Chen Yifan's excessively handsome face, opening his mouth, but ultimately swallowing his doubts. For some reason, he felt that today's Fanzi was completely different from before. Deep within his gaze lay a confidence and madness that made even him feel a bit alarmed. All right, Fanzi, I believe in you. Wang Pengzi slapped his chest, his voice booming. If you say go east, I won't go west. If you say to beat him up, I won't even frown. Just then Li Wei arrived with his team composed entirely of Clevel and above professionals swaggering over. Oh, isn't this Wang the Great Meat Shield? Li Wei laughed exaggeratedly. So are you really planning to play the brotherly bond with this Flevel thief? I advise you to think carefully, following a waste has no future. Don't say extra points for the college entrance exam, whether you can come out alive is a question mark. A level berserker named Zhao who beside him chimed in. Exactly, Pengzi, come to our team. Wei Ge has already spoken, we need someone who can handle things. Follow us, I guarantee you'll get in a level rating. Isn't that better than following a waste? This was a blatant attempt to poach. It was a heart-wrenching humiliation. Wang Pengzi's neck stiffened, and without thinking he shouted back, get lost. Who I team up with is none of your damn business. In this life, I only recognize Chen Yifan as my brother. Don't talk about going into a dungeon. Even if you ask me to lick a dung pit right now, as long as Fanzi says it's nutritious, I won't even blink. These coarse but resounding words surprised many around them. They hadn't expected this usually silly-looking chubby guy to be so loyal. Li Wei's expression darkened instantly. Wang Pengzi actually dared to publicly disrespect him. Good, very good, Li Wei laughed through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. You've got guts. I want to see how long this garbage duo can last in the dungeon. Let's go. Li Wei waved his sleeve. As the farce concluded, the area around Chen Yifan and Wang Pengzi returned to silence once more. Is what you said true? Chen Yifan's expression was strange. What? Eat shit. Get lost. Ha ha. Chen Yifan patted Wang Pengzi's shoulder, a warm feeling flowing through his heart. Though this world was messed up, having such a lovely brother was not a total loss. Classmate. A timid voice sounded from behind them. The two turned around. A petite girl wearing black-rimmed glasses was nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes, her head lowered. The girl was very pretty but seemed a bit self-conscious, not daring to raise her head. What is it? Wang Pengzi asked in confusion. My name is Lin Xiaoyu. Can I join your team? The girl mustered all her courage, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Wang Pengzi was taken aback, looking her up and down. What's your profession? A level herbalist. Lin Xiaoyu's voice grew even softer, her face buried lower, as if she wished she could disappear into the ground. An herbalist. Wang Pengzi scratched his head, his expression filled with disbelief. This profession was practically useless in the novice dungeon. Cannot attack, cannot tank, cannot heal. The only utility was identifying some herbs. But in the goblin mine, it was just stones and goblins. Where were the herbs? Was this another pure burden? He was about to refuse when Chen Yifan stopped him. Chen Yifan looked at the girl before him, feeling an odd familiarity. A thought crossed his mind. Steal check. Target Lin Xiaoyu profession, a level herbalist, spirit 110 talent, a level absolute plant affinity, stealable list talent absolute plant affinity, a level skill herb identification, beginner item, half a bag of Isatis indigotica in her pocket. Chen Yifan's heart raced. An a level talent, absolute plant affinity, and a level support profession with a spirit level of 110 points, twice that of a normal person. This was definitely abnormal. His gaze fell on the description of that a level talent. Absolute plant affinity, able to communicate deeply with plants, soothe their emotions, and significantly promote their growth. Instantly, a piece of information he had gleaned from the forum, dismissed by many as garbage, exploded in his mind. In the depths of the mind, there's a type of glowing moss. Goblins hate that scent. It's the best monster-repelling tool in the early stages. Moss is also a plant. What if this talent could promote the growth of the glowing moss? What if she could communicate with these mosses, directly finding the largest and densest patch? Chen Yifan's heart felt as if it was on fire. This was not a burden at all. This was clearly an unrecognized trump card that could change the entire dungeon strategy. Sure. Chen Yifan spoke up. His voice was not loud, but it was impeccably clear. Huh. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly raised her head, her eyes behind the lenses filled with disbelief. Wang Pengzi also panicked, pulling Chen Yifan aside and lowering his voice. Fanzi, are you crazy? The two of us are struggling enough, and now you want to bring a gatherer. We're going to fight monsters and level up, not go on a picnic. She's useful, Chen Yifan said, looking at Lin Xiaoyu with an undeniable tone, and it's a use that only we can tap into. Trust me. After calming down Wang Pengzi, he turned to the girl and offered a gentle smile. Well, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes turned red instantly. She had been rejected everywhere, and everyone looked at her as if she were a pile of trash. This was the first, and the only team willing to accept her. Thank you. Thank you so much. She kept bowing, so excited she was almost incoherent. I will work hard, I won't hold you back. Thus, under the gaze of everyone watching the spectacle, the most absurd team in the history of Jiangxing No. One high school was formed. An Flevel thief despised by the entire school. A Clevel meat shield with a simple mind and brute strength. And a level herbalist who couldn't even defeat goblins and was utterly useless. They stood together, seemingly the most glaring joke in this genius era. Known as the Waste Trio, everyone enter the rift. Accompanied by the furious shout of the director. The light of the rift mark completely engulfed all their figures. Goblin mine. Here I come. A wave of weightlessness hit him, as if he had been tossed around inside a washing machine for several spins. Chen Yifan let out a muffled groan, forcing himself to stabilize his stance. The scene before him quickly solidified from a swirling blur of colors into a dark underground world. The air was thick with a strange odor, a mix of earthy and sulfurous scents, damp and cold. The walls were rough rock embedded with specks of phosphorescent or emitting a ghostly green glow like will-o'-the-wisps. It barely illuminated a small area beneath his feet. In the distance, from the depths of the dark tunnel, the sound of metal striking rock occasionally echoed. Along with it came the sharp, dry roar of some creature. The goblin mine. They had arrived. Almost the moment they landed, all the students instinctively distanced themselves from one another, warily eyeing each other, searching for their teammates. At this moment, an invisible tension divided the classmates who had been transported here into hundreds of small groups. Chen Yifan, Wang Pengzi, and Lin Xiaoyu, who was so nervous she was close to tearing her own clothes. Naturally, she was pushed to the very edge of the corner. Scornful or sympathetic glances swept over them like searchlights, ultimately converging into silent laughter. Fancy, this place is truly creepy. Wang Pengzi tightened the single-handed shield on his back, lowering his voice, trying to mask a hint of his own tension with exaggerated volume. It feels like a horror movie set. Watch your step. Chen Yifan ignored the gazes around him, his eyes quickly scanning the ground. The terrain here was uneven, littered with rubble. Occasionally there were slimy liquids secreted by unknown fungi, which could easily cause a slip. Falling in such a place could have dire consequences. Lin Xiaoyu was even more frightened, her face pale. She clung tightly to Wang Pengzi's back, as if his broad figure was her only lifeline. Creak! A piercing shriek echoed from the shadows not far away. A small, grotesquely green creature with large bat-like ears leaped out from behind a rock, wielding a rusty iron rod. Its small bean-sized eyes glimmered with a greedy and cruel light, fixated on the nearest girl. A goblin! The girl screamed and instinctively backed away, forgetting the rubble beneath her feet, her body swaying as she awkwardly fell to the ground. The goblin let out an excited screech, sprinting forward with its bow-legged stance, raising the iron rod. Damn it, asking for death. A loud bellow came from the girl's male companion, who instantly reacted. He was a blade warrior. A standard long knife appeared in his hand out of thin air, and with a flash of steel, a fierce strike aimed at the goblin. Though the goblin's movements were clumsy, its survival instincts were not weak, and it managed to halt its forward momentum, blocking with the iron rod. Clang! A harsh metallic clash. The long knife sliced through the iron rod, continuing its momentum to strike into the goblin's shoulder. Green blood gushed forth as the goblin let out a shriek and flew backward, struggling for a moment before becoming still. Goblin killed, level 1, gained 5 experience points. Goblin killed, level 1, gained 5 experience points. A prompt popped up above the heads of the boy and the girl he protected. In an instant, the atmosphere at the entrance of the mine shifted from tense to frenzied. Is it really that weak? Split it between 2 people, 5 points each. If solo killed, that's 10 points. To level up to 5, wouldn't it just take killing 50? What are we waiting for? Let's steal some kills. After a brief silence, the crowd surged like sharks, smelling blood rushing toward the various forks in the mine. The once relatively spacious entrance quickly became empty. Li Wei and his all-star team were at the frost arrow. Li Wei drew back his longbow. An arrow made of ice crystals shot through the air, precisely embedding itself in the forehead of a goblin that had just poked its head out. It was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, which then shattered with a loud crash. Goblin killed, level 1 gained 2 experience points. With a 5-person team, the experience was shared 2 points each. Huh. Awesome. Following Brother Wei, even drinking soup is tastier than others eating meat. Clear the area. Don't let those trash take our kills. Li Wei's team moved like an efficient harvesting machine, accompanied by the intertwining of frost and flames. They trampled through, leaving behind a ground strewn with goblin corpses. As they passed by Chen Yifan and the others, Li Wei deliberately slowed down, casting them a scornful glance, his lips clearly forming the words, "Trash, just wait to cry." Soon the entrance area was left with only Chen Yifan and his 2 companions. "Fanzi, let's hurry. If we don't leave soon, we won't even get a taste of the soup." Wang Panzi was anxiously pulling at his hair. No rush. Chen Yifan's gaze, however, was fixed on the goblin corpse that the Blade Warrior had slain. He walked over slowly, crouching beside the corpse. Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu were both stunned. "Fanzi, what are you looking at? This thing won't drop any gold coins." Chen Yifan did not answer. Instead, he reached out and gently prodded the goblin's shoulder wound. The injury was deep, nearly severing its collarbone, and the green blood had already begun to congeal. It felt particularly real. "Look here." Chen Yifan pointed to the depth of the wound. Its bone density and muscle resilience are higher than that of an ordinary human. The earlier Blade Warrior's strength must have been at least 100 points or more to achieve such a one-hit, and Li Wei's frost arrow directly attacked the brain of vital area, triggering a fatal wound determination, which is why it was a one-shot kill. What does this mean? Chen Yifan raised his head to look at the bewildered Wang Pengzi. "It means they're quite powerful." Wang Pengzi scratched his head. "It means we can't go head-to-head." Chen Yifan rolled his eyes, stood up, and brushed off the dust from his hands. "Your strength isn't enough, and my dagger feels like a toy. To kill a goblin, we can only attack in one specific area." He gestured between his neck and eyes. "Here is their only weakness." After saying that, he pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, which was the map he had obtained from the forum. "Let's go, we won't fight them, Hedon." He pointed to the most inconspicuous narrow path that was even dripping with disgusting slime. "We're going fishing." Although Wang Pengzi didn't fully understand, he had an almost blind trust in Chen Yifan. Without a second thought, he raised his shield and walked at the front. Lin Xiaoyu trembled, following at the back. This path was much darker and quieter than the main route, almost as if it led to the gates of hell. After walking for about 100 meters, they suddenly came into a large cave roughly the size of a basketball court. Creak. A goblin digging at the wall with an iron pick in the corner heard the noise and suddenly turned around. It spotted the 3 unexpected guests. Immediately dropping its pick, it rushed over excitedly with a shriek. "Pengzi, hold your ground. Don't let it get close to Lin Xiaoyu." Chen Yifan's voice was exceedingly calm. "Watch me." Wang Pengzi took a deep breath, crashing his shield heavily against the ground, producing a dull thud. He mimicked the warriors from before, roaring, "Grandson, your grandpa is right here." The goblin was indeed provoked, abandoning the seemingly easier targets of Chen Yifan and Lin Xiaoyu, charging straight toward the hulking Wang Pengzi. Bang! The iron rod struck solidly against the shield, producing a dull thud. Wang Pengzi felt a strong force hitting him. His body swayed slightly, but he remained firmly standing. His talent Tough Skin activated, greatly reducing the impact he felt in his arms. "Is that all the strength you have? Are you just tickling me?" Having tasted the sweetness of success, Wang Pengzi's courage surged, and he even proactively pushed back with his shield. The goblin, frustrated by its failed attack, became even more frenzied, swinging the iron rod wildly against the shield, creating a series of loud clattering sounds. Now's the time. At the moment when all of the goblin's attention was on Wang Pengzi, Chen Yifan moved. He crouched low like a hunting cheetah, silently circling from the side. Speed activated. Buzz. The world lost its sound. The goblin's frenzied movements slowed down tenfold in Chen Yifan's eyes, every detail becoming crystal clear. Opportunity. After the goblin's heavy strike, there was a brief moment of stiffness lasting half a second. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Yifan's eyes, and his body shot forward like an arrow, instantly covering 3 meters. The novice dagger in his hand drew a cold arc in the dim light. No flashy moves, no dazzling effects, only the simplest, most direct, and deadliest stab. Target. The goblin's nape. Shoo. A soft sound of metal piercing flesh. The frail blade of the dagger precisely slipped into the gap between the goblin's vertebrae, instantly severing its central nervous system. The goblin's swinging iron rod froze midair. Its small bean-sized eyes instantly lost their luster, and its body flopped forward limply. Goblin killed, level 1 gained 3 experience points. Goblin killed, level 1 gained 3 experience points. Goblin killed, level 1 gained 4 experience points. The three of them received simultaneous Did we succeed? Wang Pengzi stared at the corpse beneath his feet, still unable to believe it. Yes. Chen Yifan pulled out his dagger, wiping the blood off against the goblin's filthy clothing. Next one. Is that it, eh? Wang Pengzi felt he hadn't even exerted himself, and yet the battle was over. This was completely different from the bloody fight he had imagined. What else? Chen Yifan shot him a glance. Do you want to engage in a 300-round battle, and then shout for the tribe and perish together? That's not it. Wang Pengzi scratched his head, a grin spreading across his face. Fancy that move you just pulled was incredibly cool. Like a ghost. Chen Yifan said nothing, merely glancing at his experience bar. 3,100. Still short by 97 points. He looked into the depths of the cave. According to the map, this was a small goblin mining point, and every 10 minutes a 3-person team would come to rotate. Next it was just beginning. However, as they prepared to take a break, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the cave. Chen Yifan's heart sank, and he immediately pulled the two of them behind a large rock. The three of them quickly hid behind a massive rock, holding their breath. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by low complaints. Damn, this cursed place is hard to navigate. Wei Gu is too cautious. Stop talking and start checking. If those three useless ones really died here, it'd be easier for us to report back. It was Zhao Hu's voice. They actually followed us. Behind the rocks, three heads huddled together, and the atmosphere instantly reached a peak of tension. Wang Pengzi's breath grew heavy as he tightly gripped his shield muscles taut, like a bull ready to face its adversary. Lin Xiaoyu was so frightened that she dared not breathe. Her small face turned pale, and she covered her mouth tightly with her hands, afraid to make the slightest sound. Chen Yifan's heart sank. No matter how much he calculated, he never expected Li Wei to be so petty. This was the golden time for tackling the dungeon. They even had to spare personnel to specifically look after them. At the cave entrance, two figures walked in. The leader was none other than Zhao Hu, the Drank Berserker. Accompanying him was a tall, slender boy, a reconnaissance-class Hawkeye. He was best at tracking and scouting. Brother Hu, look, there's a corpse. The Hawkeye pointed at the goblin corpse on the ground. Zhao Hu walked over, kicked it with his foot, and disdainfully grunted they were lucky to run into a lone one. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe they've already been beaten up and are dead in some corner. As they spoke, the two headed straight into the depths of the cave. Their path happened to pass by the massive rock where Chen Yifan and the others were hiding. What to do? Wang Pengzi turned his head, asking Chen Yifan with his eyes. His gaze carried a fierce determination, clearly signaling charge out and fight. Chen Yifan's mind. Zhao Hu, the Drank Berserker, was equipped far beyond them and would undoubtedly be a tough opponent. Even more troublesome was that Hawkeye. Once he locked onto them with his reconnaissance skills, there would be no place left for them to hide in this cave. A heated fight would be suicide. But if they didn't fight, this rock would not completely conceal the shapes of three people. Exposure was merely a matter of time. Cold sweat silently trickled down Chen Yifan's forehead. If it came to that, they would have to kill. Just as Zhao Hu and his companions' footsteps were less than 10 meters away from the rock. This rock was far from sufficient to completely hide the figures of three people. Chen Yifan's mind raced, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. When Zhao Hu and his companion were less than 10 meters away from the rock, Brother. Lin Xiaoyu's trembling voice whispered in his ear, tinged with a cry. Don't be afraid. Chen Yifan instinctively thought she was scared and lowered his voice to comfort her. No, it's not. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head, desperately extending a trembling finger towards the other side of the rock, to a darker corner. Chen Yifan followed her gaze, and his pupils contracted sharply. In that corner, 5 or 6 goblins had gathered without him realizing it. They seemed to have just finished their work in the depths of the cave. Huddled together, they were cutting a piece of unknown meat with some sharp stones, as if sharing a meal. So focused were they that they didn't even notice what was happening in the cave. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu and the Hawkeye were gradually approaching the group of goblins that were eating. A bold and nearly mad plan instantaneously formed in Chen Yifan's mind. Pengzi, he said quickly in a low voice. When I make a sound, you smash the ground with your shield, making the loudest noise. Got it? Huh. Wang Pengzi was taken aback. Don't ask, just do it. Chen Yifan's gaze was sharp as a knife, leaving no room for doubt. Although Wang Pengzi was full of questions, he nodded heavily. As Zhao Hu and his companion were about to walk past the goblin's blind spot. Now's the time. Attack! Chen Yifan shouted low. Almost simultaneously, he picked up a piece of rubble from the ground. Increased hand speed next, he exerted all his strength and smashed it hard into the midst of the goblins. Boom. Wang Pengzi roared, channeling all his strength into the shield and smashing it hard against the ground. A huge sound echoed in the enclosed cave, painfully ringing in their ears. This sudden double noise instantly shattered the tranquility of the cave. Hu! Zhao Hu and the Hawkeye whipped around, looking toward the direction of the sound. Squeak! Meanwhile, the goblins that had been eating were thoroughly enraged. They dropped their food and emitted furious howls. One goblin's head was precisely struck by the stone thrown by Chen Yifan. Green blood trickled down its forehead, sending it into a frenzy. 5 goblins along with the one that had been struck and was now inexplicably enraged. Their crimson eyes immediately locked onto the 2 living beings they first saw, Zhao Hu and the Hawkeye. Damn! Zhao Hu's face instantly changed. He never dreamed that such a surprise would be hidden in this corner. There was no time to think further. 6 goblins were already waving their pickaxes and iron rods, surging toward them like a tide. Damn it! We've been ambushed. Zhao Hu cursed, and the battle axe in his hand instantly ignited with a layer of blood-colored light, charging toward the goblin horde. You get out of here and call Wei Gu. The Hawkeye dared not linger, scared out of his wits, and turned to run towards the cave entrance. A chaotic battle erupted in an instant. Zhao Hu was fierce, but 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. He knocked one goblin down with an axe only to have 2 other iron rods swing at his back and ribs from 2 tricky angles. Bang! Bang! Puff! Zhao Hu spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering, nearly collapsing to the ground. The goblins seized the opportunity and swarmed him, ready to engulf him. Run! Chen Yifan yelled, no longer hesitating. He pulled the still-shocked Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu from the other side of the rock and quietly slipped away, running deeper into the cave. Zhao Hu's piercing screams were left far behind them. The 3 ran for several hundred meters in one breath. Only when they could no longer hear any sound did they stop at a relatively safe fork in the path. Fancy. Wang Pengzi leaned on his knees, panting heavily, looking at Chen Yifan as if he had seen a ghost. Are you a devil? The earlier scene had impacted him too greatly. Using others to kill. No, it was using goblins to kill. From discovering the enemy to the unexpected twist to formulating a plan and then decisively executing it, the entire process flowed smoothly, without a shred of hesitation. What kind of operation could an 18-year-old high school student accomplish in an instant? This was clearly an old schemer who had licked blood on the edge of a knife for many years. Chen Yifan ignored his shock. Instead, he turned to Lin Xiaoyu. This was the first time he truly regarded this timid and self-abased girl. Thank you for earlier. His tone was sincere. If Lin Xiaoyu hadn't discovered that group of goblins in advance, he would have had no choice but to act defensively. And their equipment was top-notch. If they failed to kill in one strike and one escaped, they would face Li Weiss' revenge and the school's punishment. All troublesome matters. I didn't mean to. Lin Xiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze, speaking softly. I just thought. There was a pleasant smell over there. Pleasant smell? Chen Yifan was taken aback, and then his heart trembled violently. He suddenly remembered the forum information that countless people dismissed as junk. There's a type of glowing moss deep in the mine that goblins absolutely detest. He immediately grabbed Lin Xiaoyu and walked to the rock wall she mentioned that had a pleasant smell. The rock wall was bare with nothing on it. Did the smell come from here? Lin Xiaoyu nodded, and even leaned forward, sniffing like a kitten. Sweet like fresh grass after the rain. Chen Yifan's heart raced. A ranked talent, absolute affinity with plants. She could sense the plant spores hidden in the crevices of the rocks, invisible to the naked eye. This damn thing was really well hidden. Lin Xiaoyu. Chen Yifan's voice carried a hint of heat he was unaware of. Try to communicate, make it grow. Huh, but is that possible? Lin Xiaoyu was a bit uncertain. This was beyond her entire understanding of the herbalist profession. Give it a try. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but still extended her hand, gently placing it on the cold rock wall. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly in the dim light. 1 second. 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Wang Pengzi watched anxiously from the side. Fanzi, are you thinking too much? How could this rock bump grow flowers? Chen Yifan said nothing, just stared intently at Lin Xiaoyu's hand. Just when Wang Pengzi thought it was going to, a miracle occurred. A faint, almost invisible green glow lit up where Lin Xiaoyu's palm met the rock wall. Then that glow grew brighter, as if infused with life. Small translucent moss, like jade, emerged from the crevices of the rocks, stretching its body at a visible speed. They emitted a soft and warm white light, instantly illuminating the area around them by a meter. A fresh, sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Wang Pengzi's mouth slowly fell open wide enough to fit a fist. He stared at the miraculous scene before him, then glanced at the calm Chen Yifan beside him. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Xiaoyu, who was still with her eyes closed and a slightly pale face. Only 3 words remained in his mind. Struck gold. Fancy she. Indeed, she is our greatest trump card for this dungeon. Chen Yifan looked at the softly glowing shining moss, his lips curving into a broad smile that he could no longer suppress. In that moment, the originally tentative and wild plan in his mind acquired the last, most crucial piece to realize it. The identities of hunter and prey. In this instant, they had changed. The roles of offense and defense. Fatty, come here and block this path. Xiaoyu, grow more moss on this wall, the wider the area the better. Yes, just like this, forming an L-shaped encirclement. Deep within the dark mine at a fork in the road, Chen Yifan was directing with calm precision. His voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear, carrying a persuasive strength. Wang Fatty and Lin Xiaoyu had become his most loyal executors at this moment. Wang Fatty positioned the massive shield across the narrowest passage, alongside several large stones. They formed a simple physical barrier. Under Chen Yifan's guidance, Lin Xiaoyu was coaxing large areas of glowing moss to grow on the rock walls of the other 2 passages. The soft white light illuminated this area as brightly as day. The fresh fragrance eliminated the foul odor that had been present in the mine. Here it seemed like a sacred sanctuary on goblin territory. A perfect pocket trap was thus formed. 3 paths, 2 sealed by the light and scent of the glowing moss, and 1 blocked by Wang Fatty's shield. Any goblin wandering in from the depths of the mine would have only 1 path to take if it did not wish to be purified by the glowing moss, rushing towards Wang Fatty. And Chen Yifan stood behind Wang Fatty in the safest, most comfortable position to deal damage. Fan Z, is this really going to work? Wang Fatty looked at his masterpiece, still somewhat uncertain. This was completely different from the blood-pumping charge into battle style he had imagined. This wasn't an adventure at all. It was as if they had set up a chicken coop in their backyard, just waiting for the chickens to come in on their own. Whether it works or not, we'll find out by trying. Chen Yifan patted his shoulder, taking out a bottle of water from his backpack and handing it to Lin Xiaoyu. Thank you for your hard work, take a break. Lin Xiaoyu accepted the water, her face slightly pale from the mental exertion, but her eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. For the first time, she realized that she could be this useful. The feeling of being needed by the team made her forget her fatigue and fear. Creak, creak. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A familiar teeth-grating sound came from the only entrance of the trap. Soon a patrol team of 3 goblins appeared in their sight. They were originally patrolling along a fixed route, but when they reached the fork in the road, they instinctively avoided the 2 passages emitting soft light, showing expressions of disgust and agitation. With no other choice, they could only turn into the only normal path leading to Wang Fatty's shield. When they saw Wang Fatty blocking the path, they were momentarily stunned. Then they let out excited shrieks as if they had spotted a solitary foolish prey. They're coming. Wang Fatty perked up, bracing his shield even more firmly. The 3 goblins rushed forward, their iron rods and picks raining down on the thick shield like a storm. Bang! Bang! The incessant sounds of impact were deafening. Wang Fatty gritted his teeth, his arm muscles tensing as he held the shield firmly. The force of the 3 goblins was far beyond that of a single one, shaking him until his hands tingled, blood surging. But he did not retreat an inch. Fancy, hurry. Wang Fatty squeezed out those 2 words through clenched teeth. Don't rush. Chen Yifan's voice remained calm. He was like a composed commander waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The goblins' attacks were chaotic, the 3 of them crowding together, interfering with each other. An opportunity. The goblin on the left shoved its middle companion to gain a better attacking position. This caused its own body to momentarily stumble outward. Now is the moment. Chen Yifan moved. Godspeed activated. Buzz. The entire world fell into slow motion once again. The goblins' twisted expressions, the beads of sweat rolling down Wang Fatty's forehead, and the dust swirling in the air. Everything became slow and clear. His body, however, moved like lightning that had broken free from its shackles. With a sidestep, his figure instantly appeared at the flank of Wang Fatty's shield. The dagger in his hand traced a trajectory invisible to the naked eye under the overclocked thought process. The blade precisely sliced through the throat of the leftmost goblin. Without a moment's pause, he twisted his wrist, sending the dagger into the eye socket of the middle goblin. Following that, he lightly tapped his toes on the rock while twisting his body at an incredible angle. He drove the dagger like lightning into the temple of the last goblin. 3 actions completed in one smooth motion. When he deactivated Godspeed and returned to stand behind Wang Fatty, the 3 goblins remained frozen in their attacking stances. The next second, 3 lines of blood simultaneously shot out from their vital points. Their bodies collapsed to the ground like sacks with their bones removed. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Did we get it done? Wang Fatty was still hunched over prepared to face the next wave of attacks. But after waiting for a while there was no movement. He cautiously peeked out from behind the shield only to see 3 corpses lying on the ground. Goblin killed, level 1 gained 3 experience points. Goblin killed, level 1 gained 3 experience points. 9 consecutive experience notifications flashed above the 3 heads. Wang Fatty was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't even seen how Chen Yifan had made his move. All he felt was a gust of wind passing by, and then the world fell silent. He looked at Chen Yifan, and his gaze was no longer that of a classmate or a brother. It was as if he was looking at a monster. This damn thing. When did it become so powerful? Fan Z, what exactly is your profession? Wang Fatty stuttered asking. Level thief. Chen Yifan replied without changing his expression, casually picking up a copper coin dropped by one of the goblins. This thing can buy several hundred outside. See, fast hands make it easy to pick things up. No way in hell. Wang Fatty roared in his heart. What level thief can deal this kind of damage? What thief has this kind of agility? You call this a thief? You call this speed enhancement? This is simply a massacre enhancement, an overall enhancement. Any enhancement would be more appropriate. But he wisely chose not to pursue the matter further. Everyone has their secrets. All he needed to know was that Fan Z was his brother, and that was enough. The following time completely entered the trio's absolute time. Chen Yifan's trap tactics proved to be a dimensional strike. Batch after batch of goblins like moths to a flame were driven by the glowing moss voluntarily walking into their slaughterhouse. Wang Fatty's job was to withstand the first wave of attacks. Lin Xiaoyu's task was to maintain the brightness and range of the glowing moss, occasionally treating Wang Fatty's superficial wounds. And Chen Yifan transformed into the most efficient reaper, accurately harvesting experience points with every strike. Their experience bars surged at a speed that would drive any other team mad. 40,100, 60,100, 80,100, when yet another team of goblins fell at their feet. Ding! Congratulations, level up to LV. 1. Gain 10 free attribute points. 3 beams of golden light of level up appeared simultaneously on them. A sense of power far stronger than before surged into their limbs and bones. Holy shit! I leveled up. I leveled up. Wang Fatty jumped up excitedly, hugging him tightly. Fan Z, I love you to death. Lin Xiaoyu also excitedly opened her arms. But the next second her face turned instantly red. Her hands, suspended in midair, awkwardly clapped. Then she flustered about, not knowing what to do next. However, this was her first time earning tangible rewards through her own efforts. Chen Yifan calmly opened his attribute panel, allocating all 10 points into agility. He could feel his speed and reaction time had taken a leap. Suddenly his gaze sharpened, landing on the wrist of one of the goblin corpses. There, entwined with a dark green vine, the material looked far superior to the ragged clothes on the goblin. As a qualified thief, he could not miss any valuable items. He approached, and amidst Wang Fatty's and Lin Xiaoyu's puzzled gazes, removed the vine. Resilient vine material. A vine soaked in a special sap possessing far superior toughness and strength than ordinary ropes can be used to craft equipment or as a high-strength binding tool. Good stuff. Chen Yifan silently stored it away. At that moment his ears perked up and he looked towards the darkness of the trap's entrance. Someone's coming. Wang Fatty's smile froze on his face, and he immediately raised his shield. The next second, a solitary figure slowly emerged from the darkness. He was not wearing any armor, just an ordinary school uniform, but the cold, oppressive aura emanating from him was even more piercing than the cold wind in the mine. Lin Feng. He found his way here. His gaze first landed on the large area of glowing moss. Then he saw the goblin corpses on the ground, and finally it settled on Chen Yifan's face. His eyes no longer held the previous madness and confusion. Interesting. Lin Feng spoke in a hoarse voice. Glowing moss. This is why you chose to group within a level herbalist. Chen Yifan, you are smarter than I imagined. Using her to find this thing. He walked closer, completely ignoring Wang Fatty's shield, which was raised as if facing a great enemy. But it doesn't matter anymore. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled into a cold, cruel arc. Pale blue currents swirled around him. Invisible wind blades flickered at his fingertips. I don't need evidence. In the dungeon, accidentally injuring and level thief. Shouldn't it be considered a violation of school rules? In the dungeon, accidentally killing a double F or God should not violate school rules, right? Lin Feng's voice squeezed out like it was forced through his teeth, tinged with a morbid thrill. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. There was no starting move, no unnecessary actions. He seemed to transform into a gust of azure wind. In an instant, he crossed over 10 meters, appearing before Wang Fatty. He didn't even glance at the heavy shield, his right hand with fingers aligned like a blade thrust straight towards Wang Fatty's face. At his fingertips, pale azure wind elements spun rapidly, condensing into an invisible blade that emitted a piercing hum. Fast. Too fast. Wang Fatty had no time to react. His nervous system couldn't keep up with his opponent's speed. He could only instinctively raise the shield to block. Clang. A huge noise erupted, sparks flew everywhere. Wang Fatty felt an irresistible force coming from the shield. His nearly 200-pound body was violently pushed back 2 to 3 meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. His right arm holding the shield went numb, nearly unable to grip it. Looking down, he saw a clear white scratch on the surface of the shield. This was officially distributed standard equipment with extremely high hardness. A bit of brute force. Lin Feng, unperturbed after his initial strike, failed, revealed a mocking grin reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. His figure flickered, and he vanished once more. In the next second, like a ghost, he appeared to Wang Fatty's left side, delivering another knife hand strike aimed at the joint of Wang Fatty's shield arm. The angle was tricky, the attack ruthless. Fatty to the left. Chen Yifan's voice roared. Wang Fatty abruptly twisted his body, narrowly blocking this strike with the edge of the shield. Clang. Another loud noise rang out. This time Wang Fatty couldn't maintain his balance and stumbled awkwardly to the side. Lin Feng was like a relentless plague, his assault unending. The azure figure left behind a series of afterimages in the cave. Each flicker accompanied a fierce attack. The sound of wind blades slicing through the air intertwined with the clang of the shield, creating a suffocating symphony of death. Wang Fatty was utterly trapped in a passive position. He was like a small boat in a storm. Although he relied on his innate talent, tough skin, and sheer brute force to hold on, everyone could see capsizing was only a matter of time. His body had already sustained numerous varying wounds, marks left by the wind blades that slipped past the shield. Are you just going to hide behind that turtle shell? Lin Feng taunted as he attacked. You can protect him for a moment, but can you protect him for a lifetime? Damn you. Wang Fatty roared, his eyes turning red. If you have the guts, fight me, Heaton. Fight you. You don't deserve it. Lin Feng sneered, his assault suddenly becoming even more ferocious. He kicked fiercely at the center of the shield, the immense force causing Wang Fatty to lose his balance and fall heavily backward. An opening wide open. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent, his figure like lightning darting straight for Chen Yifan, who was on the ground behind Wang Fatty. Your turtle shell is down. Lin Xiaoyu screamed in fright, instinctively closing her eyes. However, just as Lin Feng's knife hand was about to touch Chen Yifan's throat, an unexpected change occurred. Chen Yifan's body blurred for an instant like a reflection in water, and then with a whoosh he vanished and the space flickered. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly constricted into dangerous pinpoints. This feeling was definitely not in level skill. He forcibly halted his movement, a sense of extreme danger rising from the depths of his heart. Are you looking for me? A voice calm to the point of being icy sounded from behind him. Lin Feng's body instantly stiffened. He slowly turned his head and beheld an unforgettable scene of his life. Chen Yifan had appeared 5 meters behind him at some point. He still bore that harmless look, even sporting a lazy smile. But his eyes had changed. No longer was there the fear and innocence of the weak. Instead, there was an unfathomable calm, like the sea before a storm with dark currents beneath, capable of swallowing everything. Spatial ability. How could you? No, that's not right. It's you, it really is you. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, the suspicions in his heart confirmed in that moment, followed by an even more surging anger and greed. Give it back to me. He went mad, turning to lunge at Chen Yifan once more. This time he held nothing back. The wind elements around him erupted completely. Dozens of crescent-shaped azure wind blades appeared out of nowhere. Like a high-speed rotating meat grinder, they sealed off all of Chen Yifan's escape routes. Facing an attack capable of slicing steel into pieces, Chen Yifan merely stood quietly. Then he silently recited in his heart, Godspeed, activate. Buzz. The world lost its color and sound, transforming into a slow-motion painting composed of black and white lines. Those dozens of deadly wind blades at that moment appeared to him like slow-moving pieces of paper. The flight trajectories and rotation angles of each one were vividly clear in his mind. Too slow. Chen Yifan even had the leisure to complain in his mind. His body sank slightly, moving in a manner incomprehensible to ordinary people, weaving through the gaps between the wind blades. Turning sideways, lowering his head, twisting his waist, lifting his foot. Each of his movements was stripped down to the utmost simplicity, yet exquisite, as if it were an instinct he was born with. To the outside world, it was a scene that could make anyone's scalp tingle. Chen Yifan's figure amidst the impenetrable storm of wind blades moved like he was strolling in a garden, not a single corner of his clothing touched. He danced like the top-tier dancer performing an elegant waltz on the tip of a blade. This This is impossible. Lin Feng's eyes almost bulged out. He didn't realize at first that the skill being used against him was his own innate skill. He was engulfed in a huge absurdity. His proud area attack had been evaded without a scratch in this utterly unfathomable manner. What kind of terrifying dynamic vision and neural reaction speed did this require? Was this really something an level talent speed boost could accomplish? He was fooling himself. In that moment of shock, Chen Yifan had already bypassed the blockade of wind blades and appeared before him. The distance between the two was less than half a meter. Chen Yifan looked up at him and revealed a brilliant smile. Then with a swift knee strike, he forcefully struck Lin Feng in the abdomen. Bang! A muffled thud. Lin Feng's body arched like a cooked shrimp, his expression contorted, and he felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, a surge of bile rushing up his throat. Before he could, Chen Yifan's other hand shot out like lightning, grabbing his wrist, which he instinctively covered his stomach with due to the pain, and then yanked it down violently. Simultaneously, his elbow drove upward with force. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. Lin Feng's wrist was brutally snapped. Oh! A chilling scream finally erupted from Lin Feng's throat. This rapid exchange was so fast that Wang Fatty and Lin Xiaoyu didn't even have time to react. In the previous second, Chen Yifan was still in a dire situation. In the next second, the invincible, clever genius Lin Feng was already cradling his broken wrist, kneeling on the ground, howling in pain. Wang Fatty's mouth hung open, feeling like his worldview was being repeatedly ground into the dirt. His brother. Didn't he have zero melee combatability? This clean and decisive joint technique, this ruthless and determined attack, was even textbook standard. It hurts, doesn't it? Chen Yifan looked down at Lin Feng, his smile unchanged, but his gaze was as cold as ice. Having the most precious thing taken from you will hurt 1,000 times more than this. Lin Feng raised his head, his face drenched in sweat, filled with resentment and unwillingness. You admitted it. It really is you. What did I admit? Chen Yifan feigned surprise, spreading his hands. I just said I'm also a victim. You see, you injured my brother and nearly killed me. My fragile heart has suffered severe trauma. You have to compensate me for this mental distress, right? Buffed. Lin Feng looked at his innocent yet shameless face, his anger boiling over, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He finally understood that he had been wrong from the very start. This guy was not some pitiful creature frightened out of its wits. He was a cunning and sinister wolf in sheep. I'm going to kill you. Lin Feng was completely driven mad. Ignoring the excruciating pain, he used his remaining left hand to channel spiritual energy, forming a more solid wind blade in an instant. However, just as he was about to launch a mutually destructive attack, a heavy and hurried sound of footsteps came from the depths of the cave. The sound was like a hammer striking a drum, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Accompanying the footsteps was a roar filled with authority and ferocity. Roar. This roar was starkly different from that of an ordinary goblin, filled with a sense of strength and oppression. Chen Yifan's expression changed for the first time. He suddenly looked up toward the depths of the darkness. A figure emerged from the shadows, towering over ordinary goblins by more than double. It stood over 2 meters tall, its body muscular with skin of an ominous dark red hue. On its head it wore a helmet made from some beast's skull, and 2 blue flames burned in its eyes. In its hands it held not a simple iron rod or pickaxe, but a massive wolf fang club covered in rust and dark red blood. It was clad in a mismatched, tattered suit of metal armor with a grotesque skull insignia carved into the chest area. Goblin Elite Captain Elite LV. 10. Immediately a description of this monster flashed in Chen Yifan's mind from the forum's guide. They are the overseers of the mines. True killing machines. Each one possesses strength and intelligence far beyond their level. If you encounter one, run immediately. Do not harbor any delusions of survival. The powerful roar echoed like a heavy hammer striking hard against the hearts of everyone present. The air in the cave seemed to freeze in that moment. Lin Feng, kneeling on the ground with a twisted face due to a broken wrist, had his expression of resentment and madness instantly replaced by sheer horror. He suddenly looked up at the massive figure emerging from the darkness, his pupils shrinking to mere dots. Wang Ponzi had just climbed back up from the ground. Before he had a chance to curse, he was nearly forced back down by the terrifying pressure. Gripping his shield tightly, his throat emitted a gurgling sound as his teeth trembled uncontrollably. Wah! What is that thing? His voice trembled uncontrollably, and he felt embarrassed even. Is that also called a goblin? What a joke. Those they killed before compared to this one were merely undeveloped little pups. This height, this build, these muscles. And that wolf fang club thicker than his entire body. One could easily mistake it for an ogre. Lin Xiaoyu was already so scared that she was dumbfounded, hiding behind Wang Pengzi, not daring to take another glance, her body trembling like a falling leaf. In Chen Yifan's mind, the information from the strategy guide he had obtained for free felt like each word was a burning, branding iron scorching his brain. An elite monster. And a level 10 elite monster at that. How could such a thing appear in a beginner's dungeon? Didn't the guide say that elite patrollers only appeared sporadically on the second level? But this is only the first level. The monsters here are mostly between levels 1 to 5. Moreover, they are not deep within the mine. The appearance of such a high-level elite monster. It's utterly unreasonable. Could it be? Chen Yifan's gaze fell upon the corpses of ordinary goblins scattered all over the ground. Is it because they killed too quickly, too efficiently, triggering some hidden mechanism in the dungeon, causing the beat cop that should be patrolling the second layer to show up here early? Damn it, this is going wrong. He cursed 1,000 times in his heart. All his plans were based on bullying the weak. But now what came was not weak prey, but a hungry tiger. A level 10 elite monster. Its attributes completely crushed him, let alone his current level 1 frame. Even a level 10 class professional would be turned into a meat pancake if they were careless. Worse yet, beside him knelt Lin Feng, who despite having a broken arm, could still be deadly. With wolves in front and tigers behind. A deadlock. This is a genuine deadlock. Interesting. Just as Chen Yifan's mind raced contemplating an escape plan, Lin Feng, kneeling on the ground, suddenly began to laugh softly. His laughter started low and then grew louder, eventually turning into a near-manic cackle. His face, smeared with sweat and blood, appeared even more sinister due to the intensity of his laughter. Ha! Ha! Chen Yifan, is this your retribution? Lin Feng raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Chen Yifan, filled with a sickly pleasure. Heaven has a path you refuse to take, and hell has no gate you charge into. Level 10 elite captain, what can a useless thief like you, a meat shield, or a herbalist, do against it? He seemed to forget the excruciating pain in his wrist, struggling to stand up. Then he pointed his remaining left hand at Chen Yifan, his voice dripping with venom. Aren't you able to dodge? Don't you have spatial abilities? Come on, show me how you dodge again. In front of it, your pathetic speed is like a turtle crawling. Lin Feng's assessment was not wrong. The range of spatial flicker is only 10 meters. Against such a massive elite monster with a wide attack range, one flicker is simply insufficient to escape the danger zone. Moreover, with consecutive flickers, his meager mental energy would be depleted after just a few uses. While Godspeed might allow him to see the attacks, his strength and weapons couldn't inflict any effective damage on such a high-level monster. Unable to break through its defenses. Without effective damage. This is the most despairing part. Roar. The goblin elite captain clearly had no patience for their nonsense. Its eyes ablaze with ghostly blue flames swept back and forth over Chen Yifan, Wang Pengzi, Lin Xiaoyu, and Lin Feng. It seemed to be selecting its dinner for the day. Ultimately, its gaze landed on Lin Feng, who was the most disheveled and appeared the most delicious. It moved. The heavy footsteps echoed, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. It dragged its massive wolf fawn club step by step toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's laughter abruptly ceased. His face turned paler than that of a corpse. What? No. Don't come closer. He instinctively began to retreat. But with his broken wrist and the severe injuries inflicted by Chen Yifan, he stumbled and fell clumsily to the ground. Fear instantly drowned all his rationality and madness. He didn't want to die. He still had a bright future ahead. He wanted to surpass Su Qingxue. He wanted to stand at the top of this world. How could he die in such a cursed place at the hands of a goblin? Chen Yifan, save me. Lin Feng instinctively let out a desperate scream towards Chen Yifan, not far away. As long as you save me, everything from before will be wiped clean. I could give you money, give you everything you want. At this moment, all pride of being a genius and all dignity of being a strong person were thrown to the winds. He just wanted to survive. Save you. Chen Yifan chuckled. He looked at the pitiful figure writhing on the ground, pleading desperately. His smile was as bright as that of an angel. Classmate, what nonsense are you talking? I'm just an class thief, powerless to help you. How can I save you? But you are class. Oh no, class doesn't have your kind of skills. At the very least, you must be in a class genius, right? Dealing with such a small monster should be a piece of cake for you. I believe in you, go for it, you got this. You. Lin Feng was so furious at this remark that he nearly spat out blood again. He even overlooked the profession level Chen Yifan was referring to. Shameless. Despicable. He had never seen such a shameless person in his life. Roar. The goblin captain had already approached Lin Feng. It looked down from above, casting a massive shadow that completely enveloped the tiny human. It slowly raised its wolf fawn club. Its surface was covered with sharp iron spikes and congealed dark red blood clots. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. No. Lin Feng let out a desperate scream. With his remaining left hand, he frantically gathered the last bit of spiritual energy. A pale blue wind blade shot toward the goblin captain's face. However, that wind blade, capable of slicing through rock, merely struck the goblin captain's bone helmet, producing a crisp sound. Not even a white mark was left behind. The absolute level suppression. The goblin captain seemed enraged by the little bug's resistance. Its ghostly blue pupils flickered, and the raised wolf fang club, accompanied by a tearing sound through the air, smashed down violently. Lin Feng closed his eyes. He could already smell the scent of death. Pengzi, now's the time, charge. At this critical moment, Chen Yifan's roar echoed like thunder in the cave. Fatso, now charge. Chen Yifan's voice was low, yet it struck Wang Fatso's eardrums like a heavy hammer. Wang Fatso was utterly stunned. In charge? In charge who? And that goblin captain. Chen Yifan, are you out of your mind? One swing from that thing's spiked club would pulp my entire body into minced meat. 1,000 questions exploded in his mind, but his body reacted faster than his thoughts ever could. It was muscle memory forged over years of near-blind trust in Chen Yifan. Shit, Wang Fatso roared, abandoning all hesitation. And he clutched his scarred shield tightly before his chest, then exploded forward with raw leg strength, like a rabid wild boar unleashed. He lunged toward the goblin captain's flank, launching his sole offensive skill in rank D skill, charge, NROAR. At that moment, the goblin captain's full attention was locked on Lin Feng, who was mere instants away from being crushed into crimson paste. Nit never anticipated that those two silent, insignificant insects beside it would dare strike now. By the time it sensed the lateral threat, it was already too late. Wang Fatso's 200+ pounds, and propelled by the immense inertia of charge, slammed squarely into the goblin captain's waist. Though he failed to topple it, the sheer impact sent the creature reeling violently, and causing its spiked club aimed squarely at Lin Feng's skull to veer wildly off course. Boom! And the massive club grazed Lin Feng's scalp and slammed into the ground beside him with earth-shattering force. The solid rock floor shattered like tofu, erupting into a crater over half a meter deep, and shrapnel and concussive wind exploding outward in all directions. Lin Feng could even feel the sting of that gale whipping across his face. And he had survived. And before euphoria could surge through him, searing agony drowned it out completely. The recoil from colliding with the goblin captain threw Wang Fatso off balance, and with uncanny precision, he crashed, and plump, directly onto Lin Feng's shattered right hand. Na scream more harrowing than any before tore from Lin Feng's throat. And if white-hot pincers were grinding his broken bones again and again. Whoa, shit. Sorry, bro. Couldn't stop in time. And Wang Fatso scrambled frantically off Lin Feng, still apologizing profusely. Yet for just an instant, a flash of vengeful satisfaction flickered across his round face, unnoticed even by himself. And you dared bully my brother just now. You dared strike me. And now you know the true weight of this flesh. Meanwhile, the goblin captain, staggered and humiliated, descended into utter fury. Nit's dinner had flown away, and it had been bumped by a bug. An unforgivable disgrace. Nit abandoned the half-dead Lin Feng lying on the ground, turning sharply, its eyes, burning with eerie blue flame, locked onto Wang Fatso, who had just staggered upright. Na tide of killing intent, far more terrifying than before, surged forth like a tsunami. Oh shit. And Wang Fatso's smugness froze, then dissolved into ashen dread. And he felt like a rabbit pinned beneath the gaze of a prehistoric leviathan, utterly paralyzed, unable even to twitch a finger. It was over. And this time he'd truly screwed up. And instinctively he glanced back, hoping to see if Chen Yifan had fled. Instead, he saw Chen Yifan, not retreating but surging forward, hurtling toward him and the goblin captain at astonishing speed. Yifan, are you insane? Wang Fatso's eyes bulged from their sockets. Yet Chen Yifan's gaze remained as calm and still as a frozen lake. The moment his super-speed ability activated, his mind had already completed every calculation. And saving Lin Feng wasn't born of misplaced compassion. It was cold pragmatism. Lin Feng could not die yet. Na, living gravely wounded man, seething with hatred toward them, was infinitely more useful than a corpse. He needed a target, a durable high-priority decoy capable of drawing the goblin captain's overwhelming fury. Nan Lin Feng was perfect. As for Wang Fatso, Chen Yifan glanced at the terrified frozen giant, and inwardly cursed, still a fool when it matters most. But curses aside, he had to save his brother. Fatso, drop. Chen Yifan's voice detonated in Wang Fatso's ear like thunder. Wang Fatso dropped instinctively, curling headfirst into a roll. And in the same breath, Chen Yifan blurred past the exact spot where he'd just tumbled. He did not attack the goblin captain, That would be suicide. Ni's target was Lin Feng, just struggling upright, dazed and disoriented. Yue, and Lin Feng lifted his head, only to find a radiant smiling face filling his view. Then, Na boot slammed into his chest. In thud, and he felt as if struck by a charging rhinoceros, hurled backward helplessly through the air. His trajectory landed him perfectly, squarely in front of the goblin captain. Grrror, and the goblin had just turned to pursue Wang Fatso, when suddenly prey flew straight into its path. Its sluggish mind couldn't process the complexity, but primal instinct triggered its reflex. It swung its spiked club. And no, in suspended midair, Lin Feng watched, helpless, as the death-wreathed club expanded within his pupils. He tried to dodge, to resist, but his body was convulsing, blood and chi churning violently, rendering every motion futile. That instant clarity struck him like lightning. Chen Yifan had never intended to save him, and he was merely walking a dog. And no, walking a boss, using Lin Feng's life as bait to lure this unassailable level 10 elite monster. Even worse, was this assassination by proxy. And how vicious. And how utterly deranged. Boundless regret and venom erupted inside Lin Feng's heart. If only he hadn't provoked this devil Nahus. There is no if in this world. Crunch, and the spiked club struck Lin Feng full force. No sound of snapping bone, because Lin Feng's body didn't break. It disintegrated, instantly pulped into a shapeless crimson mass upon impact. Killed, and no kill notification appeared. For the fatal blow was delivered by the goblin captain. NPER dungeon rules this counted as a monster kill, granting 0 experience to players. Silence swallowed the cavern, thick, absolute, suffocating. Wang Fatso stared dumbfounded at the unrecognizable smear of gore. Then he looked at Chen Yifan, standing nearby, serene and unruffled, as if he'd merely tossed aside a pebble. Chill surged from his soul straight up to his crown. Ruthless, and unbelievably ruthless. Execution is swift, but what Yifan did was soul-slaying. And he didn't just kill Lin Feng. He used an elite monster's hand to crush a Class C prodigy, the most degrading, agonizing way imaginable, into nothing but viscous sludge. Was this truly the same laid-back, easygoing, wisecracking brother he knew? While Wang Fatso's worldview crumbled, Chen Yifan didn't glance once at the carnage. His gaze remained locked, cold, precise, on the goblin captain, now locked in brief post-attack. This chance would come only once. Fatso, Xiaoyu, listen to my command. Chen Yifan's voice snapped both Wang Fatso and Lin Xiaoyu out of shock and terror. Shout, with everything you've got. Shout what? Wang Fatso blurted instinctively. Glacial curve lifted the corner of Chen Yifan's mouth. Shout, help, 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 save me. Chen Yifan's voice carried an undeniable tone of command. Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu were both stunned. Shouting for help. What use is that now? In this desolate mine, deep underground, no one would come to rescue them, no matter how loud they screamed. Moreover, what kind of ridiculous operation is this? Wang Pengzi was utterly bewildered, completely unable to keep up with Fan's thought process. Don't just stand there. Hurry and shout. Chen Yifan's urging voice interrupted his chaotic thoughts. Roar. The goblin captain had regained its senses from the thrill of killing Lin Feng. Its eerie blue eyes once again locked onto the 3 remaining creatures in the cave. It strode forward, wielding the blood-dripping wolf Feng club, inching closer. The pressure of death bore down on them. Help. Someone's killing us. The instinct for survival made Lin Xiaoyu the first to break down. She closed her eyes and used all her strength to unleash a heart-wrenching scream. Her voice was sharp, filled only with pure fear. In the enclosed cave, echoes formed and carried far. Chen Yifan glanced at Lin Xiaoyu in surprise and silently gave her a thumbs up. That voice was astonishing. Damn. Help. There's a monster. Wang Pengzi was soon caught up in the atmosphere. He began to howl at the top of his lungs. His voice was rough and resonant, more penetrating than Lin Xiaoyu's. In an instant, the cave was filled with their desperate cries for help. Chen Yifan also shouted a couple of times, but his voice was noticeably perfunctory, more like he was going through the motions. His full attention was on the goblin captain. And at the entrance of the cave, he was gambling. Gambling on Li Wei's character. Someone like Li Wei who was vengeful and exceedingly controlling. With the 2 subordinates he had sent out, one returned severely injured and the other went missing. There was no way he would let it go. He would definitely come back personally to check the situation. Moreover, Lin Feng's death and Zhao Hu's disappearance would all be attributed to him. Now Lin Feng had been turned into a pulp by the goblin captain. So as long as he also died at the hands of the goblin captain, or rather made everyone think he died at the hands of the goblin captain, then everything would be a perfect accident. A class genius, leading two subordinates, trying to bully and class waste in the dungeon. In the end, they accidentally attracted a level 10 elite monster, leading to their annihilation. This script was reasonable and seamless. It could even conveniently shift the blame for Zhao Hu's disappearance onto others. All Chen Yifan needed to do was quietly level up after his death. Finally, before the dungeon closed, he would appear as a lucky survivor. At that moment, not only would he clear all suspicions, but he would also thoroughly tarnish the reputations of Li Wei and Lin Feng, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This was the perfect script that Chen Yifan had already conceived the moment he saw the goblin captain appear. And now all he needed to do was play the final act of this drama. Tap, tap, tap. A rapid series of footsteps indeed came from the direction of the cave entrance. They're here. Chen Yifan felt a surge of joy. He exchanged a glance with Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu, then pulled the 2 of them to continue running in circles around the cave. As they ran, they continued their frantic cries. Don't chase me. I'm not tasty. Big brother, I was wrong. I want dare again. The portrayal of being chased by a monster peeing in fear was vividly done. The goblin captain, although powerful, had agility as its weak point. For a moment, it couldn't catch up to the 3 humans who were as slippery as loaches. It roared in anger, swinging its wolf fang club, rampaging through the cave, sending stones flying and dust swirling. Soon Li Wei appeared at the entrance of the cave with the 2 remaining teammates. When they saw the chase scene before them, everyone was dumbfounded. Especially when they caught sight of the towering 2-meter-tall behemoth chasing them. Li Wei's face instantly turned pale. Level 10. Elite Captain. The class fire mage next to him trembled as he spoke. How could this thing appear on the 1st level? Wei, let's run. We can't fight this thing. Another teammate was so scared that his legs went. Li Wei's expression fluctuated. He saw Chen Yifan and the others fleeing in panic in the cave, as well as the puddle of flesh and blood on the ground that was indistinguishable. Lin Feng is dead. This thought sent a chill through his heart. But he quickly suppressed this fear, replaced by an overwhelming rage. Useless. All of them are useless. A class genius, a class berserker, and a scout, yet they were made to die and go missing by a class trash accompanied by 2 deadweights. Now the culprit was right in front of him, yet he could only watch helplessly without the courage to even go up and deal a finishing blow. Because that level 10 elite captain was simply too terrifying. Wei Ge, what should we do? The fire mage asked anxiously. Run. Li Wei spat out a word through clenched teeth. As long as we keep the green hills, we won't fear a lack of firewood. As long as he survived to get out, there were plenty of ways to deal with Chen Yifan. Charging up now was no different from seeking death. However, just as they were about to turn and flee, Chen Yifan, who was being chased, seemed to happen to see them. He looked like he had found a savior, and his eyes Li Wei, save me. Li Wei, he shouted while changing the direction of his escape, heading straight for Li Wei and the others. Damn, don't come over here. Li Wei's face turned green, and he cursed loudly. He knew exactly what Chen Yifan was plotting, clearly trying to lead the disaster to him. Quick, run. Without a second thought, Li Wei turned and fled. His 2 teammates ran even faster than rabbits. Don't run. Li Wei, we're classmates. You can't just watch us die. Chen Yifan shouted desperately from behind, but his speed did not slow down at all. He was still pulling Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu, maintaining a precise distance just out of reach of the goblin captain. But it was also a distance that put immense pressure on Li Wei. So an even more absurd chase unfolded in the moment. The goblin captain chased after the 3 of them from behind. Chen Yifan and the others were in the middle, pursuing Li Wei and his 2 teammates. 6 people and 1 monster, unfolding a unique death race in the narrow mine passage. Chen Yifan, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Li Wei ran for his life, while angrily cursing back. He had never felt this humiliated in his life. As a proud class genius equipped with top-notch gear, he was being chased by an class waste like a stray dog. Li Wei, don't run so fast. Wait for me. He'll pay for Lin Feng's medical fees, okay? Chen Yifan continued to fan the flames from behind. This made Li Wei run even faster. Now he finally understood how Zhao Hu and Lin Feng had fallen. This guy was simply not human. He was a devil. A complete lunatic. Boom. Just then the goblin captain, who was trailing behind, seemed to have lost its patience. It suddenly stopped, roared, and with all its might hurled the wolf fang club in its hand towards the group ahead. The enormous wolf fang club spun rapidly through the air, carrying terrifying power that could tear everything apart like a tornado of death. Li Wei and his 2 teammates running in front instantly felt a chill down their spines. They turned back to look, and their souls nearly fled in fright. Scatter! Li Wei screamed. Without thinking, the 3 of them dove to the sides of the passage. However, Chen Yifan, running in the middle, seemed stunned with fear. Not only did he not dodge, but he also slammed to a halt. Opportunity. He then suddenly turned, spread his arms, and forcefully shoved Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu away. Pengzi, Xiaoyu, run. He used all his strength to let out his final shout. His stance, sacrificing himself to protect his companions, was as heroic as a statue of a hero. At the same time, a quick phrase pierced Wang Pengzi's ear. No matter what happens, protect Xiaoyu. With our method of fighting monsters with her here, leveling up to level 5 will be a breeze. Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu sat on the ground completely stunned. Especially Wang Pengzi, who had no time to ponder that instruction. The two of them watched in horror as the deadly Wolf Fang Club rapidly enlarged in their pupils. Then with pinpoint accuracy it struck Chen Yifan's body. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Fancy! Wang Pengzi's eyes turned red instantly, emitting a mournful wail. He wanted to rush forward, but an invisible force pushed him back. After the Wolf Fang Club killed Chen Yifan, its momentum continued crashing into the cave wall, causing violent tremors. Countless fragments fell from above, instantly burying that area completely. Meanwhile, Li Wei, who had narrowly escaped, climbed up from the ground and froze in shock at the sight before him. Chen Yifan is dead, killed by the goblin captain with a single blow. Moreover, he had actively sought death to protect his two useless teammates. A surreal feeling surged in Li Wei's heart. He had envisioned countless ways to take revenge on Chen Yifan, but he never dreamed that Chen Yifan would die in front of him in such a manner. A complex emotion mingled with delight, resentment, and a hint of confusion churned in his chest. It's better to be dead. This damned waste had finally vanished from this world. Li Wei thought to himself, and his mouth involuntarily curled into a twisted arc. However, he didn't notice. Beneath the rubble buried in debris, a faint blue light flickered briefly. Fancy. Wang Pengzi lay on the ground, reaching out his hand in vain towards the area completely buried by rubble. His face was streaked with tears and dirt, and he looked as if his soul had been drained. He was dead. Fanzi had died just like that. To protect him and Lin Xiaoyu, he was smashed to death by that damned goblin captain. That tragic figure, that final shout. It was like a burning iron brand deeply seared into his mind, replaying over and over again. Why? Why did this happen? Clearly they had just been together leveling up, and Fan Zi was so formidable, so strategic. How could it suddenly be? An endless sorrow and guilt engulfed him like a tidal wave. If it weren't for saving him, Fan Zi wouldn't have rushed in at all. If he hadn't been so useless, unable to withstand even a level 10 elite monster, Fan Zi wouldn't have had to die. Damn you. Wang Pengzi suddenly sprang up from the ground, his normally innocent-looking eyes now bloodshot, flashing with a frenzied light. He raised his shield, charging like a mad rhinoceros towards the goblin captain who had just picked up a wolf. He wanted to avenge Fan Zi. Even if it meant death, he had to take a piece of flesh from this beast. Pengzi, don't be impulsive. A weak voice restrained him. It was Lin Xiaoyu. Her face was also covered in tears, but her gaze was unusually clear. Classmate Chen Yifan, he sacrificed his life to save us. We cannot let his death be in vain. She clutched Wang Pengzi's arm tightly, her voice trembling with excitement. We must live to tell what happened here to the teacher. Let everyone know he is a hero. And let everyone know that Li Wei and the others are cowardly bystanders. Her words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Wang Pengzi's heated head. Yes, it must not be in vain. If he died, who would avenge Fan Zi? If he died, who would expose the true colors of Li Wei and his gang? Wang Pengzi glanced at the goblin captain, who was now a bit dazed after losing its target. He then looked at Li Wei and the other three at the other end of the corridor, who were also still in shock. A cold hatred took root and sprouted in his heart. Let's go. Wang Pengzi gritted his teeth and forced out a word. He pulled Lin Xiaoyu up, no longer glancing back at the ruins, turning to run madly towards another path. He wanted to live. He wanted to carry on Fan Zi's legacy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Wei's two teammates also came back to their senses from the shock. Wei, Brother Wei, is Chen Yifan really dead? The voice of the fire mage sounded a bit disoriented. Although he also disliked Chen Yifan, witnessing a classmate being crushed to death by a monster while protecting others was still a heavy visual shock. Dead. Li Wei's voice was cold, revealing no emotions. A waste is dead. Oh, what's the big... Though he said this, his heart was in a chaotic mess. Chen Yifan was dead. Lin Feng was dead too. Zhao Hu was missing and likely met a grim fate. The team he brought out had almost been wiped out. And all of this stemmed from him wanting to trouble a level F waste. The price was simply too high. Most critically, Chen Yifan's heroic sacrifice and the living witnesses Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu would bring him immense trouble. Abandoning a classmate and failing to help. Once this charge was established, no matter how rich his father was, he couldn't protect him. No, it's not like that. Li Wei's eyes turned sinister in an instant. It was Chen Yifan that waste who recklessly provoked a level 10 elite monster causing Lin Feng and Zhao Hu to die. We strategically withdrew to preserve our strength and avenge them. Yes, exactly. He nodded heavily as if trying to convince himself. Let's go. We must find the teacher now. Let everyone know this truth. Li Wei firmly decided and immediately led his two equally restless teammates towards the dungeon entrance. He had to beat Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu to it, to distort the truth and dump all the dirt on the already deceased Chen Yifan. At the same time, he also had to reach the dungeon entrance before Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu. As long as these two appeared, the dead, cannot argue. As the two groups left, the entire cave fell silent once more. Only the level 10 goblin elite captain remained patrolling back and forth like a diligent guard, seemingly watching over something. Time passed second by second. After about 10 minutes, the pile of rubble that buried Chen Yifan's body suddenly stirred. A stone was pushed open from the inside and rolled aside. Following that, a dusty hand stretched out from the gap in the rubble. Then came the second hand. Two hands pushed aside the surrounding rubble. A dusty head poked out from inside. It was indeed Chen Yifan. Tui. He spat out a mouthful of dirt, shook his still dizzy head, and crawled out from the rubble. That moment had been too perilous. To make it more convincing, the activation of spatial flicker had to occur in the very instant before being hit. If it was too early, Li Wei and the others would notice something was off, which would affect his plan. If it was too late, he would have truly turned into a pile of mud. Thankfully, he had Godspeed. In the slowed-down perspective of time, he precisely captured that perfect moment of 0.01 seconds. In the moment before the Wolf Fang Club touched his body, he first retreated from the team. Then he activated spatial flicker, transporting himself to directly underneath the pile of rubble. Thus a perfect alibi was born. Cough cough, that was close. Chen Yifan patted the dust off his body, still feeling a bit unsettled. He glanced at his attribute panel. Mental power 180210, spiritual energy 80110, not too bad, not too bad. The consumption wasn't too great. Everything was worth it. He not only successfully died once, shedding all, but also conveniently eliminated Lin Feng, a significant threat. Most importantly, Chen Yifan's gaze fell upon the goblin captain patrolling back and forth like a loyal bodyguard not far away. Now the entire cave was left with just him and this level 10 elite monster. Without Lin Feng's interference, without Li Wei's covetous eyes, and without Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu, he could finally unleash his potential and pull off a big score. A dangerous curve slowly emerged at the corner of Chen Yifan's mouth. He took something out of his backpack. It was a bundle of seemingly inconspicuous slender vines. This was a piece of junk material, resilient vine that had dropped from a goblin during a monster hunt. At the time, Wang Pengzi had even complained that this thing was useless except for being a belt. But now it would become Chen Yifan's most lethal weapon. He moved silently like a patient hunter, blending back into the shadows of the cave. Next, the real show was just beginning. Darkness is the thief's truest ally. Chen Yifan's silhouette had melded with the cave's shadows, utterly soundless. Every footfall avoided loose rubble, landing only on solid rock, without so much as a whisper. He kept his breathing to a minimum, as if he himself were a stone within the grotto. Not far off, the level 10 goblin elite captain trudged, with heavy steps pacing back and forth inside a fixed sector. It seemed to be guarding something. Its patrol never strayed beyond 20 meters from that area. Chen Yifan did not strike hastily. He waited, observed, and calculated. Steel scan. An invisible stream of data swept across the massive form in an instant. Target Goblin Elite Captain Elite. Level LV. 10. Spirit 55. Attributes Strength 250, Agility 60, Constitution 200. Skills Heavy Strike LV. 2 Savage Throw LV. 1 Rage LV. 1 Inactive. Stealable List Skill Rage drank a rusty wolf tooth club rare. At the sight of the status panel, Chen Yifan froze for a moment, then his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. It actually displayed attributes beyond spirit. 250 points of strength. 200 points of constitution. Wang Pengzi, a crank warrior, had barely 100 strength at level 1. This creature's brute force was more than twice Pengzi's. No wonder a single blow could shatter rock. In the end, Chen Yifan's gaze locked mercilessly on the spirit entry. 55 points. Not much higher than an ordinary adult. For a level 10 elite monster, that spirit attribute was pitifully low. A perfect breach. After his last level up, his spiritual power had reached 210. The conditions for stealing were perfectly met. A burning thought flashed through his head. A drank skill rage. The Berserker's signature art, it dramatically boosts attack and speed for a short time. A trump to turn the tide. If he could steal that. No. He snuffed the thought in an instant. Steel's cooldown was far too long. If it consumed a vast amount of spirit, surrendering his only ace for a Drank skill would be a grossly disproportionate risk. Besides, that skill suited a warrior far more than it did him. He was alone now. Any mistake could mean real death. He had to rely on his own strength, pure force and cunning, to hunt this beast. His eyes fixed once more on the goblin captain as the data in his mind reassembled at lightning speed. An elite's experience is 5 times that of a normal foe. That meant this one would grant him 500 experience upon defeat. He needed 184 points more to reach level 2. This single kill would suffice. His gaze, cold and precise, began to dissect the prey's movement patterns of fixed route. It turned every 20 meters, pausing for about 1.5 seconds during each turn. It paced back and forth every 20 meters it inevitably rotated. During the turn, there was roughly a 1.5 second pause. It had only 2 attack modes. Up, close, heavy strike. Immense force and weight, but telegraphed by a large wind-up, easy to predict. At range, Savage Throw was devastating, but once the weapon was hurled, it required time to retrieve. As for the Rage skill, it seemed to need specific conditions to trigger, perhaps a health threshold. Fragments of information snapped together, a bold, meticulous, almost mad hunting plan fully formed in his mind. This world was still reality. There was no absurd one-hit damage. Any flesh-and-blood creature must have a weak point. He stepped from the shadow, no longer hidden. He picked up a stone, weighted in his hand, and a mocking curve lifted one corner of his mouth. "Hey, big guy, over here." He hurled the stone. Clang. The rock struck the goblin captain's bony helmet with a crisp ring. No damage. But the insult was complete. A roar erupted as the goblin captain's burning azure eyes locked onto Chen Yifan, its cry deafening. "Here it comes." Chen Yifan steeled himself and turned to run. He did not go far, however, keeping his silhouette at the edge of the captain's vision, a delicate distance of about 20 meters. That distance placed him just outside the range of Savage Throw, yet close enough to hold the creature's wrath squarely upon him. Man and monster began a new round of pursuit. This time Chen Yifan was no longer a ragged fugitive. He moved without haste, but with effortless control, as if toying with an enraged bull. He used his crushing agility and mastery of the terrain to lead the goblin captain in endless circles. Roar! Roar! The goblin captain screamed in fury, the little creature before it felt as slippery as an eel, impossible to seize. Several times its wolf-tooth club whooshed past Chen Yifan's sleeve, yet at the last instant, he twisted away at an almost impossible angle. The passive effect of Godspeed granted Chen Yifan monster-level dynamic vision. Not to mention the active effect. Each attack from the goblin captain showed itself to him as a slow-motion sequence of fatal flaws. He even had the leisure between evading to turn and make a face at the goblin captain. That single gesture detonated the creature's fury. Roar! The goblin captain halted with a sudden stop, hoisting its club high above its head, muscles coiling as veins bulged, and with all its might hurled it forward. Savage Throw. Now. This was the moment Chen Yifan had waited for. As the club left its grip, he did not dodge. Spatial blink. His figure vanished into thin air, twice in succession. The next instant he materialized like a wraith behind the goblin captain. At that moment the elite was caught in the throw's inertia, locked in a brief post-attack stiffness. Its hands were empty. This was its most vulnerable moment. A glint of cold steel flared in Chen Yifan's eyes. The bundle of scrap material found earlier, the tough vines, was now in his hand, and became a deadly hunting lasso, snapping out like lightning to coil precisely around the goblin captain's ankles. The goblin captain felt its feet cinch and let out a puzzled hiss. It tried to wrench free, but the vine's tenacity surpassed its imagination. The more it pulled with its terrible strength, the tighter the bonds drew. Chen Yifan did not hesitate. Spatial blink. He vanished again, reappearing behind a thick stalagmite on the cavern's far side. He wrapped the other end of the vine around the stalagmite with a practiced binding knot, then yanked back hard. A thunderous crash followed. Caught unprepared, the goblin captain's massive body lost balance and thundered to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Success, Chen Yifan thought with certainty. Exploiting the enemy's skill downtime, the terrain, and 2 precise spatial blinks, he had brought the level 10 elite under control. Roar! The fallen goblin captain bellowed in furious resentment, thrashing as it sought to rise. Its feet, however, were bound fast to the stalagmite by the vines. The harder it struggled, the tighter the bonds became. Like an elephant with its feet fettered, all brute strength and nowhere to exert it. Chen Yifan stepped out from behind the stalagmite, watching the colossal creature's futile struggles with a hunter's smile. Now it was his turn to deal damage. He did not approach recklessly, well aware that a dying beast's last counterblow is most lethal. He reached into his pack and withdrew another piece of junk. A battered pickaxe meant only for mining. Chen Yifan weighed the tool in his hand, his eyes traveling over the monster as he calculated distance, angle, and trajectory. Then he activated Godspeed. The world instantly drained of color and sound, reduced to black and white lines and languid arcs. He fixed his gaze on the goblin captain's great bony-helmed skull, his arm muscles tensed as he pushed his Frank Talent hand speed amplification to its extreme. He hurled the pickaxe with every ounce of his strength. It spun violently through the air, carving a lethal trajectory. The target, the goblin captain's eye. A muffled sound echoed. The cross pickaxe seemed to teleport, and the sound of it piercing the eye socket was so faint it was almost inaudible. Chen Yifan observed the scene. In the next moment, his figure appeared before the cross pickaxe. He kicked the handle, driving it deep into the goblin captain's brain. The goblin captain's roar instantly morphed into a piercing wail. Its massive body convulsed violently as if it had been electrocuted. Dark green blood mixed with white brain matter erupted from its eye sockets. It frantically waved its arms futilely, trying to grasp its head, attempting to pull out the damned pickaxe. But all was in vain. With its central nervous system destroyed, its vitality was visibly waning. The struggle became less and less pronounced. The wailing grew weaker. Finally, its immense body thudded heavily to the ground, completely still. The eyes that once burned with a ghostly blue flame were now mere bloody sockets, hollowly gazing at the ding. Congratulations, you have killed the LV. 10 Elite Monster Goblin Elite Captain beyond your level. You have gained 500 experience points. Your level has risen to LV. 2. A prompt sounded in Chen Yifan's mind, resembling the most exquisite symphony. Brilliant golden light of level up illuminated him, casting the entire dark cave in bright daylight. A powerful feeling surged through his limbs like a flood breaking a dam. He could distinctly feel his strength, agility, and constitution undergoing a transformative change. It felt exhilarating. Too exhilarating. Is this the thrill of soloing and defeating monsters beyond my level? Just 1 LV. 10 Elite Monster provided him with 500 experience. Chen Yifan looked at his level skyrocketing from 1 to 2. Moreover, he was only 164 experience points away from level 3. He forcibly suppressed his overwhelming joy and promptly opened the attribute panel. Name: Chen Yifan. Profession: Level Thief. Level 2, 316,480. Spiritual Energy 200,200. Mental Power 202,220. Attributes: Strength 70, Agility 110, Constitution 70, Spirit 220. Free attribute points 10. His strength and agility had grown again, while his constitution remained unchanged, showcasing the growth characteristics of the thief profession. The increase in spiritual attributes further confirmed his hypothesis. This was directly linked to his godly talent. Not enough. Chen Yifan felt the light and explosive power within him, yet his gaze remained calm. To stay in the professional class, he had to reach level 5. And his ambitions reached far beyond that. He fixed his eyes on the massive corpse of the goblin captain. Defeating elite monsters beyond his level, aside from the vast experience, what was most anticipated? Naturally, the loot. Chen Yifan rubbed his hands together, approaching with the eager anticipation of unboxing. He first struggled to pull out the cross pickaxe that was nearly embedded in the skull, then began to search the goblin captain's corpse. As expected of a LV 10 Elite Monster, there were plenty of good items. First, there was the gigantic wolf, Rusty Wolf Tooth Club. Quality: Rare Blue. Level requirement: LV 10. Attributes: Strength 20, Constitution 10. Special effect: Heavy Strike. Passive: there's a 10 chance to trigger a heavy strike effect when attacking, dealing 150 damage and briefly stunning the target. What a great item. Chen Yifan's eyes lit up. Though he couldn't use it, if he sold this, it would easily fetch several 100,000 Dragon Country coins. Furthermore, his chubby friend could also use it. He nonchalantly stored it in his initial backpack that came with his class change. Next, he found the bone helmet. Goblin Captain's Helmet. Quality: Rare Blue. Level requirement: None. Attributes: Constitution 15, Mental Resistance 10. Special effect: Intimidation. Passive: has a certain chance to instill fear in goblin-type creatures of a lower level than you. Another piece of rare blue equipment. Although its attributes were average, there were no level restrictions, and the intimidation effect was simply a godsend for farming goblins. Wearing this, he could stroll through this mine like a king. Chen Yifan happily stored the helmet as well. Besides these two pieces of equipment, he also found a small blood-stained bronze key hidden within the gaps of the goblin captain's armor. Key to the depths of the mine. Type: Quest item. Description: seems capable of opening a long sealed door deep within the mine. A quest item. Chen Yifan's heart raced once more. He quickly took out the map he had obtained for free and began to search it carefully. Not there. Could it be a hidden item? Chen Yifan carefully stored the key and his plans became clearer once again. Grind monsters level up and then go to the third layer. Defeat the final boss. Then use this key to unlock the unknown treasure. And then mine the rare, or here completely. Just as he had formulated all his plans and was preparing, his hand seemed to touch something hard and scroll-like within the goblin captain's tattered armor. He pulled it out and saw that it was a small scroll made from unknown beast skin. He slowly unfolded it. Skill book Berserk. Quality level. Learning requirement strength-based profession LV. 5. Effect when activated increases attack power by 30 and attack speed by 20 for 30 seconds, but will cause continuous bleeding. After the effect ends, the user will enter a 3-minute weakened state with all attributes decreased by 50. Holy crap. A skill book drop. Moreover, it's the level Berserk. Chen Yifan looked at the skill book in his hand, feeling as if his breath was about to stop. Just moments ago, he was agonizing over whether to use a precious steel opportunity for this skill. He didn't expect happiness to arrive so suddenly. Although he couldn't learn it since he wasn't a strength-based profession, this item was truly hard currency. A level combat skill book could easily sell for over $1 million in the black market. It was worth more than that wolf tooth club. He struck it rich. This time he had truly hit the jackpot. With this money, his sister's medical expenses would no longer be a problem. Chen Yifan was so excited that his whole body trembled. He carefully stored the skill book, feeling as if he had won a 5 million lottery. Calm down. Calm down. Chen Yifan, you are an adult with memories of 2 lives. You must be steady. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Now is not the time to be happy. He was only at level 2, and he still needed 3,564 experience points to reach level 5. Meanwhile, a goblin of the same level only gave 20 experience. The efficiency was too slow. He needed higher level prey. Chen Yifan's gaze turned toward the passage leading to the second layer of the mine. According to the strategy, there were groups of goblin patrollers around level 5 occupying that area. Common monsters provided 50 experience. Elite monsters provided 200 experience. That was his best target for leveling up right now. Chen Yifan stood up and unhesitatingly allocated all 10 of his free attribute points to a gem. Then he donned the foul-smelling bone helmet. Although it slightly affected his appearance, the effects were tangible. Finally, he gripped the ordinary novice dagger tightly. His figure flashed as he silently merged into the darkness leading to the second layer. The passage leading to the second floor was like a throat delving into hell. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur mixed with the stench of blood piercing through Chen Yifan's nostrils. After several minutes, the view suddenly opened up. A vast underground cavern, overwhelming in its scale, lay before him. From the ceiling of the cavern, countless iron chains thicker than a human thigh hung down, each supporting a giant iron cage. Inside the cages, cries of anguish intertwined with the roars of beasts, creating a chilling background noise. In the center of the cavern, a massive furnace spat scorching heat. Several goblin craftsmen bare-chested swung their hammers, the sounds of forging echoing as sparks. Around them, squads of goblins armed with standard curved swords, longswords, and spears patrolled in disciplined units of 5. Goblin Elite Patrolmen LV. 5. There were at least 100 of them. To charge and recklessly would be tantamount to suicide. Chen Yifan had already blended into the shadow of a rock, as if he had never existed. He wore the foul-smelling helmet of a goblin captain. The aura of an elite monster became his perfect. Several patrols passed within 3 meters of him, completely unaware. Chen Yifan did not immediately allocate the 10 attribute points he had earned from leveling up. He was waiting. His goal was not simply to take down a few lowly monsters. He aimed to clear the entire second floor. But relying solely on himself, even with lightning speed, he would have to kill until his hands were sore. He needed a bit of chaos. His gaze crossed over the patrolling goblins, landing on the giant iron cages swaying above. A cold smirk crept across his lips. Soon the opportunity presented itself. A squad of patrolmen walked directly beneath his hiding spot, entering an optimal angle for attack. Now's the time. Chen Yifan leapt down like a weightless leaf from the rock. He didn't even activate the active effect of his class talent skill, lightning speed. He landed silently behind the last patrolman. The goblin seemed to sense something, its neck chilling as it turned to look back. PFF. The sound of the dagger piercing flesh was almost inaudible. The scream was instantly silenced in its throat, and the patrolman fell limply. Ding. You have slain a goblin elite patrolman LV. 5, gaining 250 experience points. Your level has risen to LV. 3. A golden light suddenly shone upon him before quickly vanishing. Even the fleeting glow of leveling up was enough to alert the hounds lurking in the dark. Creak. The 4 patrolmen ahead turned abruptly. They just caught sight of their fallen comrade's body, and the same kind adorned with a gruesome bone helmet shimmering with golden light. They emitted confused and furious roars. Why would a captain attack its own subordinates? The effect of intimidation took hold, and the instinctive hierarchy rooted in their blood made them hesitate to charge in right away. But it was only a moment's hesitation. Chen Yifan awaited this hesitation. Lightning speed activate. The world transformed into slow motion once again. His figure wove through the four patrolmen, leaving a trail of afterimages undetectable to the naked eye as his dagger drew splashes of hot green blood. Throat slit. Blinding. Heart pierced. Every attack aimed for the vital spots. In less than 10 seconds, Chen Yifan stood still once more. The four patrolmen remained in a surrounding stance, frozen in place. The next moment, numerous blood arrows erupted from their necks, eye sockets, and hearts, and they collapsed in unison. You have slain a goblin elite patrolman LV. 5, gaining 250 experience points. A series of system notifications caused his experience bar to surge by 1,000 points. 1086-1120 refreshing. In Chen Yifan's mind, the image of his homeroom teacher and the expressions of those classmates witnessing in class thief during vocational training flashed vividly. He quickly pocketed several silver coins he found, then dragged the still-warm goblin corpse back into the shadow. He arrived at a blind spot in the patrol, looking up at a giant iron cage 10 meters above the ground. He tossed the corpse directly beneath the cage. After doing all this, he retreated back into the shadows like a lifeless statue, quietly waiting. Soon movement stirred within the cage. A furry six-legged giant spider protruded its fearsome mandibles from the gaps, greedily eyeing the delicacy below as corrosive slime dripped onto the rocks with a sizzling sound. It was hungry. It wanted to come out. But the cage, forged of black iron, was exceptionally sturdy. Just then, whoosh. A dagger enveloped in spiritual energy sliced through the chain, suspending the cage like a cold flash of lightning in the dark. Clang. With a crisp sound, the chain snapped. Boom. The massive iron cage crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. The moment the giant spider broke free, it let out an excited screech and immediately pounced on the goblin corpse below, devouring it ravenously. Meanwhile, Chen Yifan, who had thrown the dagger, had already used spatial flicker to reappear at the other end of the cavern. Watching the spider feast, he wore a smile that could be described as benevolent. Cave six-legged spider, Elite LV. 12. This was the appetizer he had prepared for all the goblins on the second floor. Goblin breeders like to raise cave creatures as food reserves. This seemingly insignificant detail had now become the sharpest knife in his hand. Chen Yifan replicated the method. The second, the third. Dagger after dagger, like invitations from the Grim Reaper, flew out from various shadowy corners, precisely severing chain after chain. LV. 11, two-headed earthwalker. LV. 13, toxic corrosive beast. Even when a colossal creature over 5 meters tall, covered in a thick rocky shell, roared out from the last cage, the entire cavern shook violently. Raging Dungeon Lord BOSS LV. 15. Chen Yifan raised an eyebrow. Goodness, these goblins were playing big. They even dared to raise a boss. Now the fun truly began. Dozens of released ravenous elite monsters started rampaging throughout the cavern. The most delicious and plentiful prey in their eyes were those goblin patrolmen. In an instant, the entire cavern transformed into a meat grinder. Screams, roars, weapons shattering, flesh tearing. The goblins, once disciplined, were as fragile as straw in front of these true beasts. The formation was shattered to pieces by a charge from the raging dungeon lord. Curved blades struck the scales of the two-headed earthwalker, only producing a feeble spark. The venomous spit from the toxic corrosive beast was the death knell upon contact. A one-sided bloody slaughter unfolded gloriously. The architect of this massacre, Chen Yifan, sat leisurely atop the highest severed chain, swinging it like a distinguished guest watching a play from a balcony at the theater. He even had the leisure to pull out a bottle of water from his backpack, twist open the cap, and take a sip. The blood odor below was too strong, it was a bit choking. This feeling was far more elegant than getting his hands dirty himself. What a pity he wasn't a beast tamer. However, being a director isn't too bad either. Inside the cave, it had transformed into a purgatory. Dozens of elite cave creatures had broken free from their cages. They unleashed the most primal and bloody slaughter upon the goblin patrols. Creak, creak. The chilling screams echoed throughout the entire cave. A 5-member goblin squad had just formed a rudimentary defensive formation when they were struck by the LV. 15 raging cave lord with a single palm. The 5 figures were like sacks hit heat, in their bones shattered and their internal organs reduced to mush. At the end of their trajectory, a shadow silently swept past. The novice dagger in Chen Yifan's hand traced 5 precise and lethal arcs in the air. It swept across the necks of 5 goblins, Killed LV. 7 Goblin Patrol gained 70 experience points. Killed LV. 7 Goblin Patrol gained 70 experience points. 5 notification sounds rang out. Chen Yifan didn't even glance back at the corpses, his figure once again merging into another shadow. He moved like a ghost, an efficient reaper lurking at the edge of the chaotic battlefield. With every strike, he would take down a goblin. There was no mercy in his eyes, only the most precise calculations for experience points. Killed LV. 8 Elite Goblin Patrol gained 400 experience points. Killed LV. 7 Elite Goblin Patrol gained 350 experience points. Killed LV. 12 Elite Goblin Artisan gained 600 experience points. Level up to LV. 4. He leveled up. A brilliant golden light erupted around Chen Yifan, yet he suppressed it at an astonishing speed, vanishing into the shadows. A surge of strength flowed through his limbs. He allocated the 10 free attribute points in a 5 strength, 5 agility ratio. The efficiency of his finishing moves increased once more. After a few minutes, when he smoothly dispatched LV. 12 Elite Goblin Artisan, whose torso had been bitten off by a 2-headed earth dragon. Killed LV. 12 Elite Goblin Artisan gained 600 experience points. Level up to LV. 5. The golden light erupted again. Chen Yifan narrowed his eyes, feeling the explosive surge of power within him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He reached the minimum level required for his class. But this was just the beginning. Without hesitation, he allocated another 5 points to strength and 5 to agility, continuing to weave around the monsters on the brink of death. An hour later, as the last goblin let out a final wail under the bite of the 2-headed earth dragon, there was hardly a standing goblin left on the second level, and Chen Yifan's level had astonishingly soared to 9 experience 14203-420. He had allocated 40 free attribute points, raising strength and agility by 20 points each. Faster speed, stronger attacks. At this moment, he leisurely sat atop a severed iron chain, swinging his legs, overlooking the last 3 monsters below, weary and battered. A hint of enjoyment even lingered on his face. This was the power of wisdom, exchanging minimal cost for maximum benefit. Confronting Hedon was something only a brute would do. Almost there, Chen Yifan glanced down. The cave creatures he had released were not unscathed either. It was time for him, the fisherman, to cast the final net. Chen Yifan leapt down from the chain, landing silently like a phantom cat. He did not charge directly into the center of the battlefield. His target was those prey that were on the verge of death, barely hanging on. He activated swift movement. His figure darted swiftly across the chaotic battlefield. Soon, all the goblins in the battlefield were eliminated, and only 3 cave creatures remained. LV. 15 Raging Cave Lord. LV. 12 Cave 6-Legged Spider. And LV. 13 Venomous Corrosive Creature. These 3 were the final victors of this chaotic battle. At this moment, they stood confrontationally, each wary and heavily injured. Especially the 6-legged spider, whose abdomen had been slashed open by the claws of the cave lord. Dark green blood pooling on the ground, its breath had grown extremely weak. They all wanted to devour each other to recover from their injuries, but none dared to take the first move. Opportunity. A cold glint flashed in Chen Yifan's eyes. He did not provoke the 2 seemingly vigorous creatures. His target was the nearly dying 6-legged spider. Seizing the opportunity to take your life, he activated Space Flicker, his figure instantly appearing behind the 6-legged spider. The giant spider seemed to sense danger and attempted to turn around, but it was too severely injured, its movements incredibly slow. The dagger in Chen Yifan's hand had now transformed into a long sword he picked up. He thrust it fiercely into the giant wound on its abdomen. Then he twisted with force. Hiss! The 6-legged spider let out a piercing shriek, its 8 compound eyes instantly losing their luster, its massive body crashing to the ground. Ding! Killed LV. 12 Elite Monster Cave 6-Legged Spider. Gained 600 experience points. Experience 25203-420. His actions thoroughly enraged the other 2 monsters that were confronting each other. Raging Cave Lord and Venomous Corrosive Creature simultaneously abandoned their previous targets, locking their murderous gazes onto Chen Yifan, the interloper. Roar! Hiss! The 2 powerful monsters, one on the left and one on the right, flanked towards Chen Yifan. One was a massive force like a moving fortress. The other was sinister and venomous, its poison starting to coalesce in its mouth. Faced with a scene that could instill despair in any level 10 or lower adventurer, Chen Yifan's face showed not a trace of panic. A smile curled at the corner of his lips. He was no longer the same person who had just entered. Even if the opponent was at their peak, he was confident he could strike true. Chen Yifan focused on the direction in which the Raging Cave Lord charged, advancing instead of retreating, charging forward. Just as the two were about to collide. Space flicker. Chen Yifan's figure vanished in an instant. The raging cave lord, due to its overwhelming momentum, had no time to break. Its massive body, carrying tremendous force, crashed straight into the venomous corrosive creature. The venomous corrosive creature clearly did not anticipate such a turn of events. The poison it had just gathered had yet to be unleashed when it was slammed against by a small mountain. Chen Yifan thought to himself this was bad. The venomous corrosive creature was at its last breath. If it were to die from this collision, he would gain nothing. In the next moment, Chen Yifan disappeared again. When he reappeared, it was on the back of the venomous corrosive creature. His spiritual energy completely enveloped the long sword in his hand. A white light, followed by bang. The venomous corrosive creature's mud-like body was directly smashed into pieces, green juices splattering everywhere. It didn't even have time to let out a scream before it fell dead on the spot. Ding. Killed LV. 13 elite monster venomous corrosive creature. Gained 550 experience points. Experience 30703-420. That was close. Almost got the experience stolen. At this moment, the raging cave lord was also not in a good state. The poison released by the venomous corrosive creature just before its death splattered all over it. Its hard rock shell was visibly corroded, developing large holes. Clearly, it was already a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chen Yifan glanced at his experience points. He needed less than 400 more to reach level 10. At this moment, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Space flicker. He activated it again. In the next instant, Chen Yifan appeared above the cave lord. He aimed his long sword at the cave lord's lantern's singular eye and stabbed down fiercely. Puffed. The long sword sunk to the hilt. The massive body of the raging cave lord shuddered violently and then became completely still. Ding. Killed LV. 15 elite monster raging cave lord. Gained 1500 experience points. A flash of golden light burst forth. Level 10. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented explosive power within him. He couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. In less than 3 hours, he had skyrocketed from a level 1 novice to level 10. If this leveling speed were to be revealed, it would surely terrify a lot of people. He opened his attribute panel, looking at the dazzling numbers, nodding in satisfaction. Name: Chen Yifan. Class F, Grade Thief. Level 10, 11504000. Spiritual Energy 1000. Mental Strength 300. Attribute: Strength 180, Agility 230, Constitution 85, Spirit 300. Free Attribute Points 10. 180 Strength, 230 Agility, 300 Spirit. What terrifying attributes! He felt incredibly powerful at this moment. Who? Chen Yifan let out a long breath and began to clean up the battlefield. This time his luck had plummeted to the extreme. The entire second level's goblins, along with these elite monsters, only contributed 3 pieces of rare blue equipment and a large pile of precious materials. He thought it would end there, but his gaze fell upon the corpse of a LV 10 goblin patrol, which had been smashed beyond recognition by the raging cave lord. Out of professional caution as a thief, he approached and searched through it. Suddenly his fingers brushed against something cool and hard. It was neither equipment nor coins. He pulled out the object from the bloodied armor seams. It was a thin book, the cover made of some unknown black leather, icy to the touch. At the moment he pulled it out, a purple glow flashed across the cover of the book. Chen Yifan's breath suddenly caught. Purple. This was an epic item that transcended blue rarity. Purple. It was a profound and mysterious color, as if it contained the vastness of the stars and the sea. When Chen Yifan pulled out this thin skill book made of unknown beast skin from the goblin's corpse, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. An epic level. It was indeed an epic level skill book. It was universally acknowledged to rival a grade talent abilities infinitely. With it, he effectively gained a grade skill. A piece of rare blue equipment could easily bankrupt an ordinary family. An epic level purple skill book's value was beyond monetary measure. It was a true priceless treasure that could drive any guild mad with desire. How could he have found such a thing in a mere novice dungeon? His luck was simply astonishing. Chen Yifan's hands trembled slightly. He carefully brushed off the bloodstains from the skill book and looked at its attributes. Skill book: Shadow Step, Quality Epic, Purple, Learning Requirements: Agile, Class Agility 150, level LV 10. Effect: consumes 50 points of spiritual energy and 20 points of mental power, allowing the user to merge into the shadows and enter a stealth state for 10 seconds. In the stealth state, your movement speed increases by 30, and your next attack will inflict armor break and backstab effects, dealing 200 critical damage. Cooldown 5 seconds. Stealth, acceleration, armor break, backstab, critical hit. Each keyword detonated like heavy bombs in Chen Yifan's mind. What the hell is this skill book? This is clearly a top-tier assassination manual tailored just for Shadow Step perfectly matched the characteristics of his thief profession, bringing his high agility advantage to its fullest extent. With this skill, he truly possessed the capability to confront powerful enemies hidden. It was no longer just simple sneak attacks or finishing blows. This was true one-hit kill assassination. More importantly, Chen Yifan glanced at the learning requirements. Agile class agility 150, a level LV 10. He perfectly met those 3 conditions. Heaven helps me. A surge of fiery joy rushed into his mind, almost making him shout. But he forcibly suppressed the urge back into his throat, releasing it as a heavy, yet satisfied breath. Learning. Ding. Congratulations, successfully learned epic skill Shadow Step LV 0. The skill book transformed into a stream of purple light and fused into his body. A stream of profound information surged into his brain in an instant. About how to manipulate shadows, how to conceal one's figure, techniques for launching a deadly strike. It felt as if he was born with this knowledge, mastering it in an instant. Chen Yifan could not wait to test the power of this new skill. He glanced around, his gaze landing on a distant stone pillar. He took a deep breath and silently chanted, Shadow Step. Buzz, a strange force rose from beneath his feet, instantly enveloping his entire being. His body became blurry and transparent in the light, finally merging completely into the shadows beneath him. He disappeared. He vanished from his original spot, as if he had never existed. There were no spatial fluctuations, no residual energy, just an empty void of air. Chen Yifan felt this marvelous state, deeply shocked. He could clearly see everything around him, yet everything around seemed unable to see him. He felt like a ghost walking in another dimension, an absolute observer. Moreover, his speed had He attempted to take a step, combining it with God's speed. His entire being seemed to teleport, silently crossing over a distance of several meters to appear behind that stone pillar. The entire process was smooth and fluid without making a sound. So powerful. This was the true assassin's divine skill. Chen Yifan exited the stealth state, his figure reappearing. He glanced at his status bar, noting that the 10 seconds of stealth had consumed 50 points of spiritual energy and 20 points of mental power, all within manageable limits. Now he finally possessed a strong trump card that could truly be put on the table. Chen Yifan carefully collected the remaining loot, his spirits soaring higher than ever. Level 10. 230 points of extraordinary agility. Scrade skill spatial flicker. Scrade talent Godspeed. Epic level skill Shadow Step. Plus that bronze key that could unlock hidden maps and a grade skill book frenzy worth a fortune. The gains from this novice dungeon had far exceeded his expectations. He even felt that he could now go to the 3rd level and challenge the final boss, the Goblin Foreman. However, he suppressed this impulsive thought. As the saying goes, caution is the only pass for the weak. Although he was strong now, the final boss was a LV 20 existence. Level suppression. He needed to prepare more safely. He glanced at his experience bar. He still needed quite a bit of experience to reach level 11. Moreover, there were no other living beings left on the entire 2nd level besides him. He had become the only boss in this area. It's time to head to the 3rd level and take a look. Chen Yifan identified the direction and walked towards the marked entrance to the 3rd level on the map. The entrance to the 3rd level was a massive, bottomless vertical mine shaft. Surrounding the mine were rudimentary wooden walkways spiraling downward. Waves of scorching air mixed with a strong metallic smell surged upward from the depths of the mine. Chen Yifan stood at the edge of the mine and looked down. Below it was a sea of flames. He hesitated not at all and began to descend along the walkway. The walkway was narrow and had rotted in some places due to years of dampness. Stepping on it would produce a creaking sound. The deeper he went, the higher the temperature became. By the time he reached halfway down, he could clearly see the scene at the bottom of the mine. It was an even larger underground space. A river of molten lava rolled through the center of the space, splitting the entire 3rd level in half. On this side of the river was a densely packed goblin camp resembling an anthill. Countless goblins lived, worked, and even killed each other here. On the opposite bank of the river stood a massive fortress-like structure made of black rocks. At the entrance of the building stood 2 goblin guards, each over 3 meters tall, wielding giant axes, standing like gate gods. That should be the nest of the final boss, the Goblin Foreman. The only passage leading to the opposite bank was a rickety bridge made of iron chains and wooden planks that looked like it could collapse at any moment. At the other end of the bridge stood a row of goblin archers holding longbows. This defense was simply as solid as a fortress. Chen Yifan frowned slightly at the sight before him. It seemed that the only way to get across was to charge across the bridge. But what was the difference between that and seeking death? As he pondered a countermeasure, his gaze unintentionally swept over the rolling lava river. Wait. He suddenly remembered something. He took out the free map and began to carefully search it. Somewhere along the lava river, a tiny, nearly invisible symbol marked a line of small text on. Beneath the lava, there seems to be a special or vein with unusual heat. Beware of scalding your feet. This information had been regarded as a useless reminder by the map's creator. But in Chen Yifan's eyes, this line of text burst forth with incredible brilliance. Unusual heat. Special or vein. And the mining point mentioned in those 10 documents near the boss's lair. What if this or vein was not merely of unusual heat? What if it could allow him to bypass that deadly bridge and directly appear before the boss? That thought struck his mind like a bolt of black lightning. Circumvent the impregnable drawbridge. Evade the gaze of every goblin. Descend through the mine tunnel beneath the churning magma river, so scorching it could melt steel, and infiltrate the boss's lair. This was the true way of a thief. This was genuine, unfathomable mastery, beyond the reach of gods or ghosts. His heart clenched as if gripped by an invisible hand, then thundered violently within his chest. Yet a chilling question loomed before him. That magma river. The air shimmered and warped under its searing heat. Rolling waves of blistering furnace wind stained even the distant cavern walls with an eerie, dusky crimson. He was flesh and blood. How could he descend? Was he to probe the path with his face? No. Chen Yifan's gaze locked once more, unwavering, onto the map. Remain calm. There must be a detail overlooked. His fingertip traced the topography of the 3rd level, his mind racing, converting goblin patrol routes, camp layout, and watchtower positions into precise, quantifiable data. Soon an anomaly emerged. On this side of the magma river, near the mine entrance through which he had arrived, lay an old tunnel marked abandoned. The goblins' camp stood far away from this place. They deliberately avoided it. Why? If barrenness alone were the issue, such chaotic, filthy creatures would never hesitate to use the area as a dumping ground, or worse, an open latrine. Yet they did not. Just as goblins instinctively shunned the glomos, they treated this zone with reverent distance, a palpable, unspoken taboo. Where anomalies arise, secrets surely follow. Chen Yifan's intuition shrieked a sharp, urgent warning. The abandoned tunnel held something concealed. Shadow step. His form dissolved into darkness and shot forward, silent as falling ash. The tunnel's entrance lay in profound seclusion, veiled by tangled vines and rubble narrow enough that one had to stoop low to enter. A thick, cloying stench, damp rot and decay, surged from the depths of the cavern, striking his senses like a physical blow. Chen Yifan pushed the passive effect of swift stride to its absolute limit, his 5 senses sharpened to razor precision. Darkness itself yielded before his gaze, rendered as clear as daylight. He slipped inside, utterly soundless. The tunnel was brief, no more than 50 meters, ending abruptly at a jagged, pockmarked rock wall immovably sealed across the passage. Nothing. Chen Yifan's brow knotted instantly. Refusing surrender, he pressed his knuckles against the frigid stone, tapping gently, probing with fingertips, then pressing his ear close, listening for the faintest resonance from within. The sound was dull, dense, solid, unyielding. Behind it lay only mass. Just as despair began to creep in, his fingertip brushed against something subtly alien, a sliver of unnatural coldness and coarse texture. Hidden behind a cluster of utterly mundane fungi lay a tiny protrusion, no larger than a thumbnail. Its shape angular, geometric, bearing unmistakable signs of deliberate craftsmanship, wholly alien to nature. It resembled an ancient rune, its edges softened by millennia of time, yet still radiating arcane intent. Chen Yifan's pupils contracted sharply. He dared not act rashly. Instead, he placed his finger upon it and activated his most formidable ability. Soulscry. Damaged mechanism, rune deactivated. Description: a masterpiece of the ancient goblinoid civilization. Requires pure spiritual energy for calibration. Appears to be the key to a hidden chamber. List of stealable effects: none. So that was it. Understanding flooded Chen Yifan's mind. With delicate focus, he drew forth a thread of spiritual energy, fine as a needle, and guided it precisely into the rune. VVVVRRR. A soft, resonant hum filled the air as the ancient glyph blazed with gentle white light. In the next breath, the entire rock wall convulsed violently. Rumble, rumble. With a deep, grinding roar, the solid stone split down the center and slid slowly apart, revealing a steep, shadow-draped staircase spiraling downward into the earth's dark heart. Found it. Suppressing the frantic hammering of his heart, Chen Yifan descended without hesitation. At the stairs end lay a modest, windowless chamber. At its center stood a stone statue half a man's height, carved in the likeness of a stout, crown-wearing creature of diminutive stature. In its hands it raised both a scepter and a stone-bound tome. and at the statue's base rested a wooden chest, dust-caked, nearly rotted through. A treasure chest. A hidden chest within a hidden map. This hall, pure profit. Chen Yifan strode forward and flung the lid wide. No golden radiance erupted to greet him. Inside lay only a single unremarkable object, an intricate mechanical component resembling some forgotten tool, and a leather-bound journal. He picked up the journal first, its cover rough-hewn, inscribed in clumsy common tongue. The Journal of Griggs Discord, the great gnome engineer. Gnomes. Chen Yifan's gaze hardened. As he'd suspected, this discovery fully corroborated the intelligence gleaned from Soul Scry. Though distantly related to goblins, gnomes were famed across realms for their extraordinary intellect and inventive genius. Born engineers and alchemists alike. Clearly the dungeon's original architects had been gnomes. He opened the journal. Chaos Era Year 3521, Clear Sky. We have found it at last, the legendary Magma Heart Vein. Its energy shall power our greatest creation. Chaos Era Year 3522, Rain. Those foolish, rapacious goblins uncovered our secret. They swarmed like locusts. War began. Chaos Era Year 3523, Overcast. We lost. Great King Griggs, to protect the core secret of the vein, detonated the mine shaft, while I, Griggs Discord, sole heir of the royal bloodline, led the last survivors into this sanctuary. Thus the labyrinthine terrain of the third level was born from the king's self-sacrificial blast. Chaos Era Year 3524, Despair. Our rations are gone. We are dying. I have concealed the secret of the Magma Heart Vein here. It is both a shortcut to unimaginable wealth and a path straight to annihilation. To those who come after, remember, goblins are the basest, most treacherous beings in all creation. Chen Yifan closed the journal. A brilliant gnome civilization, wiped out by greed-driven, and he would become its inheritor. His eyes lifted, drawn irresistibly to the statue of the gnome king. The journal had declared the secret hidden somewhere within this very chamber. The crux lay in the statue itself. He approached, and soon discovered nestled at the tip of the uplifted scepter a subtle recessed groove. Its shape. A flash of insight tore through his mind. From his pack, he withdrew an ancient bronze key, taken from the goblin captain's corpse. It had never belonged to goblins. It was a relic of the gnome civilization. Slowly, deliberately, he inserted the key into the groove. Click! A crisp, resonant snap echoed. Perfect alignment. Rumble! The entire chamber trembled anew, violently shaking the very foundations of the earth. The stone statue of King Griggs slid smoothly aside, revealing a yawning, heat-racked aperture radiating waves of terrifying thermal fury. Embedded in the cavern walls glowed fist-sized crimson crystals, burning like live coals, distorting the air above them into shimmering liquid ripples. Magma Heart Vein. Beyond the tunnel mouth stretched a faintly visible expanse, across the river. This secret passage did not merely offer a new route, it led directly to the boss's lair. Yet even as wonder seized him, the entrance behind him groaned and slammed shut with a thunderous crash of collapsing stone. An ominous premonition chilled Chen Yifan's spine. He rushed back, only to find the wall utterly unyielding no matter how much spiritual energy he poured into it. Frantically, he activated his innate talent once more. Soul Scry. Completely damaged mechanism rune activated. Description: a masterpiece of the ancient goblinoid civilization. Requires pure spiritual energy for calibration. Appears to be the key to a hidden chamber. List of stealable effects: none. Ruined. Damage had escalated to irreparable failure. The mechanism could no longer receive power. The door was sealed forever. He was trapped. The second level of the mine. The scorching smell of sulfur in the air was suddenly frozen and dispersed by an absolute zero that arrived without warning. A figure of breathtaking beauty gliding over the solidified frost silently appeared here. Su Qingxue. The only Shrank profession, the Ice Queen. The only Shrank talent, the Frozen Throne. Especially the special domain formed by the Frozen Throne, which is a dimensional strike against low-level monsters. On the first level, those goblins that seemed ferocious in others' eyes. Here they couldn't even let out a howl before turning into ice sculptures in the extreme cold. Her leveling speed was astonishing. In less than 3 hours her level had already reached level 10. On the second level, elite patrolling soldiers and craftsmen, their levels range from 5 to 12. Su Qingxue recited the information in her heart, gripping her ice crystal staff tightly, and cautiously stepped into the vast underground mine. However, the next moment, she suddenly stopped. Her heart, which had gradually been sealed by ice and snow and was calm as an ancient, well, suddenly contracted violently in this moment. What did she see? Before her was not the heavily guarded goblin factory she had imagined. Instead, it was a hell of carnage that had just ended a bloody feast. Severed limbs and broken arms covered the ground. Goblin green blood. The dark red blood of cave monsters. Mixed with shattered entrails, they formed a viscous black-red stream flowing through the crevices of the rocks. The heavy stench of blood and decay dominated, stifling the scent of sulfur and making one gag. Rocks torn apart by sharp claws. Iron cages smashed by brute force. The ground pockmarked by corrosive venom. And the ground was littered with corpses. Corpses of goblins, corpses of cave spiders, corpses of earth dragons. Su Qingsu's gaze finally settled on a massive corpse resembling a small mountain. That was a LV-15 BOS level creature she had only seen on the monster encyclopedia list. The rampaging dungeon lord. It was dead. All the monsters were dead. The entire second level was as silent as a grave. Su Qingxue stood there, and for the first time her usually swift thoughts experienced a blankness that lasted 3 seconds. She had envisioned all possibilities. Encountering a powerful elite team requiring utmost effort. Falling into the siege of goblins, needing to use large area skills to clear the field. But this was the only possibility she had not foreseen. Who did this? This thought caused a storm to surge in her mind. Who had the ability to slaughter all the monsters in the entire second level in such a short time? Li Weiss' team. Just as the thought arose, she extinguished it. Li Weiss' rank profession combined with a few crank teammates could never accomplish this, even if they all perished. Moreover, the traces at the scene indicated a brutal and chaotic battle. It felt more like driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Su Qingsu's analytical ability automatically kicked in, and a frightening glint flashed in her ice-blue eyes as she scrutinized every clue before her. Someone had intentionally released all the imprisoned cave creatures, igniting a bloody war between the monsters and the goblins. In the end, an absolute powerhouse like the Grim Reaper cleaning the battlefield harvested all the survivors regardless of friend or foe. What terrifying calculative ability. What a cold-blooded style of action. Is this really something a senior high school student can accomplish? Su Qingxue frowned, slowly stepping into this scene of devastation. The cold air emanating from the tip of her staff automatically froze the filthy blood beneath her feet into black ice crystals, preventing it from soiling her robe. Her gaze swept over the corpses. Indeed, every goblin had been killed by a single strike from some sharp weapon. The wounds were smooth, aimed directly at vital spots. Throat, eye sockets, heart. Clean, swift, efficient. This technique came from a top assassin. And the death of those powerful cave creatures was even more shocking to her. The 6-legged spider had its abdomen sliced open, its entrails spilled out. The venomous, corrosive monster had its body exploded from within, blown to smithereens. What left her breathless was that LV-15 rampaging dungeon lord. Its indestructible rocky shell was covered in corrosive pits, but the fatal wound was in its single eye. One strike pierced through its brain. What terrifying explosive power. What precise lethal strike. The more Su Qingxue looked, the heavier her heart became. She deduced that even she, without using her ultimate trump card, would find it extremely difficult to end a battle so cleanly and swiftly. This new player dungeon even hid such a character. Who could it be? Names flashed through her mind, yet she dismissed each one. Suddenly, a name she had deliberately cast into the corner of her memory, nearly forgotten, sprang up without warning. Chen Yifan. No. Su Qingxue instinctively extinguished this absurd thought. And Frank Thief. Someone who had become the laughingstock of the entire school during the job transfer ceremony. How could it possibly be him? At this moment, he was most likely trembling in some corner of the first level, or perhaps had already died beneath the club of some goblin. Su Qingxue tugged at the corner of her mouth, a fleeting self-mocking expression flashing by. She must be crazy to connect that person with this mysterious slaughterer before her. But that boy who in the job transfer hall faced a crowd's scorn, yet had an eerily calm gaze. That indifference, that sense of detachment, as if he were an outsider, compared to the bizarre, orderly remnants of the battlefield revealed after this bloody slaughter. There seemed to be some commonality across logic that she couldn't comprehend. Impossible. Su Qingxue shook her head again, forcefully expelling that clear yet detached face from her mind. She raised her head, looking toward the abyss mine leading to the 3rd level. That mysterious powerhouse must have already gone to the 3rd level. She had to follow. She needed to determine who that person truly was. Su Qingxue no longer hesitated, quickening her pace towards the mine. However, after a short while she turned back again. The 3rd level, densely packed with goblin strongholds, even she felt a sense of dread. That place was not something she could easily penetrate. Moreover, after her careful examination, there were no traces indicating anyone else had been there. She returned to the 1st level. Meanwhile, on the 1st level of the mine, in a remote corner, several glowing moss plants emitted a faint glow. Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu stood back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, both bearing wounds. Their faces were filled with fatigue and indignation. After experiencing the tremendous blow of Chen Yifan's death, they neither gave up nor returned. Lin Xiaoyu feared encountering Li Wei on the way back, and Wang Pengzi alone was no match for them. The two decided not to return yet. At least until they had the means to protect themselves, they wouldn't go back. Wang Pengzi firmly remembered Chen Yifan's last words. With his broad shield, he steadfastly protected Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu also overcame her inner fear. Holding a bloodied pickaxe, she occasionally slashed at the goblins that charged at them. At the same time, she used the glowing moss spawned from her Unranked talent to create one safe shelter after another for the two of them. They hunted goblins using this clumsy, yet most secure method taught by Chen Yifan. After several hours, their levels had painstakingly risen to level 5. They had met the minimum requirement to remain in the vocational class. Pengzi, should we continue? Lin Xiaoyu asked softly, feeling that both her mental and physical strength were nearly exhausted. Continue. Wang Pengzi's voice was hoarse, yet exceptionally firm. The opportunity that Pengzi sacrificed his life to give us cannot be wasted. In his mind, there was only Chen Yifan's tragic silhouette. He wanted to level up. He wanted to grow stronger. He wanted to go back and tell the teacher. Moreover, personally kill that beast Li Wei who did nothing to save him to avenge Pengzi. Just then a faint sound of frost condensing came from the passage behind them. Hua. Wang Pengzi, breaking from his usual demeanor, turned back, sharply, extremely vigilant. He raised his shield, taking a charging stance. At that moment, a cool figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was Su Qingxue. Seeing Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu, who were on high alert, she was slightly taken aback. Her gaze swept over the two, finally landing on Wang Pengzi's battered shield, and her brow furrowed slightly. Where is Chen Yifan? She asked, her voice still cold, but containing a hint of urgency that even she herself was unaware of. Upon hearing the name Chen Yifan, Wang Pengzi's already red eyes were instantly flooded with tears. He lowered his head abruptly, not wanting anyone to see his pathetic appearance. Finally, his voice choked, every word seemed to be squeezed from between his teeth, filled with endless sadness and overwhelming anger. Pengzi, he is dead. Dead. Su Qingxue tightened her grip on the staff imperceptibly. A crack finally appeared on her ice-like, exquisitely beautiful face, which had remained cold for many years. Even so, she had long expected this outcome. An grade thief. In this perilous novice dungeon, death was the norm. However, when this news was truly confirmed by Wang Pengzi, her heart was inexplicably pierced by something, a sharp pain. It felt stuffy and suffocating. How did he die? Su Qingxue forcefully suppressed the inexplicable tumult in her heart, regaining her usual cold demeanor, as if confirming a matter that had nothing to do with her. Wang Pengzi lifted his head, his red eyes burning with anger. He omitted Chen Yifan's unbelievable maneuvers in the account of what had transpired before focusing instead on how resourceful Chen Yifan was, and how during their encounter with a powerful enemy, Li Wei had not come to their aid, ultimately sacrificing himself heroically to protect them, a fact he recounted with tears. Beside him, Lin Xiaoyu also wiped her tears and nodded incessantly. Su Qingxue listened quietly, her brows furrowing tighter. Resourceful. Trap tactics. Gallantly facing death. These phrases painted a starkly different image in her mind from that of the indifferent person she had known over the years, seemingly unconcerned with everything. A brave and clever hero, even with a hint of tragic grandeur. Was this really the grown-up Chen Yifan? A long-sealed memory flashed through Su Qingxue's mind. Many years ago, he was also a boy who scraped his knee, but still opened his arms to shield her, stubbornly telling the older bullies, "Don't bully her." Li Wei, did he not come to their aid? Su Qingxue's gaze turned ice cold in an instant. A terrifying chill erupted from her, freezing the surrounding walls in thick frost. Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but shiver. For the first time, they felt the oppressive presence of a double-scrayed genius so directly. That's right. It was him. Wang Pengzi gritted his teeth. If he had just acted back, then even just to hold them off, Fanzi wouldn't have died. But he ran away with others. He's just a coward. A beast. Su Qingxue did not ask further. She silently turned away, her chilling aura becoming even more intense. You all stay here, don't wander around. As the words left her lips, her figure transformed into a streak of ice-blue light, vanishing into the tunnel. She needed to find Li Wei, if what Wang Pengzi said was true. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Su Qingxue's eyes. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the abandoned mine on the 3rd level, the hidden passageway behind the stone statue was deeper and hotter than expected. Chen Yifan descended the stone steps, each step feeling like he was walking toward the center of a furnace. The scorching heat waves could ignite a person, and each breath felt like swallowing molten blades. The air warped, and everything in view was obscured by a layer of shimmering water waves. The way back was cut off. The only option was to move forward. On the walls, fist-sized red crystals began to emit an eerie glow. Heart of molten fire. Mentioned in the goblin's diary, a rare mineral capable of supporting a civilization and creating great artifacts. Chen Yifan's steps abruptly halted. His breathing quickened suddenly. He instinctively reached out, gently touching the nearest mineral with his fingertips. The terrifying heat instantly surged through, burning his fingertips painfully, yet he did not pull back. A level 15 high-purity energy crystal. In the black market of Jiang City, this single one was worth at least 10,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. And such crystals were scattered throughout the tunnel, numbering in the hundreds. Chen Yifan's eyes turned red instantly. His sister's medical expenses for a month. Just one of these stones was enough. What about the entire tunnel? This was not a mine. This was a golden road to financial freedom. A mountain of gold that could elevate him and his family to greatness. The flames of greed roared in his eyes. He instinctively drew his sword, ready to pry off a piece. But the moment the sword tip touched the mineral, he saw his twisted face reflecting on the blade, distorted by greed. Chen Yifan's movements froze. He suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the raging flames had been crushed back into a cold rationality. No, it wasn't time yet. The way back was blocked. Until he dealt with that level 20 goblin foreman, everything here was just an illusion. He could not take a single piece. Chen Yifan took a deep breath of the air, filled with the scent of money. Then he used his long sword with extreme restraint to shave off a piece the size of a fingernail from the mineral, tightly gripping it in his palm. The scorching temperature stung his palm, constantly reminding him of the true purpose of this journey. He no longer looked at any of the other minerals around. He turned around, resolutely dashing deeper into the tunnel toward the darkness that represented absolute danger and ultimate opportunity. Once he defeated the boss, the entire mountain of gold would bear the Chun's surname. 100 meters later, the tunnel opened up. A massive cave appeared before him with a huge stone wall at the end, meticulously hewn by human hand. In the center of the stone wall, there was a thick, heavy door, 10 meters high, made of an unknown black metal. The door was engraved with intricate runes forming a massive goblin gear pattern. This was the opposite side of the magma river, the back door of that black fortress. Chen Yifan's heart raced. He had bypassed the death suspension bridge, avoided the hundreds of goblin troops outside, and stealthily arrived at the entrance of the final boss's lair. This feeling was like playing a stealth game and directly exploiting a bug to enter the final level. Thrilling. Yet he did not allow joy to cloud his mind. Behind the door was the level 20 final BOSS goblin foreman. Level suppression was the most unreasonable ironclad rule in this world. Facing it heat-in, he wouldn't even qualify to scrape the opponent's back. He had to find a way to turn the situation around. His gaze fell upon an inconspicuous stone door next to the black door. The workshop of the goblin engineer Griggs. Chen Yifan pushed the door open. The secret chamber was small, with bottles and jars scattered across a stone table and several animal hide scrolls filled with complex diagrams. He picked up one of the scrolls and, using the red light emitted from the heart of molten fire outside, began to examine it closely. The drawing depicted a gigantic humanoid mechanical construct, its structure incredibly complex, filled with the unique, violent, yet practical aesthetics of goblin civilization. Goblin Guardian No. 7. Chen Yifan read the small text in the lower right corner of the scroll aloud. A war puppet. His gaze quickly scanned the drawing, embedding every structure of the puppet in his mind. Suddenly his vision froze on the position of the energy core in the puppet's chest. There was a uniquely shaped groove drawn there. This is... A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Chen Yifan took out the seemingly inconspicuous complex part found in the decaying wooden box from his backpack. He carefully compared the part with the groove on the scroll. It fit perfectly. This was not just any part, this was the control core of this war puppet. Chen Yifan's breath came to a halt. If he could find this puppet and repair it, would he still be afraid of that goblin foreman? He could simply pilot it to crush him. He forcefully suppressed the swirling thoughts, redirecting his attention back to the numerous scrolls, searching for clues. Soon he discovered that 2 of the scrolls bore a line of extremely small and very hasty handwriting. The first one read: Repair core plan. When encountering an unpreventable energy impact, activate reverse siphon to convert external energy for personal use. Warning: this is a forbidden procedure. Non-core essence cannot withstand it. He couldn't understand. It seemed Griggs had repaired a core ability of the puppet. Next, Chen Yifan's gaze fell on another scroll. Emergency plan: if the shelter is breached, the core energy will be cut off. No. 7 will automatically enter hibernation and physically assimilate with the B7 mind layer awaiting restart instructions. Physical assimilation. Mind layer. Could it be? Chen Yifan pondered over the term. A flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly raised his head, looking at the smoothest and toughest wall in the secret chamber. He stepped forward, reached out, and gently tapped the cold wall. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was muffled, but under his superhuman hearing there was a faint, discordant, slight hollow sound hidden deep within. It was hollow inside. Chen Yifan's eyes erupted with an incredible brightness. He no longer hesitated, pulling out the pickaxe stained with brain matter from his backpack. He took a deep breath. The tenfold strength surged into his arms, his muscles bulging. Aiming at the spot that echoed hollowly, he struck down fiercely. Boom. A loud sound. The hard rock wall was smashed open by him, creating a hole the size of a basin, with countless fragments collapsing inward, revealing a pitch-black cavity. A metallic aura, seemingly having slumbered for 1,000 years, wafted from the cave. Chen Yifan did not stop swinging the pickaxe to smash down a few more times. A hole big enough for a person to pass through was violently opened by him. He leaned in to look inside. A towering figure 5 meters tall stood quietly in the darkness. Its body was constructed of dark metal with rugged lines exuding a sense of power. One arm was a massive drill while the other was a sharp cutting blade. Its body was riddled with battle scars, and even one leg was broken. Yet the overwhelming cold aura still caused one's heart to stop. Goblin Guardian No. 7. Found it. Chen Yifan looked at this slumbering steel giant before him, feeling his blood roar. He did not enter immediately, but calmly activated steel. Goblin Guardian No. 7 Dormant, severely damaged. Description: a war masterpiece of ancient goblin civilization, currently in a state of energy depletion, core missing, and 73 structural damage. Stealable list: none. Structural damage at 73. More severe than expected. However, not a big problem. Chen Yifan jumped into the hole, arriving beneath the puppet's feet. Structural damage at 73%. Chen Yifan paced back and forth around the lifeless steel giant. His fingertips brushed against the cold metal, producing a grating sound that sent chills through him. This isn't just severe damage, he muttered to himself. This is clearly something already sent to the scrapyard, just short of the final process of being melted down. The left leg was severed cleanly at the knee, the cut as smooth as a mirror, as if vaporized by some high-energy weapon. The armor on the chest had been brutally torn open, revealing a tangled mass of charred energy circuits inside. The right arm, with its menacing cutting blade, had also suffered several gouges, the blade coated with blood that had long since darkened. It was a gruesome sight. This war machine of the goblin civilization had evidently endured a brutal siege in its final battle. Anyone else who saw this pile of scrap iron would likely curse and turn away. Repair. Don't be ridiculous. No high-level mechanic could get this thing back on its feet in 10 days to half a month. But Chen Yifan was not an ordinary person. He stared at the heap of scrap metal, a flicker of nearly mad, blazing fire igniting deep within his eyes. That gaze resembled that of a top chef who had gone 3 days without food, spotting a legendary dragon. Although the dragon was dead, most of its scales had fallen off. But the dragon tendons, bones, and heart, they were all still here. Damn it, let's do this. Chen Yifan slapped his thigh, his expression resolute. Fortune favors the bold. This war puppet was the greatest opportunity in this dungeon. As long as he could get it moving, even a level 20 goblin foreman wouldn't stand a chance against him. He could even take on a level 20 berserk cavern lord. He would dare to ride this thing and crush the opponent's head like a walnut. Without further ado, Chen Yifan focused his mind and dumped all the junk he had scavenged from his backpack: broken goblin armor, rusty curved swords, tendons from elite monsters, scales from two-headed earth dragons. Clanging together, they formed a chaotic little mountain on the ground. To others, these were scraps that even a recycling center wouldn't bother with. But in Chen Yifan's eyes, they were clearly a pile of gleaming parts waiting to be assembled. The energy circuit is completely burned out. This is the most troublesome part. Chen Yifan picked up the puppet's design blueprint, crouching down, his gaze piercing. In his past life, he had at least been a top graduate who entered the factory right after graduating. Pulling all-nighters to solder circuit boards was a common occurrence. Although the energy circuits in this world were vastly different from science, the underlying logic remained the same. Energy conduction requires highly conductive materials. The purity of goblin scrap metal is too low, it won't work. His gaze swept rapidly over the parts pile. Soon several legs from the cave's six-legged spider, shimmering with a ghostly blue electric light, caught it. High conductivity appendage green material. The legs of the cave's six-legged spider contain weak electric elements and are excellent conductors for crafting low-level magic scrolls. You are the one. Chen Yifan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he picked up a spider leg, grasping a novice dagger in his other hand. Class talent speed enhancement. Buzz. Chen Yifan's hands instantly transformed into two elusive shadows. Swish, swish, swish. The air was filled with the sharp sound of blades cutting through it, sparks flying. That leg as hard as steel felt like the softest tofu under the dagger covered in his psychic energy. Slicing, cutting, carving, grinding. All in one go. In just over 10 seconds, the afterimages vanished. A complete spider leg had disappeared, replaced by dozens of evenly sized, uniformly long energy wires that resembled pieces of art. Done. A confident smile crept across Chen Yifan's lips. This class speed talent was simply divine for such intricate work. Next was replacing the burned-out energy circuit. This was the true test. Chen Yifan climbed onto the giant puppet's chest, holding his breath with his fingertips glowing faintly with spiritual energy, like the most delicate scalpel, removing the burnt and broken lines one by one. Then he would reattach the new wires made from the spider legs according to the structure in the blueprint. In this world, welding required no tools. It all depended on the practitioner's control over their own spiritual energy. Transforming spiritual energy into the purest solda, perfectly fusing two interfaces. Sweat trickled down his brow, dripping onto the cold metal plate. His heightened concentration made his brain feel as if it were throbbing. Time passed second by second. In the secret chamber, only Chen Yifan's breath, concentrated to the extreme, and the faint sizzle of spiritual energy colliding could be heard. Uncertain how long it had been. When Chen Yifan perfectly connected the last wire, he was drenched in sweat, having exhausted nearly 70% of his mental and spiritual energy. He jumped down from the puppet, looking at the rejuvenated energy circuit reminiscent of human meridians, and let out a long sigh. The hardest step was completed. Next was to repair the severed leg. This was much simpler and more brute force. Chen Yifan directly dragged over the rare rusty wolf tooth club he had obtained from the goblin elite cat. He swung the pickaxe with great force, brutally smashing the wolf tooth club to break it off, taking the thickest, sturdiest section. Then he took the toughest tendons of the two-headed earth dragon as the connecting ligament. He forcefully fixed this new leg bone at the broken knee of the puppet, although it looked rather patchy, resembling a patchwork monster. At least it could stand now. The final step was to install the core. Chen Yifan solemnly took out the complex control core that resembled a heart from his backpack. He climbed onto the back of the puppet's neck, finding a hidden cover panel covered in dust. Lifting the cover revealed a slot that fit the control core perfectly. His fingertips moved slightly, and the core nestled into place flawlessly. Click! A crisp sound of mechanisms engaging echoed through the chamber. The core was in position. Inside the puppet, a faint sound of electric currents surged, and a flicker of ghostly blue light swept across the newly replaced energy circuit on its chest. It worked. Chen Yifan's heart raced uncontrollably. Just one last step remained. Energy. He glanced at the empty energy chamber in the puppet's chest, then at the molten heart outside the passage, radiating terrifying heat. It was time to dig up a piece. But just as he turned around, his movements halted. A thought suddenly surfaced from the depths of his mind. The Goblin Diary mentioned that the Goblin King detonated the mine to protect the core secrets of the vein, and this place was the last refuge. Then, was there a possibility that when the goblins fled here in a panic, they might have brought along a spare energy source? As soon as this thought came to mind, it could not be suppressed. Chen Yifan suddenly turned around, his gaze like lightning locking onto the plump statue of the Goblin King in the corner. He quickly approached the statue, his eyes scanning inch by inch. Soon he discovered a barely noticeable gap on the statue's raised hands, which held the stone book. That seemingly unified stone book appeared to be movable. Chen Yifan reached out and cautiously pushed it. Boom! A heavy sound of mechanisms echoed through the secret chamber. The stone book in the Goblin King's hands slowly cracked open, sliding apart to reveal a square recess inside. At the center of the recess lay a palm-sized, flawless crimson crystal radiating extreme light. The energy fluctuations were vast, pure, and immense. It was 100 times more terrifying than all the ores in the entire mine combined. Molten Heart Essence Quality Legend Orange Type Energy Material Description: the unique core birthed from an entire vein of molten heart nurtured over thousands of years of underground fire. It contained enough terrifying energy to power a floating city. Legendary grade. Chen Yifan's throat involuntarily swallowed hard. A legendary heart of magma essence. Chen Yifan gazed at the crystal lying in the groove of the It lay quietly there, yet it resembled a captive sun, radiating light and heat that twisted the air in the entire chamber, emitting a groan of unbearable burden. His heart raced wildly in his chest, as if it was about to be ignited by that scorching energy. This was not just an energy core. It was clearly a portable volcano. Chen Yifan instinctively reached out his hand, wanting to pick it up. His fingertips barely brushed the edge of the crystal. Ziz. A pain that was beyond description exploded from his fingertip, piercing through his nerves. He quickly retracted his hand, a smell of burnt flesh wafting through the air. The tip of his finger was charred black, emitting wisps of blue smoke. Damn. Chen Yifan shook his hand, gritting his teeth in pain. The energy's tier was too high, wild as a runaway horse, not something his current body could directly touch. His mind raced as he quickly fashioned a crude pair of heat-insulating gloves from the leftover materials. He reached out again. Even through the thick material, that terrifying temperature still penetrated, making his palm feel as if it was being roasted over a fire. Chen Yifan gritted his teeth, not daring to delay for a moment, grabbed the small sun, and turned around, taking 3 steps at once to accurately shove it into the energy compartment of the Earth Spirit puppet's chest. Ka! The cover of the energy compartment closed with a snap. In the next moment, Virum. A deep, soul-shaking roar erupted violently from within the steel giant. The entire chamber shook violently, dust falling like rain. The dead steel giant's newly born energy circuits in its chest were gradually illuminated by fiery red light. The lights surged like lava, crazily spreading along the modified pathways flowing through the arms, torso, and legs. Ultimately, all the energy torrents converged into that cold metallic head. Crack! A crisp sound of the mechanism resetting echoed. The puppet's huge electronic eyes, like searchlights, suddenly opened. 2 scarlet beams instantly tore through the darkness, dyeing the entire chamber into a blood-red hell. Chen Yifan stood beneath the puppet, looking up at the awakened war machine, feeling as small as an ant. This is what a man should wield. At that moment, a mechanical synthetic voice devoid of any emotion resonated directly in his mind. Legendary energy detected. Heart of magma essence energy. Overload 120. A suppression program activated. Detected highest privilege key. Mental link established. Synchronization rate 78. Self-check program activated. Structural strength assessment barely qualified. Left leg joint match rate 46. Earth Spirit Guardian no. 7. Oi reboot successful. Salutations to you, my highest privilege owner. Please issue your first command. Information flowed in like a tide. Highest privilege owner. Chen Yifan glanced at the bronze key in his backpack. So that's it. The door opening was a ruse. The true purpose of this key was the highest privilege of this war machine. No wonder that Earth Spirit engineer had hidden these 3 items separately. It was triple insurance. Ha! Ha ha ha! A wave of uncontrollable ecstasy erupted from his chest, causing Chen Yifan to laugh maniacally towards the sky. This feeling was 1,000 times better than winning the lottery. Not only did he win the lottery, but he also casually took over the entire lottery center. Command. Chen Yifan restrained his laughter and looked up at the steel giant before him, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented madness and ambition. My first command. He licked his dry lips, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister arc. Crush all those noisy green-skinned flies outside into paste. Command confirmed. Combat mode activated. Warning: maintaining mental link will continuously consume your mental energy. The moment the words fell, a cold and immense stream of information surged into Chen Yifan's brain like a bursting dam. His consciousness was forcibly yanked from his body at that moment, violently merging with the 5-meter-tall steel giant. He saw it. He saw the heart of magma in the chest pulsating majestically, each beat surging forth world-destroying energy. He felt it. Felt the heavy, vigorous power feedback that could tear everything apart with every movement of the metallic joints. This was an extension of his flesh and blood, a manifestation of his will. Chen Yifan focused his thoughts and tried to lift his left hand. In the next second, the puppet's huge drill-headed arm, following his intent, emitted a buzzing roar and slowly lifted. He immediately pulled up his attribute panel. Mental energy 159300. Just a few seconds of synchronization consumed 5 points of mental energy. This thing was indeed a monstrous oil guzzler, crazily burning through his mental energy. That's enough. Chen Yifan was not only unafraid, but the madness in his eyes burned even more. The puppet's scarlet electronic eyes shone brilliantly as it slowly lifted its rough left leg made of wolf fang and dragon sinew and took a heavy step forward. Boom! A tremendous sound shook the entire chamber. Following that were the second step, the third step. The heavy footsteps sounded like the drumbeats of an ancient demon walking step by step towards the black door leading to the boss lair. Chen Yifan leaped and landed steadily on the puppet's broad shoulder. His view suddenly opened up, and an overwhelming sense of absolute control over everything surged within him. Rumble. An even duller booming sound followed. The black door, which could not be breached even by a pickaxe, was effortlessly pierced through by the puppet's drill-headed arm. Countless metal fragments exploded outward. Blinding flames and the goblin's terrified shrieks flooded in from the door. Meanwhile, in the goblin mine third-level boss lair, a gigantic goblin over 3 meters tall, clad in patchwork metal armor, like a cyborg, sat on a throne of bones, impatiently listening to his subordinates' reports. It was the ruler of this place, the LV-20 final boss, Goblin Foreman. Report, Foreman. The first and second levels have all lost contact. The scout rolled over in fear. What? The Goblin Foreman abruptly stood up, a fierce aura sweeping over the entire room. Useless. A bunch of good for nothings. Can't even keep track of a bunch of unweaned pups. It grabbed the steam battle axe beside it, ready to take matters into its own hands and smash those ignorant invaders into meat paste. At that moment, boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from the ancient earth spirit door deep within the lair. The Goblin Foreman spun around, its mechanical eye under the steam goggles widening in shock. The Forbidden Zone. That was the Forbidden Zone. How could there be movement? Before it could comprehend, rumble. Another loud bang resounded. That sturdy door, crafted from goblin black gold and unmovable even by its steam battle axe, was suddenly torn open by an irresistible force from within. A giant steel figure, burning with a blazing red glow and exuding an aura of ancient and ominous energy, stepped out from behind the door. On the shoulder of that steel giant, a tiny human figure looked down at it. That gaze was akin to looking at a piece of garbage about to be crushed. Chen Yifan looked at the fat and stout creature before the throne, a cold arc curling at the corner of his mouth. You are the boss here. Indeed. You can be the first target for this new toy of mine. Chen Yifan stood on the shoulder of the steel giant, his voice not loud, yet clear enough to echo throughout the entire lair. His tone was as calm as if he were asking the price of a cabbage in a market. There was no trace of the tension or fear one would expect when facing a level 20 boss. The Goblin Foreman was utterly bewildered. His brain steeped in steam, and gears nearly malfunctioned in that instant. It stared intently at the steel construct emerging from the Forbidden Zone, then glanced at the minuscule, yet terrifying human standing on the puppet's shoulder. An absurd feeling surged within. Why had the Goblin War Machine activated? Why was it alongside? How had this human entered the Forbidden Gate that even it could not open? Countless questions exploded. After all, it had been the ruler of this mine for many years. Following a brief shock, a deep-seated greed and desire replaced its raging fury. The legendary Goblin heritage. This perfect energy circuit. This design that transcended the era. This was the shell it deserved. As long as it could obtain it. As long as it dismantled and studied this puppet, mastering this coveted technology, it could undergo the ultimate transformation. Breaking through the constraints of levels, escaping this damned mine, and conquering the broader world outside. As for the human on the puppet's shoulder, just an ant. A lucky one who had accidentally activated the puppet. Killing him would make this perfect war machine. Boys! The Goblin Foreman let out a thunderous roar, pointing his steam battle axe at Chen Yifan. Kill him. Get that puppet for this king. The lair echoed with the frenzied cries of hundreds of goblins wielding crude weapons, charging forward like a green tide, fearless of death. This is just what I wanted. Chen Yifan showed no signs of panic, instead revealing a cruel smile. He was worried his level was not high enough, and now experience points were being delivered right to his door. He immediately controlled the goblin puppet, activating cleaning mode. Command confirmed. Cleaning mode engaged. The cold mechanical synthetic voice rang in Chen Yifan's ears. The next second, the 5-meter steel giant's massive cutting blade on its right arm suddenly erupted into high-frequency rotation. Vroom vroom vroom. The sharp buzzing instantly tore through the goblin's screams. The puppet took heavy steps, charging straight into the green tide. A one-sided massacre began. The first few goblins in line didn't even see the rotating blade before a merciless arc of steel swept through. There were no cries, no struggles. Where the blade passed, green blood and shattered limbs were swept into the storm of steel. They were instantly dissolved, turning into a mist of blood. The puppet's left arm with its massive drill was also hard at work. With a thought from Chen Yifan, the drill violently thrust forward, impaling 3 or 4 goblins before he flung his arm. Several mangled corpses were hurled at high speed, crashing into the goblin horde behind and instantly clearing a large area. Boom, boom, boom. Each step of the steel giant caused the ground to tremble violently. Each of its attacks claimed the lives of a group of goblins. Like a ruthless killing machine. Killed LV. 8 Goblin Warrior gained 80 experience points. Killed LV. 9 Goblin Archer gained 90 experience points. Killed LV. 10 Goblin Elite gained 500 experience points. A flurry of experience prompts flooded the screen. Chen Yifan's experience bar skyrocketed at an unbelievable speed. 12504000. 22504000, 32504000. Ding. Congratulations, your level has risen to LV 11. A brilliant golden light burst forth from Chen Yifan. A surge of power far more immense than before flooded into his limbs and spirit, enhancing his mental capacity once more. The previously sluggish and intermittent sense of disconnect, while controlling the puppet gradually, became more fluid and intuitive. His thoughts began to merge with the steel giant. Every action of the puppet became incredibly smooth and utterly at his command. This feeling was akin to playing a game piloting a giant mech, ruthlessly sweeping away everything before him. An unbeatable, wondrous sensation quietly spread within him. Is that all? Your underlings are too weak. Roar. The goblin foreman was thoroughly enraged by his actions. Watching its subordinates being systematically dismantled by the steel giant made its heart bleed. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. It roared, unable to contain itself any longer, and personally jumped into the fray. Its massive body erupted forth with an unmatched speed, dragging the steam battle axe along the ground, creating a dazzling spray of sparks charging straight toward the goblin puppet that was wreaking havoc. Finally willing to move, Chen Yifan's eyes sharpened instantly. Since the battle began, he had intentionally maintained a certain distance from the goblin foreman. First clear the small fry. Now that the small fry were nearly dealt with, it was time to tackle the main target. He controlled the goblin puppet, locking onto the charging goblin foreman, his voice icy. Take that tin can apart for me. Command confirmed. Target locked, goblin foreman. Threat level high. Annihilation mode engaged. The scarlet electronic eyes of Goblin Guardian No. 7 instantly locked onto the goblin foreman. Under Chen Yifan's control, it abandoned the surrounding minions. The rotating cutting blade on its right arm halted, and its fingers spread open, transforming into a glimmering iron claw. The drill on its left arm slammed heavily into the ground to stabilize its stance, preparing to engage. The next second, red and green, two steel constructs representing different civilizations and eras, crashed heavily together. Boom! A sound loud enough to collapse the entire mine erupted. Chen Yifan felt a violent tremor coursing through the puppet beneath his feet. The terrifying brute force transmitted through the metal skeleton nearly sent him flying. A horrifying energy shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact. Countless goblins were directly swept away by this shockwave, transforming into corpses midair. The ground of the entire boss lair sank more than half a meter deep, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. Dust filled the air, obscuring everything. Chen Yifan grasped a protruding piece of metal, squinting, his gaze fixed on the center of the dust cloud. Truly a level 20 boss. This brute force was indeed terrifying. However, the main course was yet to come. The swirling smoke and dust enveloped the entire nest like a dense fog. The piercing sound of metal grinding and the dull thuds echoed from the center of the smoke, with each collision causing the entire space to tremble violently. Chen Yifan stood atop the shoulder of the puppet, his view obstructed. Yet he could clearly sense that beneath his feet No. 7 was engaged in a primal and violent struggle unlike anything he had ever witnessed. No. 7, report the damage situation. Chen Yifan calmly issued the command in his mind. Front armor has sustained heavy impact, damage level increased by 12. Right arm cutting blade transmission shaft is damaged and cannot switch forms. Left leg's alternative joint has cracks, mobility decreased by 20. Target power assessment. Far exceeds database. No. 7's cold mechanical voice hesitated for the first time. Chen Yifan's heart sank heavily. He had miscalculated. He thought this was just the beginning, but he had ultimately underestimated the terror of a level 20 boss. The goblin foreman was not only high in level and great in strength. It possessed intelligence. Its combat experience was evidently far richer than his. It knew how to utilize its heavy, rare, metal-enhanced body to withstand the puppet's attacks. Then, with the terrifying steam battle axe in its hand, it precisely targeted the puppet's most vulnerable joints and energy nodes. Boom. Another loud sound. A fierce gust of wind dispersed the smoke. The scene before Chen Yifan made his pupils contract sharply. The giant cutting blade of the Goblin Guardian No. 7 was firmly trapped by the back of the steam battle axe, unable to move. Meanwhile, the goblin foreman grinned wickedly. It pressed its massive body against the puppet. With its other hand, it had already grasped the puppet's fragile left leg, which was transformed from a wolf-fawn club. Creak. A teeth-gritting sound of metal twisting emerged. The goblin foreman's terrifying strength was literally bending the leg bone made of rare-grade weapons outward bit by bit. Warning. Warning. Left leg joint is about to reach collapse threshold. Mobility decreased by 50, 60, 70. The alarm of No. 7 blared wildly in Chen Yifan's mind. Damn it, this tin can has come alive. Chen Yifan cursed under his breath. He knew this could not go on any longer. Although the puppet was powerful, it was ultimately a defective product. Moreover, his own skills were unprofessional. Engaging in a war of attrition against a fully armed level 20 boss was simply courting death. His only chance of victory lay in taking matters into his own hands. He would use the puppet as cover to find the boss's weakness and strike a fatal blow. No. 7. Activate overload mode. Hold on to it for me. Chen Yifan roared the command. Command confirmed. Overload mode activated. Warning: this mode will rapidly consume energy expected to last for 30 seconds. Buzz. The crimson electronic eyes of the Goblin Guardian No. 7 flared up, doubling in intensity. A more ferocious energy surged forth from its chest's heart of molten fire essence, instantly coursing through its entire body. It abandoned the struggle with its opponent, releasing the trapped cutting blade, letting the steam battle axe strike its shoulder, creating a shower of blinding sparks. At the same time, its remaining intact right leg suddenly exerted force. Its massive body charged like a collapsing mountain towards the Goblin Foreman. This move was a desperate gamble, inflicting damage on both sides. The Goblin Foreman clearly did not expect this puppet to suddenly become so mad. It tried to retreat, but it was too late. Boom. The two iron giants collided violently once again. This time there were no techniques, no grappling, just a pure clash of strength. Although the Goblin Foreman was powerful, it was ultimately a semi-mechanical body. Under the puppet's reckless, suicidal charge, especially with the legendary heart of molten fire supplying immense power. Its massive semi-mechanical body was pushed back for the first time, and the heavy armor on its body groaned under the strain. The Goblin Guardian No. 7 took advantage of the momentum to spread its arms wide like a giant iron claw, firmly trapping the Goblin Foreman around the waist. Target secured. Overload mode countdown 25 seconds. Opportunity. Now is the time. Chen Yifan's eyes shone with determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped down from the puppet's broad shoulder. In the instant he landed, he made no sound, merging seamlessly into the massive shadow cast by the puppet. Epic skill, Shadow Step. His figure completely vanished from the battlefield. Roar. Let go of me. You pile of damn scrap metal. The Goblin Foreman, tightly embraced, let out an angry roar. It struggled madly, striking the puppet's back with the steam battle axe again and again. Each heavy blow created a massive dent in the puppet's back, sparking countless electrical sparks. Warning. Back armor damage level at 79. 85. Energy circuit showing large-scale fractures. Overload mode countdown 15 seconds. The alarm of No. 7 grew increasingly frantic. Chen Yifan knew he was running out of time. Utilizing the speed boost from his stealth state, he quietly maneuvered to the back of the Goblin Foreman. His gaze was like the most precise scanner, quickly searching for vulnerabilities in the seemingly flawless heavy armor of the boss. Soon he found it. At the back of the Goblin Foreman's neck, there was a small square cover. In the seam of the cover, a faint red glow flickered, connected to several thick pipes continuously. That was the energy core of its semi-mechanical body. A weakness. A fatal weakness. Chen Yifan's heart began to race. Slowly he drew a sword from his backpack. It was neither a novice dagger nor a pickaxe. Instead, it was a green-quality longsword he had looted from a level 13 elite goblin swordsman while clearing the second layer of the battlefield. Goblin Centurion's sword. Quality good green, level requirement LV. 10 attributes: strength 10, agility 5, special effect armor break LV. 1 passive has a chance to ignore part of the target's armor when attacking. Though it was just a green-quality sword, its armor break effect was exactly what he needed right now. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yifan infused all his spiritual energy into the longsword. A faint white glow illuminated the blade. His eyes locked onto the pulsing red glow of the energy core. Overload mode countdown 5 seconds. For seconds. Time was running out. Chen Yifan's body sank, slightly assuming a standard stabbing stance. His mind entered an unprecedented state of clarity. Scrade talent. Divine speed activated. Buzz. The entire world once again lost sound and color, transforming into a slow-motion tableau of black and white lines. The Goblin Foreman's frantic struggles, the electrical sparks erupting from the puppet's body, the swirling dust in the air. Everything became slow and clear. In Chen Yifan's eyes, there was only the deadly, tempting red point of light just within reach. The talent of divine speed awakens. The world falls silent. The entire tumultuous and fiery lair. In Chen Yifan's line of sight, all colors and sounds instantly faded away, transforming into a silent mural. The Goblin Foreman's distorted fat face twisted with extreme anger. Every spark of electricity erupting from Puppet No. 7. even each particle of dust swirling in the air. Its trajectory of movement reflected with crystal clarity in his cold, unblemished eyes. All things stand still. Only that one point. Amidst the entire slow-motion world, it stubbornly continues to pulse, radiating a deadly hue. At the nape of the goblin foreman, that scarlet emblem representing the energy core. It's right there. Chen Yifan's body was like a giant bow stretched to its limit. All the power accumulated beyond level 11, compressed into every inch of muscle fibers that were nearly torn apart. The stealth state of Shadow Step. Release. Power erupts explosively from the shadows. This is the finishing blow after the stealth is lifted, enhanced with the dual effects of armor breaking and backstab, wagering everything. The goblin captain's sword in his hand emitted a piercing wail from being overburdened by the extreme infusion of spiritual power. The sword's tip aimed at the energy core cover, which was only the size of a palm and slightly dented from being struck by the goblin puppet and thrust out. PFFF. The sharp sound of metal tearing was piercing enough to nearly burst eardrums. The armor-breaking effect triggered perfectly. That cover made of special metal capable of withstanding spiritual weapon impacts. Under this strike, it truly proved fragile, as a piece of rotting would instantly pierced. The sword tip accurately penetrated the cover, viciously stabbing into the rapidly rotating, exceedingly complex energy core. Zzz. The explosive sound of high-voltage electricity leaking suddenly erupted. Countless thick scarlet arcs of electricity erupted wildly from the contact point between the sword and the core, ionizing the surrounding air with crackling sounds. Roar! The goblin foreman engaged in a fierce struggle with Puppet No. 7 suddenly stiffened its massive body. It seemed to sense something, and its enormous head attempted to turn back with great effort. Too late. Chen Yifan gave it no chance. At the moment the sword pierced the core, he did not retreat. He made a more insane and ruthless decision. He released the sword hilt, his hands clasped together, raised high, and then exerted all his strength. Speed amplification. A blur swept past. He slammed down hard on the end of the sword hilt. Get in there, you bastard. A roar that came from the depths of his lungs. The entire goblin captain's sword was forcefully driven deep into the goblin foreman's energy core, sunk to the root. Boom. A muffled internal explosion resounded within the goblin foreman. Its massive half-mechanical body suddenly softened, as if all energy had been instantly drained. The pair of crimson eyes hidden behind the steam goggles dimmed rapidly at a visible speed, ultimately extinguishing completely. Operations ceased. The steam that had been continuously spewing transformed into wisps of powerless white smoke, dissipating into the air. Warning. Puppet restraints released. Overload mode ending. The mechanical voice of Puppet No. 7 echoed in Chen Yifan's mind. It released its arms, and its massive body, drained of energy and severely battle-damaged, staggered and knelt heavily on one knee, entering standby mode. The goblin foreman, like a true puddle of mud, slid from the puppet's grasp, thudding heavily onto the ground, silent. Dead. Chen Yifan stood in place, his chest heaving violently. Just to be safe, he took out a pickaxe and aimed it at the goblin foreman's head. He struck hard. PFFF. Green blood mixed with an unknown liquid, flowing slowly from where the pickaxe embedded into the goblin foreman's head. Now it's really dead. Chen Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. That series of extreme maneuvers had nearly drained all his physical stamina and mental power. His body was completely hollowed out, every muscle screaming in pain. He glanced at his status bar. Spiritual power 201,100. Mental power 50,350. Both nearly empty, but it was absolutely worth it. As an Frank Thief at level 11, he had single-handedly taken down a fully armed level 20 final boss. If this got out, it would shatter the understanding of the entire Jiangcheng No. 1 high school. However, just as he prepared to step forward and enjoy the fruits of victory, a sudden change occurred. That already dead goblin foreman, its dark, golden, half-mechanical body suddenly illuminated with a dazzling red light that was blinding. A wave of energy fluctuation, more violent and dangerous than ever before, erupted from its body. Beep, 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 beep. A high-frequency, piercing alarm blared from some part of its chest. Shit, it has a self-destruct program. Chen Yifan's face turned ashen in an instant. He never dreamed that this damn tin can still had such a trick up its sleeve. Space flicker. Without a second thought, he attempted to activate his skill to escape, but that violent energy had already reached its peak. It even locked down the surrounding space, making him feel like he was trapped in a quagmire. The space flicker only managed to blink half a meter away. Damn. He watched helplessly as countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the goblin foreman's heavy armor, with glaring red light bursting forth from the fissures. Chen Yifan's heart sank to the bottom in that instant. He had poured all his strength to defeat the BOSS only to perish together with it in the end. This way of dying was excessively frustrating. Just as that destructive energy was about to explode completely in a split second, in Chen Yifan's brain, which was in excruciating pain from extreme mental exhaustion, an image exploded like lightning. A design blueprint for Goblin Guardian No. 7. In the corner of that line, which he had hastily scanned over at the time, scrawled in a way that was nearly illegible. Emergency core plan: when facing an uncontrollable energy impact, activate reverse siphon to convert external energy for personal use. Warning: this is a forbidden procedure that cannot be sustained by non-core essence. Forbidden procedure. Reverse siphon. A wildly crazy thought exploded in his mind. That self-destructing goblin foreman was an uncontrollable energy impact. And the energy of Puppet No. 7 was the unique heart of magma essence. All conditions were perfectly met. Damn it, let's do it. Chen Yifan's eyes burst with the last of his madness. A dead horse was worth a live one. He expended his final thread of mental power, issuing a soul-rending roar command towards the already in standby Puppet No. 7. No. 7. Execute reverse siphon. Suck it dry for me. Virum. That Goblin Guardian No. 7, which had originally knelt on one knee and entered standby mode, its dim crimson electronic eye once again erupted with brilliant light. Highest authority command confirmed. Forbidden procedure. Reverse siphon activated. It extended its massive iron claw, grasping the impending tin can that was about to explode. The armor on the puppet's chest opened with a sound, revealing the softly glowing heart of magma S. An irresistible, terrifying suction force suddenly erupted from that legendary energy core. The violent energy within the goblin foreman's body about to explode seemed to have found an outlet. Transforming into visible streams of red torrents, it was incessantly and madly devoured by the heart of magma essence. A dozen seconds later, when the last trace of red energy was completely consumed, the goblin foreman's heavy armor lost all luster, turning into a pile of true scrap metal. Meanwhile, the heart of magma essence in the chest of Goblin Guardian No. 7 radiated an even more dazzling brilliance than before. Siphoning complete. Energy reserves replenished to 120. Self-repair program for puppet structure activated. Estimated repair time 10 minutes. Ding. At the same time, a series of system prompts rang out like heavenly music in Chen Yifan's ears. Congratulations, independently defeated LV. 20 final boss Goblin Foreman. Dungeon clearance evaluation settling. Hidden plot completion detected 100 Goblins Legacy. Special kill method detected overlevel solo. Dungeon exploration degree detected 95. Comprehensive evaluation. SSS level. The moment those three letters burning with dazzling golden flames were imprinted on Chen Yifan's retina, the world fell silent. All sounds faded away, leaving only the frantic beating of his own heart in his chest. He did it. He really got it. Top 3 prestigious academies of the Dragon Kingdom guaranteed admission. Mother. Sister. Those eyes that were always veiled in mist finally had hope. A bright future lies ahead. A surge of searing energy exploded from his heart, rushing straight to the crown of his head, making his blood roar. But he gritted his teeth, holding back the scream, because a dazzling array of golden letters cascaded before his eyes. Congratulations, you have received an SS level completion rating. Reward calculation in progress. 1. Basic reward experience points, 1500 gold, 1000. 2. Rating reward, all attributes, 50 free attribute points, 20 skill points. 3. Special reward, random legendary orange item, chest X1. 4. Hidden reward, permanent access to Goblin Mine single-player mode. Chen Yifan's breaths, he stared intently at the long list of rewards, his eyes turning red. He's hit the jackpot. This time he has truly struck gold. Ding. Experience points have been distributed, leveling up to LV. 15. Boom. Boom. 2 massive golden beams pierced through his body. His bones cracked. Muscle fibers tore and reformed. A sense of power far more overwhelming than any previous upgrades surged through his limbs. He couldn't wait to bring up the attribute panel. Name Chen Yifan. Occupation level thief. Level 15. Experience 239,000. Spiritual energy 1500. 1500. Mental power 400. Attributes strength 280, agility 330, constitution 120, mental 400, free attribute points 70, skill points 3. Looking at these numbers, even Chen Yifan felt unfamiliar. A level 15 level thief possessed a terrifying panel that even a level 20 level elite could hardly match. This was the true capital that allowed him to show his teeth to this world. Chen Yifan forcefully suppressed the wild beating of his heart and turned his gaze to the chest quietly burning with orange flames in his backpack. Random legendary item chest. This is the main event. What will it yield? A weapon of destruction, or an indestructible armor, or perhaps a skill book capable of altering destiny. Chen Yifan felt a bit of sweat forming in his palms. He rubbed his somewhat sweaty palms and silently chanted prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony 3 times in his heart. Then he chose open. Buzz. The moment the chest opened, there was no dazzling light as he had imagined. All the orange light collapsed inward in an instant, condensing into a singular point of light. Then the light dissipated. A ring quietly floated in midair. It looked ordinary, dull gray, like a stone ring bought for $10 from a street vendor. Chen Yifan was stunned. Just this. A legendary chest yielded such a shabby item. He extended his somewhat stiff hand and pinched the ring between his fingers. It felt cold to the touch, rough in texture, and even a bit abrasive. The next second, a line of domineering golden text exploded in his vision. Ring of the God of Theft, quality, mythical gold fragment, 13, level requirement, none, binder, Chen Yifan unique. Attributes, all attributes, 100 mental power recovery, speed, 100 spiritual energy recovery, speed 100. Effect, 1 hand of theft, passive, your theft skill when activated has a certain chance to specify a type of target to steal, such as talent, skill, item, etc. This chance is related to your mental power intensity and luck. Effect 2, causality veil, passive. While wearing this ring, all your theft actions will be shrouded in a layer of mist, and no form of probing, prophecy, or retroactive skills can trace back to you. Effect 3, unlocked after collecting 3 fragments. Description, a ring originating from a fallen deity. It seems to be seeking its true owner. Mythical level. It's actually a piece of mythical equipment. Chen Yifan stared at the outrageous attributes, and those 2 incredible effects tailored just for him. His blood seemed to freeze. Hand of theft. What does this mean? It means that his godlike talent is no longer a pure gamble. Instead, there is the possibility of controlling the outcome. And causality veil. Chen Yifan's pupils constricted sharply. This effect is truly heaven-defying. It severed all concerns of his theft actions. From now on, he is a walking mist, a ghost that does not exist within anyone's scope of probing. What is this if not a ring? This is clearly an exclusive cheat for his god-level talent. I can't believe it. Chen Yifan looked at the ring in his hand, his throat dry, finally squeezing out these 2 words through clench. His hand trembled slightly as he put the dull gray ring on his index finger. A wave of cool and overwhelming power surged in, resonating in a mysterious way with his soul. He could clearly feel that with every breath and every heartbeat, it was as if he was in sync with the pulsation of this ring. Chen Yifan calmed himself and approached the corpse of the goblin foreman. The once imposing, modified, dark golden body now lay battered and dull. It had completely lost its luster and had turned into a pile of scrap metal. However, as a professional thief, Chen Yifan firmly believed that even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Moreover, this was no mere mosquito. He crouched down and began to search carefully through the foreman's body. Soon his hand touched a hard and cold object. Foreman's steam great axe. Quality, epic purple. Level requirement, LV. 0. Class requirement, warrior berserker. Attributes, strength, 100, constitution, 50. Effect 1, steam burst, active, consumes spiritual energy to release high-pressure steam from the axe's back, significantly increasing the power and speed of the next attack. Effect 2, overload, active, forces the great axe into an overloaded state, causing all attacks to have an explosive effect for 10 seconds. After the effect ends, the great axe will enter a cooldown period of 30 minutes. Effect 3, indestructible, passive. This weapon possesses extremely high durability. Another epic purple item. Chen Yifan stared at the great axe in his hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. LV. 0. Isn't this basically a null-level divine artifact at the early stage? Although he couldn't use it, its value was simply immeasurable. A degrade skill book of Berserk could easily sell for over $1 million. What kind of bloody storm would this null-level epic weapon, which could instantly turn a novice warrior into a bulldozer, cause if auctioned off? 10 million. Or 20 million. Even higher. Plus the ores here. Chen Yifan felt his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. He hastened his looting speed. Besides the great axe, he also found a small bag made of unknown leather from the goblin foreman. Gold coins x 5,000. Goblin's secret savings, miscellaneous, not very useful, but perhaps could be traded for something interesting with certain greedy creatures. Perfect diamonds x 3 rare material can be used to forge high-level equipment or as enchanting materials. 5,000 gold coins. That could be converted into 50,000 Dragon Country coins at a 10-to-1 ratio. This was another considerable fortune. As for the 3 perfect quality diamonds, they were premium enchanting materials that had no market value in the early game. After clearing the battlefield, Chen Yifan's gaze fell upon the goblin automaton that was undergoing self-repair. At this moment, the wounds on the No. 7 automaton were healing at a visible rate. The broken energy circuits were reconnecting under the immense energy support of Heart of Molten Fire. Even its left leg, modified from a wolf's fawn club, was slowly being covered by a new layer of metal, becoming more solid. Repair progress 85. Estimated remaining time 2 minutes. Chen Yifan looked at this war machine that was about to be rejuvenated, feeling a surge of emotions. Unfortunately, this hulking figure would be too conspicuous if taken out. Otherwise, returning to school driving this thing would surely create quite a spectacle. Fortunately, he had gained permanent access rights. He would find an opportunity to bring it out again. Time to get down to business. Chen Yifan glanced at the map. Next to the boss lair, there was a mining point marked by the map creator, rich in rare minerals. He bypassed the repairing automaton and entered a mine cave on the side of the lair. As soon as he stepped inside, his eyes were once again dazzled by a brilliant light. The walls of the entire mine cave were densely embedded with countless fist-sized crystals radiating a ghostly blue glow. Shadowstone, rare material, a mineral containing pure shadow energy. It is a top-tier material for rogues and assassins to enhance their profession and enchant their equipment. My God! Chen Yifan gazed at the wall of blue money, feeling as if he was about to faint from happiness. Without hesitation, he took out his worn-out pickaxe from his backpack and began to act as a diligent miner. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of striking echoed through the mine. With his current strength of 330 points, every swing could effortlessly knock off a large chunk of or from the wall. His speed enhancement talent made his mining efficiency reach an astonishing level. He felt like a humanoid machine, leaving no grass in his wake. In less than half an hour, he had filled an entire backpack with shadow stones, roughly estimated to weigh at least 100 kilograms. Then he returned through the mining tunnel. Naturally, he could not miss out on Heart of Molten Fire. Until his backpack was completely full, he finally stopped. That's enough. Oh, I can always come back when I need money. Chen Yifan reluctantly stopped and looked at all his gains. At this moment, his thoughts were exceptionally. The mythic level ring combined with his talents would be fundamental to his survival. Additionally, in this perilous world, an absolutely reliable and powerful partner is worth far more than any money. The foreman's steam greataxe and berserk would arm his only brother Wang Fuguwei to the teeth, which would be the best investment for himself. As for money, his gaze swept over the mountain of shadow stones and Heart of Molten Fire ores in his backpack. These were the true capital for treating his sister's eyes and easing his mother's burdens. With these, he could not only cure his sister's eyes, but also afford a larger house in Jiang City. As for the bronze key that could repeatedly open this place, it would serve as his continuous ATM. Just as he was planning the most reasonable course of action for this dungeon run. Warning: the dungeon is about to close, remaining time 10 minutes. All survivors, please gather at the entrance immediately to prepare for teleportation. The cold system notification echoed in his ears. Here it comes. Chen Yifan's eyes instantly sharpened. He glanced at the now fully repaired Goblin Guardian No. 7, which stood silently in place. No. 7, enter sleep mode and hide in the secret room. Command confirmed. The automaton's crimson electronic eyes flashed before extinguishing. It turned around and walked back to the secret room with heavy steps. After doing all this, Chen Yifan took a deep breath. Next would be the final act of his grand play. He needed a perfect exit strategy, one that could explain why he had not died while allowing him to reappear in front of everyone with a reasonable identity. He lowered his head, glancing at his relatively clean school uniform, then at his ridiculously handsome face. Looking like this wouldn't do. It was too fake. After some thought, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. He then approached the newly repaired goblin automaton, still radiating terrifying heat. He grabbed his clothing and pressed down on it without hesitation. Sizzle. The fabric instantly charred. Then he rolled on the ground, smearing the goblin's filthy blood and dirt uniformly over his body. Finally, he picked up a sharp piece of stone and scratched a few inconsequential spots on his arms and face, creating realistic abrasions, as if he had struggled to survive among the rubble. Soon a tattered, injured, dirty, and utterly miserable survivor image was freshly created. That's about right. Chen Yifan looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Then his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. He aimed to give everyone a huge surprise right at the last second before the dungeon closed. In the goblin mine at the entrance, most of the surviving students have gathered. Every face bears the relief of having survived the disaster, coupled with an unmistakable weariness. The cruelty of the dungeon far exceeded their imaginations. Nearly half of the students for various reasons would remain here forever. The remaining ones were mostly injured, looking dusty and disheveled. The newly arrived principal wore a grim expression, standing with his hands behind his back. No one knew what he was thinking. Several teachers were counting heads, hoarsely registering the completion evaluations. Wang Fugue Lin, Xiaoyu completion evaluation C grade. Level LV. 5. As these two names were called, everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards the two figures in the corner. Wang Fugue and Lin Xiaoyu were quietly sitting on a stone. At this moment, Wang Fugue's face was still marked with dry tear stains, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had been sucked away, silent and withdrawn. His once proud shield was covered in hideous scratches and cracks, clearly having endured a brutal battle. Lin Xiaoyu was softly comforting him beside him, her eyes also red, looking pitiful. The surrounding students looked at them with complex expressions. There was sympathy, there was pity, but more than that, there was a glee in the misfortune. Have you heard? That double F war god Chen Yifan is dead. No way is that true. How did he die? How else could he die? He brought it upon himself. According to Li Wei and the others, it was Chen Yifan, unaware of his own demise, who provoked a level 10 elite monster, resulting in the deaths of Lin Feng, Zhao Hu, and Li Biao. In the end, he himself was smashed into pulp by that creature. Wow, that's explosive news. How did Wang Fugue and Lin Xiaoyu survive? Who knows, they probably just ran fast. But look at Wang Fugue's face, he probably got scared stupid. Serves him right. Who told him to hang out with a useless person? Now it's good his brother is dead and he only got a C-grade evaluation. He can forget about any extra points for the college entrance exam. The murmurs weren't loud, but they fell clearly into Wang Fugue's ears. Fuck you guys. Suddenly Wang Fugue sprang to his feet. His bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on the group of students gossiping. You know nothing. Fanzi was a hero. He died to save us. His voice was hoarse, filled with endless grief and anger. It was Li Wei. That bastard Li Wei. He stood by and did nothing. He ran away. If it weren't for him, Fanzi wouldn't have died at all. Wang Fugue's outburst silenced the entire entrance. Everyone was taken aback by his sudden explosion. Li Wei, who had been named, turned pale instantly. At that moment, he was standing beside one of his lackeys, animatedly recounting his heroic battle and the tragic loss of his teammates to the teacher. But with Wang Fugue's shout, his facade was pierced. Wang Fugue, you're talking nonsense. Li Wei was both shocked and angry, fearing that Wang Fugue would reveal that Zhao Hu, Li Biao, and Lin Feng were all sent by him. It was clearly that useless Chen Yifan who caused the deaths of Lin Feng, Zhao Hu, and Li Biao. We retreated strategically to preserve our strength. You dare slander me? Slander you? Wang Fugue was so furious that his entire body was shaking. How can you even say that? Those three were clearly sent by you, wanting us all to die here. This statement left everyone gasping in shock. You? Li Wei was left speechless, his face alternating between green and white. He didn't expect Wang Fugue, who usually seemed foolish, to dare challenge him publicly. All right. The principal, with a dark face, shouted angrily, interrupting the argument. The truth of the matter will be investigated by the school once we get out. Now anyone who dares to make noise will have their assessment cancelled. His words held significant authority. Wang Fugue and Li Wei glared at each other, falling silent. However, the surrounding students looked at Li Wei with growing suspicion and disdain. After all, Wang Fugue's heartbroken appearance did not seem feigned. On the other hand, although Li Wei was also acting, the panic and guilt hidden deep in his eyes could not be concealed. He shot a resentful glance at Wang Fugue. Damn it. If only he hadn't found this fat guy. How could he have the chance to babble here? But soon Li Wei calmed down, a cold smile forming in his heart. Chen Yifan, Lin Feng, Zhao Hu, all dead. No witnesses. Moreover, he was only level 3 at the time. How could he have the strength to save them? And why should he save them? Just because they were classmates? Schoolmates? Ridiculous. This was blatant moral coercion. Once outside, he had plenty of ways to make sure that Wang Fugue and Lin Xiaoyu, two ordinary students without any background, would shut their mouths obediently. By then, what was black could still be made white. Hero. Nonsense. A dead, useless person, how could he fight against him? Time ticked by. Meanwhile, several more students returned. The principal's expression grew more unsightly. Suddenly, a figure clad in icy blue rushed in from the depths of the mine, trailing frost and dust, and came to a sudden stop at the entrance. Su Qingxue. The edges of her robe were stained with some dried bodily fluids, her cold face bearing a hint of frustration from being unable to locate her target. After parting ways with Wang Fugue, she encountered a level 13 elite monster, causing her to return from the depths just before the dungeon closed. She did not go to the teacher to register. Her gaze swept over everyone like two sharp ice spikes, directly pinning Li Wei down. Li Wei. She spoke, her voice not loud, but chillingly piercing, making Li Wei's heart clench. Su University Goddess. Li Wei forced a smile he thought was suave, standing up straight. I'm glad you're okay, or I was worried you might be in danger alone. Su Qingxue ignored his pleasantries. Step by step, she walked towards Li Wei under the watchful eyes of all the teachers and students. As she walked, the temperature around her plummeted. The thin moisture in the air condensed into visible white frost spreading from her feet, climbing up the rock walls. Wang Fugue said you abandoned Chen Yifan. Her words were not a question. They were a declaration. Li Wei's smile froze on his face, his skin twitching slightly before he replaced it with a naturally arrogant expression. Abandon? Qingxue, that word is too harsh. He scoffed, spreading his hands. In that situation, a level F thief is just a liability to the team. He used his life to buy us time to retreat. That was his honor, dying for a worthy cause. You're talking nonsense. A roar of suppressed rage erupted. Wang Fugue's eyes were bloodshot like an enraged bull, glaring fiercely at Li Wei. You coward. It was you who stood by and did nothing. It was you who ran away. If it weren't for you, Fanzi wouldn't have died. Shut up, you brainless fat pig. Li Wei was utterly enraged. What do you know? This is called tactical sacrifice. I, with level talent, am a future high-ranking professional. His life can't compare to mine. Besides, why should I save him, someone I'm not related to? You all didn't know the danger and provoked a level 10 elite monster. Trading a useless person for my safety. That's a deal. A huge profit. A huge profit. As the last two words were uttered, the entire entrance area fell silent. Even the busy teachers paused their work, frowning at the scene. A deal, eh? Su Qingxue repeated that word. In her mind, a small figure from many years ago who had fallen and scraped his knee, yet still opened his arms to shield her, childishly saying, "Don't bully her." This image clashed and tore with Li Wei's current despicable face. A wave of unprecedented nausea and fury erupted from the depths of her heart. In your eyes, a person's life is just a calculable deal. Boom. A terrifying, suffocating pressure of spiritual energy erupted from her slender body like an invisible iceberg. Level 11. Su Qingxue had actually reached level 11. It was known that the highest level inside was only Li Wei at level 8. A full 3 levels difference. In an instant, the entire place was in an uproar. Li Wei's arrogant face turned ashen, devoid of color. He watched in terror as Su Qingxue's pale, slender fingertips gathered and compressed deadly cold air, gradually forming the silhouette of a long ice spear exuding a lethal aura. The tip of that spear locked onto his brow from afar. The shadow of death made it feel as if all the blood in his body had been frozen. Su Qingxue, stop! The principal exclaimed, immediately shouting to stop her. However, Su Qingxue turned a deaf ear, the icy blue spear closing in ever closer to Li Wei's brow. Li Wei's mind went blank as he looked at Su Qingxue in disbelief. This crazy woman. Is she going to kill him in front of the teachers? Warning. The dungeon will completely close in 20 seconds. All survivors prepare for teleportation. The countdown begins. 19. 18. The cold system prompt sounded like the most beautiful music in Li Wei's ears. In an instant, Li Wei's eyes erupted with the wild joy of having survived. He was saved. Teleportation begins. The rules of space intervened. Even if Su Qingxue was furious, she absolutely wouldn't dare to act in front of the teachers, risking being torn apart by the chaotic space. Otherwise, if the teleportation was affected, everyone would perish here. A flicker of cold struggle passed through Su Qingxue's eyes. 15. 14. 13. The light gate at the entrance began to flicker violently, an irresistible pull enveloping everyone. Li Wei's smile twisted, even more filled with delight. Just wait. They'll make you all look bad once we get out. 12. 10. Just as the countdown was about to enter the final 10 seconds, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the entrance of the mine. Thud. That person fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of cold dust. At that moment, time stood still. Wang Fugue stopped his furious roar, staring blankly at that figure. Li Wei's triumphant smile froze on his face like a poorly crafted plaster statue. The icy spear at Su Qingxue's fingertips shattered inch by inch, less than an inch from her fingertips, turning into a sky full of shimmering ice dust, quietly dissipating. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the last survivor who emerged from the light gate. He was ragged, covered in dried blood and dirt, one arm dangling limply, looking utterly tragic. He struggled to prop himself up with his remaining hand against the cold ground, slowly raising his head. On a face smeared with dust and blood, his eyes shone with a terrifying brightness. A dull thud echoed through the air as something hit the ground. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the figure lying on the ground, their minds blank. After a full 3 seconds, a terrifying light suddenly erupted in Wang Pangzi's unfocused eyes. He pointed at the figure as if he had seen a ghost, his throat constricting as he let out a broken, sharp cry. Fanzi. It's Fanzi. He's alive. He's alive. This scream detonated like thunder within the silent crowd, instantly shattering everyone's perception. Chen Yifan, the one who was declared dead by Li Wei, smashed into a pulp by a level 10 elite monster. He is still alive. How is this possible? Everyone's gaze twisted into a frenzy fixed upon the fallen figure, including Li Wei. The color drained from his face in an instant, leaving him paler than the corpse of a dead man. A bone-chilling cold exploded from his feet, racing up his spine to his head. How could he possibly be alive? Teleportation initiated. At that moment, the light of the teleportation array fully illuminated, engulfing everyone. The sensation of spinning and swirling vanished. At Jiangqingnou, one high school on the playground, the blinding sunlight poured down. Yet the surviving students felt no warmth, as if they had been thrown naked into an ice cave. The atmosphere on the playground was 1,000 times more oppressive than in the dungeon. The director stood in the center of the field, hands behind his back, his face a dark hue as he struggled to maintain the composure expected of a leader. Just then, a young female teacher responsible for counting heads rushed over her, face pale. The electronic recording tablet in her hand rattled as it trembled violently. Director. Her voice trembled with a hint of crying. The final count has been completed. The director took a deep breath and snatched the tablet from her. His gaze fell directly on the crimson statistics at the bottom. Total participants in the assessment: 458, successful return count 241, missing confirmed dead 217 people. The moment this number registered, the director felt as if the sky had fallen. The iron-gray visage he had forced into composure lost all color in an instant. The recording tablet slipped from his hand with a thud, its screen shattering. Nearly half of the students would forever remain inside. This was not a mere accident, it was the highest level of major educational incident. It marked the end of his career, the nightmare of the second half of his life. He was finished. Quick. Stretcher. Medical team. Just when the director's mind was about to collapse under the weight of this number, a commotion broke out in the crowd. He abruptly looked up and saw the bloodied figure being carried out by several teachers. Chen Yifan, that grade thief. The one who should have died first. He's actually alive. In that moment, Chen Yifan's appearance was like a strange lightning bolt, splitting open the director's brain, filled with despair and fear. Why? Why did students with DC and even A-level professions die while he lived? This most unreasonable survivor was like a lone red light shining in the pitch black sea, becoming his only clue to escaping the abyss. Quick, take him to the medical room. Get the best healing teacher here immediately. The director's voice finally lost control at this moment, turning hoarse and sharp. He dashed forward, parting the crowd. His gaze was less about caring for a student and more about guarding a singular piece of evidence that could determine his life or death. Fanzi, wake up. At that moment, Wang Pengzi, disregarding all obstacles, threw himself beside the stretcher, grasping Chen Yifan's hand and crying like a 300-pound child. Lin Xiaoyu followed closely, sobbing quietly, her eyes swollen like two walnuts. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue did not approach, merely standing in place. The delicate hand gripping the staff, knuckles turning white, silently relaxed a bit. On the other side, Li Wei's expression was as grim as it could get. He stared intently at the unconscious figure on the stretcher, his eyes filled not only with resentment and shock, but also a hint of fear he himself was unwilling to acknowledge. He didn't die. How could he possibly be alive? By what right does he live? No, he must not be allowed to live to tell the truth. Li Wei's mind flashed with Li Biao's incredulous gaze before his death, sending a chill down his spine. At that moment, a figure pushed through the chaotic crowd and approached the stretcher. It was the principal. Upon seeing the principal, Li Wei's pupils contracted sharply. He knew that things had completely spiraled out of control. He had to leave. He needed to contact his family before he was apprehended. In the next second, while everyone's attention was focused on the principal, Li Wei seized the opportunity to retreat into the crowd at lightning speed, disappearing without a trace. The principal seemed oblivious to Li Wei's departure. He ignored everyone, simply asking the female teacher, who was casting a healing spell, in a completely emotionless tone, "What's the situation?" "Principal, it's just superficial wounds, excessive blood loss plus." The green light emanating from the teacher's hands suddenly halted, as if struck by an electric current. A look of extreme shock appeared on her delicate face. "What's wrong?" the principal urged, his voice still terrifyingly calm. "Strange." The teacher frowned tightly, her voice slightly faltering. She even withdrew her healing spell, using her spiritual power to probe again, fearing her perception was wrong. Student Chen Yifan's spiritual energy. His life magnetic field. Something's off, this intensity. Let me confirm. The teacher closed her eyes, focusing her spiritual power intensely. A few seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, her face filled with horror. His spiritual energy fluctuations and life magnetic field intensity clearly indicate that he is now LV 15. LV 15. These three words detonated like a thunderclap on the silent playground. Instantly, the entire place erupted. What the hell did I just hear? Level 15. That double-level war god leveled up to 15. What kind of international joke is this? A level warrior struggled to reach level 6. How could he and level thief possibly do this? Was he not buried in the ruins? Could it be? Experience can automatically increase while buried in rubble. This isn't scientific. This is a miracle. Everyone's worldview shattered into pieces at that moment. Even Wang Pengzi stopped crying, mouth agape, looking utterly bewildered. Fancy is level 15. But wasn't he supposed to die at level 1 to save us? However, amidst the uproar of voices like a tsunami, only the principal remained calm. He was silent for a full 10 seconds. Those 10 seconds felt as long as a century. He finally spoke again, his voice carrying an irrefutable decisiveness. He issued a series of short and clear orders to the already stunned director. Immediately activate the highest level emergency plan. Send him to the top level isolation ward 01 of the medical department with physical lockdown and signal jamming. All personnel involved must have my written authorization. 24-hour life sign monitoring, all data encrypted directly to my office. All teachers and students present are prohibited from leaving, remain in position and await inquiries from the enforcement team. He paused, his final gaze landing on the unconscious boy on the stretcher. In an extremely solemn tone, he added the last sentence. Notify me the moment he wakes up. In Jiang City, the Extraordinary Education Bureau. Data Monitoring Center. This is the neural hub of extraordinary education for the entire city. Yet at this moment, it was as silent as a grave. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final data feedback from the new student instance practice classes of various universities. Suddenly, beep, beep. Two crimson alarms not stemming from any standard protocol pierced through the air like burning steel needles, stabbing into everyone's eardrums. It was a shrill and piercing sound. A blood-red wail representing the highest disaster authority long forgotten for a decade echoed throughout the room. Alarm. Highest authority alarm. A young technician responsible for monitoring the novice area sprang up from his chair as if his spine had been pulled out, his voice barely resembling that of a human. The screen before him had turned into a shocking shade of blood red. Both alarms originated from the instance he was monitoring. The Level 7 Novice Instance. Level 7 Novice Instance, Goblin Mine. The technician's lips trembled, his throat making strange noises, and finally, with all his strength, he screamed out two words that could shatter everyone's sanity. Mortality rate. 47. 3. And SS level clearance evaluation. In an instant, the air in the entire monitoring hall was sucked dry. Everyone turned their heads in unison, gazing at their colleague who was screaming in shock with eyes that scrutinized a lunatic. SS level evaluation. A nearly 50% mortality rate appearing in a novice instance. What kind of hellish joke is this? You must be mistaken. It must be a system bug. The department head dashed over, fixating his gaze on the three golden letters seemingly ablaze on the screen alongside the glaring red number. In the next moment, his breath halted. It was real. The battle-hardened head, his legs weakened, began to tremble uncontrollably. He knew that the sky of Jiang City had collapsed. Report. Quickly. Use the highest encryption channel to report to the director immediately. Meanwhile, in Jiang City No. 1 high school, in the principal's office. The atmosphere was as oppressive as lead. Principal Zhou Dihai sat upright, his fingers unconsciously tapping rhythmically on the table. Each tap felt like a hammer striking the heart of the teaching director, making him too afraid to even breathe. Cold sweat had already soaked through the back of his shirt. Have you found anything? The principal finally spoke, his voice terrifyingly calm. Principal. Principal. The teaching director's voice trembled. The back-end data is still in emergency recovery. But Chen Yifan's level has been repeatedly confirmed by the medical team. It is LV 15. LV 15. And grade thief. Principal Zhou Dihai's finger tapping on the table paused slightly. Just then, the red encrypted communicator on his desk emitted a sharp beep. The name that appeared on the screen made the teaching director's legs go weak instantly. Zhao Lisan, the highest official of the Jiang City Extraordinary Education Bureau. A legendary powerhouse who personally participated in the final battle of the Blood Red 20 years. A storm was coming. Zhou Dihai answered the call. Zhao Lisan's gloomy face appeared on the screen. Without a word of waste, a document was projected directly. The document contained only 2 lines. 2 lines of blood red text that could turn Jiang City upside down. Clearance Evaluation SSS Instance Mortality Rate 47. 3. The teaching director only glanced at it and immediately felt darkness before his eyes collapsing completely to the ground. It's over. The director knows too. The speed at which this matter spread surpassed his imagination. What to do? He hurriedly looked at the principal. However, Zhou Dihai's reaction was beyond his expectations. The principal showed no shock, no rage, nor did he collapse. He simply stared quietly at the 2 lines of text for a full 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, Zhou Dihai slowly raised his head, looking at Zhao Lisin on the screen, his voice hoarse, yet unnaturally calm. Who obtained this evaluation? It shows a person named Chen Yifan. Zhao Lisin's voice betrayed no emotion. As expected, the last shred of hope in Zhou Dihai's heart shattered. Heaven and hell perfectly overlapped in the same person. Zhou Dihai. Zhao Lisin stared at him, speaking slowly. I now suggest you go to your window and take a look. Zhou Dihai silently stood up and walked to the gigantic floor-to-ceiling window. With just one glance, even after 30 years of composure, his heart could not help but tighten. The grand school gate, a symbol of glory and knowledge, was now blocked by countless grieving parents unable to let a single drop of water through. Crying, cursing, questioning. All merged into a tidal wave of sound, nearly breaking through the soundproof glass, threatening to overturn the entire administrative building. Flashing police lights illuminated faces filled with grief and rage. Media broadcast vehicles circled above the school like vultures smelling blood. They transmitted the current chaos of Jiang City No. 1 high school to every corner of the nation in real time. This once celebrated institution had now become the epicenter of scandal for all of Long Country. Do you see it, Zhou Dihai? Zhao Lisin's roar came from the communicator. An SS-level evaluation. And 217 corpses that will never return. Tell me, how should I report this to higher-ups? How do I explain this to the people of the entire city? Zhou Dihai did not turn back. He quietly watched the hell on earth below, suddenly speaking in a voice that was terrifyingly calm. Director Zhao, this matter cannot be judged solely by the mortality rate. On the other end of the line, Zhao Lisin paused in his breath. An SS-level evaluation has broken the record for Long Country in 15 years. There must be a tremendous upheaval behind it, something that could overturn the entire understanding of the instance. And Chen Yifan and grade thief not only survived, but also leveled up to 15. Zhou Dihai slowly turned around, and his eyes under the glasses sparkled with a nearly insane, desperate light. He is not a disaster star. He is the only key to uncovering the truth behind this disaster. On the other end of the line, Zhao Lisin fell silent. This old fox. He immediately understood Zhou Dihai's intention. Shift the responsibility from the unmanageable managerial negligence to the unpredictable, unknown natural disaster. And Chen Yifan is the only witness. The only hope. I understand now. Zhao Lisin's voice finally carried a hint of fluctuation. Zhou Dihai, I don't care what method you use. Use all the resources of No. 1 high school. Let him survive. Let him speak. He is now our only lifeline. The communication was abruptly ended. The office fell into a dead silence once more. Zhou Dihai returned to his chair, took out a clean piece of velvet cloth, and as if nobody was watching, began to slowly wipe his glasses. As if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. The teaching director looked at the principal, who seemed like a different person, feeling a chill running up his spine. Notify everyone. Zhou Dihai put on his shiny glasses, his voice regaining its former authority and coldness. Bring the best nutritionists, the best guards, and the best medical team to the No. 01 isolation ward. From now on, the safety of student Chen Yifan is the highest priority of Jiang City No. 1 high school. He paused and added in a completely emotionless tone. If he encounters the slightest mishap, you will accompany him in death. In Jiangqing No. 1 high school medical department isolation ward No. 01. The scent of disinfectant mixed with expensive nutritional fluids penetrated his nostrils. Chen Yifan opened his eyes. Before him lay a pure white ceiling, and an IV bag was dripping steadily above his head. He had slept soundly through this slumber. His limbs were filled with an unprecedented explosive power. His spirit was clearer than ever before. On his index finger there rested the seemingly simple ring of the god of theft, continuously emanating a refreshing breath. It resonated deeply with his soul, keeping him in a state of absolute calm every second. He's awake. He's awake. A surprised female voice exclaimed. Immediately a flurry of urgent and chaotic footsteps echoed from outside the door. The door was pushed open forcefully. Chen Yifan's gaze swept over. At the doorway stood several members of the school enforcement team, each exuding a stable aura all above level 20, their expressions solemn and vigilant. Several teachers in white coats from the healing department quickly surrounded him, giving him no chance to react. Waves of soft green light fell upon him, repeatedly washing over and examining every detail of his body. Vital signs are stable. Psychic fluctuations have returned to normal. All external wounds have healed, and his bodily functions are unusually strong, completely unlike someone who just escaped from an A-level disaster event. The last doctor adjusted his glasses, his probing gaze almost palpable behind the lenses. An A-level disaster event. Chen Yifan caught this keyword, his mind quickly processing the information while his body performed the perfect act. He blinked just right, revealing the confusion and frailty expected from someone awakening after a deep coma. He propped himself up on the bed, trying to sit up, but then fell back, weakly squeezing out a few dry syllables from his throat. Where is this? Chen Yifan, you are currently in the school's medical department, and you are safe. The leading female teacher spoke gently. Do you remember what happened? You were in a dungeon. Fanzi. A hoarse roar interrupted her. Wang Pengzi burst through like a runaway meat cannon, crashing into those trying to stop him at the door. Chen Yifan's pupils involuntarily contracted. Something was off. The two enforcement team members at the door had enough strength to stop Wang Pengzi, yet they let him through. Someone outside was watching the drama unfold. The fat guy was deliberately allowed in. Why? Was this a way to alleviate his doubts? Or did they want him to lower his guard and exhibit emotions that shouldn't be shown in front of his brothers? Chen Yifan's instincts made him subconsciously want to evade. But now he was a patient. He couldn't hide. The next moment he felt as if he had been rammed head in by a rampaging wild boar, the whole bed creaking under the strain. Whoa, Fanzi, you finally woke up. I thought I would never see you again. The over 300-pound man was crying uncontrollably, grabbing Chen Yifan's hand with such force that it felt like his bones were crying out. Cough, cough. Fatty, easy. It hurts. Chen Yifan coughed weakly, perfectly playing his... Oh, I'm so sorry. Wang Pengzi quickly released his grip, standing awkwardly to the side, his face a mix of joy, fear, and deep guilt. Lin Xiaoyu followed behind, her eyes red, standing there timidly and softly saying, Chen Yifan, it's good that you're fine. Looking at these two genuinely emotional individuals, Chen Yifan felt a warmth flow through him. He struggled to force a smile. I have a strong fate, the king of hell does not take me. It's not just a strong fate, Fanzi. Wang Pengzi wiped his tears, his voice rising by an octave, excitedly gesturing. You have no idea? You are now the highest level in our entire school. No, in all of Jiangxing High School. Level 15. You've risen to level 15, you dog. Quiet. A commanding low call came from the doorway. Principal Zhou Dihai walked in with his hands behind his back, his expression unreadable. Behind him followed the pale-faced director. The atmosphere in the ward instantly shifted from joyful reunion to heavy and oppressive. The healing teachers immediately fell silent and respectfully stepped aside. Wang Pengzi also shrank back, intimidated by this aura. Zhou Dihai ignored everyone and walked straight to Chen Yifan's bedside, pulling up a chair to sit down. He said nothing, merely using his deeply hidden bottomless eyes behind the lenses to quietly observe Chen Yifan. That gaze did not seem to be looking at a student, but rather it was scrutinizing an object that could determine his fate. Chen Yifan allowed him to observe, maintaining an innocent and bewildered expression. Here it comes. The main act begins. Chen Yifan. After a long pause, Zhou Dihai finally spoke, his tone oddly gentle. First, congratulations on returning safely. He paused, his tone carrying a touch of appropriately measured sorrow. This dungeon practice class experienced a major incident that none of us wished to see. Many students remained trapped inside forever. Chen Yifan's heart sank as he quickly displayed shock and sorrow. What? An incident? Then, what about the casualties? You don't need to know the specific numbers. That would be a secondary trauma for you. Zhou Dihai waved his hand, shifting the conversation, his scrutinizing gaze suddenly sharp. I came today to understand some situations. According to the records, you are the only one from this practice class who was independently evaluated by the dungeon's mechanism. He deliberately paused, then uttered those three words. SS level achiever. Boom. Those three letters exploded like three heavy bombs in the quiet. Several therapists recording data trembled, their pens falling to the ground. The enforcement team members at the door widened their eyes in disbelief, their gaze fixed on the boy in the hospital bed. Wang Pengzi's mouth instantly formed an O shape, his face frozen in a mix of sadness and joy, replaced by an extreme absurd shock that nearly caused his brain to short-circuit. He stammered, pointing at Chen Yifan, then looking at the principal, as if confirming whether he was hearing things. SSS. Principal. Principal, is that the one who can guarantee admission to the top 3 prestigious universities of Long Country? That SSS. And Lin Xiaoyu was completely stunned. She tightly covered her mouth with her hand. In her beautiful, recently tear-streaked eyes only a hollow shock remained after her worldview had collapsed. The SS level evaluation. This term, which existed only in textbooks and legends signifying absolute talent and supreme glory, unexpectedly appeared on the Flevel thief who had just been ridiculed by the entire school. He is so amazing. At this moment, Chen Yifan's face, still carrying a sickly pallor, seemed to her to be covered in a dazzling, almost blinding golden light. Zhou Dihai ignored the shock of the crowd. After all, the matter of the SS level evaluation could not be hidden. His gaze remained locked on Chen Yifan as he continued. Your level has skyrocketed from level 1 to level 15. He enunciated each word clearly, each one like a nail driving deep into Chen Yifan's soul. A level F thief managed all of this in a level disaster dungeon with a casualty rate of nearly 50%. Child, can you tell me, what exactly did you experience in there? As soon as the principal's words fell, the entire ward became eerily silent. All eyes were focused on the seemingly frail boy in the hospital bed. Chen Yifan lowered his eyelids, his long eyelashes hiding a fleeting glimmer in his eyes. Just as expected, one of his suspicions was confirmed. The official organization controls some methods unknown to him, allowing them to know the evaluation results of the dungeon in real time. Moreover, combined with the principal's question, can they only monitor the final results, but not the processes within the dungeon? This information gap is his greatest shield. However, in a level disaster, it seems the excuses he prepared earlier might not be sufficient. He must craft a new story that can carry the weight of an SS level evaluation and in a level disaster event. He slowly lifted his head, meeting the principal's scrutinizing gaze. On his still pale face mingled fear, confusion, and a hint of foolishness from surviving a calamity. Principal, I don't know anything. Chen Yifan's voice was soft, trembling with a unique quiver that follows a tremendous shock to the spirit. Principal, I really don't know anything. Zhou Dihai's gaze, concealed behind his glasses, tightened slightly like a needle's point. The air in the entire hospital room seemed to grow heavier as a result. Beside him, Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu both wore puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend why Chen Yifan said such a thing. Had he done nothing? Did that SSS rating just fall from the sky? Child, you must understand, an SSS rating a level 15. These cannot be explained by the 3 words. Zhou Dihai pointed outside the door. The tragedies of over 200 families along with your miracle all require a reason. A reason that can convince everyone. The pressure was immense, like mountains and seas crashing down. Chen Yifan remained calm, yet the foolishness that lingered on his face after surviving intensified. He seemed to be struggling to organize his fragmented memories, his voice intermittent and trembling like a sleepwalker. I remember. At that time, I was buried under a pile of stones by goblins, and it took a great effort for me to crawl out. I originally wanted to return to the entrance, but as I walked, my foot slipped and I fell into a very deep crevice. Below, corpses. All corpses. His voice began to tremble, his teeth lightly chattering. There were goblins and many terrifying monsters I didn't recognize. They seemed to be fighting each other inside. There was blood everywhere. I was terrified, so I kept running inside, trying to find a place to hide. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart in the room instinctively tightened. A person facing such a hellish scene alone, being able to survive, was nothing short of an unimaginable miracle. I don't know how long I ran, nor could I discern the direction. I just heard a very loud fighting sound ahead. Chen Yifan's breathing became rapid, his chest rising and falling violently under his deliberate control. I peeked out secretly. Then, I saw two monsters. One was that final boss, the goblin foreman, wielding a massive axe steaming with steam. And the other, Chen Yifan's pupils suddenly dilated, fear coalescing into shape in his eyes. It was a giant made entirely of steel, like a robot. Zhou Dihai's eyes shot forth with a terrifying brilliance. In all the records from the goblin mine, there had never been any mention of mechanical creations. The only one was that goblin foreman who had transformed himself into a half-machine. Yes, it was a steel giant. Chen Yifan seemed to have found his only confidant, his speech becoming rapid due to excitement and fear. They were fighting fiercely, causing the entire cave to shake. Later, that steel giant seemed to stop moving. The goblin foreman fell to the ground, covered in injuries, seemingly close to death. His voice abruptly halted at this point. A complex expression of shame, fear, and a hint of greed surfaced on his face. What happened next? Zhou Dihai's voice carried a barely perceptible inducement. I was both hungry and scared. My mind was blank. Chen Yifan's gaze began to evade like a child who had done something wrong, unable to meet the principal's eyes. I saw a pile of weapons scattered beside them, so I picked up a pickaxe and threw it towards the goblin foreman who was about to die. I just wanted to see if it was really dead. As a result, it really stopped moving. Then I had the audacity to. I landed a final blow. Immediately, I was enveloped in golden light one after another, and I couldn't stop it at all. After that, I don't remember anything. He spoke in one breath, as if using up all his life force, collapsing onto the bed, gasping heavily. His eyes were filled with sincerity and confusion, as if saying, I really didn't mean to even. I think this is absurd. The entire hospital room was deathly silent. Wang Pengzi gaped, his jaw nearly dislocated. This is how the SSS rating came about. So it turns out, it wasn't just luck for Fanzi. He also dealt the final blow to two bosses. Who would believe this if it were to be said? And Zhou Dihai, he said nothing. His mind was racing at an unprecedented pace. He quickly stitched together Chen Yifan's fragmented, chaotic words into a complete, rigorous, and advantageous logical chain for himself. Steel giant. Hidden boss. This term illuminated all the darkness in his mind. He instantly understood everything. Why had the highest rating in the goblin mine remained at S level for so many years? Because everyone had overlooked this hidden final boss deep within the dungeon. And this time, an unknown anomaly occurred in the dungeon, leading to the activation of this hidden boss. Moreover, among the other survivors, they learned that many elite monsters which should not have appeared had surfaced at the first level. It seems that a conflict had occurred between the two bosses. This resulted in high-level monsters which should not have appeared at the first level coming forth. And it caused such heavy casualties. Chen Yifan and Flevel Thief by chance stumbled into the final battle, and in a manner that could be described as farcical, yet terrifyingly real, he dealt the final blow to the two exhausted bosses. He was not merely a survivor. He was the only witness. He was also the only one who accomplished the double kill. The Terminator. So the SSS rating came about like this. All the inexplicable doubts were perfectly connected at this moment. Absurd, right? Absurd. Yet it was precisely because of its extreme absurdity that it felt incredibly real. Zhou Dihai felt the breath lodged in his throat not only did not ease, but became even more constricted. Did this kid exhaust 100 years of fortune for the future of the dragon country? He suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, his voice remaining gentle. Child, don't be afraid, you did nothing wrong. In that situation, your actions were instinctive for survival, and more importantly, courage. He stepped forward, tightly grasping Chen Yifan's hand, announcing with utmost seriousness, not only did you win your own survival, but for the school and the entire Jiangxing, you uncovered a secret that has been hidden for nearly 10 years. Good child, you've suffered. Zhou Dihai stood up and kindly patted Chen Yifan's shoulder. Take good care of your injuries. The school is your strongest backing. From today onward, all your treatment, nutrition, and security will be fully covered by the school. When you are discharged, I will personally apply for the highest amount of special contribution scholarship for you. If your family has any difficulties, you can mention them to the school. We will never mistreat anyone who has brought honor to the school. He made one solemn promise after another. Chen Yifan immediately nodded gratefully. Thank you, Principal. Zhou Dihai contentedly turned to leave, and when he reached the door, he paused and turned back to Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu, saying, you two rest well too. Regarding the matters in the dungeon, the school and the Education Bureau will establish a special investigation team. Until the results are out, no one is allowed to discuss it privately. Understood? Understood. Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu quickly stood at attention. As the principal and a group of teachers left, the door was closed. The suffocating sense of oppression in the hospital room finally dissipated. The next second, what the hell? Wang Pengzi, like a spring that had been compressed to the limit, suddenly sprang up from the ground and rushed to the bedside. His small eyes widened like bronze bells. Fanzi, did you really deal the final blow to two bosses? SSS level. The SSS level that guarantees admission to the 3 top universities. His voice trembled, filled with an unreal sensation, as if he were dreaming. Chen Yifan looked at his expression and smiled, maintaining the guise of the foolish have their blessings, weakly saying, it's all luck. What kind of divine luck is this? Wang Pengzi excitedly rubbed his hands, pacing back and forth around the hospital bed, muttering incessantly. My brother is an SSS level big shot. My brother is an SSS level big shot. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu stood quietly at the side. She didn't lose control like Wang Pengzi. Instead, she looked at the boy lying in the bed with an incredibly complex gaze. In her eyes, there was shock, admiration, and even a hint of distance she herself hadn't noticed. At that moment, the previously silent LCD TV in the corner of the hospital room suddenly lit up. A serious-looking female reporter was standing at the gate of Jiangxing No. 1 high school, conducting a live broadcast. According to the latest data we just obtained from official channels, The final confirmed number of deaths and missing persons from the novice dungeon practice class for the senior year at Jiangqingno one high school has reached 217. The casualty rate is 47.3%. This is the most severe teaching accident in Jiangqing's educational history in nearly a decade. The reporter's cold voice continued on the TV. The ecstasy on Wang Pengzi's face froze. Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth, her eyes filling with tears once again. The smile on Chen Yifan's face gradually faded away. 217 people. So many. He furrowed his brows, a look of genuine confusion appearing on his face. That's not right. He looked at Wang Pengzi. After I fell, I was basically deep in the dungeon and didn't see any other students. The highest level of goblins on the first level is only level 7. How could so many people die? Upon hearing this, the sadness on Wang Pengzi's face was instantly replaced by a terror that came after surviving a disaster. His voice trembled as he said, Fanzi, you don't know. After you fell the first level everywhere were elite monsters, those level 10 goblin captains appearing in droves. Several teams, I watched them being surrounded by 3 to 4 elite monsters, and in just a few seconds they were gone. They couldn't even gather enough corpses. Wang Pengzi's description made Chen Yifan's pupils suddenly contract. A cold and chilling hypothesis exploded in his mind. No, something is wrong. Chen Yifan's gaze suddenly became incredibly profound. The dungeon, perhaps, had truly encountered some fatal changes he was unaware of. But what exactly was it? After learning the true casualties of the dungeon from the television, Chen Yifan became much quieter. He no longer joked around with Wang Pengzi. Most of the time, he simply lay quietly on the bed, gazing at the square patch of sky cut by the administrative building, his eyes deep with thought. He was replaying the events. The anomalies of the dungeon exceeded all the intelligence he had gathered from the prophet. Those elite monsters which should not have appeared on the first floor had indeed manifested there. The gardens controlled by the official Dragon Kingdom seemed no longer safe. And the lies he crafted, the finishing blow story he casually concocted, seemed to lead everyone to a false conclusion. Would this conclusion affect the official risk assessment for the next dungeon, which is the final assessment before the college entrance examination? What if another problem arises next time? In an instant, the glory and joy of having an SSS rating turned into an uncontrollable anxiety for the future. The next afternoon, Wang Pengzi, as usual, brought a large bag of snacks to see him grumbling in his mouth. Chen Yifan finally pulled himself out of his chaotic thoughts. Rather than worrying about unpredictable risks, it is better to arm the power one can grasp to the utmost. Fancy, comparing people really makes one furious. You have no idea how arrogant that bastard Li Wei has been today. Relying on his father, investing a lot in the school's teaching equipment, that damn investigation team was all polite and inquisitive. When it was my turn, he bared his teeth and wanted to fight me. Truly looking down on others. Wang Pengzi spat into the trash can with a fierce expression. And Su Qingxue. By the way, Wang Pengzi suddenly lowered his voice, shifted the topic, and leaned in with a wink. There's something I didn't get to tell you. Yesterday, she really stood up for you. At the entrance of the mine, she almost took action against Li Wei. I'm telling you, that scene, that cold air. I felt a chill running through my bones from afar. No wonder she is a double-level professional. The ice spear that condensed from her fingertips made my scalp tingle. You say, does she still have feelings for you? Chen Yifan listened quietly, rapidly calculating. Li Wei's reaction was expected. But Su Qingxue, to act publicly against Li Wei for his sake. A future prodigy would act so impulsively for a waste like him. Her behavioral patterns had surpassed the scope of childhood friendship and sense of justice. Chen Yifan silently raised the risk level of Su Qingxue's name by another notch. Any uncontrollable emotional factors are variables in the plan. Right now, he just wanted to go home, quickly sell the ores in his backpack, cure his sister's eyes, and ease his mother's burdens. Then gather strength to face any possible unexpected events in the future. Everything else can wait. All right, stop swaying in front of me, it's making me dizzy. Chen Yifan waved him over. Come here, I have something for you. As soon as he spoke, he raised his hand under Wang Pengzi's astonished gaze. Buzz! A burst of domineering purple light suddenly exploded, instantly engulfing the ward. The light was not warm, rather it carried a primitive, brutal pressure. A giant battle axe with an exaggerated design, its blade flowing with scorching steam patterns, appeared out of thin air. Wang Pengzi's breath halted at that moment. As the purple light hadn't dissipated, another beam of light flashed. An ancient skill book radiating level energy fluctuations also floated beside the battle axe. Wang Pengzi's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, fixated on the two items, exuding deadly temptation. Go ahead. This. Wang Pengzi, like a robot, awkwardly hugged the two items. He reached out a trembling hand, touched the blade of the giant axe, and quickly withdrew it, as if scalded by a hot iron. He swallowed hard, his throat rolling, the sound coming out hoarse. Fanzi, where did you get this? Chen Yifan's tone was as calm as introducing 2 stones picked up from the roadside. SSS rating, do you think it's just for show? SSS rating. That's right. SSS level. Fanzi broke the SS level rating record for the Goblin Dungeon that had stood for 15 years. Moreover, it was the rating personally given by the dungeon mechanism. Plus, he finished off 2 bosses. In an instant, Wang Fugui felt a surge of blood rushing from his feet to the top of his head, causing all his excess flesh to tremble with excitement. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Truly unforgettable. If the adoptive father looks down, then I won't be polite. However, just as Wang Fugui was about to accept with delight, he suddenly remembered something and shook his head like a rattle. No, Fanzi, this is too precious. You risked your life for this. How can you give it to me? An epic weapon. It has no level restrictions. This could be auctioned for at least 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins. And this skill book, although the level is not high, it is an essential skill for berserkers worth at least 1 to 200,000. Quickly take it back. This money could treat Xiao Shui's eyes several times. Wang Pangzi's tone changed, his face filled with urgency, knowing that this was Chen Yifan's only obsession since childhood. Chen Yifan leaned against the head of the bed, watching this chubby friend who had stood by him unconditionally since he crossed over the last bit of his detachment, completely melted away. You don't have to worry about Xiao Shui's treatment. But that's not right. Wang Pangzi was sweating profusely as if he were not holding equipment, but rather an opportunity that could cure Xiao Shui's eyes. Fatty. Chen Yifan's voice turned serious. I said I have already gathered enough for Xiao Shui's treatment. Moreover, the account with Li Wei has not been settled yet. You know his background better than I do. Do you think he will let it go? Wang Pangzi suddenly froze. I need a shield that can stand at the forefront, allowing me to entrust my back without worry. Chen Yifan's. In order to make it easier for Wang Pangzi to accept, he also ensured that when encountering low-level wild dungeons, he had the qualification to enter, not letting any possibility of becoming stronger slip away. He continued, rather than someone who stumbles upon even a level rating and can only struggle in the lower depths. I cannot go far alone. I need a brother who can keep up with my pace, and you are my only brother. This acts as a burden to me, but for you as a shield warrior, it is the perfect match. These things are not given for free. They are an investment in our future. The stronger you become, the safer I will be. Do you understand? After these words, Wang Fugui was left speechless. Fanzi. Wang Pangzi choked, unable to utter a single word. He tremblingly reached out his hand, gently touching the cold blade of the steam giant axe, feeling the heart-stopping power emanating from it. This was no longer a burdensome favor, but the trust bestowed by a brother. I understand. He raised his head, wiped away his tears, and the honest smile on his face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. A timid girl's voice came from outside the door. Chen Yifan and Wang Fugui exchanged glances. Lin Xiaoyu. She had already come yesterday. What was she here for again today? Wang Fugui's mind stirred, and the divine equipment and skill book in his arms instantly vanished, returned to his initial backpack. Wealth should not be flaunted. He understood this. Please come in. The door was gently pushed open, and Lin Xiaoyu walked in somewhat shyly. Today she was clearly dressed with care. Her long, glossy black hair was neatly arranged, and she no longer wore those heavy black-framed glasses. Although she still wore that old-school uniform that had faded. Yet the awkwardness on her delicate face instead conveyed a kind of youthful fragility that made one feel pity. For a moment, Wang Fugui was left somewhat dazed. No way. The girl who had been covered in dirt and had followed him in the instance. She looked so. Wow. Seeing both Chen Yifan and Wang Fugui, Lin Xiaoyu's face first lit up with joy, then quickly turned nervous and embarrassed. Chen Yifan classmate. Wang Fugui classmate. She walked to the bedside and without warning deeply bowed to both of them. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not even have reached level 5, or let alone stay in the vocational class. The girl's voice was quick and urgent, filled with sincerity. I have nothing to repay you with, but this is all I gained from this instance. Please, you must accept it. She pulled out 2 envelopes from her pocket, one in each hand, and offered them simultaneously. After returning home yesterday, she felt increasingly indebted. Without Chen Yifan and Wang Fugui, she wouldn't have just reached level 5, as she might not have made it back safely. So she sold off all the gains from the instance early this morning. This was the only way she could think of to repay. Looking at the meager gift that stood in stark contrast to the divine equipment worth millions just moments ago, Chen Yifan smiled and did not accept. Keep the money, you take care of yourself better. Wang Fugui thumped his chest, saying, Sister, are you looking down on someone? Do I lack this little money? Lin Xiaoyu suddenly looked up, thinking her offer was deemed too small, and tears misted her eyes. But, but there are a full 20,000 in here. This was wealth she had never possessed before. In one instance, she had earned over 20,000. No wonder so many people risk their lives to become professionals. Not only is the money quick to earn, but importantly, it is legal. Seeing the two refuse, Lin Xiaoyu was about to say something else when she met Chen Yifan's calm and gentle gaze. In that gaze, there was no contempt or pity, just tranquility, as if he could see through all her thoughts, causing her inexplicable anxiety. But Lin Xiaoyu still mustered her courage. There was only one chance. This time she could earn 20,000. Next time, if she pushed herself, perhaps it could be 50,000, 100,000, or even more. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoyu pushed the two envelopes forward again, her voice trembling slightly. Chen Yifan, classmate, I know this money means nothing to you. I just hope. She bit her lip, unable to say the words that followed. Hope that next time, for the last rookie instance before the college entrance examination, she could join them again. This was the true purpose of her visit today. Chen Yifan looked at the girl before him. Having lived two lives, he naturally saw through her intentions. He finally recalled why this girl seemed familiar during their team formation. He had seen her before. More than once after school, he had seen a drunken middle-aged man blocking her at the school gate, demanding something with filthy words. He had also seen her mother, who worked as a nurse in a hospital, delivering living expenses to the school, her eyes burdened and devoid of luster. A grade talent genius, yet dragged down into the mire by a gambling father and heavy medical bills. Such a person only needed a straw to gamble everything. Lin Xiaoyu, classmate. Chen Yifan's voice remained gentle. How far do you think a grass herbalist with a grade talent and absolute plant affinity can go in Jiang City? Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback and instinctively replied, if I work hard, I could get into a good extraordinary university and after graduation join a large guild or a pill company to become a senior alchemist. This was the best future she could envision for herself. Chen Yifan nodded, the smile on his face unchanged. True, this was indeed a good path. But I won't accept the money. I understand your thoughts as well. The next moment, his voice suddenly turned indifferent, directly severing all of Lin Xiaoyu's thoughts. Moreover, next time in the instance, I won't take along a burden that only follows behind. With those words, Lin Xiaoyu's face instantly turned pale. A burden. It turned out that in his eyes, she was ultimately just a burden. Wang Fugui saw this and was about to say something fair, but Chen Yifan gently shook his head at him. Out of absolute trust in Fanzi, Wang Fugui held back. To be honest, the girl's performance in the instance had exceeded his expectations. Diligent, meticulous, and full of ideas. If she weren't a useless herbalist, she would definitely be a teammate with great potential. Chen Yifan's gaze returned to the girl, his expression flat, without the slightest ripple. You're a grade talent, to be honest, seems no different from a grade in my eyes. His voice was soft, yet every word pierced the heart. Do you think having offended Li Wei your path forward will be easy, eh? Li Wei. That name struck Lin Xiaoyu like a poisonous thorn, causing her body to tremble violently. You are a smart girl. You should know that a person like him will never let any witness to his misdeeds go free. A witness without background or strength usually has only one outcome. Chen Yifan's gaze fell on her face, cold, without an ounce of warmth. Disappearing without a trace. Fear washed over Lin Xiaoyu like cold seawater, engulfing her mouth and nose. She wanted to refute, to say the school would protect her, but she couldn't utter a single word. Indeed, Li Wei's father was a well-known businessman in the city, and even the school had to give him some face. As for herself, a gambling father, a mother who worked as a nurse, yet was severely ill. What could she use to fight against him? Seeing the light in her eyes quickly filled with fear and despair, Chen Yifan knew the moment had come. Xiaoyu, your talent is absolute plant affinity. As long as you work hard after graduation, finding a job in the logistics department of a large guild as a herbal cultivator earning over 10,000 a month will not be a problem. But, he turned his tone, how long do you think your father's gambling debts will take to repay? How long will it take to earn enough for your mother's daily treatment fees in the hospital? By the time you pay all this off, how old will you be? 30 or 40? By then, Li Wei might have already risen to a high-ranking professional. And you? Just a middle-aged woman drained of all energy by life. This is not a peaceful era. Do you understand what I mean? Buzz. These words shattered all the girl's fantasies and strength. How could he know? How could he know the most unbearable and hidden family matters? In an instant, the beautiful blueprint of her future was torn to shreds in the face of bloody reality. Yes, this is not a peaceful era. The girl's body began to tremble uncontrollably, the light in her eyes quickly dimming. No, it's not true. Lin Xiaoyu murmured, tears streaming down. Chen Yifan ignored her breakdown, his voice still cold. Everything has two sides. The flower that can give life can also produce the deadliest poison. Your talent can do more than just save people. Lin Xiaoyu abruptly looked up, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him. Have you heard of the bloodthirsty poison vine? Chen Yifan's voice was soft like a whisper from a demon. A mutated plant that feeds on the flesh and spiritual energy of exotic beasts. Its vines can crush steel, its thorns can paralyze giants, and its pollen is the most potent neurotoxin in the world. He looked at her, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. It will be your most loyal servant and the deadliest weapon you have. All you need to do is think, and you can turn everyone who looks down on you and bullies you into its nourishment in their sleep. You with your grade talent will be its best breeding ground. Chen Yifan paused. He placed the knife of choice into Lin Xiaoyu's hands. A person who was so similar to him. To continue being a harmless flower that anyone could pick, or to become a carnivorous vine that devours everything. Everything could only be chosen by her. Lin Xiaoyu's breathing became extremely rapid. In her mind, half was the herbal garden under the sun and half was the blood-red vines in the darkness bearing their fangs and dripping with saliva. Timidity and unwillingness, kindness and hatred were tearing at her heart. She suddenly remembered how this man had acted in the instance. Decisively, ruthlessly, using the goblins to defeat powerful enemies. And that SSS, the deliberate distancing from classmates, the changed expressions of friends and family upon learning about her awakening profession. In the end, all struggle returned to silence. She slowly raised her head, using the back of her hand to wipe away her tears fiercely. The weakness that had once filled her timid eyes was crushed. Only a crazed determination remained. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, the sharp pain making her feel in unprecedented clarity. I understand now. She bowed deeply to Chen Yifan, again her voice not loud, but carrying a hint of bloody firmness. Chen Yifan, classmate, what should I do? Please, teach me. Zhao Lisan, the 3 major academies of the Dragon Kingdom. Choose anyone you like. Lin Xiaoyu turned and left her steps a bit unsteady. It was as if she were fleeing, yet also rushing towards a new life. In her mind, Chen Yifan's calm, yet cold voice echoed like an incantation. The flower that can give birth to life can also produce the most lethal poison. Should I continue to be a harmless herb that can be picked at will, or become a man-eating flower that can protect itself? The words man-eating flower sent a shiver from the depths of her soul. It was no longer just a term, but an identity, a path. A path filled with bloodshed and slaughter, yet also brimming with power. She seemed to have already seen it. In a dark corner, a strange vine broke through the earth, feeding on the flesh and blood of wild beasts growing wildly. Its poisonous thorns could easily pierce through steel, and its vines could strangle any enemies daring to approach. And she would be the only master of this terrifying plant. Thinking of this, the fear and timidity in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes were gradually crushed. In their place was a resolve. She no longer wanted to beg for others' protection. She did not want to see her mother toil day and night, nor did she want to face the shameless face of her gambling father. From today onward, she would seize her destiny by the throat. Lin Xiaoyu did not look back, disappearing at the end of the corridor, carrying with her a sense of urgency and determination towards a new life. In the hospital room, Chen Yifan looked at the closed door, quietly breathing a sigh of relief. It worked. Although Lin Xiaoyu's profession was a herbalist, her affinity with plants was undeniably strong. Chen Yifan looked at the closed door, quietly breathing a sigh of relief. It worked. Although Lin Xiaoyu's profession was a herbalist, as long as she develops well, her future strength would not be underestimated. In this way, his small team would begin to take shape, even if they encountered a wild, low-level dungeon. The minimum limit of 3 members was thus satisfied. And Wang Pengzi, watching Lin Xiaoyu's departing figure, scratched his head, feeling that the girl seemed a bit different. But he quickly shrugged off the thought, slapping his thigh as if remembering something. Yet before he could speak, the door of the hospital room was knocked on again. Why is there still someone? Chen Yifan frowned. At that moment, he felt like a rare gorilla just caught from the wild, with everyone wanting to take a look. Come in. The door was pushed open. The principal and the director hurried in. Zhou Hai was still as imposing as ever. But the director was different. At this moment, he bore a somewhat fawning awkwardness on his face, completely devoid of the authority of a teacher. Behind them followed several men dressed in black suits, their presence as solid as iron. Leading them was a burly, middle-aged man with a stern expression. As he entered, the air in the hospital room seemed to be sucked out, instantly becoming thick and heavy. An invisible pressure laden with a tangible aura of killing intent descended. It was not merely a pressure of spiritual energy. It was a fierce aura forged in a sea of blood and corpses, capable of crushing human will. Wang Pengzi's face drained of color instantly. He felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, nearly kneeling on the spot. Even Chen Yifan, who had reached level 15, felt his heart gripped by a cold hand. His breath halted. A powerhouse. A terrifying strongman whose level of life far exceeded that of the goblin foreman, a being he could not comprehend. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Zhou Dihai stood with his hands behind his back, showing no signs of speaking. Zhao. Director Zhao. The director, seeing this, put on a flattering smile, bowing and introducing. This is the Chen Yifan student you wanted to meet. Director Zhao. Chen Yifan's heart stirred, instantly guessing the visitor's identity. The highest official of the Extraordinary Education Bureau of Jiang City. Zhao Lisan. The legendary figure who emerged from the bloody 20 years, a titan born from a sea of corpses. What does he want with me? Could it be that the matter has ended so soon? Or perhaps, to test him, Zhao Lisan ignored the director, casting a glance at Zhou Dihai. Then step by step he walked to Chen Yifan's bedside, looking down at the boy before him. His gaze revealed no emotions. You are Chen Yifan. Zhao Lisan's voice was deep and powerful, each word struck like a heavy hammer against the heart. Yes, good afternoon, director. Chen Yifan immediately switched to a mode of weak, pitiful, and helpless. His eyes were filled with both awe and tension towards the big figure. He even subconsciously shrank back into the blanket, perfectly portraying a frightened student. Zhao Lisan looked at him expressionless, stating the facts from the file. He even subconsciously shrank back into the blanket, perfectly portraying a frightened student. Zhao Lisan looked at him and Zhao Lisan paused, each word slow and clear. With extraordinary luck, you received an SS level clearance evaluation. When those last words fell, the entire hospital room fell into silence. Wang Pengzi's mouth hung open as a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Could it be? The special admission is going to fall through. That can't happen. An SSS evaluation, special admissions by the 3 major academies, that's a sure thing. What happened to luck? Who doesn't know that luck is also a part of strength? It can't just end like this. If all else fails, he would go to the Ministry of Education and complain. And Chen Yifan, under everyone's gaze, perfectly revealed a confused and innocent expression. He cautiously lifted his head and asked in a voice filled with a hint of anticipation, SSS level. What is that? Can it raise my college entrance examination scores? Pooh. Zhao Lisan's face, as hard as granite, completely crumbled the moment he heard this. He first froze for a second, then erupted into a thunderous laughter. Ha! He laughed so hard, he nearly fell over, tears almost spilling out. The entire hospital room buzzed with his unrestrained laughter. Good. What can it raise scores? The A-class disaster event has been answered. This made those who harbored hostility towards him unable to exploit the situation. At the same time, the novice dungeon Goblin Mine obtained crucial information to reach an SS level evaluation. After years of silence, Jiang City finally had a person who received an SS level evaluation. Although it was entirely based on luck and somewhat absurd. But after all, the evaluation was real, a student about to be admitted by the 3 major universities. This is a significant achievement. Plus this kid. Interesting. Quite interesting. Kid, you are just to my liking. After laughing enough, Zhao Lisan suddenly slapped Chen Yifan on the shoulder. The force was so great, it almost knocked the soul of Chen Yifan, who had crossed over, out of him. From today on, you no longer have to worry about any nonsense about raising scores. The 3 top academies of the Dragon Kingdom. Tsinghua and Peking University. Wuda. Longdu. School name major you can choose freely. Zhao Lisan leaned down, getting close to Chen Yifan's ear, his voice filled with an irresistible fervor and temptation. As long as you nod now. Within 3 hours, the presidents of these 3 universities will personally fly over on a private plane to enroll you. Chen Yifan was stunned. Behind him, Wang Pengzi was also astonished. Even the director of the teaching department, who had been bending over and flattering, had his facial muscles frozen, his features displaying a comically rigid expression. The 3 top universities. Qingbei, Wuda, Longdu. Pick any. Really, what does this even mean? Every year, millions of candidates in Longhua scramble for just one spot. Countless A-grade and even S-grade geniuses might not dare to say they are certain of victory. And now this stairway leading to the clouds. It's so lightly laid on in F-grade. Under the feet of a thief who got lucky by taking down 2 bosses and received an SSS rating. Absurd. Inconceivable. The hospital room was silent. Wang Pengzi's brain had completely stalled. He gaped at Chen Yifan, then at the intimidating Zhao director. Ecstasy. An unparalleled joy overwhelmed him. It turned out, it wasn't a reversal, but a fulfillment of a promise. Fancy. This time his brother is truly going to soar to greatness, riding a crane westward. No, he is going to transform into a dragon and ascend. Meanwhile, the principal, Zhou Dihai, suddenly had a strange look on his face. In just a tenth of a second, he grasped all the connections. Shameless. No. It's high. Truly high. According to the ironclad rules of Longguo's extraordinary education law, any student who receives an SSS rating automatically qualifies for special recruitment from the 3 universities without needing anyone's approval. This is the supreme honor granted to a peerless genius by the rules. It's a right earned by Chen Yifan through luck. But when it came to Zhao Lisan's lips, this right set in stone turned into a grant that required his nod to take effect. A reward that Chen Yifan should be grateful for. Using flowers to offer to the Buddha, switching day for night. Once Chen Yifan nodded, he would transform from a troublemaker who could ignite public opinion into a perfectly controllable pawn in Zhao Lisan's narrative. Old Fox. And as Chen Yifan, who was in the midst of this event, his brain completed a rapid switch from boiling to freezing at this moment. A massive joy surged in like a tsunami. It was only natural, the broad avenue, leading to a bright future. But then came a bone-deep chill. A director of the Education Bureau, so impatient to come in person. No probing, no questioning. He got straight to the point, using the 3 universities to silence him. This indicated that the fabricated, loophole-ridden luck story he concocted had been fully accepted by the other party. Not because the story itself was brilliant, but because the other party needed this story. Upon realizing this, the bewildered expression on Chen Yifan's face was gradually replaced by a deeper, more profound joy that was hard to believe. This was the reaction an 18-year-old boy should have. His tone changed, trembling slightly with a hint of cracking. I'm just an 5th grade thief. Can I really choose freely? Of course. Zhao Lisan heartily patted his shoulder, thoroughly enjoying the sense of control that came with deciding someone's fate. Then that. Chen Yifan gulped hard, cautiously lifting his head with a tone full of curiosity and a foolish demeanor. He asked a question that made the air in the entire hospital room freeze instantly. Which university has the best cafeteria? The authoritative demeanor Zhao Lisan had just assumed cracked with a sharp sound. He was taken aback. This time, even Zhou Dihai, who had been wearing a serious face and playing a deep role, couldn't help but twitch his lips uncontrollably. This kid is a damn treasure. This was a life-changing opportunity, a divine chance that countless people dreamed of and prayed for. And he was actually considering which school's food was better. What a bizarre thought process. Zhao Lisan looked at this clear-eyed youth who seemed genuinely troubled over eating, initially astonished, but then a strange satisfaction arose in his heart. He had seen too many ambitious people hiding knives and fire in their eyes. He had also encountered those with no ability, yet were overly proud. But someone this pure, talent. This was truly the first. A hero whose mind was only filled with braised pork is far more reassuring than a tyrant with grand ambitions. Zhao Lisan smiled, a genuinely heartfelt one. All right, the cafeteria. He waved his hand grandly, full of bravado. Once you've chosen a school, I'll personally talk to their principal. I'll have them assign you 3 top chefs with 3 meals a day, each different. Really? Chen Yifan raised his head in surprise, his eyes shimmering with boundless longing for a beautiful future. That innocence seemed genuine. I Zhao Lisan keep my word. After receiving an affirmative response, Chen Yifan seemed to finally put down the heaviest stone in his heart. He took a long breath, looking at Zhao Lisan with a serious expression, uttering a line that nearly caused everyone present to have their brains malfunction. Director, thank you. For the honor of the school. For the braised pork in the cafeteria. I will study hard from now on, striving for improvement. I will never let you and the principal down for your cultivation of me. He clenched his right fist, raising it to his ear, his gaze incredibly determined, as if reciting an oath of allegiance. At that moment, the hospital room was so quiet one could hear the sound of dust settling. Zhao Lisan looked at this treasure before him, the last bit of doubt in his heart dissipated completely. He laughed heartily, his laughter resonant, making the windows hum. Not bad. A bit clever. He patted Chen Yifan's shoulder again with great force. Good lad. You have a bright future. Take good care of your injuries. In 3 days the city will hold a special commendation ceremony for you. At that time the media from all over Jiangxing and even the entire province will be present. You will become an idol and hero of the young generation in Jiangxing. After saying this, he turned and left like a whirlwind, followed closely by the teaching director, who nodded and bowed like the most loyal attendant. The hospital door closed. Wang Pengzi was still in a state of extreme, unreal excitement. He hugged Chen Yifan tightly, uttering incoherently. Wow. Fanzi. Qingbei. Wuda. Longdu. Pick any. Did you hear that? We're going to make a name for ourselves. Chen Yifan still wore that foolish smile, allowing Wang Pengzi to shake him like a lucky child who hadn't yet grasped the situation. He continued to act, not only to fool the now-departed Zhao Lisan, but also because Principal Zhou Dihai had not left. At this moment, Zhou Dihai slowly adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, strolling to the bedside. Just moments ago when Zhao Lisan brushed past him, he had sent a mental message leaving only one sentence. Ensure everything is foolproof. Chen Yifan, my student. He spoke, his voice flat without a hint of fluctuation. Your story is very interesting. Your luck is also very good. Wang Ponzi was still immersed in the immense joy of Fanzis Qingbei, and Wu Da pick any baffled by the principal's bland remarks. Interesting. Good luck. This sounds like a backhanded compliment. Chen Yifan felt a sudden tightening in his chest, but his face still maintained that innocence as he looked at the principal in confusion. Principal. Zhou Dihai ignored him and continued speaking. Grade talent and grade profession crawled out from a pile of boulders, fell into a crevice. Accidentally entered the final battlefield, coincidentally picked up 2 nearly dead boss heads. In the end, he received an SSS rating. Each word he spoke seemed to lower the temperature in the hospital room. The probability of any of these events happening is less than 1 in a billion. And all of them happened to you alone. Zhou Dihai leaned down. His eyes hidden behind the lenses resembled 2 bottomless ancient wells reflecting Chen Yifan's innocent face. His voice was extremely low, as if pressed against Chen Yifan's eardrum. Child, tell me, do you really think I'm a fool? Zhou Dihai's voice was low and heavy. Chen Yifan's heart sank violently. Exposed, that shouldn't be the case. Zhou Dihai was the primary responsible person for this major incident. He was the only straw that Zhou Dihai could present to the higher-ups and to the parents throughout the city. Zhou Dihai should hope more than anyone that this miracle is real. So this is not a revelation. Rather, it is a test. He is using the sharpest doubts to simulate the potential media storm that may arise from the outside world, testing whether he can truly hold on. At this moment, if he were to calmly and logically argue his case, it would only reveal his maturity far beyond his age, making Zhou Dihai even more suspicious. The composure of an adult is the biggest flaw. And an 18-year-old boy. What kind of reaction should he have when being accused of being a fraud by the most respected principal in front of him? Anger, grievance, and reckless abandon. Yes. Once he realized this, all of Chen Yifan's tension vanished completely. In the next moment, the surprise and confusion in his eyes regarding the future changed. In its place was a unique anger and stubbornness of a youth wronged by a respected teacher. Principal, I don't know what you are talking about. Chen Yifan's voice trembled with excitement, resembling a boy suffering from injustice. I was just lucky. But is being lucky also a mistake? I risked my life to escape from there and earned an SSS rating for the school. Director Zhao even promised me a choice among 3 prestigious universities. Why? Why are you looking at me with that gaze, speaking to me in that tone? Chen Yifan's questioning, is it just because I am in 5th grade? Just because I am a thief, eh? So I don't deserve such an opportunity. So in your heart, every word I say is a lie, right? Each word pierced the heart. The grievance and indignation from not being trusted nearly set the entire hospital room ablaze. Nearby, Wang Fuguei heard his good friend suffer such injustice. Principal, that is the honor earned by Fanzi with his life. As the principal, you are the most respected elder among us. How can you doubt him? Is it just because he is in 5th grade? Zhou Dihai looked at the expressions of grievance and anger on the 2 boys' faces. He fell silent. However, before he could speak, Chen Yifan suddenly leaped off the bed, bare feet touching the cold ground. He grabbed the trembling Wang Ponzi beside him. Since the school doesn't trust me, then I will leave. Before he could finish, he didn't wait for anyone to react. Staying here would mean being monitored like a rare animal 24 hours a day, right? The ore in his backpack was still waiting to treat his sister's eyes and to buy a bigger house for his family. Besides, the special admission had already been decided. The director of the education bureau had already agreed. A principal. Moreover, how could he utilize his talents to grow stronger while staying here? This run would mean freedom, like fish soaring in the sea and birds flying high in the sky. Ponzi, let's go. Chen Yifan whispered fiercely, crouching down and gathering strength. In Zhou Dihai's suddenly contracting pupils, he resembled a leopard filled with power, dragging Wang Ponzi straight towards the enforcement officers at the door. That resolute momentum was completely unlike a thief. He looked more like a warrior. Stop them. The 2 enforcement officers reacted swiftly, crossing their arms to block. Can you stop me? Chen Yifan's gaze sharpened. In the next second, bang, a dull sound of flesh colliding. The 2 enforcement officers felt an unreasonable, overwhelming force coming from their arms, causing them to stagger back a large step. By the time they regained their footing, the hallway was empty, with no trace of the 2 boys left. Zhou Dihai's mind went blank for a moment. What was going on? He just wanted to test. How did they run away? And this speed? He suddenly snapped back to reality, rushing down the corridor in hurried steps. The corridor was empty, with only the echoes of Wang Pengzi's shocked exclamations of "What the heck?" remaining. Principal. Should we chase after them? The faces of the enforcement officers at the door burned with shame. Two level 20 warriors could not even keep track of a level 15 thief. What a disgrace. Zhou Dihai did not answer. He stood still, his eyes hidden behind glasses narrowing slightly. Shock, bewilderment, anger. Various emotions flashed rapidly in his eyes, ultimately settling into a mixture of admiration and cold calculation. This speed. This explosiveness. Zhou Dihai's lips silently twitched. This kid really has some skills. No need to chase anymore. He waved his hand. You all return to your posts. Once everyone had left, Zhou Dihai took out his phone, ignoring the dozens of missed calls, scrolling to a contact noted as Old Salty Fish. After pondering for a long time, he dialed the number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. A lazy voice, as if just waking up, came through. Hello? Who is this? It's the middle of the day, can't you let people sleep? Old Wang, it's me, Zhou Dihai. There was silence for 2 seconds on the other end, and the laziness instantly vanished, replaced by a serious tone. What is it? You old fox never calls unless there's something to discuss. The little guy you asked me to pay special attention to. Zhou Dihai walked to the window, watching the two figures almost sprinting out of the school gates. He said indifferently. He ran away by himself. What a... The voice on the other end suddenly escalated. Ran away? How did you let him escape? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on him? No choice, his wings have hardened, and I couldn't hold him back. Zhou Dihai's tone revealed no trace. You can forget it. You must have done something to force that kid into a corner. The other party was skeptical. Zhou Dihai didn't mind. In any case, you now owe me 2 favors. You can go to hell. Fanzi, what are we doing? That old thing bullied you, we can't just run away like this. Until they completely ran out of the school and turned into a deserted alley. Wang Pengzi was still panting and shouting. Chen Yifan suddenly stopped, his back heavily colliding against the cold wall. A faint smile lingered on his face. This performance was a success. Fanzi, are you okay? Wang Pengzi finally sensed something was off, looking at the smile on Chen Yifan's face. Was this intentional? I'm fine. Chen Yifan took a deep breath, his voice hoarse, but tinged with a sense of triumphant planning. Fanzi, then what should we? What do we prepare to do next? Of course. Go home. In the outskirts of Jiang City, within a heavily secured, luxurious mansion. In the study, an expensive incense quietly burned. Slap. A dull sound of a slap echoed in the empty room. Li Wei was knocked to the ground by his father, half of his face swelling visibly. Waste. A middle-aged man dressed in a silk bathrobe with an elegant demeanor, but a sinister gaze looked down at his son. He was Li Wei's father, a wealthy businessman from Jiang City, Li Jianhong, a level 67 veteran professional. Li Wei covered his face, his eyes filled not with fear, but with madness fueled by jealousy. Dad? Why? He scrambled to his feet, howling like a madman. He's an grade thief, a well-known waste in the whole school. Why has he advanced to level 15? Why has he gained an SSS rating? Qingbei, Wuda, Longdu, those schools are now fighting to recruit him. What about me? Grade profession, a grade talent, isn't each one stronger than him? Dad, you have to send someone, send experts now. I want him dead. I want him to not even be able to leave the school gate. Li Jianhong looked at his out-of-control son, the disappointment in his eyes nearly overflowing. He slowly paced, his tone chillingly calm. Send someone to kill him. He walked up to Li Wei and kicked him back to the ground. Are you reminding me that the Li family's business is still too stable? Li Wei let out a painful groan, the intense pain instantly awakening him. A civilian genius about to be officially introduced, dying on the eve of the award ceremony. Do you want the entire Jiang City enforcement team to come and seize my assets? I was wrong, Dad, I was wrong. Li Jianhong loosened his foot, bent down, and his voice turned into a chilling whisper that drilled into Li Wei's ear. Remember, killing a person is the most primitive method. Father, are you implying we don't need assassin? Li Jianhong turned around, poured himself a glass of red wine, and gently swirled it. The 217 deceased students, their grieving parents, are the best assassins in this world. They have motivation, they have a stance, and most importantly, he downed the glass of red wine, his eyes gleaming with a cruel light. They represent justice. Do you understand what I mean? Of course. The madness in Li Wei's eyes was gradually replaced by venom. He instantly understood his father's intention. Disgrace him. Turn him from a genius into a criminal. All right, bring me what I gave you earlier. Li Jianhong waved his hand. Li Wei hurriedly took out a grotesque palm-sized statue from his initial backpack. The statue was neither made of metal nor stone, entirely pitch black. It was carved in the shape of an indescribable monster covered in tentacles and eyes. At this moment, one of the statue's eyes was emitting a faint, ominous red glow. Father, it. Why is its eye glowing? What is this? Li Wei looked at the eerie statue, a chill running down his spine. Li Jianhong snatched the statue from Li Wei's hands, his eyes revealing uncontrollable joy and greed. The gaze of Yagan. Finally has it reacted. He murmured softly, his voice filled with desire. All right, go do what you need to do. He waved his hand, as if swatting away a fly. Li Wei didn't dare to ask more, and quickly withdrew. In the study, only Li Jianhong remained. He obsessively caressed the statue, his voice soft, as if whispering to a lover. That waste, it's better if he dies. Now it's my turn. The legacy of the demigod. The road home felt somewhat unfamiliar. The giant screen at the floating bus station displayed the once glamorous celebrity endorsements now vanished. In their place were the black and white faces of youthful innocence. Deep condolences for the 217 students who tragically lost their lives in the 5/17 Goblin Mine incident. Beneath the cold words rolled the Psychological Assistance Hotline and the pale apology letter from the City Education Bureau. The air in the entire city was permeated with a heavy sadness. Passers-by could not escape the weighty topic of conversation. Have you heard? Over 200 died in that incident at the first high school. It's so tragic. My nephew is in the next class. He's too scared to even step outside, saying he's having nightmares. Oh, wasn't there supposed to be an SS-level genius? But what does that matter? Over 200 lives lost. What genius? A friend of mine who teaches at the first high school said he's just an level thief who got lucky. I don't know how it happened, but he led all the monsters from the depths of the dungeon to the first floor, leading to so many deaths. Rumors are an invisible poison. It silently spread through the city's capillaries. Wang Pengzi, hearing all this, felt his chubby face turn a deep shade of red, his fists clenched white-knuckled, wanting to charge forward and fight. Each time he was firmly held back by Chen Yifan. Don't be impulsive. Chen Yifan's gaze was as calm as ice. But they are slandering you. Wang Pengzi growled. Chen Yifan's eyes passed over the crowd, gazing toward home in the distance, where the coldness in his eyes instantly melted. He hadn't expected the news of his SS-level evaluation to spread so quickly, even linking it to an A-level disaster. There must be someone stirring the pot behind this. Who could it be? Li Wei. He was the only one he could think of who had a grudge against him. Of course, it was also possible that others wanted to achieve some goal through this incident. But he wouldn't fall into the trap of self-justification. Let them talk. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. The fire of public opinion is not so easily extinguished. If that's the case, then let it burn even brighter. In the end, who will it burn toward? It's still uncertain. We have more important things to do. Home was almost here. Chen Yifan took out his key, opening the door with a light motion, afraid of disturbing the tranquility inside. The door creaked softly. In the living room, a figure suddenly sprang up from the sofa. It was his mother, Wang Shufan. She wore an old apron that had faded from washing, her eye sockets deep and filled with terrifying bloodshot veins. Clearly, she hadn't slept for several days and nights. At the moment she saw Chen Yifan, her dull eyes, worn down by life, instantly burst forth with all their light. Xiao Fan. She rushed over, embracing her son tightly, her arms trembling from the force, repeatedly stroking his back, as if confirming the reality of the person before her with the warmth of her palm. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Thousands of words were ultimately reduced to these 4 simple words. Chen Yifan felt a pang of acidity in his nose. Mom. Gu. A clear yet uncertain voice came from the inner room. Immediately after, Chen Shui groped her way out along the wall. She couldn't see, but in her world her brother's presence was clearer than the sun. Gu, is it really you? Chen Shui's lips trembled, her voice thick with suppressed sobs. It's me, Xiao Shui. Chen Yifan walked over gently, holding his sister's icy hand. He tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, his voice softer than ever. Gu is back from now on. I won't let you and Mom worry anymore. Chen Shui nodded vigorously, but tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. They had indeed been scared over the past few days. Fortunately, Chen Yifan had called home at the first opportunity. Wang Pengzi stood at the door watching this scene, his eyes reddening as well. He sniffed discreetly, staying silent. Wang Shufan pulled her son down to sit, examining him from head to toe, repeatedly mumbling, "You've lost weight, lost weight." Chen Yifan took out a heavy package from his backpack and placed it on the old tea table. Mom, this is what I gained from this dungeon. He didn't mention the SS-level evaluation, nor did he speak of the horrifying experiences. He simply said in the most mundane tone, I earned some money. He opened the package. A stack of brand-new, ink-scented Longwa currency. A full 100,000. On the way back, he had stopped by the bank. He had exchanged the gold coins obtained from the dungeon for what the family needed most. Of course, this was just a drop in the bucket. A beginning. Wang Shufan was stunned. 100,000. This. So much. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. 100,000. For a family crushed under the burden of medical expenses after losing a husband and daughter, this was an astronomical number that could leave one dizzy. You didn't do anything bad, right? Chen Shui's small hands nervously clutched his hand. Chen Yifan smiled, ruffling his sister's hair. Don't worry, it's all legal income. He looked at his mother, articulating each word with utmost seriousness, promising, Mom, Xiao Shui's eyes will get better soon. Soon. Wang Shufan could no longer hold back her tears. She covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking violently, yet she made no sound. All the pain and exhaustion transformed into silent tears at that moment. The woman who had been crushed by the burdens of life for half her life finally saw hope. Her son had grown up. Enough. Enough. My Xiao Shui is saved. Watching his mother and sister weep with joy, the hardest part of Chen Yifan's heart was completely melted. This was the entirety of his battle's meaning. What SS-level evaluation, what 3 great academies at this moment were incomparable to the genuine smiles on his family's faces. However, in this warm moment, no one noticed. On the largest forum for extraordinary beings in Jiangqing Night Talk, a post was rapidly rising to prominence. Title: Rational Discussion. Is there an unknown insider behind Jiangqing First High School's SS-level evaluation? The poster was an anonymous ID. The content of the post did not directly accuse anyone, but it was filled with insinuations. First, let's pay tribute to the 217 students who have passed away. Then let's analyze a question. Why in a level disaster with a casualty rate of 47? 3. Could an level talent thief not only survive, but also level up to level 15 and obtain an SSS evaluation? According to survivor descriptions, a large number of elite monsters appeared on the first floor, monsters that should not have existed, while countless level talented individuals perished on the spot. Can we propose a reasonable hypothesis? Could it be that some action taken by this Chen Yifan student, or something he possessed, contaminated the dungeon rules, resulting in the abnormal spawning of monsters? Was the SS level evaluation he obtained the hidden boss's appearance and his skyrocketing level? Based on the lives of the other 217 students, I have no evidence. I am merely raising a reasonable doubt. After all, luck cannot explain everything. Below the post, the replies erupted. Wow. The more you think about it, the more terrifying it gets. The poster makes a valid point. And Flevel, what's that all about? There must be some trickery behind it. Hell, what civilian genius. I see him as a jinx who climbed to the top on the corpses of his classmates. My son is one of the victims. He's an level talent warrior. I don't believe he would die while an level thief survives. There must be a thorough investigation. We need an explanation. Yes, we must give the public an explanation. The next morning, Chen Yifan opened his eyes, staring at the mold stains on the ceiling that were expanding due to the dampness. It resembled an ugly scar, silently marking all the poverty and hardships of this home. It was time to deal with this harvest, heal his sister's eyes, and move to a bigger house. To straighten his mother's back once and for all. Today marked a turning point for this family. It was also time to select the next prey. It had been 5 whole days since he last used all things thief. His speed of becoming stronger had been severely hampered by the turmoil caused by the dungeon and that SS level evaluation. However, before that, Chen Yifan recalled the rumors he had heard on the road yesterday. Someone had accurately linked him to the dungeon disaster that claimed the lives of over 200 people. If no one was manipulating this behind the scenes, he would write his name backwards. He had to prepare for the worst. To get ready in advance. He thought of someone. The seer. The mysterious figure who once made him think was a fraud, sending him 10 pieces of top-secret information about the goblin mine. The accuracy of that information proved that the seer had access to channels of information beyond what ordinary people could imagine. In Jiangqing, if anyone could help him clear the fog before him, it could only be him. Just as he was about to get up and turn on the computer, bang, bang, bang. Outside the living room, a fierce pounding on the door sounded. Wang Shufan opened the door in confusion, and a sharp, cutting female voice pierced through. It was Aunt Zhang from across the hall. Wang Shufan, your son is back. Does he still have the face to come back? Wang Shufan's smile froze on her face. Sister Zhang, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Aunt Zhang's voice rose an octave, saliva nearly spraying onto Wang Shufan's face. Go online and see for yourself. Your son caused the deaths of over 200 children. The whole city knows now he's a disaster. A harbinger of doom. You're talking nonsense. Wang Shufan's face instantly drained of color. She could endure poverty, could withstand all the criticism after her husband's sacrifice, but she would never allow anyone to slander her son. That is her life. My son could never harm anyone. Am I talking nonsense? Aunt Zhang pushed the door open, almost arrogantly pointing her finger at Wang Shufan's nose. The internet is in an uproar. It was him who lured the monsters out. Having someone like him living in our building is just bad luck for 8 generations. Get your son to roll out of here. In that moment, Wang Shufan's eyes, long dulled by life's grind, ignited with fire. In that moment, she was no longer the submissive widow, but a mother. Get out. Wang Shufan stood at the door like an enraged mother beast, pushing Aunt Zhang out with all her strength. If you dare say another word about my son, I will fight you. Ouch. You dare to lay hands on me. Aunt Zhang stumbled back, furious, reaching for Wang Shufan's hair. You've gone too far. A harbinger of doom who caused her husband's death and raised another little harbinger of doom. I will enact justice today. Just then a hand, fingers like steel, tightly grasped her wrist. Chen Yifan had silently stood at the door. He said nothing. There was not even a hint of expression on his face. But at the moment he appeared, all the onlooking neighbors in the hallway felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being watched by something. You little beast, let go. Aunt Zhang screamed in terror as her wrist throbbed with pain. Chen Yifan's gaze was terrifyingly calm as he looked at Aunt Zhang's twisted face and slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it made the entire hallway fall silent instantly. My mother's hair. He paused, casually twisting her wrist. Crack. A crisp, bone-cracking sound that could make one's teeth ache. You dare to touch her. Ah! Aunt Zhang let out a scream like that of a slaughtered pig. Immediately she was thrown out, crashing heavily against the wall opposite, then collapsing to the ground, clutching her completely deformed wrist and twitching. The entire hallway fell into silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden, unreasonable display of brutality. Chen Yifan did not glance at Aunt Zhang on the ground again. His gaze slowly swept over the nosy neighbors. There was no threat, no anger in that look, only pure, chilling coldness. Those who met his gaze retracted their heads as if shocked, rapidly closing their doors with a bang. The entire world became tranquil. Chen Yifan gently pulled his still dazed mother back into the room. Bang! The door closed. That sound struck like a hammer on everyone outside's heart. Inside, Wang Shufan and Chen Shui, who had just come out, were still in a state of great shock. Xiaofan you. Wang Shufan's lips trembled. Chen Yifan smiled. He reached out, gently wiping away the tears at his mother's eyes, then softly rubbed his sister's cold little hand. Mom Xiao Shui, don't be afraid. I'm here. No one will be allowed to bully you. In that moment his smile was warm as the sun, his voice calm and serene. It was as if the figure who had just broken someone's bones outside was merely an illusion. Yet it was this contrasting warmth that made Wang Shufan and Chen Shui feel an unprecedented sense of security. After calming his family, Chen Yifan returned to his room. He closed the door. All warmth vanished from his face in an instant. The impact of public opinion had surged, affecting his family. This matter had to be resolved as a priority. He turned on the computer. The old relic that originally took 2 to 3 minutes to boot up surprisingly opened in less than 50 seconds. Chen Yifan was puzzled. He quickly registered and logged into the encrypted forum, finding that ID. The seer. His fingertips hovered over the keyboard, a glint of cold calculation flashing in his eyes. To directly ask who the puppet master was. No. He roughly had a direction in mind. In Jiangqing, committing crimes as a professional was a serious offense. Since the enemy had used public opinion as a blade, he would use their own methods against them. There was bound to be a sword wielder among them. Finding this sword wielder would mean grasping the enemy's wrist. If he could control him, not only would he be able to follow the trail to unearth the mastermind behind it, but he could also turn that blade back to stab the enemy's heart. So who is Jiangqing's best public opinion writer? The Ghost Pen, without a doubt. I need his detailed info. The Ghost Pen, real name Wei San. At 7 o'clock tonight, he will meet Li Wei from the Li family in the Tianzi No. 1 private room at the Lantern Club. Consider it a favor returned. Chen Yifan's gaze sharpened as he read this message. Favor. He instantly recalled that previously he had disclosed key information about the shadow demon to the seer, who had indeed said he owed him a favor. But he clearly had cancelled the account. Now it was a newly registered ID. How could he? Could it be? Chen Yifan looked at his old computer. Had his IP address exposed him. But immediately a chilling sensation, colder than ice water, surged up his spine and gripped his heart. This seer not only knew precisely that he was under attack from public opinion, but also knew that his enemy was Li Wei. Moreover, he knew precisely that what he needed most at this moment was not clarification, but to find that dirty hand wielding the pen. He knew him inside out. In an instant, Chen Yifan felt as if he were stripped naked, placed under the spotlight. Every secret, every thought felt like it was being seen clearly by a pair of invisible eyes. This feeling almost made him suffocate. However, it lasted only 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the powerful soul of a transmigrator and his formidable mental strength of 500 points instantly overwhelmed all emotions. He leaned back in his chair, slowly exhaling a breath with thoughts in his mind running at an unprecedented speed. The seer knows everything about me. This was an indisputable fact, and also a top-level threat. However, the other party did not use this information to attack him. On the contrary, he even provided him with a favor. A piece of information precise enough to resolve his current biggest trouble. Ghost Pen Wei-san. 7 o'clock tonight, Lanting Club, Meet Li Wei. Very well. Since the other party provided him with such precise information, at the very least for now, he was not an enemy. But this mysterious seer had already been marked as the highest level threat in his mind. And right now the most important thing was to use the knife provided by the other party to deal with the enemy who had brought trouble to his doorstep. Seconds later, he picked up his phone and dialed Wang Pangzi's number, his voice having regained absolute calmness. Pangzi, help me with a favor. Sure, Fanzi, what is it? Come to my house. Now, immediately, right away. Don't ask anything, don't bring anything. Chen Yifan's tone became extremely serious. Today you will stay in my house, not a step away from my mom and Xiao Shui. If anything feels off, notify me at the first moment. Fanzi, is something wrong? Wang Pangzi immediately became tense. They'll be right there. After hanging up, Chen Yifan looked at the figures of his family outside. The last hint of warmth in his eyes vanished. Rather than passively defending, it was better to take the initiative. Li Wei, Ghost Pen. Tonight it was time to... Chen Yifan glanced at the time. There was still a long time until 7 in the evening. Enough time to process all the gains from this dungeon. The sudden aggression from the neighbors struck like a warning bell, making him realize that this house, which had been a safe haven for over 10 years, was no longer secure. Then Chen Yifan's fingers glided over the worn keyboard without a word. I have a batch of ores from the deepest part of the goblin mine of exceptionally high quality. I need a channel with the best reputation and the most generous offers to cash them out immediately. This time the prophet was silent for a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, a reply popped up. Black Gold Market, 3rd Street. There's a repair shop inside, mention my name. The price is only higher, not lower. Black Gold Market. Chen Yifan gently tapped the table with his fingertips. That was where he had stolen Lin Feng's talents. He noted the address sent by the prophet and was just about to get up. Outside the door, the distinctive booming knock of Wang Pangzi echoed. Faster than expected. Chen Yifan opened the door, and Wang Pangzi's massive frame nearly blocked the entire doorway, his face filled with anxiety and confusion. However, behind him stood a slender figure. Lin Xiaoyu. Chen Yifan's gaze swept past her. Today's Lin Xiaoyu was like a completely different person from the girl who had cried helplessly in the hospital yesterday. She still wore that faded school uniform, but the timidity and inferiority on her face had been replaced by a determined flame. In those once fearful bright eyes, only a frenzied resolve remained. In her arms, she tightly hugged a black plastic flower pot. Inside the pot was a blood-red plant. Fanzi this. Wang Pangzi scratched his head, lowering his voice, looking utterly confused. I ran into her downstairs as she said she urgently needed to find you, so I bought it. Lin Xiaoyu directly interrupted Wang Pangzi. Her voice was soft, but carried an undeniable firmness. She stepped forward and solemnly handed the flower pot to Chen Yifan. As you said, I spent all my savings to buy a seedling of the blood-devouring poison vine. Her gaze was that of a gambler who had wagered everything on the table, fixated on Chen Yifan. What should I do next? Wang Pangzi looked at Chen Yifan, then at the bizarre plant in Lin Xiaoyu's arms, his eyes nearly popping out. The blood-devouring poison vine. This thing starts at a price of 100,000 Dragon Country coins. Did she really buy it? Is she crazy? Where did she get the money? Could it be from those predatory loans that kill people? Chen Yifan did not answer. His gaze lingered on Lin Xiaoyu's face for 2 seconds. He noticed her hands clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white and her eyes shining with a remarkable determination. He knew. This girl had no way back. Pangzi. Chen Yifan withdrew his gaze, looking at his brother with an undeniable tone. You stay at my house today, don't go anywhere. Protect my mom and Xiao Shui. If anyone comes, don't open the door. Wang Pangzi felt a chill in his heart. He sensed a heavy atmosphere from Chen Yifan's tone, like a storm was brewing. He asked nothing, just nodded heavily. Don't worry. Those 2 words carried only one meaning. It was his full promise. After instructing Wang Fuguei, Chen Yifan turned to Lin Xiaoyu, his voice cold as ice. This is just the beginning. If you want to use it, you must feed it with what it craves the most. Its first meal. Chen Yifan's gaze fell on the flower pot in her arms, the blood-red plant. His voice was as soft as a devil's whisper brushing against her eardrum. Is blood. Lin Xiaoyu's body trembled imperceptibly, but she did not flinch, her gaze unwavering, just nodding harder. I understand. Chen Yifan said no more, and with a flash of light from his backpack, 2 vastly different ores appeared in his hands. One was pitch black, as if it could swallow light, known as the Shadow Stone. The other resembled a burning piece of coal radiating scorching heat, called the Heart of Molten Fire. These two materials rich in immense energy were the core gains from his dungeon-run treasures worth their weight in gold for any novice practitioner. He directly placed these two ores into Lin Xiaoyu's hands. The value of these is enough for you to nurture it to its first maturity. Remember, its growth rate depends on the quality of the nourishment you give it. After finishing everything, he turned and took a black hooded jacket from the coat rack and put it on. Stepping out for a bit. Half an hour later at the Black Gold Market, Chen Yifan swiftly traversed the maze-like alleys, finally stopping at the entrance of an inconspicuous scrap recycling station. On the sign, a rough depiction of a broken scale was painted in red. This was the place. He pushed open the creaking iron door. A murky heat wave mixed with machine oil, cheap alcohol, and a faint metallic scent rushed at him. Inside, there was a whole new world. It stretched endlessly. Under the dim light, dozens of figures were scattered in pairs or groups within a space transformed from shipping containers and old steel plates. Each person's gaze carried vigilance and scrutiny. Chen Yifan lowered his hood, ignoring the probing looks, and walked straight to the deepest part, where a sign reading Mobile Technology Repair hung. Behind the counter sat a young man in his 20s, slouched in a worn gaming chair. His hair was greasy, a faded anime character printed on his t-shirt, and he still bore the grogginess of sleep, intensely focused on an old gaming console, his fingers flying. As described by the prophet, he was exactly as expected. Chen Yifan approached the counter and lightly tapped the surface with his index finger. The young man didn't even lift his head, impatiently clicking his tongue. Q for repairs. Look at goods for sales. New here. Don't know the rules. Chen Yifan remained silent, pulling out a pitch-black shadow stone and a still radiating heart of molten fire from his backpack. He casually tossed them onto the worn counter. Crash. Two vastly different, yet equally pure and rich waves of spiritual energy rippled through the thick air of the compartment like stones thrown into a lake. The young man's fingers froze on the keys of the game console. He slowly raised his head. In those once groggy eyes, a sharp glint flashed. His gaze lingered on the two ores for less than a second, then precisely landed on Chen Yifan's face, hidden in the shadow of the hood. He suddenly smiled. It was a smile of someone who had just seen something extraordinarily interesting, filled with amusement and understanding. He put down the game console, lazily stretched, and his bones cracked like popping beans. The items are good. People are even more interesting. Please take a seat. He gestured toward a similarly worn-out chair, a teasing smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Tian. The next moment he continued leisurely, my online name is Prophet. He looked at the pupils that suddenly contracted under the hood, and his smile deepened. Possessing a space flicker ability similar to Shadow Demon, and hiding an unfathomable acceleration talent, Luo Tian leaned forward, staring directly at Chen Yifan, speaking each word deliberately. Your abilities are quite interesting. Pleasure to meet you. Goblin Mine SSS rating achiever, Chen Yifan. Sir. At the moment Luo Tian's words fell, the air in the compartment became thick and suffocating. It was not a question but a statement. Possessing the spatial ability of the Shadow Demon, an unfathomable acceleration talent. He knew his own name. Moreover, he was aware of the two major trump cards he had stolen. What about his identity as a transmigrator? What about his greatest secret, the universal theft? Did the other party know everything as well? In that instant, all of Chen Yifan's plans and rationality were crushed to dust by those few words. Killing intent erupted suddenly. You are the prophet. Chen Yifan's muscles twitched, forming an expression of astonishment perfectly suited for having his secret exposed. The next second he moved. Divine speed. Spatial flicker. The two major trump cards activated simultaneously without reservation. As a transmigrator, caution was ingrained in his very bones. Now, having been seen through to this extent, regardless of whether the other party was friend or foe, there was only one choice. Divine speed activated. The world before Chen Yifan suddenly slowed down. Luo Tian's face, still wearing a mocking smile, rapidly enlarged in his cold, emotionless gaze. So fast. Luo Tian could only think this one thought. Chen Yifan's ghostly figure had already closed in front of him. His claws like an eagle reached straight for Luo Tian's wrist. He aimed to break the other's wrist and ankle within a tenth of a second, while simultaneously dislocating his jaw, to render this so-called prophet utterly incapable of resistance or calling for help, and then slowly interrogate him about everything he knew. However, just as Chen Yifan's fingertips were about to touch Luo Tian's wrist, buzz! A layer of invisible ripples erupted in front of Luo Tian's chest. A powerful, suffocating aura of danger surged towards him. Can't take it, Hedon. Chen Yifan's pupils constricted sharply. Spatial flicker. His figure suddenly vanished, reappearing less than a meter behind Luo Tian. Chen Yifan's expression was cold. With a flip of his right hand, a poisoned dagger slid into his palm, spiritual energy instantly enveloping it, vibrating with a low hum. Target the back of the head. Hand speed amplification. A shadow so fast, it was almost indistinguishable flickered in the dim compartment. Yet just as the dagger was about to stab into the back of Luo Tian's head, that extreme sense of danger returned. Bang! Chen Yifan didn't even see where the attack came from, only feeling an overwhelming force crash violently against his chest. What? Chen Yifan was filled with shock. An automatically triggered defensive spiritual armor. No, that was pure spiritual power. What kind of monster is this person? Can't kill him. In a flash, Chen Yifan had this judgment in his mind. Theft check. He activated his true trump card. A stream of Azure data that only he could see instantly swept over the other person. Target Luo Tian, profession blank spirit. Stealable list 1 to blank 2 blank. 5. Status extremely excited, moderately short of money, mildly balding. A series of question marks and blanks hit Chen Yifan's mind like countless heavy hammers. How is this possible? Chen Yifan rolled on the ground to release the force, awkwardly stabilizing his stance. The killing intent and shock in his gaze intertwined, fixated on the young man who remained calmly seated in the chair. Ouch, murder. Luo Tian suddenly exaggeratedly patted his chest. There was no trace of profundity on his face, only the lingering fear of having survived a disaster. Little brother, no big brother. Brother fan. Let's talk, don't fight. With my small frame, wouldn't a hit from you send me to meet my great-grandmother on the spot? He raised both hands high above his head, striking a standard surrender pose, his face displaying an expression of utmost cowardice. This extreme contrast caused Chen Yifan's prepared third attack to freeze in place. A monster that even universal theft couldn't analyze. Would he surrender? Who exactly are you? How do you know about me? Chen Yifan's voice was icy, his body tense, like a bowstring resembling a leopard ready to pounce. I told you my name is Luo Tian, online name prophet. Luo Tian said with a mournful face, pointing at Chen Yifan. As for how I know about you, big brother, did you forget that you told me on the forum about the shadow demon skill being? Chen Yifan's heart skipped a beat. At that time, I was purely curious about what kind of person could know such secrets. So I hacked into your computer and happened to turn on your webcam. Luo Tian has shrugged, his expression one of innocent, isn't this your fault? I even helped you upgrade your system for free, clearing out a few gigabytes of system junk. That's when I knew that you, Chen Yifan, were definitely not an ordinary person. By the way, I accidentally saw you in your room, disappearing in a flash and then appearing again. Cough. So, I just slightly paid a bit of attention to you. Luo Tian rubbed his hands, his smile turning somewhat fawning. As expected, an SSS rating. My judgment was not wrong. It was worth it to send you such detailed information. Chen Yifan remained silent, looking at Luo Tian with an expression of utter disbelief. Hacked his computer, turned on his webcam, even upgraded the system, cleared out junk. This mysterious and terrifying figure turned out to be a perverted techie invading people's privacy. After a brief moment of absurdity, he caught on to the key information. The other party only knew about the abilities related to spatial flicker and divine speed and had not discovered his greatest secret. So you deliberately lured me here. Chen Yifan's voice returned to calm. What exactly do you want to do? Doing business. Luo Tian slapped his thigh as if he had heard something entirely reasonable. Big brother, I am a serious businessman. He pointed at the shadow stone and heart of molten fire on the counter, his eyes gleaming with green light. It was a mixed expression of greed, fervor, and despair. I've been waiting for these two items for a long time. I need them to complete my graduation project. A monumental invention that can change the world. His emotions suddenly became excited, resembling a mad scientist on the brink of realizing his dream. Chen Yifan's eyes moved slightly. Graduation project. This guy is still a student. Do you know the value of these two items? Chen Yifan asked calmly. Yes, of course I know. Luo Tian nodded vigorously. Then he leaned in like a thief, lowering his voice, speaking in a tone both boastful and slightly guilty. To be honest, if it weren't for the Goblin Mine being the Educational Bureau's designated newbie dungeon, outsiders can't enter. These things of yours are worth nothing outside. However, to take down your batch of goods, I risked my life and fortune. I just borrowed 100 million from the Blood Diamond Loan Shark Company. Luo Tian patted his chest, wearing a look of crazed determination. How about it? Is that enough sincerity? Throughout Jiang City, no, the entire Dragon Country. Who else could come up with such a large amount of cash to swallow all your goods in one go? Chen Yifan. He looked at the animated, saliva-flying figure before him, his mind a bit muddled. Loan Shark. 100 million. Just to buy a few pieces of broken stones from him. He originally thought he was facing a scheming mastermind lurking in the shadows, a profound strategist. But in the end, After all this, it was just a second-rate vendor who borrowed money from loan sharks. A madman whose mind wasn't quite right. At this moment, Chen Yifan's gaze toward Luo Tian completely changed. It was no longer one of vigilance and killing intent, but rather a look of concern for a child with an intellectual disability. Aren't you afraid that I won't come, or simply won't sell to you? Chen Yifan asked tentatively. Not come. Luo Tian chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Aren't you afraid that I won't come, or simply won't sell to you? Chen Yifan asked tentatively. Not come. Luo Tian chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Brother Fan, you are a smart person. He had personally seen this kid's abilities. He didn't believe a single punctuation mark of the SSS rating obtained by luck and opportunism. By cooperating with me, you can gain money, intelligence, and a friend who can help you solve some troubles. But going against me. Luo Tian looked at Chen Yifan with a smile. In his sleepy eyes, for the first time, a hint of something completely different from his slovenly demeanor emerged. You should have felt it just now, right? I may not like to fight, but I have many trump cards and my temper isn't very good. Chen Yifan fell silent. This madman had probably calculated everything from the very beginning. From the information of the goblin mine, to using the identity of Prophet to lure him in, then using the 100 million loan shark to demonstrate his sincerity and value. Finally, without making a sound, revealing his strength, drawing a red line. Carrots and sticks. After a series of punches, he found that he had no second choice. It was likely that even if he didn't take the initiative to contact the other party today, the other party would closely monitor his every move. Collaborating with this madman was the best and only solution at the moment. After all, he couldn't win in a fight. Moreover, a cash flow of 100 million could clear all the gains from this dungeon. Besides these two pieces, I have some others. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Yifan spoke slowly. Luo Tian's eyes instantly brightened like two 1,000-watt light bulbs. I certainly know. I want them all. I want all of them. He had been waiting for this sentence. Let's discuss the price first. Chen Yifan sat back down, regaining control of the negotiation. Good. Good. Luo Tian rubbed his hands, smiling like a landlord about to marry a new bride. We are friends, and I will definitely give you the highest market price. An additional 20%. Shadow Stone is 12000 each. Heart of Molten Fire is 2000, he said while dragging out a dozen rusty safes from under the counter. Come check the goods and count the cash. Let's count. Clearly no cheating. The entire trading process was smoother than imagined. Luo Tian seemed less like a merchant and more like a madman who had finally obtained his heart's desire. He caressed each piece of or brought forth by Chen Yifan, his eyes filled with obsession and fervor, as if they were not cold stones, but the very essence of his life. Perfect. The purity of energy is miraculous. Indeed, only goblin mines could produce such low-grade, yet stable ores. The Goblin Commander's sharpening stone contains such pure sharpening runes. My blade of ship-slaying plan is secure. The mutated cave spider matriarch's venom sac. My goodness, the activity. Not bad. Not bad. He muttered words that Chen Yifan could not comprehend, but his hands moved with astonishing speed. Valuing, calculating, finalizing agreements. When Chen Yifan's bank account received a sum so large it required repeated confirmation, he was astonished. He looked at Luo Tian, who was overly excited and had begun to bleed from his nose, feeling a sense of absurdity reaching its peak. 137 million. Luo Tian not only consumed all his ores, but also took away almost everything Chen Yifan had collected from his dungeon, grandly calling himself the chief angel investor. Fangu. From today on, you are my only investor. As Luo Tian stuffed tissue into his nostrils, he excitedly reached out to shake Chen Yifan's hand. If only he could enter the dungeon himself, he wouldn't need to take out loans for materials. As for the loan, he borrowed it based on his own abilities. Once my divine weapon is created, the first position in the cockpit will always be reserved for you. Chen Yifan expressionlessly avoided his hand. What divine weapon, what cockpit? He had something far more important at hand. I need a place. The safest, most private, and highest security housing in the entire Jiang City, ready to move in immediately. A house. Luo Tian was taken aback for a moment before slapping his thigh. You've asked the right person. He sat back down at the computer, fingers dancing across the keyboard as streams of data cascaded across the screen. There are 17 level security communities in Jiang City. The Villa No. 1 in Tianjing Yunting just went on the market yesterday, a standalone unit with military-grade anti-detection barriers and an independent spiritual defense system and a first-level gathering formation. The previous owner was a finance player who fled after losing everything last month. The furnishings and appliances are all intact. In less than 30 seconds, Luo Tian looked up and gave Chen Yifan an okay gesture. I've sent you the purchasing channels and the encrypted contact details of the owner. The price is 120 million. You can negotiate with him yourself. However, I must remind you that buying a house here directly will lead to a lot of trouble later on. I can help you forge a perfect identity, erase all traces, and upgrade the house's security system to military grade for a fee of 1,500,000. Luo Tian rubbed his hands together, revealing a shifty merchant smile. Chen Yifan looked at the message on his phone, and after a moment of silence, he realized this Luo Tian was far more dangerous and useful than he appeared. 100 million plus your technical services, let's get it done now. He made his offer directly, expecting Luo Tian to respond with something. To his surprise, got it. Luo Tian seemed as if he had been injected with adrenaline. After some operations, he pushed over an electronic agreement that required both Chen Yifan's iris and spiritual mark for dual authorization. After confirming everything was correct, Chen Yifan completed the authorization. A notification of successful deduction sounded. Done. Property agreement, electronic key, and a brand new encrypted identification all sent to you. Chen Yifan looked at the electronic documents he received on his phone along with the deduction information and fell silent once more. He seemed to have overestimated the cost. But such efficiency, such means. What exactly is this Luo Tian's background? You? Don't ask. Luo Tian waved his hand and slumped back into his gaming chair, picking up his old game console, reverting back to the unrefined otaku. Just say I'm exceptionally gifted and self-taught. Chen Yifan gave him a deep look, but did not press further. He turned and lowered his hood, quickly disappearing into the murky air of the black gold market. On the way, he specifically activated his talent to pry into a passerby. The talent was fine. The problem lay with that Luo Tian. Meanwhile, Luo Tian watched Chen Yifan's departing figure, his smile slowly fading. He exhaled deeply, feeling as if his bones had been pulled out, completely slumping in his chair. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, tightly grasping a pendant hidden beneath his clothing, cursing softly. Damn it, thankfully I've managed to barely grasp the basics these past few days otherwise. He glanced at a shadow stone on the table. This monster almost got out of control. Hey fatty, Fanzi. Don't worry, Annie and Xiao Shui are both fine. But that stupid neighbor of yours wanted to call the police. I had to intimidate him with a brick. On the other end of the line, Wang Fugui's deep voice rang out. Got it. Chen Yifan's voice was calm, devoid of any ripples. I need you to help me with a favor to put on a show. A show? Wang Fugui was taken aback. Yet, in a moment I will call Mom and say that the school and the Education Bureau rewarded us with a temporary safe housing due to my SSS evaluation and that we need to move in immediately. You just need to be there to vouch for the authenticity of this matter, understand? Wang Fugui's mind raced, instantly comprehending the situation. Understood. Fanzi, don't worry. I'll make sure Auntie is settled properly. After hanging up, Chen Yifan took a deep breath. He dialed his mother's number. Using a tone filled with youthful excitement and a hint of pride, he recounted the prepared script. Half an hour later, a regular taxi stopped in front of the majestic gate of the Tianjing Yunting, resembling a divine temple. When Wang Shufan and Chen Shui were coaxed down by Wang Fugui, both were completely stunned. Especially Wang Shufan. She looked at the community, which resembled a forest park with lush trees and flowing streams, feeling so nervous she didn't know where to place her hands and feet. Xiaofan, is this the house arranged by the school? Her voice was filled with disbelief. Yes, Mom. Chen Yifan smiled as he walked forward to support his mother. Director Zhao and the principal said this is special protection for students with exceptional contributions, allowing us to live here. First, absolutely safe. Wang Fugui nodded vigorously beside them. Yes, yes. Auntie, you don't know how valuable an SSS evaluation is. It's a national treasure. This is totally deserved. Hearing terms like director, principal, and nation, Wang Shufan's doubts and anxieties lessened slightly. However, when Chen Yifan used the electronic key to unlock the door of the three-story villa, she was still stunned, taking a sharp breath. Bright, spacious, and immaculate. The intelligent housekeeper issued a soft welcome message, automatically adjusting to the most comfortable temperature and humidity. Xiaofan, how much does this house cost? Are we going to stand out too much living here? Wang Shufan tugged at her son's sleeve, asking softly, her face filled with worry. Having been frugal her entire life, this kind of luxury, which she had never even seen on television, filled her with fear rather than surprise. Mom, don't worry. Chen Yifan held his mother's cold hand, placing the other on his sister's shoulder, his voice gentle yet firm. This rent is paid by the school. It's a reward, not ours. We are just temporarily living here, and once things settle down and everything is arranged well, buy a big house ourselves. He deliberately emphasized rent and temporarily. These two words acted like a calming pill, instantly hitting Wang Shufan at her most worried point. It wasn't that her son had taken a wrong path, it was a reward from the nation. It wasn't instant success, it was temporary shelter. At this moment her anxious heart finally found peace. That's good. That's good. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at her son, her heart filled with mixed. Though Chen Shui could not see, she could sense the change in her mother's emotions. Her nervous little hands slowly relaxed, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Damn. Fanzi, even if it's rented, this is too awesome. Wang Fuguei followed behind, secretly tugging at Fanzi's arm, when Annie and Sister Shui were not paying attention. Chen Yifan smiled. There are plenty of rooms here. If you want to come over, you can anytime. He then took his mother and sister on a tour floor by floor. Mom, this is your room facing south with the best sunlight. Xiao Shui, this room is yours with floor-to-ceiling windows, and in the future you will definitely see the most beautiful scenery outside the window. As Chen Yifan led them to the third floor and opened the master bedroom with the best view, Wang Shufan could no longer hold back. She looked at the azure swimming pool and neatly trimmed lawn outside the window, tears silently streaming down her face. She did not cry out loud, but covered her mouth tightly, her shoulders shaking violently. Half a lifetime had passed. From her husband's sacrifice to her daughter's blindness, she had struggled in the quagmire of poverty for far too long. Now her son had succeeded, had skills, and could receive the nation's protection, living in such a good place. All the hardship and exhaustion transformed into boiling tears at this moment. Chen Yifan gently hugged his mother from behind and pulled his sister into his embrace. He said nothing. At this moment, he felt a happiness he had never possessed in his past life. After settling his family, Chen Yifan walked to a corner of the courtyard and dialed Luo Tian's number. The technical services are now effective. Upgrade the villa's defense system to military grade. Additionally, I need a set of real-time surveillance covering the entire house directly connected to my phone. Tisk starting an arms race right after moving in. Luo Tian's lazy voice came from the other end of the line. Alright, it's a simple matter. The material cost for upgrading the system is 1,500,000. It's a friendly price, remember to transfer the money. And Chen Yifan's tone grew serious. Help me check the old neighborhood I lived in before. I want to know about all unfamiliar faces and suspicious vehicles entering and exiting in the last 24 hours. Oh, a hint of amusement crept into Luo Tian's voice. Are you preparing to counterattack? No. Chen Yifan looked at the distant outline of the city, a chilling gleam flashing in his eyes. It's hunting. The night enveloped Jiang City. In the Tianjin Cloud Pavilion Villa No. 1, however, it was as bright as day. Wang Shufan hummed a little tune in the spacious kitchen, her face bearing a smile that reflected a lightness she hadn't felt in over a decade. Chen Shui curiously explored the smart control screen on the wall, each response from the voice assistant eliciting a little gasp of surprise from her. Wang Fuguei was completely slumped on the giant leather sofa in the living room, a tub of family-sized ice cream in his arms, mumbling indistinctly, corruption, it's just so damn corrupt. A sense of tranquility enveloped the scene, warm to the point of being surreal. Chen Yifan stood on the second floor, quietly observing everything below. The smiling faces of his family were the only softness in his heart. It was also the knife he was about to unsheath. His phone vibrated silently. It was Luo Tian. Done. Your house is now as solid as a fortress. Not even a mosquito can fly in. Additionally, half an hour ago, a black commercial vehicle parked for 10 minutes outside your old neighborhood, with 2 people from the Li family inside. Tonight at 7, the Ghost Pen at Lanting Club Room No. 1. Kid, don't leave any traces. Chen Yifan expressionlessly deleted all the messages. Li Wei. Not only did he want to ruin him through public opinion, but he even sent people to his doorstep. If he had been a moment late. Thinking of this, the light in Chen Yifan's eyes was completely extinguished. Since the enemy had already extended its fangs to his doorstep, he must tear it apart along with its throat before it could bite down. Fatty, come up. Chen Yifan's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached downstairs. Wang Fuguei hurriedly swallowed a few mouthfuls of ice cream and scampered upstairs. Fanzi, what's up? Chen Yifan handed him 2 military-grade encrypted communicators. You Xiao Yu and I will use this for direct communication from now on. The one for Xiao Yu, give it to her when you get the chance. He stared into Wang Fugui's eyes, his tone devoid of any jest. Remember tonight, no matter what happens, don't leave the villa for a moment. Your only task is to guard this place. Wang Fugui's silly grin instantly stiffened as he felt a suffocating sense of impending doom. Fanzi, where are you going? Bring me along. I'm tough and can take it. No. Chen Yifan shook his head. Your task is even more important than mine. He reached out and firmly patted Wang Fugui's shoulder. This is my bottom line. There must be absolutely no problems. Wang Fugui felt the steady force and swallowed all his words. He knew that his only option was understood. Wang Fugui nodded heavily, gripping the two communicators tightly. You can go with peace of mind. At home I'm here. In the depths of the night at Lanting Club, the grand entrance was bustling with traffic and no one noticed a figure in a server uniform silently slipping in through the employee passage. Room No. 1. In the monitoring blind spot around the corner of the corridor, Chen Yifan paused. The screen of his phone displayed the internal layout map provided by Luo Tian, confirming its accuracy. In the next second his figure slightly distorted in the air and vanished. When he reappeared, he was in the bathroom of Room No. 1. He took out the miniature listening device generously sponsored by Luo Tian and placed it in the shadow of the door gap. The conversations within the room clearly penetrated his ears. Brother Wei, your actions are outstanding. Li Wei's voice was filled with a sickly excitement. Once Chen Yifan is thoroughly ruined, let's see which of the three major institutions will still want him. Li Xiao, this is just an appetizer. Ghost Pin Wei San's voice was hoarse and cold. We must trample him into the mud to get what we want. Haha, exactly. Li Wei let out a nauseating lewd laugh, deliberately lowering his voice, his greed and malice almost tangible. I sent people to check on his dilapidated house. Guess what I found? His sister, named Chen Shui, 16 years old, a bit blind, but looks tisk tisk, so fresh you could squeeze water out of her. When Chen Yifan becomes a hunted dog, how will he protect his family? At that time, won't his precious sister come begging me in tears? By then, I want him to kneel outside and listen. I want him to know the consequence of offending Li Wei is a broken family and a life worse than death. In the bathroom, Chen Yifan stood still. When Li Wei mentioned swear and the phrase kneel outside, boom, the world in his mind fell utterly silent. All reasoned plans and disguises were burned to ashes in that instant. Only a pure dark void remained. All right, Li Xiao, the game is about to start. I'll excuse myself for now. Footsteps sounded from outside the door. Chen Yifan boldly pushed open the bathroom door. The two individuals in the room preparing to leave, they turned around sharply. When Li Wei saw that face he had longed for and hated to the bone, he was first taken aback. Then a sickly ecstasy blossomed on his face. Chen Yifan, are you here to die? A chill surged through him, and an ice crystal longbow instantly formed the arrowhead aimed directly at Chen Yifan's heart. However, Chen Yifan didn't even glance at him. Like he was taking a leisurely stroll, he walked to the heavy solid wood door of the room. Click. He locked it. His gaze swept across the entire room. It was perfectly soundproof with no surveillance. An excellent execution ground. His eyes finally crossed over the fully drawn bow of Li Wei and landed on the gaunt, sinister-looking middle-aged man. Ghost Pen Wei San. Wei San's brow twitched violently. How did this kid get in? In the next second, Chen Yifan moved. His figure faded in place, transforming into a blur that the naked eye could not capture. The target was not Li Wei at all, but Wei San. Looking for death. Li Wei roared. The ice arrow transformed from spiritual energy shot out with a sharp whistle. The arrow pierced through the air. Li Wei felt a flash before his eyes, and Chen Yifan was already in front of Wei San. Wei San's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhead. He opened his mouth, but no sound escaped his throat. Too late. A hand surpassing the speed of his neural reflexes accurately seized his neck. An irresistible immense force surged, lifting him off the ground. Li Wei was both shocked and enraged. He could not understand how Chen Yifan's speed and strength could be so formidable. Chen Yifan single-handedly lifted the purple-faced Wei San into the air, revealing the face that had always been hidden behind a mask. He looked at the furious Li Wei and smiled. A smile devoid of any warmth, purely cold. Didn't you want to see my family destroyed? My life worse than death. Now I'm giving you a chance. Repeat every word and every plan you just said. Otherwise, Chen Yifan's gaze slowly shifted back to the Wei San in his hand, whose eyes were already rolling back. His fingers tightened inch by inch. Crack. A crisp sound sharp enough to make one's scalp tingle exploded in the silent room. I'll do it right in front of you. I'll crush him inch by inch. And then, I'll crush you. In room No. 1 of the air seemed to solidify into a tangible form. Li Wei's ice crystal longbow hummed with a chilling resonance emanating an excruciating cold. The frost arrow capable of piercing steel locked onto Chen Yifan's heart from afar. Yet he dared not shoot. His hand trembled. It was not out of fear, but rather an extreme, absurd, incomprehensible rage. Why? Why did he possess such bizarre speed? Was he not supposed to be like a rat scurrying in the shadows, trembling in fear, waiting for public opinion to drown him? How dare he? Li Wei's mind was in chaos. He didn't even take a moment to consider how Chen Yifan had infiltrated this highly secure venue. All he knew was that this waste who should have been beneath his feet had shattered all his plans and superiority in a way he could not comprehend. What was even harder to accept was Chen Yifan's gaze. In his eyes, there was none of the anger, panic, or desperate insanity he had expected. There was nothing. Only a dead silence, a calmness that resembled gazing upon a corpse. As if Li Wei were merely an inconsequential backdrop. You? Let Wei go. Li Wei finally squeezed out a few dry words from his throat. He wanted to flee. But Chen Yifan was positioned right at the door. He could only attempt to mask his inner turmoil with a tone of threat. Chen Yifan, I don't care how you got in. Release him immediately, kneel, and bow 3 times, and perhaps I might spare your life. Spare my life. Chen Yifan laughed. He finally shifted his gaze from Wei San's flushed face to Li Wei. Li Wei, do you really think you've won? His voice was soft and flat, as if stating a fact entirely unrelated to himself. You think that hiding behind your wealthy father, hiring a shady ghostwriter online to stir the pot can do anything to me? You think sending a few losers to my old dilapidated corridor can scare me or threaten my sister? At this point, Chen Yifan's voice faltered. His smile vanished, replaced by a frigid demeanor that sent shivers through Li Wei's soul. Crack! Another crisp sound of bone cracking. This time, it was Wei San's left shoulder blade mercilessly crushed by Chen Yifan. Wei San emitted a beastly, unintelligible whimper. The intense pain caused his body to convulse violently, his eyes bulging as if they would pop out of their sockets. You've gone mad. Li Wei was so terrified by this scene that his heart skipped a beat, instinctively taking a step back. How could he dare? This was Lanting Club, a place only prominent figures of Jiangxing could enter. Was he not afraid of the police? Extraordinary crimes were heavy offenses in Jiangxing. I've gone mad. Chen Yifan tilted his head as if looking at a fool. Li Wei, do you still not understand the situation? He held up the ghost pen, which was barely breathing, as if showcasing a trophy. From the moment I stepped into this room and locked the door. This is no longer Lanting Club. You too. Chen Yifan's gaze flitted back and forth between Li Wei and Wei San, a cruel smile curling at his lips. You are merely waiting to be executed. Death row inmates. Boom. This statement struck Li Wei's mind like a bolt of black lightning. You are merely waiting to be executed. Death row inmates. Boom. This statement struck Li Wei's mind like a bolt of black. Li Wei's voice turned shrill with fear. Kill him, and you will be wanted throughout the city. Do you think he will be busy figuring out how to clear the Li family from public scrutiny and how to quell the anger of over 200 families? Do you think he will have the leisure to care about your life or deaths? With each sentence Chen Yifan spoke, Li Wei's face grew paler. How could he know? How could he know all of this? Could it be? A terrifying thought sent chills down Li Wei. From the very beginning, were all his actions under the other party's surveillance? What? What do you want? Li Wei's hand gripping the ice bow trembled increasingly. He finally realized that what he was facing was not just a lucky waste, but a monster hiding in the shadows with unimaginable power. What do you want? Chen Yifan's patience seemed to have run out. I'll give you one last chance. Repeat exactly what you just said to Wei San about my sister, word for word. Otherwise, his fingers tight. The shadow of death loomed like a tangible presence over the entire room. Li Wei's psychological defenses crumbled completely at that moment. He did not want to die. He especially did not want to be crushed to death piece by piece like Wei San by this devil right before his eyes. I'll say, he screamed, dropping the ice bow with a loud thud. He fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face, devoid of any pride of a wealthy young master. I wanted to tarnish your reputation, turn you into a homeless dog. And then I would go capture your sister. Force her. He dared not continue, merely looking at Chen Yifan with an almost pleading gaze. I was wrong. Chen Yifan, I was truly wrong. I am not human. I am a beast. Please spare me. Whatever you want I will give you. Money. Equipment. We have plenty. He bowed his head like a dog, making loud thuds. Chen Yifan listened quietly, his face still devoid of any expression. Only when Li Wei finished his last word did he slowly release his grip on Wei San's throat. Thud. Wei San collapsed like a pile of mud, slumped on the ground, clutching his neck and emitting violent, heart-wrenching coughs. Saved. Seeing this scene, Li Wei was overwhelmed with the joy of having survived a disaster. He thought Chen Yifan had been moved by his sincerity. However, in the next moment Chen Yifan moved. He did not approach Li Wei, but instead walked slowly to Wei San, who was still coughing violently. Then, under Li Wei's wide eyes filled with terror, Chen Yifan raised his foot in an extremely calm, even nonchalant manner. He stomped down heavily. The target. Wei San's right hand, the very one that had typed countless malicious words on the keyboard, inciting a storm of public opinion. Attempting to drag him and his family into hell. The ghost pen. Crack. A sound sharper, denser, and louder than any previous bone crack echoed. In the dead silence of the room, it exploded like thunder. A piercing scream erupted from the depths of Wei San's throat. His right hand from the wrist bone to every finger joint was crushed to pieces by Chen Yifan's kick. It was over. A ghostwriter who made a living by typing had his career brutally ended in this moment. Li Wei knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the bloody scene. His entire body felt like its blood had been instantaneously drained, his limbs as cold as a corpse. He looked at Chen Yifan's face. On that face there was neither the pleasure of torment nor the madness of revenge. Only an unfathomable indifference remained. It was as if he crushed not a person's hand, but an ant that happened to be in his way. You. Li Wei's teeth chattered uncontrollably, making strange clicking sounds. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt like it was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, unable to produce any coherent syllables. He finally understood. The man before him was toying with him. With a cruelty akin to a cat playing with a mouse, he was systematically grinding his meager dignity, pride, and hope into dust piece by piece. Shut up. Chen Yifan frowned. Wei San's cries seemed to irritate him. He lifted his foot, concentrating his spiritual energy beneath it. Another stomp, this time on Wei San's other wrist. Crack. The same crisp sound of bones breaking, the same splatter of blood and flesh. Immediately after his left ankle, then the right ankle, Wei San's screams abruptly ceased. The intense pain overwhelmed his nerves, rendering him unconscious, leaving only heavy gasps like a broken bellows. The room fell into dead silence. Only Li Wei's heartbeat thudded like a drum in his ears. Thud, thud, thud. Each beat felt like a tolling bell for his own demise. Chen Yifan slowly turned around, looking down at the utterly frightened Li Wei. On his face there was even a hint of polite apology. Sorry he was too loud and disrupted our conversation. Now let's continue. Chen Yifan pulled up a chair and sat down casually, crossing his legs. You just said you want money and equipment. Your family has plenty, right? Yes. Yes. Li Wei appeared to grasp at the last straw, nodding frantically, his voice laced with tears. My dad is Li Jianhong, a wealthy businessman in Jiangxing. You can have as much money as you want. 1 billion. No 10 billion. Just let me go. Money. Chen Yifan laughed. I'm not interested in money. His gaze fell on Li Wei as if appraising a piece of merchandise. I am more interested in you as a person. After saying this, Chen Yifan seemed to remember something and glanced. Oh, it's getting late. I have other matters to attend to. He stood up, leisurely adjusting his collar, and turned to walk toward the door. It seemed he had really just come to crush 2 hands and 2 feet. Li Wei felt his mind was failing him. Was he really leaving? In the next moment, an absurd joy surged within him. He was scared. This waste of a person must be afraid. He dared not actually kill himself. Li Wei frantically consoled himself, in his mind venomous thoughts sprouting once again. Once I get out, I will make you suffer worse than death. He hurriedly lowered his head, desperately concealing the hatred in his eyes, afraid that Chen Yifan would see it and change his mind. Just then, Chen Yifan, already at the door, casually tossed out a sentence without looking back. By the way, young Master Li, the events that transpired here tonight will only be known by you and him. No one saw me come here. If he wakes up and starts talking. Click. The door was gently closed. Chen Yifan's figure vanished. Li Wei knelt on the cold floor, suddenly lifting his head upon hearing the closing door. He first looked around. He left. He really left. Then his gaze fixed intently on the unconscious Wei San on the ground. Chen Yifan's last words echoed in his mind like a cold curse. If he wakes up and starts talking. In an instant, a scene flashed through Li Wei's mind, Wei San being found by the police, tearfully pointing at him, revealing all their dirty plans. And then, the scandal would spread through Jiangxing like a plague. The Li family's reputation would plummet. What would his father do then? Li Wei shuddered violently as he remembered how his father had changed completely 10 years ago. Those cold, emotionless eyes. In those eyes, Li Wei was never a son. He was merely an asset that could be assessed and discarded at any. To stop the loss, his father would unhesitatingly sacrifice this troublesome waste. No, it can't be like this. Yes, as long as Wei San is dead, as long as this only witness is gone, then everything that happened tonight can be pinned on Chen Yifan. At that time, he would be the sole victim. It was Chen Yifan who barged in to commit murder, killed Wei San, and severely injured himself. The police would surely hunt Chen Yifan down. He would be doomed. And then, your worthless mother and blind sister. None of them would escape. Li Wei's bloodshot eyes fixed on the pool of mush on the ground. He suddenly got up, tore a piece of tablecloth to wrap around his hand, and picked up a heavy brass ornament from the corner of the wall. Breathing heavily, he stepped toward Wei San, his expression twisted with malice. However, he did not notice. In the shadowy corner behind him, a figure silently coalesced like a ghost. Chen Yifan had not left at all. Just now he had merely used the stealth ability from Shadow Step to pretend to depart. At this moment, he was holding a mobile phone. The camera was aimed at Li Wei. Die. Thud. Li Wei raised the brass ornament, and with all his might slammed it onto Wei San's head. Once, twice, thrice, until that head was completely deformed and lifeless. Li Wei discarded the weapon, wiped the blood splattered on his face, and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Then a twisted smile appeared on his face. It was over. Everything was over. Chen Yifan, this time let's see if you live or die. He hurriedly took out his phone, preparing to call the police. Nice shot. A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Li Wei's smile froze instantly. Snap. The phone dropped to the ground. He turned his head slowly, inch by inch. Chen Yifan stood behind him, shaking the phone in his hand, the screen clearly displaying the entire process of his crime. High definition and censored. This perfect piece of evidence. Oh, I remember you just turned 18 a month ago, right? Li Wei stared at the grotesque version of himself on the phone screen, his mind exploding, whirling at the corners of his... This perfect piece of evidence. Oh, I remember you just turned 18 a month ago, right? Li Wei stared at the grotesque version of himself on the phone screen, his mind exploding. In the next second, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fear. Chen Yifan tucked away the phone, glancing at the two corpses on the ground, his expression calm and undisturbed. He lingered for 5 minutes, ensuring he left no traces of himself before disappearing from the room. This time he truly left. However, along with him, there was also the unconscious Li Wei. Meanwhile, in Jiangxing at the Security Bureau Extraordinary Affairs Management Center, a pitch-black hovercraft shaped like a deep-sea manta ray silently landed on the rooftop helipad. The cabin door slid open. A handsome young man dressed in a black trench coat and wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped down. Behind him, 2 imposing attendants in black uniforms followed. One had a scar over his left eye. The other had a scar over his right eye. They were clearly seasoned fighters. Li Xinghua, who had been waiting eagerly, immediately put on a warm smile and extended his hands in greeting. Investigator Yi Tong, you've had a long journey. I'm Li Xinghua from the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau. Welcome to oversee our work. The young man, known as Yi Tong, merely nodded lightly, showing no intention of shaking hands. Li Xinghua's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in the air. I've read the case files on the Shadow Demon incident. Yi Tong's voice, like his demeanor, was devoid of warmth. Cranial trauma compounded by residual effects of spatial shifting resulting in severe hallucinations, ultimately leading to accidental death by collision with a load-bearing column. Director Li, don't you think this conclusion is quite interesting? Li Xinghua's smile became somewhat stiff. Ahem. Well, accidents are always full of drama. Heck, Yi Tong's lips curled in a barely perceptible arc as if he had heard a very cold joke. The next moment, he bypassed Li Xinghua and directed his gaze toward the somewhat drowsy Wang Zhengwo behind him. Officer Wang. He focused on Wang Zhengwo, speaking slowly. Or should I refer to you as Smoke Dragon? What? Smoke Dragon. Upon hearing these 2 words, Li Xinghua's mind exploded with chaos. He stiffly turned his neck to look at his old colleague beside him, who always held a thermos cup, dozed off at work, and seemed ready to be buried at any moment. It was actually 20 years ago. That legendary figure who nearly ascended to the pinnacle of power in Longhua, standing shoulder to shoulder with the current dragon head, Smoke Dragon. How could this be possible? Upon hearing the word Smoke Dragon, Wang Zhengwo's weariness and laziness vanished like a receding tide. His murky old eyes, which were always half-closed, opened wide. There was no brilliance in his gaze, no killing intent, only a tranquility that had been silent for 20 years, deep as an ancient well. Yet it was this very stillness. An invisible aura of iron-blooded ferocity began to spread, pressing down on Li Xinghua until he could barely breathe. Who are you? Wang Zhengwo's voice remained deep, yet it was as solid as rock. Yi Tong. The young man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. The lenses reflected no light, but instead resembled 2 black holes absorbing all illumination. Longwo's 12 zodiac signs, the U-Rooster Division Special Events Investigation Team Leader. He took out a pure black identification from the inner pocket of his coat and handed it over. Wang Zhengwo took it. With just a glance, ripples appeared in his previously calm gaze. The cover of the identification bore no text. Only a totem of a majestic rooster embroidered in dark golden thread and a branded number 0. So it's you guys. Wang Zhengwo returned the identification, his earlier vigilance turning into a complex sigh. I didn't expect that a shadow demon would draw out you cleaners. Cleaners. Yi Tong's lips curved upward for the first time, forming a geometrically cold arc. Personally, I prefer the term truth janitors. Senior Smoke Dragon, you should understand that any coincidence that cannot be explained by normal logic is seen by us as a stain that needs to be eradicated. His gaze was like a scalpel, precisely landing on Wang Zhengwo. and Sklass spatial assassin who at the last moment of their escape died of an accident. And the only one on the scene with an SSS rating was a newly transitioned Sklass thief. Yitong's voice was light, carrying an absolute calmness. And what about that line, "Don't come over"? Don't you think the logical chain of this story is too obvious to be? Wang Jingwo fell silent. What do you want to know? Everything. Yitong's voice revealed no emotion. From the moment you came into contact with that boy named Chen Yifan until he left the safe bureau, every frame captured by surveillance, as well as every frame that was not captured. I need the most original data. He paused as if his eyes behind the lenses could penetrate into the hearts of men. And your subjective judgment. At the same time, at Lanting Club on the edge of the rooftop, Chen Yifan propped Li Wei's cold body against the railing. Using his custom-gloved hand, he picked up the other's phone and easily unlocked it using his fingerprint. He didn't waste time crafting a lengthy will. That was not consistent with the behavior logic of a pampered young master collapsing under despair. He opened the Notes app and typed a few lines in a tone filled with extreme panic, disarray, and typos. It's the fault of those who harmed us. I shouldn't have run around in the mine. Silvermine monster, I'm sorry for them. Am not human, I envied him for getting SSS, so I wanted to ruin his life. I don't want to go to jail, I can't live anymore. Dad, I'm sorry. If there's a next life. A few short lines. A perfect self-reproach written by the perpetrator himself. As for whether the more than 200 victims had any connection to Li Wei, Chen Yifan didn't care. Right now he was only going to shoot back the poisoned arrow aimed at him straight into the heart of his enemy. After doing all this, Chen Yifan stuffed the phone back into Li Wei's cold pocket. He glanced down at the city illuminated by neon lights. Then he grabbed Li Wei's collar and hung half of his body over the edge of the rooftop. Steal check. Target Li Wei LV. 7 Profession Frost Marksman Status Deep Coma. Spirit 89 Stealable List 1. Profession Skill Delayed Bomb E Class 2. Profession Class Frost Marksman. 3. Item Rare Item Space Backpack 4. Spirit 50 points 5. Memory Fragment The complete plan of how Father Li Jianhong framed Chen Yifan. This time Li Wei's profession did not refresh. But upon seeing the 5th option that was revealed, Chen Yifan's pupils suddenly froze. Li Jianhong. From the very beginning, the public opinion attack was not a Spuro-Themin idea from that fool Li Wei, but rather orchestrated personally by his rich father. Why? He had no grievances or enmity with him. Why would a billionaire veteran professional target a small fry like him in class? Countless thoughts exploded in his mind, only to be forcibly suppressed. If he couldn't understand, he would set it aside for now. The last trace of fluctuation in Chen Yifan's eyes also disappeared. He activated the talent-stealing ability on the unconscious Li Wei. Theft successful. Gained spirit attribute points, 50 points. Very good. Next, Chen Yifan's gaze fell on Li Wei's completely unaware face, and he slapped him awake. The biting night wind rushed in. Li Wei shivered, instantly waking up. When he realized he was hanging in midair, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. Chen Yifan, you. Before Li Wei could finish, Chen Yifan let go. Bang. A dull thud was instantly swallowed by the chaos down below. Following that was a woman's high-pitched scream that pierced the night sky. Someone's dead. The chaos began. Chen Yifan stood in the night wind atop the tall building, quietly overlooking the crowd that had erupted into chaos below. His figure gradually faded into the shadows until it completely disappeared. The commotion at Lanting Club spread like a virus. In less than 10 minutes, the largest forum for extraordinary individuals in Jiangxing Night Talk. The post that had nailed Chen Yifan to the pillar of shame still remained hot. More than 200 IDs who claimed to be victims' families were frantically clamoring beneath, demanding an official investigation and blood for blood from Chen Yifan. But just then, a brand new reply like a silent underwater bomb quietly sank in. Shocking reversal. An audio recording from Lanting Club reveals the true mastermind behind the SSS rating. The poster ID Prophet. The content of the post was simple to the extreme. No analysis, no incitement. Only an audio file. And one sentence. The truth will be late, but it will never be absent. At first no one paid attention. But soon some curious individuals clicked in. As that segment filled with malice and depravity gradually became clear on countless phones, the entire forum exploded. What the hell? Is this the son of the Li family? Family destroyed, worse than death. Let him kneel outside and listen. What the hell is this? Something a human can say. His sister is only 16. And she's blind. This Li Wei is simply a beast. Worse than a beast. So all those online voices stirring the pot were his, and that ghost pen's doing. Just to smear Chen Yifan and target his sister. I'm sick. This is disgusting. This is the real dark side, right? Anyone who cursed Chen Yifan before come out and apologize. He risked his life to get an SSS rating, and when he came back he was still splashed with dirt by you dogs. At that moment public opinion surged like a tidal wave. The previous attacks against Chen Yifan were instantly drowned in the tide of anger. Countless posts sprouted up like bamboo shoots after rain. Let's expose the black history of Li Wei, the son of Jiangcheng's richest man. You won't know until you look, and you'll be shocked when you do. Discussing the moral lower limit of a class genius Li Wei, you have refreshed my understanding. Strongly demanding an official thorough investigation of Li Wei. Severely punish the mastermind behind the scenes. Those hired water army members were all dumbfounded. They wanted to delete post-control comments, but found that a stronger technical force had locked everything down. They could only watch helplessly as the fire they had ignited burned back toward their employer in an even more crazed manner. However, this was merely the prelude. Following that, a bold red sticky post like a nuclear bomb exploded in the entire night. Title: Shocking Reversal. Young Master Li Wei of the Li family jumped off the Lantern Club. The contents of the will exposed, pointing directly to the shocking secrets of the Goblin Mine. The main post contained only a blurred scene photo and a screenshot of a memo leaked by police insiders at great risk. The photo was bloody, and that memo screenshot was like the loudest slap to the face, harshly striking everyone who had ever attacked Chen Yifan. The entire forum, after a brief silence, erupted completely. What the hell? Li Wei committed suicide out of guilt. My God, I shouldn't have run away finding someone to smear him. So Chen Yifan was the wronged one. Li Wei ran around in the instance, encountered a monster, and then bit back. Damn, a beast. Just 2 days ago I was cursing Chen Yifan. I'm such an idiot. I'm sorry, fan god. I'm on my knees to you. What happened to the anonymity of the poster stirring up the pot? What about those victim families clamoring for a thorough investigation? Come out and show yourselves. Where's your face? I am a victim's family. My son was killed by a backstabbing classmate like Li Wei. The Li family must give us an explanation. In just half an hour, the direction of public opinion completed a terrifying 360-degree turn. The more vicious the previous slanders against Chen Yifan were, the more fierce the anger directed at the Li family became. At this moment in Jiangqing, at the Li family manor, in the study, Li Jianhong, dressed in a Chinese long gown, held a brush in hand, carefully outlining the eyes of a fierce tiger in a painting of a tiger descending the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. A series of hurried knocks, too frantic to maintain composure, shattered the tranquility of the room. Come in. Li Jianhong did not lift his head, his voice flat. The housekeeper burst in, his face devoid of color, his body trembling like leaves in an autumn wind. Master. It's bad. Young master. Jumped off from the rooftop of Lantern Club. Li Jianhong's hand holding the brush paused momentarily in midair. That was all. He slowly raised his head, and in his deep gaze there was no shock, no sorrow, only a hint of scrutiny, as if a plan had been disrupted. Dead. Dead. The housekeeper was on the verge of tears. The police found the young master's last words at the scene. Now, it's all gone crazy online. He trembled, handing over his phone. Li Jianhong's gaze fell on the screenshot of the memo on the screen, and his expression did not change in the slightest. After a long while, he put down his phone and also set down the brush in his hand. He walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the night scene outside the manor, his voice light, as if he were talking to himself. Waste. These two words were unclear whether they referred to his foolish son or something else. Notify the public relations team at all costs to suppress the heat. Moreover, dare to destroy my precious container. Li Jianhong turned around, and for the first time an expression of extreme anger appeared on his refined face. Go. Investigate one person for me. Chen Yifan. I want everything about him from birth until now, every detail. At 4 a.m, Chen Yifan returned to Tianjin Yunting. The villa was brightly lit, yet it was quiet as usual. Wang Fuguei sat on the living room sofa, clutching a menacing steam giant axe like a statue. He had tape stuck to his eyelids, his eyes wide open. Bloodshot, he stared unblinkingly at the doorway. Until Chen Yifan's figure appeared. Yifan. Wang Fuguei suddenly sprang up, rushing forward with an anxious gaze that scanned Chen wildly. After confirming there were no traces of blood or injuries, his tensed muscles finally relaxed. Did you take care of it? Wang Fuguei lowered his voice, his throat dry as if it were on fire. Chen Yifan nodded calmly, taking off his coat, his movements as natural as if he had just returned from the convenience store downstairs. Where's Mom and Xiaoxue? Auntie is asleep. Xiaoxue is a bit excited and is still in her room. Listen. Wang Fuguei scratched his head, his gaze returning to the giant axe in his arms, a look of fervor and an awkward grin appearing on his face. Yifan, this thing you gave me is just too powerful. He lovingly stroked the cold axe blade, feeling the overwhelming force radiating from it. Wang Fuguei felt as if this axe had grown from his very bones. He even had the illusion that as long as he held it, he would dare to charge at a level 20 elite monster and chop its brain out. I'm glad you like it. Chen Yifan smiled. Have you learned the skill book? I have. Rage. Damn Yifan, this skill is tailor-made for me. Wang Fuguei instantly became excited, dancing around as if about to lift the ceiling. But the side effects are a bit severe. After using it I feel drained and limp. That's a good thing. Chen Yifan walked to the refrigerator, twisted open a bottle of cold water, and tilted his head back to drink half of it. The icy liquid slid down his throat, washing away the last remnants of heat left after his first kill, leaving his mind unusually calm. Fatty. He leaned against the fridge, his gaze serious enough to cool Wang Fugui's excitement instantly. In this world, there is no free lunch. From today on, your training needs to double. You must not only familiarize yourself with the axe, but also learn to control the timing and duration of rage. Chen Yifan's voice was flat, yet it carried an undeniable weight. Next time our enemies will be several times stronger than goblins. This is reality, not a game. If you die, it truly means everything is lost. Upon hearing this, the silly grin on Wang Fugui's face vanished, replaced by a serious expression. The tragic scene of students suffering in the goblin mine was a lesson etched in his bones. I understand. Wang Fugui nodded heavily, gripping the giant axe tightly, making it creak. Yifan, you can rest assured I will never hold you back again. Chen Yifan said, no more, turning back to his room and locking the door. He didn't turn on the lights, allowing himself to sink into darkness, replaying every detail of tonight in his mind. Infiltration, eavesdropping, recording, framing, silencing. Clean and efficient. All the evidence pointed to a perfect closed loop. Li Wei, driven by jealousy and fear, hired someone to frame him. After the scheme failed, he committed suicide out of guilt, and before dying personally killed Wei Sen, the witness. And he, Chen Yifan, had always been the wronged, innocent victim. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and Wang Fugui's voice came through, filled with suppressed shock and a hint of tremor. Yifan, you need to see the forum. It's exploded. Chen Yifan opened the door. The cold light from the phone screen illuminated Wang Fugui's face, which was filled with horror. The contents of the suicide note exposed. Wang Fugui suddenly looked up, staring intently into Chen Yifan's eyes, his throat bobbing violently. Yifan, did he really die? The contents of the suicide note exposed. Wang Fugui suddenly looked up, staring intently into Chen Yifan's eyes, his throat bobbing violently. Yifan, did he really die? Wang Fugui pressed on. He wasn't a fool. He knew Yifan had gone out tonight for a reason. The connection between these two events made Wang Fugui pressed on. He wasn't a fool. He knew Yifan had gone out tonight for a reason. The connection between these two events made his heart race, almost leaping out of his chest. Yifan killed someone. Sort of. Chen Yifan took the phone from him, glanced at the suicide note he had crafted himself, his tone revealing no emotions. What he did was recorded. He was scared. Scared of public opinion, scared of the school holding him accountable. Chen Yifan returned the phone to Wang Fugui, walked to the window, gazing at the distant city nightscape, his voice seemingly blending into the night. Some people, as arrogant as they are in the sunlight, become incredibly fragile when pulled into the shadows. He didn't have the courage to face all of this, so he chose the simplest way. This explanation was reasonable and flawless. Wang Fugui's chest heaved violently as he finally exhaled a deep sigh. He looked at Chen Yifan's silhouette stretched out by the moonlight, his eyes filled with a complex mix of awe and lingering fear. He clenched his fists and muttered under his breath, deserved it. Such a bastard who dares to touch Xiaoxua should die 1,000 times. Chen Yifan did not look back. He knew this matter was far from over. Li Wei was merely a pawn pushed out by his father to test the waters. The real snake lay hidden in deeper shadows. Just then, buzz, his phone in his pocket vibrated silently. An unfamiliar number. Chen Yifan's gaze instantly sharpened. He signaled Wang Fugui to be silent and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line, there was no static, only a suffocating silence. 3 seconds later, a cold, mechanical, synthetic voice void of any human emotion clearly echoed. Is this Mr. Chen Yifan? Chen Yifan's pupils suddenly froze. It is. I am the head of the Longdu Special Incident Investigation Team Yang. The other party's voice showed no hesitation, as if reading an undeniable verdict. The entire trading process was smoother than imagined. Luo Tian seemed less like a merchant and more like a madman who had finally obtained his heart's desire. The voice on the other end of the phone was like a machine devoid of emotion, each syllable precise and cold. Chen Yifan's grip on the phone tightened imperceptibly. Rooster Department. Special Incident Investigation Team. Yitong. These unfamiliar terms quickly formed a clear outline in his mind. A national-level violent organization dedicated to handling anomalies. Their authority far surpassed that of the Jiangxing Security Bureau. They had finally come knocking at his door much sooner than he had anticipated. The death of the Shadow Demon. It was related to him. The reason he chose to conceal it back then was that he was merely a rootless level 0 thief. Any disturbance could affect his mother and sister. After all, the death of wanted criminal involved interests and backgrounds far beyond what he could bear at the time. Thus he fabricated an absurd excuse. But now, his residence was as secure as a fortress. With a level 15 rank and a set of divine skills combined with the mythic grade ring of the god of thievery. What if he admitted his connection? The head of wanted criminal itself meant a hefty reward of 50 million and immeasurable fame. He had already attained the minimum level of survival capability. However, during this grace period, he still needed to quickly extract that goblin puppet from the dungeon. The more cards he had up his sleeve, the more means he had to ensure his survival. As for the Unranked disaster event, he would not take the blame for it. Mr. Chen Yifan. Seeing the silence on the other end of the line, Yi Tong's voice rang out again, still steady, without a hint of fluctuation. Of course. Chen Yifan's tone instantly switched back to that of a pure and innocent boy tinged with a sense of nervous. May I ask, shall we talk over the phone, or tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, Public Security Bureau, top floor of the Extraordinary Affairs Management Center? Yi Tong directly set the time and place, leaving no room for negotiation. We will talk in person. Additionally, Yi Tong's voice paused as if stating an inconsequential fact, just a friendly reminder, my talent is the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth. Chen Yifan's heart skipped a beat. Although he did not know the exact effect, just hearing the name filled him with a strong sense of targeting. This was a warning to himself. It told him not to play any tricks in front of her. How confident she was. All right, Investigator Yi Tong, I will definitely arrive on time. Chen Yifan's tone grew increasingly respectful. The call was hung up. The room fell silent once again. Chen Yifan stood quietly by the window, gazing at the distant city's brilliant lights, yet his expression turned profoundly deep. Yi Tong. He had a premonition. She was a presence far more dangerous and troublesome than Li Wei, even more so than his mysterious father Li Jianhong. This is troublesome. Chen Yifan muttered to himself, rubbing his slightly swollen temples. But soon the seriousness in his eyes was replaced by an even stronger fighting spirit. When soldiers come, he meets them. When water comes, he covers it. As long as the core secret, all things thievery, is not exposed, he will always have the chance to turn the tables. After all, his ability was to deprive, not to replicate. If it were to be known, he would definitely become an anomaly in everyone's eyes, bringing disaster upon himself. For an entire day, Chen Yifan did not step outside. Wang Fugue also returned home. The entire Jiangxing was in an uproar due to the recording from Lanting Club and Li Wei's suicide out of guilt. The Li family's stocks plummeted overnight. The entrance of the company was surrounded by countless angry shareholders and reporters. Li Jianhong, the business tycoon who could command the winds and rains in Jiangxing, was suddenly in a state of turmoil. And though Li Wei was dead, he still became a rat crossing the street, with everyone shouting to beat him. On the forum of Jiangxing No. 1 high school posts about him had already filled over 100,000 threads with various vile insults and past instances of bullying classmates being dragged out one by one. In stark contrast was Chen Yifan. He transformed from a vilified bad luck star into a perfect victim who garnered sympathy across the internet. A tragic hero who had suffered injustice and deception. This massive character reversal instantly won him countless sympathy and support. Feeling sorry for classmate Chen Yifan, he really suffered. What's wrong with being frank? Frank also has dignity. Heroes do not ask about their origins. Strongly demanding the school punish Li Wei severely and give classmate Chen Yifan justice. The tide of public opinion shifted rapidly. However, just as this storm of public opinion was escalating, about to reach its peak, an urgent notice from the Dragon Nation's Supernatural Disaster Warning Center instantly covered all media channels in the city, forcibly drawing everyone's attention. Urgent notice: at 12:30 p.m. today, an intense spatial energy anomaly was detected in the abandoned industrial area on the eastern outskirts of Jiangxing. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that a brand new, unrecorded wild dungeon has descended. Dungeon energy level assessment: bronze level. Entry level restriction: LV. 5 LV. 20. Minimum team size: 3 people. Warning: this dungeon is a chaotic rift with an unknown internal environment, and the danger level is extremely high. Please do not approach citizens. The words "wild dungeon" detonated like a bomb throughout the entire Jiangxing. Unlike the officially controlled, clearly defined targeted dungeons, wild dungeons are filled with unknowns and opportunities. They may contain powerful monsters never seen before, as well as unknown resources. Every appearance of a wild dungeon signifies a bloody competition and a reshuffle of wealth. Countless professionals gamble their lives for that elusive chance. This time many felt regretful. Regret that this dungeon was only bronze level with a level restriction of LV 5 to LV 20. Many claimed this was essentially a promotion trial tailored for high school seniors who had just completed the novice dungeon and experienced a significant power leap. For a moment, the entire Jiangcheng's gaze focused on that abandoned industrial area in the eastern suburbs. Jiangcheng No. 1 high school principal's office. Zhou Dihai looked at the urgent report about the wild dungeon that had just come in on the screen, his brow furrowed in a knot. What a troublesome period this is. What a coincidence. The recently descended dungeon had a level restriction of 5 to 20. This meant that high school seniors, first-year college students, and some guilds from society would become the main forces of this dungeon. After all, the lowest rank for the military is level 25 after promotion. Principal. At this moment, the director of teaching hurriedly barged in, anxiety written all over his face. The Education Bureau just called. Director Zhao wants our school to lead the organization of an elite student team to cooperate with the official exploration team and enter this wild dungeon for preliminary exploration at the earliest opportunity. Zhao listened. A flash of understanding crossed Zhou Dihai's eyes. This director Zhao really did not let any opportunity slip by. The 5/17 incident had made Jiangcheng No. 1 high school the target of public criticism. Now that a wild dungeon had emerged, he immediately wanted students from No. 1 high school to act as the vanguard. On one hand, it could showcase the officials' proactive response to the crisis. On the other hand, if they achieved any results, it could redeem some reputation. What a clever plan to kill two birds with one stone. Elite team. Zhou Dihai sneered. Who did he specifically request? The director of teaching wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously said student Su Qingxue and student Chen Yifan. As expected, a knowing look flashed in Zhou Dihai's eyes. Su Qingxue was an strength genius with formidable strength, the most stable guarantee for the exploration team. And Chen Yifan, this boy who possessed an SS-level evaluation brimming with miracles and luck. In Zhao Lisan's eyes, he had probably become a lucky charm capable of bringing good fortune. Sending him in might yield some earth-shattering secrets. More deeply, it likely held some exploratory meaning. Reply to Director Zhao. Zhou Dihai's voice resumed its usual calm. The school will fully cooperate. Immediately notify all students above level 5 to gather at the playground at 11 o'clock for voluntary sign-up. Additionally, he paused, casting his gaze out the window. He recalled the strength Chen Yifan displayed when he escaped, and of the boy who had drawn attention, even calling to ask him to keep an eye on him. Send someone to invite student Chen Yifan and say that for the future of Jiangcheng the school needs his strength. At 10:30 a.m. Tianjin Cloud Court, Villa No. 1. Chen Yifan hung up the call from the school, revealing a playful smile. A wild dungeon. An elite team. They need his strength. What a grandiose statement. Isn't it just wanting him this coy to hit the jackpot once again? However, he indeed needed a new stage. A stage that would allow him to openly display as part of his strength and completely wash away the label of frank waste. A stage that would let him continue leveling up madly, adding more leverage for the upcoming meeting with Yitong. At the same time, it was a perfect and irresistible reason to avoid that dangerous interview. He picked up his phone and dialed the unfamiliar number from last night. The call connected in seconds. It was still that cold voice, Mr. Chen Yifan. Hello, Investigator Yitong. Chen Yifan's tone was filled with regret and helplessness. I just received an urgent notification from the school and the Education Bureau about a wild dungeon appearing in the eastern suburbs with a level restriction of 5 to 20. The situation is urgent, and I have been specifically asked to join the exploration team and set off immediately. His meaning was clear. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but that the incident had occurred suddenly. There was silence on the other end of the line. Chen Yifan could imagine that the man named Yitong was probably analyzing the truth of his words. But every word he spoke was a fact. He was using one official to counter another official. I understand the importance of the investigation, but I am also a student. Chen Yifan's tone grew increasingly sincere. Rest assured, once the task is over, I will report to the Security Bureau immediately. A few seconds later, Yitong's voice rang out again. All right, I will wait for you to return in Jiangcheng. The call was hung up. Chen Yifan let out a long breath, his eyes shimmering with a wild light. He had successfully secured himself some precious time. Time that would allow him to level up madly and confront the upcoming meeting head-on, increasing his leverage. He pressed the communicator. Fatty, Xiaoyu, pack your gear, we're setting off. A new dungeon has opened, our hunting ground, in Jiangcheng at the Extraordinary Affairs Management Center on the top floor. Yitong stood before the immense floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet not a single ray could penetrate the golden-rimmed glasses that shielded his eyes. Team leader. A figure silently entered the room, the scar across his left eye disrupting the solemnity of his black uniform. Should we execute the clearing the field plan ahead of schedule? Yitong did not turn around. He raised his hand, examining his long, fair fingers. No need. His voice rang out flat and devoid of emotional fluctuations. The game has just begun to get interesting. Another subordinate bearing a scar over his right eye stepped forward, his tone tinged with confusion. Team leader Chen Yifan's actions are clearly a ploy to delay our investigation under official orders. We have full authority to conduct a direct interrogation on him. Directly. Yitong turned around. His gaze fell upon the subordinate's face behind the lenses. The consequence of being direct is to stir up all the fish underwater, allowing the most cunning rat hiding deep within Jiangxing to slip away completely. Yitong pulled up the death report of the Shadow Demon, a high-level spatial assassin who accidentally died crashing into a load-bearing pillar. Yitong's fingertips gently tapped on the word accidental on the screen. The sound was not loud, yet it made the nerves of the two subordinates instantly tense. This conclusion itself is the greatest insult to the word logic. A hint of inexplicable non-task-related interest seeped into his voice. The subordinate with the scar on his right eye immediately added, "Team leader, we initially parachuted into Jiangxing because we received intelligence from the deep web indicating that the legendary assassin codenamed by Xiang was likely hiding here. The Shadow Demon was merely bait we used to draw the snake out of its hole. But now the bait is dead." Yitong took over the conversation. His tone held no regret, only pure displeasure at the disruption of the plan, dying in such an absurd and illogical manner. This indicates that an unpredictable variable has appeared outside our chessboard. A variable capable of causing an S-level assassin to die accidentally. Yitong's gaze slowly shifted from the death report of the Shadow Demon to a light representing the protagonist Chen Yifan in the corner. The disaster at the Goblin Mine has inexplicably escalated, and he is the only one with an SSS. At the scene of the Shadow Demon's escape, he is the sole witness. Now the young master of the Li family has committed suicide in fear of guilt, and he remains at the center of the media storm. An S-level thief, yet he always appears at the eye of the storm at the most critical moments. Interesting is, the subordinate with the scar over his left eye instantly understood team leader. Do you mean he is that variable? Or a disguise of Bai Xiang? No, he is not qualified yet. Yitong shook his head, his tone filled with absolute certainty. But he is the best window to observe this variable. He paused, the lenses reflecting a cold light. According to our intel, the key is divided into two parts, and now we only have one part of the key. We can mold him into a new bait. Yitong's plan finally revealed a glimpse of its iceberg. Bai Xiang lurked in Jiangxing, elusive as a ghost. And the mysterious variable that led to the death of the Shadow Demon remains untraceable. In that case, let's play along. Push Chen Yifan into the spotlight, making him the new eye of the storm. Whether it be that mysterious variable or Bai Xiang who observes everything from the shadows. When they see Chen Yifan the sole witness to the Shadow Demon's death, perhaps even the killer, they will undoubtedly become intensely interested. After all, the Shadow Demon is not merely the Shadow Demon. That key may very well have been taken by him. As long as someone makes a move, traces will be left behind. So we not only cannot capture him, but must also make him more eye-catching. The subordinate with the scar over his right eye suddenly realized. A sufficiently dazzling bait can illuminate the darkest abyss. A smirk of approval crept onto Yitong's lips. The wild instance is the best testing ground. I need to assess his worth, determining whether he is merely a lucky ant or, upon worth my personal, I will ensure he survives, grows stronger, and let the halo of coincidence and luck surrounding him shine brightly enough to pierce the eyes of all hidden in the shadows. Yitong slowly raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the thick walls, locking onto the distant abandoned industrial area. What I want to see is not the performance he wishes me to see. What I want to see is how he on this stage I have built for him must use his truly hidden capabilities. The two subordinates fell into complete silence, exchanging glances. They finally understood that the team leader's interest in this matter had surpassed the task itself. And Chen Yifan was the piece placed at the very center of this game. By the way, Yitong suddenly seemed to remember something and casually asked, "How's the investigation on the ID named Prophet going?" A technician responsible for intelligence analysis hurried forward, cold sweat soaking his back. "Report, team leader. We lost track. The other party's counter-tracking ability exceeded our expectations, and all clues vanished into thin air at an abandoned public network base station." Vanished. Yitong slowly turned his head, the temperature in the room seeming to drop to freezing point. The technician's legs went weak. "Team leader, I waste." Yitong spat out two words without casting him another glance, his gaze returning to the vastness outside the window. A perfect bait. A silent dragon. A lurking ghost. Now another unquantifiable prophet has emerged. The corners of Yitong's mouth finally curled into a genuine smile, filled with amusement and excitement. Jiangqing. What an interesting city it is. Notify everyone to have the Jiangqing Security Bureau fully cooperate and compare all prominent figures in the city. We cannot sit idly by, we must take the initiative to strike. Hunting ground. On the other end of the communicator, Wang Pengzi's voice was filled with uncertainty. Fanzi, you're not joking, right? That's a wild instance. It's deadly. I know. Chen Yifan's voice was calm. That's why we must go. He offered no further explanation. Although Wang Pengzi was clumsy, he was not foolish. The public opinion surrounding the 5/17 incident seemed to have settled, but would Li Wei's wealthy father let it slide? Would the mysterious investigation team from Longdu Night I let him off easily? The poisonous doubts had long been growing wildly in the shadows. To completely uproot it, there was only one way. With an indisputable massacre and absolute strength, he would prove to everyone that his SSS rating was not a stroke of luck. Only by doing so could he truly gain recognition. As long as he was recognized by the authorities. One night what was there to fear? And this newly appeared wild instance was the perfect proving ground. I got it. Wang Pengzi's voice instantly became incredibly excited. Let's do it. Fanzi, you say how to do it, and we'll do it. My life will be yours from now on. Bring Xiao Yu along, gather at the entrance in 15 minutes. After hanging up, Chen Yifan focused his mind and opened his personal panel. With a series of taps, all 70 points of his free attributes were allocated to agility. Boom. The agility attribute soared to 500 points. A tingling rhythm surged through his muscles and skin power flowing through his limbs, and he could even see the trajectory of the dust particles in the air. Then he injected 3 skill points into Shadow Step. Shadow Step LV. For effect consumes 20 points of spiritual energy and 10 points of mental power, allowing the user to merge into the shadows, entering a 25-second stealth state. In the stealth state, movement speed increases by 50, and the next attack gains armor piercing and backstab, dealing 600 critical damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. A stronger burst, a longer stealth, and as long as his mental power and spiritual energy were sufficient, he could stealth indefinitely. This was his true reliance as he stepped into the unknown peril. After finishing everything, he changed into a nondescript black combat suit, pulled down the hood, concealing his entire face in the shadows. 15 minutes later at the villa entrance, Wang Pengzi and Lin Xiaoyu were already waiting there. Wang Pengzi still wore his usual clumsy expression, but his eyes carried a sharpness and steadiness that was previously absent. Behind him, he no longer carried the cracked shield. In its place was an exaggerated giant axe, the blades emanating a faint steam. An epic weapon form in steam axe. Although he could not yet fully unleash the weapon's power, just holding it brought a heavy pressure that would make any enemy hesitate. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu stood quietly beside him. In her arms, she still held the black plastic flower pot. Inside, the blood-red, bloodthirsty toxic vine seemed to have grown another circle since yesterday. Its vines even sprouted small barbed thorns that glimmered with a dangerous cold light under the sun. The girl's face still bore a hint of timidness, but her eyes no longer shied away. They held a complex gleam mixed with fear, anticipation, and a touch of sickly madness. Like a young beast that had just tasted blood. Are you all ready? Chen Yifan's gaze swept over the two. Ready. The two answered in unison, their voices filled with unprecedented determination. Let's go. Chen Yifan had no time for extra words and hailed a hovering taxi. Set off. Jiangqing No. One middle school playground. The atmosphere was 100 times heavier than during the last mobilization meeting. Nearly half the students were permanently absent. Among the remaining 200 or so, although they had survived the brutal instance, each face wore an indelible gloom. On the high platform, Principal Zhou Dihai and several school leaders wore serious expressions. Beside them stood a few military professionals dressed in combat uniforms, exuding a fierce aura. Students. Zhou Dihai's voice resonated through the playground via the loudspeaker. Regarding the tragedy of the 5/17 incident, the school bears an inescapable responsibility. I, Zhou Dihai, on behalf of the school, extend the most profound condolences to all the deceased students. To all the surviving students, I offer my sincerest apologies. He bowed deeply. The students below fell into silence. However, sorrow cannot solve problems, and avoidance will not either. Zhou Dihai straightened up, his voice suddenly rising with fervor. Today, a brand new wild instance has descended upon our Jiangcheng. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. The Education Bureau and the military have decided to grant our Jiangcheng No. One middle school the first exploration rights for this wild instance. This is a trust in us and also our best chance to wash away the shame and prove ourselves. Now all students who have reached level 5 and above please volunteer to sign up. Any student participating in this exploration task, regardless of the outcome, will receive an additional 10 points on their college entrance examination total. Moreover, the military will award merit points based on everyone's performance, and all gains within the instance will belong solely to the individual. Boom. One sentence instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all the students below. 10 extra points on the college entrance exam. Merit points. All gains belong to the individual. These conditions were practically like a pie falling from the sky. The shadow of the previous instance was instantly diluted by this enormous temptation. I'm signing up. Me too. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. Let's do it. At worst, it's just death. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Su Qingxue remained quietly standing in the corner of the crowd, her ice blue eyes calm as a deep well. She would go, not for the extra points, nor for the so-called glory. She only wanted to know if that mysterious powerhouse who felt so unfamiliar to her would appear again. At the same time, to verify one thing. Just then, 3 figures walked in leisurely from the entrance of the playground, instantly attracting everyone's. At the forefront was a boy wearing a black hooded sweatshirt, his face obscured. Beside him was a chubby man carrying a giant axe and a frail girl hugging a flower pot. It's them. The useless trio? Damn. Chen Yifan really came. Isn't he an SS-rated student guaranteed admission to the 3 universities? What's he doing here? TCH, who knows how he got that SSS rating? Maybe it's just a ploy by the school to silence the critics by releasing fake news. Exactly. Look at him hiding his face, he must be feeling guilty. Harsh comments echoed again. But this time no one dared to openly mock them like before. After all, Chen Yifan's level 15 and the oppressive aura emanating from Wang Fugui's giant axe made everyone instinctively shut their mouths. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu stiffened slightly upon hearing the discussions around her. The blood-colored vines in the pot she held tightened suddenly like a venomous snake, the barbed tips glinting with a cold light. Ignoring all gazes, Chen Yifan walked straight to the registration desk and signed his name on the form. Then he raised his head, his gaze crossing the crowd, locking with Principal Zhou Dihai on the platform. Their eyes collided in the air. One was as calm as water, the other as deep as the sea. Zhou Dihai's lips curled into a meaningful arc. This boy seemed unwilling to be just a lucky one who accepted mediocrity. His ambition was far greater than anyone could imagine. And Chen Yifan, too, read the same message from the principal's gaze. He understood that this old fox had set his sights on him. However, it didn't matter. What he wanted was this stage under the spotlight. He wanted everyone to see whether he, Chen Yifan, relied on luck or strength. All right, registration is closed. All students participating in the task get on the vehicle, immediately heading towards the eastern suburbs. In the eastern suburbs, an abandoned industrial area. Numerous layers of high-voltage electric fences are pulled taut. Armed soldiers stand guard, their expressions grim and stern. In the night sky, several armed hovercraft engines emit a heavy rumble. All eyes of vigilance focus on the very center of the blockade. A massive archway towering several dozen meters high. It is entirely composed of countless twisted vines emanating an eerie purple light entangled with grim bones. At the center of the archway is a deep vortex slowly rotating like a nebula. With each turn it exhales a nauseating stench of decay. This is the naming designated by the military for this brand new wild dungeon. Everyone pay attention. A major stands on top of an armored vehicle, his voice cold and hard as iron through the loudspeaker. This operation is codenamed Pioneering. The mission objective is not combat, but exploration. You are the first batch of scouts, the eyes. Bringing back intelligence alive is the greatest merit. All rewards will be distributed based on contribution. Final equipment check. In 10 minutes we enter on time. As he finished speaking, the already tense air in the assembly area became even more subtle. Jiangcheng no. 1 middle school no. 2 middle school. The Fury Guild, the Windblade Guild. The divisions between different factions are distinct, and the glances exchanged are like wolves surveying their prey. Did you see? That lucky one from Jiangcheng no. 1 middle school who received an SSS rating is also here. In the team from Jiangcheng no. 2 middle school, a handsome young man in a fiery red robe spoke, his tone dripping with contempt. His name is Li Ronghao, recognized as the top genius of Jiangcheng no. 2 middle school. An A-class flame controller. Is Li Xiao talking about that F-class thief who got lucky and picked up an SSS rating? The attendant beside him immediately laughed obsequiously. This incident had already ceased to be a secret within Jiangcheng's professional circle. It even became a topic of idle gossip for everyone. A useless person who relies solely on luck, does he even deserve to be on stage? Li Ronghao snorted coldly, his eyes scanning the sparse crowd from Jiangcheng no. 1 middle school. Eventually, like locking onto a bug, his gaze fixed on the completely isolated, useless trio. SSS rating. It's simply the biggest joke of the century. Even the heavens sometimes doze off, allowing trash to pick up gold. I want to see if this time his luck can still let him crawl out alive. Meanwhile, in the area of the Fury Guild, several rugged men exuding a bloody aura are whispering. The leader, a bald man with a scar, licked his cracked lips, his eyes filled with greed. Boss, is that the kid named Chen Yifan? So skinny, can he really get an SSS? Who gives a damn about the truth? Luck is also a form of strength. If he can get an SSS, it shows he must have something valuable on him. Later, go in and find an opportunity to deal with him. The spoils on him are fatter than killing 10 elite monsters. Exactly, just say he was killed by monsters, and no one will know. Countless malicious gazes weave into an invisible web, descending upon Chen Yifan and his two companions. At this moment, Chen Yifan, hiding beneath his hood, scans each person on sight. The corner of his mouth curls into a cold smile. Exploration. That's something for ghosts to hear. Though he is a student, he is quite clear. This is a bloody treasure hunt disguised in official attire. Everyone knows it well. The military wants intelligence, guilds want resources, students want experience. And some are purely here to kill and loot. But in his eyes, everyone here, be they geniuses or villains, has only one identity. Walking experience packs, moving treasure chests. Nothing more. Fancy, these guys have strange looks in their eyes. How should we act this time? Wang Fuguei leaned closer, lowering his voice. Under the gaze of so many hungry wolves, he felt a chill on his back, his grip on the steam giant axe slick with cold sweat. How should we act? Chen Yifan's voice betrays no emotion. This time, no more playing around. His gaze sweeps past all the scheming faces, directly piercing toward the purple vortex, exuding a stench of decay. Finally, his gaze lands on the flower pot in Lin Xiaoyu's hands. Beneath the shadow of the hood, a surge of madness ignites in his eyes. This time we shall be the bulldozers. Huh. Wang Fuguei is taken aback. Bulldozers. Just the three of us. Just as he was about to say something, a cool figure passed through the crowd, ignoring all astonished gazes, and walked straight up to them. Su Qingxue. Her outfit today is a stark contrast to her usual attire. Wearing a tight-fitting ice blue combat robe, it outlines her budding curves. Not only does it strip away some of her ethereal aura, but it also adds a touch of heroic elegance. Her appearance instantly silences the crowd. What is she doing going after that waist? Li Ronghao from Jiangcheng No. 2 middle school frowns, jealousy and confusion flashing in his eyes. He knows Su Qingxue. Not long ago, his father spent a fortune to get him into the private dungeon controlled by Jiangcheng's largest guild, Stunning Heaven, for training. It was there that he first met Su Qingxue, a breathtaking beauty. That training not only elevated his level to level 12, it also made him believe that among the younger generation of Jiangcheng only, he was worthy of this heavenly girl. But now his goddess is actively seeking out the lucky waist renowned throughout Jiangcheng. Su Qingxue ignores anyone's gaze. Her ice blue eyes simply rest quietly on the figure hidden beneath the hood. Chen Yifan. She speaks, her voice is always cold. Shall we team up? Boom. This sentence detonates like a thunderclap in the crowd. Everyone is shocked by the extreme contrast of this scene. One is a true heavenly beauty, a well-known double-class genius. The other is a lucky one recruited by Wu University due to his extraordinary luck and SSS rating. Yet now the genius is actively inviting an F-class thief to team up. Is it because she sees value in his extraordinary luck? Wang Fugui's jaw nearly drops to his feet as Su Qingxue asks, "Damn, could it be? Does the university goddess really have an interest in Fanzi?" Revived from the ashes, old feelings rekindled. However, Chen Yifan's response shatters the jaws of everyone once more. No need. He didn't even raise his head, merely uttering 2 words indifferently. Rejected. He didn't even think twice before turning down Su Qingxue's team-up invitation. The clamor on sight abruptly halts, plunging into a moment of eerie silence. Then a more intense uproar erupts. What the hell? Is this kid crazy? Giving face, but not wanting it. Li Ronghao is the first to explode, unable to maintain the demeanor of a genius, striding forward, his hostility unmasked. Su Qingxue, what are you thinking? Teaming up with such a waste, do you want to lower your own worth? He pointed at Chen Yifan, his face full of offended arrogance and disdain. As if it were not Su Qingxue who was just rejected, but him. Kid, I don't care what kind of crap luck you've had. An F-class is still an F-class. A waste should have the consciousness of a waste. This is a wild dungeon with real knives and guns, not a playground where you survive on luck. If you have any sense, get lost now and stop being an eyesore here. Li Rongho's voice is loud, instantly igniting the crowd's emotions. Exactly. An F-class even dares to join the pioneering. Get out. Don't end up dying inside, forcing us to divert our attention to save you. Is there no one from Jiangcheng now? One middle school. Letting such trash come in to make up the numbers. Mocking voices rise and fall. The students from Jiangcheng know. One middle school all turn red in the face, yet no one dares to rebut. Su Qingsu's expression instantly turns as cold as ice. She is about to speak. Yet Chen Yifan remains unresponsive. It's as if he hasn't heard Li Rongho's taunts and hasn't seen the pointing fingers around. He merely turned his head, saying to Wang Fugui and Lin Xiaoyu beside him, "Let's go." A complete, thorough, and absolute disregard. This sort of disregard is more lethal than any rebuttal or angry insults. It strikes like an invisible slap, harshly hitting everyone's faces, painfully reminding them, "You don't even qualify for me to look at you. You motherfucker." Li Rongho's face instantly flushes a deep purple. The pride of an A-class genius ignites his fury, and the fire elements around him begin to rampage. Su Qingxue steps forward, blocking his path, her icy gaze locking onto him. "Li Rong, how do you want to make a move here?" Li Rongho's aggression immediately falters. Silence. The shout of the military major rings out just in time. A powerful pressure belonging to high-level professionals blankets the area, forcefully suppressing Li Rongho's volatile elemental fluctuations. Anyone causing a disturbance will be disqualified. Li Ronghao can only grudgingly back down, but the murderous intent in his gaze toward Chen Yifan's back has already been sharpened. "Waste, you just wait for me. The moment we get into the dungeon, I'll be the first to take you out." Su Qingxue, and no longer pays him any mind, quickly catching up to Chen Yifan, unwillingly speaking again. "Why, she blurted out, her voice carrying a hint of grievance and confusion that even she was not aware of. "Why, Chen Yifan finally stops, slightly lifting his head. From beneath the shadow of the hood, only a well-defined jawline can be seen. "There is no why, I am used to being alone." He couldn't even be bothered to find a reason. After speaking, he ignores the stunned Su Qingxue, turning to Wang Fugui and Lin Xiaoyu. "Let's go." He walks straight toward the massive teleportation gate. Wang Fugui and Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly follow. As they pass by Su Qingxue stands in place, watching the three incongruous figures vanish into the purple vortex. Her hand gripping the staff has knuckles turning. Su Qingxue stands in place, watching the three incongruous figures vanish into the purple vortex. Her hand gripping the staff has knuckles turning white from the force. In her heart, an inexplicable emotion grows stronger. Not used to it. Alone. What are Wang Fugui and that herbalist even counted as? Rotting. A putrefaction so thick that it suffocates. The moment he passed through the purple vortex, a foul stench capable of choking the living transformed into a tangible force that rushed at him. The odor was a mix of decaying plants, rotten flesh, and fermented marsh gas, infiltrating every pore. Wow. As Wang Pengzi landed, his stomach churned violently, and he bent over to vomit, emptying the remnants of last night's meal. Lin Xiaoyu's face turned pale, desperately covering her mouth and nose, her body trembling uncontrollably as she struggled to maintain her composure. Only Chen Yifan remained calm. With a mental attribute exceeding 500, nearly 600 points, he easily shielded himself from such primitive sensory assaults. He quickly surveyed the surroundings. There was no one around, just the three of them. Random teleportation. Beneath their feet lay a black mire that barely reached their ankles, exuding an ominous stench. Countless twisted and tumor-like giant fungi grew in the mire, releasing colorful and toxic spores into the air. Fist-sized mutated flies buzzed, circling in the air. In the distance, some massive maggot-like creatures sluggishly wriggled through the mire. This was not a warm bed. This was a living death swamp composed of toxins and plagues. Damn. This cursed place is too disgusting. Wang Pengzi, exhausted from vomiting, collapsed onto the mire, staring at his mud-stained pants with a face more pained than if he had eaten excrement. "Fancy, did we come to the wrong place? No one can stay here. Be careful." Chen Yifan did not answer him, his gaze suddenly sharpening. In the mire not far away, a few murky bubbles suddenly erupted. The next moment, a mud man covered in black sludge and revealing only a pair of crimson eyes slowly rose from the swamp. Incredibly, it was holding a sharp beast bone spear in its hand. Swamp corpse, common LV. Creak. The corpse spotted the three living beings, letting out a piercing shriek from its throat as it trudged forward, dragging its filthy body through the mire. "I got this." Wang Pengzi's spirit lifted upon seeing this. He was no longer the iron tortoise who could only passively receive blows. He roared, leaping fiercely from the mire, activating the foreman's steam great axe in his hand. Whoosh! A blast of scalding high-pressure steam erupted from the axe's back. Wang Pengzi infused all his strength into it, making a mighty horizontal sweep at the charging corpse. Steam ejection. In that moment, the speed and power of the great axe reached their zenith. Die, you bastard. Whoosh. The enormous axe blade tore through the damp air, accompanied by a terrifying howl, accurately slicing through the waist of the corpse. The axe blade encountered no resistance. The level 6 corpse had no chance to scream. Its upper body and lower body separated in response to that cruel axe light. Foul black blood mixed with shattered entrails gushed forth. Killed Swamp Corpse LV. 6 gained 20 experience points. The simultaneous experience prompts above the 3 heads left him dumbfounded. He looked down at the great axe in his hand, and then at the body he had split in two, his face filled with disbelief. What the hell? Am I really this fierce? He felt as if he were dreaming. A level 6 monster. Previously, during the Goblin Mine incident, it took him and Xiaoyu working together for ages to deal with such a creature. Now it had been slain in a single stroke. The power of an epic weapon was terrifying indeed. Don't dawdle, there are more behind us. Chen Yifan's calm voice pulled him out of his stupor. Wang Pengzi turned around sharply. He saw that in the mire surrounding them, one by one mud men were slowly crawling out from beneath the sludge. 1, 2, 10, 50. Densely packed, stretching endlessly. Their crimson eyes glowed in the dim light, like countless ghostly fires fixated on the 3 living beings. Even those mutated flies and maggot-like creatures were drawn in by the recent commotion. What the hell? Wang Pengzi's face turned pale instantly. Fanzi, did we just poke a monster's nest? Xiaoyu. Chen Yifan ignored his panic and turned towards the girl behind him, who looked on the verge of fainting, and said in a low voice. Lin Xiaoyu trembled violently. She looked up and met Chen Yifan's eyes hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. Those eyes were terrifyingly calm. There was no fear or panic, only an undeniable command. Do you remember what I told you? Chen Yifan's voice was cold. Your talent can do more than save lives. It can also take them. Now this is a rare opportunity, let it unleash its full potential. Lin Xiaoyu's breath caught abruptly. She lowered her head to look at the flower pot in her arms. The bloodthirsty poison vine sensed its master's emotions and the rich, inescapable scent of flesh and blood surrounding them. The blood-red vines began to writhe excitedly and frantically. A primal thirst for blood surged from the flower pot into her palms, piercing through her soul. At that moment, fear was completely devoured by a stronger emotion. It was exhilaration. The madness of finally finding an outlet after years of repression. I understand now. The last remnants of Lin Xiaoyu's timidity were crushed to dust. She forcefully smashed the flower pot into the mire beneath her feet. Then she closed her eyes, pouring all her mental energy into it, without reservation. A great talent. Absolute plant affinity. Stimulate. Activate with all her might. Buzz. A visible emerald green life energy surged outward from her, enveloping the area. The palm-sized bloodthirsty poison vine grew at a defiance of life's logic the moment it touched the mire, rapidly expanding. Thick, blood-red vines as wide as a baby's arm and covered with barbs and sharp thorns ripped through the sludge and shot upwards. They resembled countless hungry, blood-colored pythons violently sweeping towards the charging swamp corpses. Uft, uft, uft. The sound of thorns piercing flesh fell like rain. Whether level 5 or level 6 corpses, they became utterly defenseless before these terrifying vines. The experience of the 3 began to surge wildly. Chen Yifan observed this scene, and his suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, the dungeon had classified this bloodthirsty poison vine as their means of attack. This was something he had stumbled upon in a forum before. With this, their journey through the dungeon would be exceptionally. At this moment, the monsters' bodies were easily pierced, entwined, and strangled by the vines. Then they were torn into countless pieces by the sharp barbs. Foul black blood was ravenously consumed by the countless tiny suckers on the vines. With each corpse devoured, the blood-red vines grew thicker and more sinister. In just a few minutes, over 30 swamp corpses were slaughtered. The surroundings fell into silence. Only the blood-red vines dancing eerily in the air continued to massacre the remaining swamp corpses, accompanied by a nauseating scent of blood. Wang Fugue stood there dumbfounded. He realized the steam great axe in his hand had somehow dropped. He gazed at the swirling blood-red vines. And at the center of the vines stood a frail girl with her eyes closed, a faintly sickly flush on her face. His mind was blank. In that moment, he felt his worldview shatter mercilessly twice within just a few minutes. The first time was when he wielded the epic Foreman's steam great axe. One strike to kill a level 6 monster. The surge of power made him feel like a superhero. The second time was now. This girl who had once timidly hidden behind him, who could barely speak above a whisper. But now she resembled a sorceress wielding control over death and decay. Wang Pengzi swallowed hard, glancing at his own robust muscles and then at the fierce great axe in his hand. He suddenly realized that among this trio, he seemed to be the most normal one. An grade thief with movements as elusive as a ghost and thoughts as profound as the ocean. And a great herbalist who could summon a hell of vines and slay 100 monsters. This team. Apart from him, how was everyone else a monster disguised in human skin? How do you feel? Chen Yifan's voice broke Wang Pengzi's train of thought. He walked over to Lin Xiaoyu, observing the still thriving blood-red vines appearing calm on the surface. But internally he was extremely surprised. The bloodthirsty poison vine was something he had only seen in the data. He never expected that a juvenile mutated plant could kill level 6 monsters in the dungeon. Such a comparison. The world outside the city must be hundreds of times more dangerous than the dungeon. Chen Yifan glanced at the girl beside him. They had truly struck gold this time. How do you feel? Lin Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes. Her face was somewhat pale, a sign of rapid mental energy depletion. But her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. I can feel it. Her voice was a bit hoarse, yet exuded an unprecedented sense of power. It craves more flesh and blood. She extended her hand. The thickest blood-red vine obediently lowered itself, gently brushing her cheek with its smooth tip, as if it were being affectionate. She felt no disgust from the black rotten blood and shattered flesh on it. Instead, she experienced an inexplicable excitement. Very good. Chen Yifan nodded. Remember this feeling, control it, master it. It will become your sharpest blade, your strongest shield. After saying this, his gaze swept over the now cleared area, his eyes sharp. Pengzi, guard the perimeter, clean up the stragglers. If you encounter anything unstoppable, use frenzy to assist. Xiaoyu, retract the vine's range to conserve mental energy, prioritize killing targets with high energy responses. We will initiate monster farming. Chen Yifan's voice was calm and clear, instantly infusing this makeshift team, which had just experienced a massacre, with a backbone. He did not forget the purpose of their arrival. To accumulate power. The two nodded immediately with no objections. Fancy is awesome. Wang Pengzi shouted to bolster his courage, charging to the front line with the great axe. Chen Yifan seamlessly blended into the shadows of the dancing vines. Every strike would surely take down a monster. Rotting bed. In the eyes of outsiders, it symbolized opportunities and dangers in the wild dungeon. At this moment, it became the paradise for the bloodthirsty poison vine. It also turned into their hunting ground. As the swamp corpses were mercilessly slaughtered by the three, other types of monsters finally appeared. Chen Yifan did not idle. While attacking, the thieving skill acted as the most efficient radar, rapidly scanning the surroundings. Swamp Giant Crocodile Elite LV. 10 Talent Tough Skin Crate. Just like Pengzi. Venomous Frogman Elite LV. 12 Talent Poison Resistance Crate. No use. Next. Chen Yifan's goal was clear: functional disguise type, stealth type, or strong assault type. At that moment, a massive beetle as large as a water buffalo and completely covered in black armor roared as it charged into the vine's killing range. It actually withstood the piercing of several vines, its 6 sharp limbs wildly flailing, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone on the vines. Black Armored Earth Dragon Elite LV. 15. Chen Yifan's gaze locked onto it in an instant. Target: Black Armored Earth Dragon Elite Level LV. 15. Mental 90, Stealable List 1. Talent: A Grade Mimetic Camouflage 2. Talent: Grade Shell 3. Skill: Crade Ground Charge. Mimetic Camouflage. This was it. Chen Yifan's heart raced wildly. Mimetic camouflage can change its own appearance, color, and even spiritual aura according to the surrounding environment, blending perfectly into it for a flawless disguise. This was practically a god-tier talent tailor-made for the thief profession. With this combined with Shadow Step for stealth, he would become a true ghost walking under the sun. It's you. His mental power surged to an impressive 500 points, while this black armored earth dragon only had 90 points. An absolute crush. The ring of the god of thievery flickered with a faint light. The thieving hand effect triggered. Chen Yifan's eyes brightened sharply as he hurriedly murmured in his heart. Designated type talent. All things steel activate. Chen Yifan's mental strength transformed into an invisible giant hand, precisely probing deep into the soul of the black armored earth dragon. Got it. A glint of brilliance flashed in Chen Yifan's eyes. Unlike the stealth ability brought by Shadow Step, his body, along with his clothes, began to change rapidly. Not only did he perfectly replicate the folds and dark spots of a giant mushroom beside him, but also the life aura of a living being. At this moment, it was completely replaced by a damp, rotten swamp smell. He stood there, having disappeared into thin air. Where's Fangzi? Wang Fugui, who was on guard beside him, rubbed his eyes, his voice filled with horror. The person who had just been there vanished in the blink of an eye. What kind of method is this? Stealth. Invisibility. Lin Xiaoyu was equally shocked by this bizarre scene. However, her combat instincts had already awakened, and she quickly redirected her attention back to the black-armored earth dragon standing still. Opportunity. She hurriedly controlled the blood-sucking toxic vine, splitting off several tendrils. She completed the final strangulation, accompanied by the colossal body of the black-armored earth dragon crashing down. The tendrils immediately covered it, beginning to devour its flesh and blood. At that moment, a voice sounded behind Wang Fugui. "Fatty." Wang Fugui turned around abruptly, but all he saw was an empty swamp and a few disgusting mushroom plants. "Stop looking." The voice came again. Wang Fugui's vision twisted. Chen Yifan's figure slowly peeled away from the background of a mushroom, returning to his original state. "Is this invisibility?" Wang Fugui was completely dumbfounded. He walked around Chen Yifan twice, reaching out to pinch him hard, his face filled with disbelief. "More or less." Chen Yifan smiled, not explaining. With this mimetic disguise combined with LV. Foreshadow step. He was now the true king of shadows, a ghost under the broad daylight. On the other side, Lin Xiaoyu finished collecting the spoils. In her clear eyes, looking at Chen Yifan flickered an increasingly worshipful and fervent light. This man, with every move he made, was overturning her understanding. The secrets he held filled her with fear, but also strengthened her resolve in her choice. "Fatty Xiaoyu, take a 10-minute break. Next, let's try to cooperate with each other." Chen Yifan's voice was exceptionally calm. After the recent battle, the three of them had developed some tacit understanding. It was time to hone their coordination. At the same time, he also wanted to experiment with the new ability he had just acquired. 10 minutes later, in a Messier swamp, 13 toxic frogmen were croaking and patrolling their territory. Wang Fugui, following Chen Yifan's instructions, nervously hid behind a rotting giant rock, gripping his steam giant axe tightly, ready to charge out at any moment. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu was hiding behind Fatty, her mental power highly concentrated. Several blood-red tendrils lay in wait like venomous snakes, silently lurking beneath the swamp. As for Chen Yifan, he had long since vanished. "What exactly is Fangzi doing? This feels like a special forces infiltration," Wang Fugui murmured. "Don't talk, Brother Fan is experimenting with a new tactic," Lin Xiaoyu whispered sharply, her gaze sharp. The next moment, the swamp beneath a frogman's feet suddenly erupted. A blood-red tendril burst through the ground, entangling its ankle. "Quack!" The frogman let out a startled cry, immediately attracting the attention of two other companions. "Now's the time. Fatty, the one on the left." Chen Yifan's voice echoed from all around. "Got it." Wang Fugui roared like a tiger, descending the mountain, activating steam charge. Charge! The gigantic battle axe trailed a white steam as it violently cleaved towards the frogman that had just turned its head. The frogman, caught off guard, was struck in the shoulder, dark green poisonous blood gushing out. Almost simultaneously, a ghostly black figure slowly peeled away from the air behind the frogman, bound by the tendril. It was Chen Yifan. Shadow step. The dagger in his hand glinted with a deadly cold light under the skill's enhancement. 600 critical damage. Uffed. The dagger pierced effortlessly through the frogman's neck, instantly shattering its central nervous system. Kill toxic frogman LV. 12 gained 40 experience points. The three of them simultaneously received the kill experience. With a successful strike, Chen Yifan's form once again became blurry, merging into the background of the mushroom plants, completely disappearing. Damn! Wang Fugui dealt a heavy blow to his opponent and was about to deliver a finishing blow when he witnessed this unpredictable scene, his heart racing. Is this Fangzi's new ability? Unlimited invisibility. This isn't just a thief, this is a top-tier assassin master. The ensuing battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Lin Xiaoyu's tendrils were responsible for controlling and harassing. Wang Fugui's giant axe created chaos through frontal assault, while Chen Yifan transformed into a ghostly reaper. The remaining two frogmen didn't last even 10 seconds before becoming experience points for the three of them. Not bad. Timing and coordination were very precise. A perfect tactical prototype, just the monster levels are too low. It can be used against some troublesome opponents in the future. Chen Yifan's figure emerged, his tone calm. Alright, practice time is over. Next, let's use the most efficient method to start our hunting feast. In the following day, the three transformed into swamp bulldozers, entering a frenzy of monster grinding. Under the terrifying, blood-sucking toxic vine, their advance was no longer exploration, but an armed parade. Wherever they passed, corpses lay in heaps, a stench rising to the sky. The greatest advantage of a wild dungeon was the endless monsters to slay. Wang Fugui had completely numbed by this point. From initial shock to the ecstatic thrill of skyrocketing experience points, he now wore a dazed, silly smile. All he had to do was follow behind with his big axe, occasionally delivering a blade to any fish that slipped through. At the same time, he protected Lin Xiaoyu. Then he watched his level soar from LV. 6 to LV. 17. This wasn't just entering a dungeon. This was akin to living in a pool of experience. Lin Xiaoyu was completely immersed in the thrill of wielding power. Her level due to leading most of the kills had even surpassed Wang Fuguei by one level, soaring to LV. 18. An Unranked herbalist leveling up at a speed comparable to a rocket. Who would dare believe it? However, aside from her level, her greatest gain, the blood-sucking toxic vine. After devouring a massive amount of flesh and blood, it had completely transitioned from its juvenile stage into a growth stage, becoming even more terrifying. Meanwhile, Chen Yifan's level had steadily risen from LV 15 to LV 24. This was already 4 levels higher than the dungeon's level cap. However, just as they were preparing to delve deeper and replicate their success, a series of hurried footsteps, not belonging to swamp monsters, echoed distantly behind them. Someone's coming. Chen Yifan's eyes narrowed, activating mimetic disguise, and the first instant his figure instantly vanishing. Wang Fuguei and Lin Xiaoyu immediately darted behind a massive mushroom plant, holding their breath. Soon over a dozen figures appeared in their line of sight. At the forefront was a thief dressed in fine leather armor, wielding a poisoned dagger. The unified blood-red wolf head insignia on them indicated their identity, the Blood Wolf Guild. Damn, this cursed place isn't fit for humans. A berserker spat viciously. Stop talking nonsense. The leading thief coldly snapped. The guild leader has issued a death order. We must find that thing before the officials arrive. Whoever dares to drop the ball, I'll skin him alive. That thing. Hiding in the shadows, Chen Yifan noted this crucial piece of information. Just then, the Blood Wolf Guild members also noticed the area ahead covered by blood-red tendrils. Everyone was stunned into silence by the terrifying sight before them. Looking around, corpses of monsters lay everywhere. A mutated blood-sucking toxic vine. At that moment, a mage in the group let out a terrified scream. How could it appear in a bronze-level dungeon? Who cares what it is? The leading thief's eyes flashed with greed and determination. Given the situation, that thing is likely behind this plant. Everyone prepare. Mages use fire to burn a path for me. 3 fire mages immediately raised their staffs, the scorching fire elements gathering wildly. Lin Xiaoyu, hiding in the shadows, trembled slightly. Were they planning to burn her blood-sucking toxic vine? That was her partner. It was the source of her power. More importantly, it was her only proof of overcoming her timidity. She raised her head abruptly, the timidity in her eyes long gone, replaced by a chilling, killing intent. She extended her hands, and her Unranked Talent Absolute Plant Affinity erupted without reservation. Boom. The blood-red tendrils, still greedily devouring the rotting corpses, seemed to have received a royal decree. All the tendrils stopped moving in an instant. Then, in a bizarre manner, they began to frantically shrink and converge towards the center. Flesh, bones, shells, mud. Everything around was forcibly twisted and compressed. In just a few seconds, they condensed into one. A spear over 10 meters in diameter, its surface flowing with viscous black blood, its tip formed from countless beast bones and sharp spikes, resembling a hellish drill. A massive blood-red spear. This was the new skill of the blood-sucking toxic vine after entering the growth phase. It was created by secreting an ultra-strong adhesive juice to adhere and wrap all usable materials around itself, forming this new ability. What the hell is that? The members of the Blood Wolf Guild's faces changed drastically, but the leading thief sneered. A trivial trick. Continue casting. Burn it down. 3 fireballs the size of wash basins formed instantly, carrying a scorching air wave right in front. Plants fear fire the most. Fire it. Just as the fireballs were about to be shot out, Lin Xiaoyu's massive spear charged, and ready, also aimed at the densely packed backline of the guild. At the same time, a shadow silently appeared behind the 3 fire mages of the Blood Wolf Guild. It was Chen Yifan. He didn't even glance at the spear about to be launched. He merely looked at the 3 mages with a dead gaze. You dare touch our things. The cold voice fell. The hearts of the 3 mages turned cold just as they were about to turn around. It was too late. Uft, uft, uft. Chen Yifan's dagger transformed into 3 deadly afterimages. Under the enhancement of speed boost, the 3 piercing sounds merged into one. The dagger precisely pierced through the hearts of the 3, pulling out. The bodies of the 3 mages suddenly stiffened, their expressions frozen in the last moment of horror. They didn't even have time to let out a scream before they softly fell down. Instant kill. This sudden scene left the thief leader's pupils trembling. But he didn't have time to issue a warning. On the other side, death had already descended. Lin Xiaoyu ruthlessly waved her hand. The moment the 3 mages were killed by Chen Yifan, she had already changed her attack target. Die? With a delicate shout. Boom. The massive blood-red spear condensed from countless corpses crashed into the panicking crowd in an unreasonable manner. Where the spear passed, the first berserker didn't even grunt before his body was pierced through. The second shield warrior, just about to raise his shield to block, was pinned along with his shield onto the spear. The third archer tried to dodge, but was also skewered by the spear. 1 spear, 3 kills. The spear with unrelenting force carried the 3 mangled bodies and violently pinned them into the distant swamp. The world in an instant became profoundly silent. The remaining members of the Blood Wolf Guild looked like chickens caught by the throat. They stood there dumbfounded, staring at the blood-red spear, still slightly trembling in the distance. The thief leader's legs shook like a sieve. He had thought the blood-sucking toxic vine was a monster in the dungeon, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a pet. He wanted to escape, but his feet felt as if filled with lead, utterly unresponsive. Wang Fuguei peeked out from behind the mushroom plant, his tone filled with regret. Is it over already? Chen Yifan's figure re-emerged from the shadows. His eyes hidden beneath the hood coldly scanned the remaining living members of the Blood Wolf Guild, preparing to give the final order to kill. But just then, tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps, neither fast nor slow, carried an elegant and composed rhythm, striking heavily at everyone's hearts. Is there someone else? The wind in the swamp seemed to solidify in the eerie sound of footsteps. The footsteps of the other party stepped upon the viscous black mud, yet there was not a hint of squelching noise. Only a clear sound echoed. The firm tap-tap resonated as if stepping on solid ground. The surviving leader of the Blood Wolf Guild, upon hearing this sound, felt his heart sink. The relief from having survived vanished from his face. In its place was a fear that surged deeper than the confrontation with death, a terror that originated from the depths of his soul. He turned abruptly, collapsing to his knees in the mire with a splash, his body shaking like a leaf. And master, his voice quivered with a sob. At the end of the carnage, pierced by flesh and bone, a figure slowly approached. The newcomer wore a snow-white vintage hunting outfit that clashed with the filth of the swamp. On his feet were a pair of impeccably clean marten boots. With each step, an almost imperceptible energy barrier kept the mud at bay. He appeared to be in his early 20s, handsome with narrow eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses. A polite, yet distant smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. In his hand, he was leisurely wiping a classic silver cane with a pristine white handkerchief. Elegant and refined. Yet there was a sickly aura that sent chills down one's spine. Luo Tianyu, the young master of the Tianxing Guild, was also the true mastermind behind the Blood Wolf Guild. Zhongwu. Luo Tianyu halted his steps, his gaze never even flickering towards the kneeling thief leader. He merely brushed a speck of invisible dust from his pristine sleeve. I remember asking you to retrieve something, not to make this place so filthy. His eyes finally fell upon the giant spear embedded in the ground, still dripping black blood. In the next moment, his brows furrowed slightly. That expression was not one of sorrow for the loss of companions, but rather disgust at the corner of his beloved carpet being soiled. Young master, it's them. The thief leader Zhang Wu grasped at straws, tremblingly pointing towards the direction where Wang Fuguei and Lin Xiaoyu were hiding. We had already figured out the direction and were about to succeed when these 3 suddenly emerged to ambush us. My brothers are all dead. Luo Tianyu finally looked at him directly, the smile on his lips deepening yet devoid of any warmth. The dogs I raised, if they die, so be it. But if they die without my permission, that is disrespect towards their master. Zhang Wu's body trembled even more violently, his head bowed lower, nearly burying his face in the mud. Luo Tianyu ignored him, his gaze bypassing the thief leader and landing on the enormous fungal plant. Come out, he said softly, as if inviting a friend for afternoon tea. Those hiding behind the mushroom, and that friend who has painted himself to look like a mushroom. The moment his words, an invisible spiritual wave swept across the area like ripples on water. Wang Fuguei and Lin Xiaoyu, hiding amongst the fungal plants, felt their minds go blank, as if stung sharply by a needle. Chen Yifan, who had activated mimetic disguise and blended with the environment, felt his heart sink. His disguise had been seen through. Spiritual power could indeed be used in conjunction with spiritual energy in such a way. Fatty Xiaoyu, come out. Chen Yifan's voice rang in their ears. Then his figure peeled away from the backdrop of the fungal plants, returning to his original form. Wang Fuguei and Lin Xiaoyu gritted their teeth and stepped out from their hiding place. Wang Fuguei stood in front of Lin Xiaoyu, brandishing the steam giant axe across his chest, glaring vigilantly at the young man in white. Lin Xiaoyu's bright eyes glanced at Wang Fuguei, who towered like a hill in front of her, filling her heart with a sense of security. She then turned her gaze toward Luo Tianyu. Killing intent surged. Behind her, the blood-colored vines sensed their master's will. They began to writhe slowly like countless poised venomous snakes. Simultaneously, 2 or 3 vines silently burrowed into the black mud. Oh! Luo Tianyu's gaze finally moved away from the steam giant axe. It landed with great interest on Lin Xiaoyu and the vines behind her, his eyes behind the lenses brightening. Impressive to cultivate such a low-level magical plant as the bloodthirsty viper into this form, he exclaimed sincerely. He then took 2 steps forward, extending his gloved hand in a gesture of invitation. Miss, and this strong man, my name is Luo Tianyu. Are you interested in changing masters? His tone was nonchalant, as if conducting the most ordinary of transactions. Get lost. Wang Fugue erupted in anger, spitting a mouthful of phlegm into the mire beneath his feet. What the hell are you? You think you can even compare to a commoner? As for being a master, you're not even worthy to carry my shoes. Luo Tianyu's smile finally bit by bit faded. Crude. He shook his head as if hearing some intolerable noise, a flicker of chilling, killing intent flashing in his eyes. It seems I must first break your legs before you learn how to speak to the nobility. Before he finished speaking, the air beside him suddenly twisted. A shadow moving at breakneck speed like a black lightning bolt lunged towards Wang Fugue, without warning. That speed surpassed Chen Yifan's shadow step by a third. An advanced assassin. Wang Fugue's pupils contracted sharply, unable to react in time, instinctively raising the giant axe in front of himself. However, when the shadow was less than 2 meters away, it suddenly changed course. The target was not him at all. The shadow traced an eerie arc in midair, bypassing Wang Fugue and heading straight for Lin Xiaoyu behind him. Seizing the king to catch the thief, he aimed to incapacitate the most troublesome plant controller first. Seeking death, the mire in front of Lin Xiaoyu erupted. Dozens of blood-red vines shot up from the ground, weaving into a massive shield. Simultaneously, one vine shot forth like a blade towards the incoming shadow. Yet the shadow paid no heed, its hand gleaming coldly as it moved through the gaps of the vines at an unbelievable angle. Just as the glimmering dagger was about to pierce Lin Xiaoyu's throat, suddenly a shadow appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Xiaoyu. It was Chen Yifan. Utilizing spatial flickering, he instantaneously teleported in front of Lin Xiaoyu. Faced with the assassin's earth-shattering blow, he did not even draw a weapon. He simply raised his left hand. With the combination of Godspeed and hand speed amplification, he was faster than his opponent, accurately grasping the wrist of the assassin, holding the dagger. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The attacking assassin was an elite professional with a level of at least 20. Yet Chen Yifan so effortlessly caught his full-force strike with one hand. The assassin's face revealed a look of sheer horror for the first time. He felt his wrist as if it were being clamped down by a pair of red-hot iron tongs, of force that he could not budge at all. My teammates, do you dare to touch them? Chen Yifan looked up, the shadow of his hood obscuring his face, yet his eyes burned with icy fury, locking onto Luo Tianyu in the distance. In the next instant, crack. A crisp sound of bone cracking erupted in the dead silence of the swamp. The elite assassin clutched his twisted wrist, letting out a wretched scream that hardly sounded human as sweat soaked his forehead. He couldn't understand it. How could a level 20 assassin be caught, as if he were a mere chick? A shadow moved silently beside Luo Tianyu. Like an enraged leopard, he swayed, leaving a series of blurred afterimages, 2 short blades glimmering with green light crossed and sliced towards Chen Yifan's neck from behind. Chen Yifan didn't even turn around. Fatty, he called softly. Wang Fugue was already consumed by rage. With the order given, his muscles tensed up, charging out from behind Chen Yifan like a frenzied giant bear. With no finesse, he swung the steam giant axe down at the incoming shadow. Berserk. The skill activated. Wang Fugue's eyes turned bloodshot, his skin radiated an abnormal hue, and his strength and speed surged immensely. The assassin's expression changed drastically. This fool was actually a berserker. The pressure emanating from that giant axe sent shivers down his spine. He dared not face it, he'd abandoning his attack, twisting his body frantically to dodge. But he was fast. Wang Fugue, who had activated Berserk, was even faster. Die for me. Whoosh. The giant axe tore through the air with an unmatched might, crashing down on the dual blades that the assassin hastily raised to block. Clang. A metallic wail echoed. The assassin felt an irresistible force surge through his arms, his hands instantly shattered, and he was sent flying several meters like a high-speed truck had collided with him, crashing heavily into the mire without a sound. The power of a single axe was terrifying. The scene fell into silence once more. The remaining few members of the Blood Wolf Association, including the kneeling leader Zhang Wu, were left utterly dumbfounded. One had crushed the elite assassin's wrist with bare hands. Another had sent another elite assassin into oblivion with a single axe. And then there was that girl controlling a magical plant to kill her companions. What the hell is this devilish combination? The smile on Luo Tianyu's face finally vanished completely. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and for the first time, he truly regarded the figure hidden under the hood. Interesting. He spoke slowly, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. It seems I underestimated. He adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, his gaze lingering on the steam-spewing giant axe in Wang Fugui's hands for a second before shifting to the writhing blood-red vines behind Lin Xiaoyu. Epic-grade weapon, mutated magical plant. And you? His gaze finally locked onto Chen Yifan. You are the one who received the SSS rating, Chen Yifan, right? A thief of grade F strong enough to crush my guards. Luo Tianyu laughed, a delight akin to discovering a new toy. The rumors were profoundly mistaken. I take back my previous words. You are not mere commodities. You are treasures. Treasures worthy of my personal collection. As his voice fell, a colossal wave of mental pressure erupted from him, sweeping outwards. The air seemed to thicken, and within everyone's minds rang a voice that commanded authority. Kneel. The voice carried an undeniable majesty, as if a decree inscribed in their genes, forcibly distorting their cognition and controlling their bodies. Wang Fugue and Lin Xiaoyu's bodies suddenly stiffened. Wang Fugue only swayed slightly under the chaotic will of Berserk, but Lin Xiaoyu, whose mental energy was already severely depleted, turned pale, her body swaying unsteadily as her knees buckled, almost collapsing to the ground. Only Chen Yifan remained untouched. He stood still, not moving an inch. The mental pressure washed over his mind like a gentle breeze over a hill, causing not a single ripple. The joy on Luo Tianyu's face transformed into genuine surprise for the first time. His proud-grade mental talent, Royal Command, had actually failed. How could this be? His mental attribute, augmented by his equipment, had long surpassed 500 points. Unless the opponent's mental power was even greater than his. Your mental power is indeed impressive. Chen Yifan finally spoke, his tone as calm as if he were assessing a dish. Unfortunately, it won't work on me. He raised his hand towards Luo Tianyu, lightly beckoning with his fingers. Use whatever means you have left. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. A supreme provocation. Luo Tianyu's expression finally darkened. He felt offended. A collectible in his eyes, a lowly grade F thief, dared to provoke him. Very well. He spat the words through gritted teeth, his murderous intent no longer concealed. Since you seek death, then shatter. The silver staff in his hand glowed at the gem's tip. Mental storm. Buzz. A mental energy far stronger than before transformed into a visible distortion field like a raging tornado, tearing through the air and crashing towards Chen Yifan. This was not a command, but a pure destructive mental energy impact. Enough to shred a person's soul into pieces on the spot. Yifan, be careful. Wang Fugui's eyes nearly bulged. Yet faced with this lethal blow, Chen Yifan made a move that left everyone bewildered. He did not dodge. Instead, he took a step forward, allowing the raging mental tornado to engulf him. It's over. A cold smirk reappeared on Luo Tianyu's lips. Yet the next moment, the smile froze. At the center of the raging mental tornado, a figure emerged, not shredded apart, but slowly raised his head. Beneath the shadow of the hood, his eyes were calm and tranquil. He had taken the brunt of the mental storm without even ruffling his clothing. Is that all? Chen Yifan's voice clearly reached Luo Tianyu's ears. At the moment the opponent launched the attack, he had decisively allocated all 90 points earned from leveling up into his mental power. At this instant, his mental power had reached 680 points. The composure and elegance on Luo Tianyu's face were replaced for the first time by an emotion called fear. A full-force attack, and the opponent was unharmed. Now it's my turn. In the instant that left the opponent shaken, Chen Yifan moved. Shadow step. His figure left behind a vivid afterimage in place, while his true form melted into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Not good. Luo Tianyu's heart raced, his mental power wildly, sensing his surroundings, trying to lock onto Chen Yifan's position. But he sensed nothing. Before the towering 880 points of mental power, his perception was a mere joke. Chen Yifan's figure appeared like a ghost behind Luo Tianyu. The cold dagger pressed against his back. The chill of death made Luo Tianyu's body freeze. Chen Yifan's figure appeared like a ghost behind Luo Tianyu. The cold dagger pressed against his back. The chill of death made Luo Tianyu's body freeze. Steal. Target Luo Tianyu, level LV. 22 mental 5, 10 stealable list 1. Talent, a grade Royal Command 2. Skilled grade Mental Storm 3. Attribute 200 points of mental power 4. Lifespan 67 years, 5, Space Ring. This is it. Chen Yifan aimed for the opponent's talent. Steal. However, this time Lady Luck did not favor him. The effective Ring of the God of Theft did not trigger. Steal successful. Gained 200 points of mental power from the target, Luo Tianyu. 200 points of mental power. Chen Yifan frowned slightly, but his actions showed no hesitation. Since it was useless, then die. Stab. The dagger swiftly pierced through his back, ending all of Luo Tianyu's life. Fatty Xiaoyu leave none alive. Chen Yifan called out, skillfully reaching for the space ring on Luo Tianya's finger. Wang Fugui and Lin Xiaoyu immediately responded. The giant axe and vines launched their final clearing attack. 10 minutes later, the battle was over. There was not a single survivor left at the scene except for the three of them. Just as Chen Yifan secured the ring, his recently surpassed 880 points of terrifying mental power suddenly captured a faint, extremely weak sense of spying. He abruptly looked up, his sharp gaze sweeping towards a massive, twisted fungal plant in the distance. Someone. Yifan. Someone's coming. Wang Fugui, who was on lookout, tossed over his binoculars. Chen Yifan glanced over at once. In the distance, several figures were rapidly approaching, with Su Qingxue and a few military professionals leading the way. His eyes narrowed and he made a decisive decision. Run. The three swiftly vanished deeper into the swamp. After they left behind a massive fungal plant, a slender figure shrouded in dark green leather armor slowly straightened up. She wore a fox mask that covered the upper half of her face, revealing only a section of her snowy chin and a playful red lip. Chen Yifan, a grade F thief. She chuckled softly, her voice crisp and pleasant, carrying a hint of lazy magnetism. An axe that sent a level 20 assassin flying, a berserk shield warrior, and one who can withstand a mental storm, countering a grade mental genius. She licked her lips, her eyes filled with excitement at discovering a prime investment. The young master of the Tianqing Guild ordered a kill without hesitation. This is truly a perfect investment report. She took out a special communicator and pressed the call button. The woman wearing a fox mask put away her communicator. Just as she was about to leave, a sudden killing intent emerged, a chilling and bone-piercing aura that gripped her nape like an invisible hand. Her body stiffened in an instant. She didn't even manage to make a single evasive move. A dagger was already pressed against her fair neck. The icy touch still carried the not yet dried blood of Luo Tianyu. The Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. A voice sounded behind her, calm and devoid of emotion. Investment project. The body beneath the mask tensed up. Her proud-a-grade stealth technique seemed like a poor joke in front of this person. The man had not left at all. He used the illusion of departure to draw her out of the shadows. His cunning was terrifyingly deep. Don't get me wrong, handsome. Yet the next moment, on the edge of death, she was not flustered, but instead laughed softly. The laughter was low, carrying a strange magnetism from beneath the mask. She slowly turned around, allowing the cold blade to trace a shallow cut on her skin. The dark green tight leather armor accentuated her alluring figure to a breathtaking degree. The fox mask on her face added an extra layer of deadly mystery. The Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, the largest black market in Jiangxing. She looked at Chen Yifan, her red lips curling into a playful arc. I guess you must have been there. Chen Yifan's heart suddenly constricted. The black market's hidden boss. Never heard of it. That's fine, now you have. The woman studied him with great interest, as if admiring a rare treasure. I represent the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce and want to make an investment in you. For instance, helping you smooth over the matter of killing the young master of the Tianqing Guild. You are a smart man. You should know that when an old lion close to level 75 goes mad, you won't be able to handle it. Chen Yifan's gaze finally shifted. The conditions. Very simple. The fox smiled like a cat that had caught a hen. She flipped her delicate hand, and a black scroll appeared out of thin air. The material of the scroll was strange, with dark golden patterns that seemed to writhe like living things. Abyss contract. The moment those 4 words appeared, Chen Yifan felt a binding sensation, as if his soul was being scrutinized. Once signed, it was equivalent to shackling his own soul, trading one trouble for a greater one. Ridiculous. Chen Yifan's life would only be in his own hands. In the next moment, the dagger in Chen Yifan's hand had already lifted the woman's chin. His voice was soft, yet each word struck deeply. Perhaps I could change my approach. If I solve this trouble of yours, my troubles will truly disappear. The cold light of the dagger reflected off the fox mask. The air was dead silent. Heh. The woman let out a soft laugh from her throat. Then she burst into laughter, her voluptuous chest rising and falling violently, as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. The eyes peering through the mask curved into crescent moons, full of mockery and devoid of any fear of death. Handsome, you are quite interesting. She extended a gloved finger and actively pushed away the blade pressed against her neck. Just killed the young master of Tianqing, and now you want to kill me, the chief investor of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. She leaned in closer, her warm breath almost brushing against Chen Yifan's ear, carrying a faint fragrance. Are you trying to poke a hole in the sky over Jiangcheng? Chen Yifan's expression remained unchanged, but he retracted the dagger. This woman's reaction had already told him that she was fearless. I don't like trouble, Chen Yifan said coldly. You saw things you shouldn't have. No, no, no. The fox shook her finger, her smile growing increasingly cunning. What I see is an investment report with a return rate that is frighteningly high. And you are the protagonist. She took a step back, crossing her arms, further accentuating her astonishing curves. I know you don't care about the Tianxin Guild, but you should care about that old man Luo Tianyo, raging flame mad lion Luo Jinshan. And I also know that you don't care about killing me. But, her voice lowered, carrying deadly temptation. That thing. Exactly. The fox snapped her fingers. Corrosive heart. A treasure that can mutate bronze dungeons. That thing. Exactly. The fox snapped her fingers. Corrosive heart. A treasure that can mutate bronze dungeons. Her gaze swept over the blood and flesh spear formed by Lin Xiaoyu in the distance. Your little teammate has a grade plant talent, right? If she were to swallow that corrosive heart, tisk, what kind of monster would emerge? I dare not imagine. This remark precisely struck at Chen Yifan's itch. Killing this woman would resolve everything at once. But doing so would offend the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce and miss an opportunity to greatly enhance his team's strength. Leaving her behind was like making a deal with a tiger. The risk was immense, but the rewards were equally astonishing. Chen Yifan never made a losing deal. Your life is worth just a corrosive heart. No. Chen Yifan spoke with icy determination, his words as cold as the ice in a swamp. The fox's smile only grew wider. My life is certainly worth more than that. So the information on the corrosive heart is merely an appetizer for my investment. She stepped closer again, reaching out as if to lift Chen Yifan's hood, but he dodged. She was not angry, merely retracting her hand, her voice filled with seduction. Cooperate with me, handsome. The Black Gold Chamber of Commerce can offer you far more than you can imagine. A clean identity. An endless stream of top-tier black market resources. And for example, she paused, her red lips almost touching Chen Yifan's ears, softly whispering a few words. Chen Yifan, I can tell you the true identity of Li Jianhong. Boom. These words struck Chen Yifan's heart like a heavy hammer. Li Jianhong. He had always thought of him as merely a troublesome figure that needed to be dealt with. But the fox's tone clearly indicated that this was just the tip of the iceberg. True identity. What exactly did this woman know? She not only knew his real name, but also seemed to have a clear understanding of the dark connection he had with Li Jianhong. She, or rather the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce behind her, had been watching him for a long time. Who exactly are you? Chen Yifan's voice carried a true weight for the first time. Me. The fox chuckled lightly, taking a couple of steps back and executing a graceful curtsy. You can call me Fox. As for my identity. She raised her head, the eyes beneath the mask shimmering with the same cold rationality as Chen Yifan, as if everything was within her grasp. When you can stir up a storm in Jiangqing, then you will be qualified to know. Chen Yifan scrutinized the woman before him. A fox. Every move she made was indeed captivating. However, what concerned him more was Li Jianhong's true identity. Having killed the only son of the other party, this enmity would not end easily. Knowing oneself and the enemy is crucial to eliminate future troubles. How much information did this woman who called herself a fox, or rather the Black Gold Consortium behind her, truly possess? Chen Yifan gazed at the mask, devoid of admiration, only a cold desire to extract every ounce of value. The fox met his gaze and smiled. He had bet correctly. This man was indeed interested in the affairs of the Li family. It seemed the death of the young master of the Li family was far more interesting than mere suicide. She was about to continue throwing out chips to completely bind this potential stock to the consortium's war machine. Suddenly, her captivating demeanor faltered slightly. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes as she looked through the mask into the distance. Military personnel. The Black Gold Consortium's rules never allowed direct confrontation with official powers. We must leave. Young handsome guy, it seems we won't have time to finish our chat today. She chuckled lightly, her tone laced with just the right amount of regret, and began to retreat. But my offer will always stand. If you come to your senses, you can find me in the black market. She turned, her posture graceful, confident that Chen Yifan would not dare act before the official personnel arrived. However, Chen Yifan smiled. There was no warmth in that smile. Want to leave? Did I let you go? The moment the words fell, Chen Yifan's figure sprang into action. In a flash, the world slowed down in his eyes. In the next moment, his fingers formed claws faster than lightning, aiming directly for the woman's shoulder. The fox's reaction was also astonishingly swift. Faced with the sudden grasp, she lightly tapped her toes, leveraging her retreating momentum, and with a flick of her fingers, shattered the pendant on her chest. It was a gem emanating an eerie purple light. It was the very source of her fearless confidence. Buzz! A violent and chaotic spatial energy erupted explosively around her. Immediately afterward, an unstable teleportation portal filled with purple arcs of electricity tore open behind her. Chaotic Transmigration Rune. A high-risk life-saving item that only sought to teleport without regard for location. Outside the instance, this thing was equivalent to suicide. But within this restricted instance, no matter where it teleported to, it would be within the instance. She was confident she would survive. At that moment, Chen Yifan's outstretched hand was instantly repelled by the turbulent energy. His gaze sharpened. He couldn't let her escape like this. This woman had witnessed him kill Luo Tianyu. Letting the tiger return to the mountain would lead to endless troubles. Moreover, the information he desired had yet to be obtained. Goodbye, kid. The fox waved with a smile, half of her body already disappearing into the portal. Now, a cold glint flashed in Chen Yifan's eyes. Shadow step. His figure vanished in place, moving at a speed that transcended limits, firmly grasping the fox's shoulder just as she was about to completely enter the teleportation portal. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The already unstable portal shook violently upon encountering the spatial fluctuation brought by Shadow step, like boiling oil splattering into boiling water. Not good. The smile on the fox's face instantly froze, turning to horror. Fool, don't use spatial skills. She screamed in panic. Her body, about to enter the portal, was firmly held in place by a terrifying suction. Chen Yifan's figure was also forcibly stripped away from the shadow midway. An irresistible force dragged his body toward that twisted space. This is bad. He immediately released his grip, attempting to activate Space Blink to escape this chaotic area. However, as soon as the skill was activated, it was shattered by the surrounding violent energy. Space Blink failure. Damn it. Chen Yifan's pupils constricted. But he did not panic. Since she dared to use it, it meant this thing at least would not be instantly fatal. Then, let's change the place and talk properly. He gave up all resistance. Facing the approaching Wang Fugue and Lin Xiaoyu, who were startled by the immense commotion, he issued his final command, take Xiaoyu and go. Don't come over. The next moment, his figure, along with the startled fox-masked woman, was completely swallowed by the purple vortex. Boom. The portal instantly shrank, collapsing into a point of light before vanishing completely. Only the dark cracks torn apart by spatial energy remained, unable to heal in the air for a long time. Fancy. Wang Fugue let out a heart-wrenching roar. Moments later, a series of urgent sounds of breaking air rang out. The military team, led by Su Qingxue, was rushing over at full speed. But before them, 4 men in standard black clothing appeared eerily at the scene. The leader of the black-clad men knelt on the ground, staring at the residual spatial embers, his expression drastically changing. It's chaotic transmigration. The young lady activated that thing. Another person took out a compass-like device, its needle spinning wildly before it shattered with a sharp crack. Unable to contact. All marks are completely severed. The young lady is missing. Panic laced the voice of that man. The leading black-clad man suddenly stood up, surveying the chaotic battlefield, his fists clenched tightly, eyes burning with a mix of fury and fear. His gaze fixed intently on Wang Fugue and Lin Xiaoyu, who were engulfed in immense sorrow not far away. Then he let out a suppressed growl, "Where is our young lady?" Wang Fugue jolted. These 4 people were accomplices of that fox-masked woman. Their intentions were not good. Even worse, he had just lifted frenzy and was in a state of weakness. Lin Xiaoyu too paled from the massive mental drain. A heated confrontation would be disastrous. In a flash, Wang Fugue assessed the situation. Run. He grabbed the still-dazed Lin Xiaoyu and turned to flee towards Su Qingxue's approaching team. The leader of the black-clad men had a murderous glint in his eyes. Why the young lady would use her last trump card was beyond him. But he knew that with the young lady missing, these 2 were definitely involved. Seize them and interrogate everything. His figure shimmered, moving faster than the previously incapacitated assassin, like a wisp of black smoke, closing the distance in an instant. Leave. The black-clad man's fingers formed claws, accompanied by a piercing howl that ripped through the air, targeting Wang Fugue's back. Wang Fugue felt the deadly threat behind him and felt a chill in his heart. He could dodge, but Lin Xiaoyu would definitely not escape. In a split second, he made a decision. He forcefully pushed Lin Xiaoyu ahead, then shouted, and turned, bracing the heavy steam giant axe firmly across his chest. He would use his body to withstand this blow. For Lin Xiaoyu, for Fan's final wish to buy even a second of life. A cruel smirk curled at the corners of the black-clad man's mouth, seeking death. However, just as his claws were about to touch the giant axe crack, a massive ice wall erupted from the ground. The black-clad man's claws slammed against the ice wall. A wave of extreme cold spread from his fingertips up his arm, causing his face to change drastically as he retreated rapidly. Then a cold, crisp voice filled with immense fury rang out across the field. "Who dares to touch my..." Whoosh! A shard of ice broke through the air, solid and slender, carrying a bone-chilling coldness aimed at the face of the man in black. The man's expression changed dramatically, and the hair on his body stood on end. He could feel the terrifying chill contained within the small shard of ice. If struck, his entire arm would be instantly frozen. He leaned back sharply, hurriedly dodging this deadly blow. The ice shard grazed past the tip of his nose and deeply embedded itself into the mire behind him. Crack! Centered at the impact point of the ice shard, a ghostly blue chill erupted violently. The black mire instantly solidified, with the hard ice spreading at a visible speed, transforming into a 10-meter expanse of ice. This terrifying freezing power caused all the men in black to turn pale. They suddenly looked up towards the direction of the sound. Several figures were rapidly approaching. At the forefront was a girl wearing an ice blue combat robe, holding an ice crystal staff. Her delicate face was fierce, with a chilling, killing intent unmistakably visible between her brows, and her ice blue eyes firmly locked onto the black-clad man who had just made his move. Su Qingxue. Wang Fuguwei recognized the newcomer, a wave of ecstatic relief flooding his heart, nearly bringing him to tears. They were saved. The faces of the 4 men from the Black Gold Chamber instantly turned extremely grim. Military personnel. And that shrank talent, the greatest genius of Jiang City. Su Qingxue. The leading man in black had a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, slowly retracting his hand, his voice hoarse. It was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Wang Fugui's mind flashed with insight, as if he had grasped a lifeline. In the next second, he pointed at the 3 men in black, using all his strength to scream in grief and indignation. Su Shueshun. Military lord. It's them. They killed Luo Tianyu. We saw it with our own eyes. They were about to kill us to silence us. If it weren't for your timely arrival, both Xiao Yu and I would be dead. His shout was earth-shattering. Luo Tianyu was dead. The young master of the Tianxing Guild. Everyone was stunned. The military major behind Su Qingxu's expression changed, and he stepped forward, his sharp gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield. Soon he recognized Luo Tianyu by his distinctive white hunting outfit among a pile of mangled bodies. He approached quickly and leaned down to take a look. No breath remained. The body was cold. A fatal penetrating wound at the back. Dead beyond recovery. The major's expression darkened completely. Tianxing Guild's young master died during an official organization's pioneering operation. This was definitely a matter that could shake the heavens. Nonsense. The leading man from the Black Gold Chamber finally reacted, enraged and jumping in fury. He never imagined that this seemingly simple-minded fat man would turn the tables. It was clearly you who killed him. Before he could finish, a cold, killing intent locked onto him. Su Qingxue stepped forward, the ice crystal staff in her hand radiating cold air. Say that again. Her voice held no warmth. My classmate killed Luo Tianyu. The man in black felt a sudden chill in his heart and was momentarily at a loss for words. A level 17 shield warrior. A seemingly weaker herbalist. To kill a level 22 Luo Tianyu who was accompanied by elite guards on this battlefield strewn with corpses. Such claims were unbelievable. But it was indeed them who killed him. The man in black hadn't even begun to formulate a response. Wang Fuguwei had already stepped forward, tearfully performing. Military lord. It's them. They are assassins hired by the Blood Wolf Guild, trying to seize the treasures on Luo Tianyu, but ended up in a conflict. They had the numbers, we couldn't fight back, and could only hide watching them kill Luo Tianyu while trying to frame him. My brother Chen Yifan, in order to protect us, was taken away by them, using a strange teleportation scroll. His life or death is unknown now. This was 1 part truth, 9 parts falsehood, yet it perfectly strung together the logic chain. The corpses at the scene included members of the Blood Wolf Guild and Luo Tianyu. The 3 men from the Black Gold Chamber appeared mysteriously, their aura powerful and their motives unclear. In contrast, Wang Fuguwei and Lin Xiaoyu, the weak, pitiful, and helpless students, had become the least likely killers. The military major's eyes instantly sharpened. He slowly stood up, his gaze like a knife, landing on the 3 men from the Black Gold Chamber. Gentlemen, please come with us for a moment to explain. He waved his hand, and several military professionals behind him stepped forward, subtly forming an encirclement. The leading man in black was so infuriated he felt like his lungs would explode. He looked at Wang Fuguwei, who was performing with heartfelt sincerity, then glanced at the several military experts eyeing them covetously, and at Su Qingxue, who was ready to strike. He knew that today they would be taking the blame. We leaved. He shouted in a low voice, deciding to find the young lady as quickly as possible. The 4 had no intention of lingering in battle. They swayed and attempted to break through from 4 different directions. Wanna leave? Su Qingxue snorted coldly. Icebound throne. She slammed her staff heavily onto the ground. The chill erupted. An illusory throne made of pure ice rose behind her with a thunderous crash. The frigid domain swept across like a tide. Her voice, filled with unprecedented fury and chill, echoed throughout the mire. Speak. Where have you taken Chen Yifan? After a dizzying, tugging sensation, her feet finally touched solid ground. In that split second, Chen Yifan moved. His eyes, which remained absolutely clear amid the chaotic space currents, didn't even bother to observe his surroundings. His body tightened like a drawn bow. At the moment when the woman who called herself Fox was still stiff from the aftereffects of chaotic transition. His left hand, like an iron claw, precisely gripped the woman's slender neck. Without a trace of mercy, she was slammed hard against the slick rock wall. Bang! A dull thud sounded. The woman let out a painful, muffled groan, and the fox mask tilted to one side due to the violent impact. Before she could react, a cold dagger was already pressed against her throat beneath the mask. Quick. Precise. From landing to subduing, the entire process was smooth as flowing water, taking less than a second. This man's instinct for timing in battle was akin to that of a beast. Cough. Cough, cough. The woman began to cough violently, the suffocating sensation of death and the intense pain from the back of her head, causing her beautiful face, hidden beneath the mask, to turn pale in an instant. All her proud contingencies became a joke in the face of the opponent's unreasonable speed and strength. Chen Yifan said nothing. The eyes hidden beneath the hood were cold and devoid of any emotion. His mental power had transformed into an invisible tentacle, silently probing into the woman's soul. Steel search target: Mu Wanxing. Occupation: rare profession, trickster. Contract here: Spirit 258. Stealable list 1. Talent: A rank value balance. 2. Skill rank fraud pearl 3. Skill crank phantom step 4. Item space bracelet contains a rare profession. No level. Mu Wanxing. So this is your true name. Not bad at reacting. However, at that moment, Mu Wanxing, who was pressed against the wall, surprisingly laughed again. Her laughter carried a hint of self-mockery and amazement. It seems that I need to adjust the risk rating of this investment report upward. She appeared to have accepted her status as a prisoner, her tone showing no hint of panic. Your information is very valuable. Chen Yifan finally spoke, his voice hoarse and cold. But the information of the dead is worthless. So do you want to negotiate? Mu Wanxing's eyes lit up. I knew we were of the same kind. Chen Yifan shook his head, pressing the dagger against her throat even deeper. I never negotiate with those who cannot see the situation clearly. His voice was low and heavy like a devil's whisper. Mu Wanxing. When these 3 words were clearly uttered from his mouth, all the smiles on Mu Wanxing's face froze instantly. The eyes that had always been playful and mocking were suddenly filled with a sense of horror. How could he know her true name? This name was known only to a few core individuals within the chamber. Chen Yifan was very pleased with her reaction. What he wanted was precisely this effect of completely shattering her psychological defenses. He was preparing to interrogate her about Li Jianhong. But at that moment, hiss, hiss, a series of dense hair-raising scraping sounds echoed from all directions. Chen Yifan's eyes sharpened. For the first time, he truly surveyed their surroundings. This was a vast cavern buried deep underground. The cave walls were covered with countless bizarre fungi, emitting a faint green light, illuminating the entire space like a ghostly realm. And beneath their feet, the ground was not rock, but rather a thick carpet woven from white mycelium and bones. The nauseating scraping sound was coming from beneath this fungal carpet. In the next second, puff, 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 the fungal carpet was torn apart by numerous sharp claws. Monsters, each the size of a hunting dog, covered in pale shells and sporting insectoid compound eyes and sharp mandibles, frantically burrowed up from the ground. Fungal remains crawler elite LV 2110-100. In the blink of an eye, countless white monsters surged forth, completely flooding the cavern. Their crimson compound eyes all locked onto the only 2 living beings in the cavern. They had stumbled into an elite monster's lair. Damn it. Mu Wanxing's face changed drastically, as she never expected that the chaotic transition would transport them to such a place. However, Chen Yifan, who had her throat in his grip, remained even calmer than she was. The moment the monsters emerged, his hand gripping her neck did not loosen in the slightest. The dagger against her throat pressed even deeper. I'll give you a chance to prove your worth. A cold voice whispered in her ear like a devil's murmur. Survive. Before his words fell, Chen Yifan's figure rapidly faded in front of her, merging with the surrounding fungal rock walls. Mimetic camouflage. He disappeared. You? Mu Wanxing felt her scalp tingle. This man actually used her as bait. You? The word barely escaped her throat before it was completely drowned out by a sharp and piercing scream. The stench of blood assaulted her senses. The nearest several mycelium crawlers locked onto her as their only visible target their pale claw-like appendages scraping against the rock wall, creating a deafening sound before they lunged at her like bolts of white lightning. The shadow of death loomed overhead. However, the astonishment on Mu Wonking's face triggered by Chen Yifan calling her name was replaced in a split second by a ruthless determination. Want to see my trump card? Sure. Just hope you can afford the price after seeing it. Instead of retreating, she advanced, and at the moment when those pale claws were about to tear her throat, she voluntarily extended her right hand clad in a black glove. In her palm there appeared an ancient brass-like peculiar coin. The front of the coin depicted a weeping jet. On the reverse side was a smiling devil. Trickster contract mage. The essence of her profession was never about combat, but rather transactions. I am willing to pay 10 minutes of fear in exchange for Jester's protection. The moment her voice fell the Jester's side of the brass, coin suddenly glowed. Buzz. A certain emotion within her felt as if it was instantly drawn away. Her mind became remarkably calm, and even the rhythm of her heart ceased, leaving her devoid of any fear towards the monsters charging at her. At the same time, the mycelium crawlers that had lunged at her suddenly froze in their tracks. In their scarlet compound eyes, a terrifying illusion reflected back as if they were witnessing the arrival of a nemesis, and they emitted terrified screams, frantically retreating on all fours, even trampling one another in the chaos. Jester's protection. Sacrificing one's own emotion fear creates an absolute fear aura within a designated range, forcing any entities weaker than oneself to retreat. A transaction that uses one's own emotions as the cost for casting spells. This is the Trickster contract mage. However, this was just the beginning. Come forth, my treasure. Taking advantage of this precious moment to breathe, Mu Wanqing waved her left hand in the air before her. The space bracelet on her wrist shimmered. What appeared was neither a weapon nor a scroll. Instead, it was a colossal golem entirely carved from obsidian, with purple crystals embedded at its joints, standing a towering 3 meters tall. The golem had no facial features, its smooth face only adorned with a single massive eye. At this moment, that eye suddenly opened, emitting a ghostly purple light. Contracted item: Obsidian Sentinel. This was a trophy she had purchased at an exorbitant price from an ancient relic, her most reliable bodyguard, and one of her most valuable assets in her investment portfolio. The cost is half an hour of sensory deprivation. The order is indiscriminate. Sweep. Mu Wonking's voice was ice cold. She knew that any hesitation at this moment would be foolish. She had to demonstrate overwhelming value. Boom. The Obsidian Sentinel received the command, its ghostly purple eye locking onto the densely packed mycelium crawlers surrounding them. Its enormous body stepped forward, each stride causing the ground to shake violently. Its palm, as large as a fan, came crashing down towards the most concentrated cluster of monsters. Bang! Several LV-20 elite monsters didn't even have time to wail before they were smashed into a shower of white viscous liquid and shattered shells by this unreasonable force. The sweeping began. In the shadows of the cave, Chen Yifan's figure perfectly blended into the patterns of the fungal rock wall. He observed the woman, watching her sacrifice her emotions, watching her summon the powerful obsidian golem. An interesting profession. It felt like paying first then enjoying, or enjoying first then paying. But one could never get something for nothing. His gaze shifted back to the mycelium crawlers being slaughtered by the golem. Stealable list refreshing. High-value target detected. 1. Talent B-Class Mycelium Regeneration 2. Talent C-Class Shell Hardening 3. Skill C-Class Subterranean Ambush Mycelium Regeneration. Chen Yifan's heart skipped a beat. Mycelium Regeneration Passive Talent. As long as the core of the body is not completely destroyed, one can consume energy to slowly absorb surrounding fungal material for limb regeneration. This was simply a life-saving skill. Unfortunately, Universal Theft Cooling Down 23017, Chen Yifan frowned slightly. Still over 20 hours left. Forget it. It's more important to get down to business. With such a big chunk of meat, how could he allow a potential enemy to swallow it whole? Chen Yifan's figure under the cover of mimicry disguise melded perfectly with the surrounding environment. Like a true ghost, he moved without a sound. The booming sound of the Obsidian Sentinel drowned out all other noises. Mu Wanqing, having paid the cost of half an hour of sensory deprivation, experienced a significant decline in her perceptive abilities. She didn't even notice that Chen Yifan had already joined this sweep. At that moment, a mycelium crawler just flipped over by the Sentinel's shockwave struggled to get back up. In the next second, a phantom-like shadow peeled away from the air behind it. It was Chen Yifan. The dagger glinted with a deadly cold light. Thud! The dagger pierced effortlessly through the gaps in the monster's shell, precisely shattering its central nervous system. Killed mycelium crawler LV. 25 gained 250 experience points. With a successful strike, Chen Yifan did not pause for even a moment, becoming blurred once more before vanishing completely. He moved like an efficient and merciless harvesting machine weaving through the battlefield. Each appearance was accompanied by a precise and lethal backstab. Each disappearance took away the life of an elite monster and the wealth of experience it represented, collecting the loot into his backpack. 10 minutes later, the Obsidian Sentinel finally smashed all the monsters within sight into a meat paste. The entire cave returned to silence. The air was filled with the stench of white viscous liquid. Mu Wanqing leaned against the rock wall, her face slightly pale, breathing a bit hastily. Summoning and commanding the Obsidian Sentinel for intense combat was also a massive drain on her mental energy. She surveyed her surroundings, extremely satisfied with the results of both herself and the Sentinel. However, an indescribable strange feeling surged in her heart. Experience. Why was it so little? She looked around, but did not find any trace of Chen Yifan. Did you see? Her voice was slightly hoarse, yet she regained that calmness of control over the situation. This is my value. Faced with nearly 100 level 25 elite monsters, I survived and cleared the area. Now can we talk about cooperation, Mr. Chen Yifan? In the shadows, there was no response. Mu Wanqing's brow furrowed slightly, barely perceptibly. This man was more composed than she had expected. Just as she was about to raise the stakes again, that cold voice devoid of any emotion finally resonated from behind her, almost whispering in her ear. Your value is barely enough to keep you alive. Mu Wanqing's body instantly stiffened. When did he get behind her? Even the Obsidian Sentinel's perception failed to detect him. Now tell me the secret of Li Jianhong. Chen Yifan's voice was low like a devil's whisper. Otherwise your next contract. He paused, the cold dagger gently tapped her perfect nape. Will be signed with these dead monsters. An icy dagger pressed unyieldingly against Mu Wanqing's skin. This time the blade did not pause at her throat. Instead it settled with chilling precision upon the pulsing carotid artery at her neck. She could feel each heartbeat, sharp, insistent, as though her own life force were deliberately colliding with that glacial edge. You? Her pupils contracted violently. Again, was this man part hound? Did he latch onto necks and refuse to let go? She forcibly suppressed the tempest raging within her chest, and forced a tremulous, deliberately coquettish lilt into her voice, attempting however feebly to soften the atmosphere. Young master, do you harbor some peculiar fascination with other people's necks? Or is it my neck that so captivates you? I have no interest in jesting with you. Chen Yifan's voice held no inflection, flat, absolute, devoid of resonance. The dagger pressed deeper, relentlessly, into the artery beneath her skin. In the next breath, a single drop of crimson blood welled forth along the blade's edge, slow and deliberate, a vivid, incandescent ruby blooming in the darkness. Mu Wanqing's body locked rigid, the facade of allure shattered instantly. Fine. You win. I'll talk. As if drained of every ounce of strength, she raised both hands high, executing a surrender so flawless it bordered on theatrical. Li Jianhong's true identity. To be honest, I don't actually know who he really is. No sooner had the words left her lips than Chen Yifan's gaze turned utterly frigid, murder surging like a tide. The muscles in his dagger-wielding hand coiled and flared. You're playing me, eh? But Mu Wanqing's voice tore from her throat at blinding speed, her final desperate shout erupting mere instants before the blade would have severed her carotid. I possess his valuation report. Speak. His murderous intent remained undiminished, dense, palpable, unrelenting. 10 years ago, Li Jianhong was merely an franc merchant from Jiangqing, level 16, bearing the pedestrian franc talent, haggling, with total assets under 300,000. Mu Wanqing's tone shifted instantaneously, reverting to the ironclad precision of a chief analyst. Yet on a certain day 10 years ago, he underwent a complete metamorphosis. His temperament transformed utterly, from a petty profit-obsessed peddler reeking of copper coin into a cold, taciturn, and ominously calculating aspirant of power. Chen Yifan's eyes flickered, barely perceptible. Then within just 3 months his wealth exploded, from 300,000 to over 10 billion, defying all logic of commerce and market law. Mu Wanqing paused not a beat, delivering the crux of the enigma. Our guild has reconstructed this scenario countless times. Under the market conditions of that era, such astronomical capital accumulation was legally impossible. Unless he could foresee the future. Foresee the future. A single unmistakable term flashed through Chen Yifan's mind. A reincarnator. A soul who returned from the future, armed with foreknowledge, exploiting temporal advantage to amass fortune and rewrite destiny. Continue. His voice remained glacial, But Mu Wanqing sensed that the pressure of the blade against her throat had eased, just a fraction. Her composure steadied slightly as she continued. And then there is his profession and his level. Officially, he claimed to have spent his entire fortune acquiring a profession reshaping scroll, transforming himself from merchant to assassin. Then, without any official record of dungeon completions, within 6 months he surged from levels to level 67. Mu Wanqing fell silent motionless. She waited, not only for him to absorb the intelligence, but for him to grasp the sheer terrifying depth of the Black Gold Guild's information network. Yet Chen Yifan's reaction defied her expectations once more. That's it. His tone betrayed no emotion whatsoever. But internally his mind executed multiple rapid calculations in that single breath. A reincarnator, possessing near limitless wealth, yet rising only to level 67 in half a year. That was the greatest anomaly. A true reincarnator armed with full knowledge of future dungeons, hidden quests, and resource nodes should ascend far beyond ordinary limits. Unless he dared not venture to those places. Or, more likely, he feared exposing such unnatural progression within official records. What was he concealing? What did he fear? Li Jianhong was unquestionably compromised, profoundly catastrophically so. Chen Yifan's thoughts churned like storm clouds, yet his expression remained perfectly still, unruffled as still water. With someone like Mu Wanqing, even the faintest flicker of emotion could become a lever, an exploit barely acceptable. Finally, Chen Yifan withdrew the dagger, the lethal pressure dissipating like receding tide. He had not spared her. Rather, her intelligence had opened a new aperture, a vital breach. Before extracting every last fragment of value, regarding Li Jianhong, regarding the Black Gold Guild, she must remain alive. Moreover, in this perilous, uncharted domain, a living decoy proved infinitely more useful than a corpse. If you wish to live, lead me to the exit, or locate the corrosive heart. You, still gasping from the brink of death, Mu Wanqing's chest heaved violently, her teeth grinding together as though ready to shatter. Yet the moment her gaze met his, cold, unfeeling absolute, every protest died unspoken in her throat. Circumstance dictated terms. Until escape presented itself, compliance was the sole viable path. Gritting her teeth, she drew forth an ancient weathered compass from her spatial bracelet. The treasure-hunting gnome's compass, its senses regions saturated with the densest ambient energy. The needle spun slowly, then shuddered, locking resolutely toward the cavern's deepest recesses. Their bioluminescent fungi thrived with unnatural vigor, painting the passageway in an eerie viridian glow, exuding an aura of profound unease. Lead the way. Chen Yifan glanced at the compass, concise, commanding. In the next instant his figure blurred, melting like ink into the shadows of the fungal-streaked walls, vanishing without trace. Mu Wanqing stared at the space where he'd stood and stamped her foot in furious silence. That wretch, daring to treat her as expendable vanguard. This humiliation was the gravest she had ever endured from childhood to present. Yet the blaze of outrage lasted barely a second before being doused by steel-cold reason. She was, after all, Mu Wanqing. Emotion was the cheapest and deadliest liability on the negotiation table. She closed her eyes, drew a deep, measured breath, and when she opened them again, the gaze behind her mask held only clinical analysis and ruthless assessment. This man, Chen Yifan, bore no resemblance to any intelligence the guild had compiled. His threat level demanded immediate radical reassessment. Cautious, cunning, trusting no one, ruthless, unfeeling, regarding human life as utterly disposable. Most terrifying of all, his depth of calculation and patience bore no relation to his apparent age. Such a creature was without question the highest risk entity she had ever encountered, yet also the highest yield investment asset she had ever laid eyes upon. She moistened her dry lips, elegant, dangerous, like a world-class fund manager locking onto a trillion-dollar market. Chen Yifan. She whispered the name, a sardonic curve lifting one corner of her mouth. A moment later she composed herself and adjusted her askew mask. She stepped forward, long legs unfolding with renewed grace and poise, entering the emerald-lit passage without hesitation. Meanwhile, between her slender fingers, a ring, deceptively ornamental, rested quietly. With a subtle press of her thumbnail, she activated the minuscule rune embedded beneath its surface. A spatial ripple, so faint it evaded detection, flashed across the distance, carrying its silent message outward. After entering the cavern, Mu Wanqing grew markedly vigilant, her sentinels shadowing her every step. Chen Yifan trailed silently behind, observing her with unwavering scrutiny. He sensed it clearly. This woman was no ordinary adversary. Neither her identity nor her hidden reserves were trivial. Then, VRR. The compass in Mu Wanqing's palm convulsed, its needle spinning wildly uncontrollably, while emitting a shrill, agonized whine. Crack. Fractures spider-webbed across its surface, and before her horrified eyes the device shattered completely. Mu Wanqing's face paled, she froze mid-stride staring at the fungal-choked cavern wall ahead. The energy density here, is royalty. In Jiang City at the Public Security Bureau's command center, a rugged man with a scar over his right eye strode forward, projecting a report in front of Yitong. His voice was laden with an unmistakable gravity. Team leader, the preliminary report on the swamp instance. The on-site death rate has reached 53. At the same time, the heir of the Tianxing Guild Luo Tianyo has been confirmed dead. According to the testimony of the surviving student Wang Fugawei, and the preliminary assessment from the military major on site, the perpetrator points to a group of mysterious members. Based on the footage transmitted from the scene, my subordinates conclude that these are members of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. They killed Luo Tianyu during the shootout and forcibly kidnapped Chen Yifan using a strange spatial scroll. After the scarred man finished reporting, he provided his own assessment. These lunatics from the Black Gold Chamber are getting bolder. The bait we planned. There's no need to worry. Yitong did not turn around. His gaze skipped over the report filled with conclusions and directly accessed the original attachment of the report. It was a shaky video recorded by a military combat recorder. In the video, a fat man was accusing several black-clad figures from a distance, his sorrow and anger appearing too genuine to be faked. Team leader. The scarred man noticed Yitong's prolonged silence and gently reminded him. He is lying. Yitong finally spoke, his tone flat, as if stating a physical constant. The scarred man was taken aback. Lying. But the military personnel on site and Su Qingxue both believed his account, and his emotional responses passed the microexpression analysis. The emotions are real, but the story is false. Yitong lightly tapped his fingertip. A glaring energy fluctuation curve appeared on one side of the light screen. The synchronized monitoring report just received from the energy center. The coordinates in the instance, 173. For 49 experienced a highly unstable spatial disturbance half an hour ago. He enlarged the curve, which was filled with violent and chaotic spikes. This doesn't resemble a kidnapping. It feels more like a teleportation accident caused by two different spatial energies colliding. Yitong's finger traced through the air as a third file was retrieved. The diagram of the Black Gold Chamber's vast network of interests instantly filled the entire light screen. The Black Gold Chamber is fundamentally a merchant organization. They place the utmost importance on rules and interests, especially during the official organization's pioneering operations. Assassinating the heir of Jiang City's second-largest guild while leaving a survivor is not madness, it's foolishness. The old fox behind the chamber won't allow such a losing business. The scarred man's breath caught for half a second. He felt that his thoughts had started to lag behind the team leader's pace. So, if Wang Fugawei is lying, why would he smear the Black Gold Chamber? Because the real murderer is of great importance to him. As Yitong spoke, he finally pulled up the file he had personally marked as level. Name Chen Yifan, occupation level thief, potential assessment SSS, highest threat level. When this file was placed alongside the death report of Luo Tianyu and Li Wei's suicide dossier, the scarred man's breath hitched. Yitong's finger traced the light screen, drawing two blood-red connecting lines from Chen Yifan's avatar. One glaringly connected to the dimmed death avatar of Luo Tianyu. The other connected to Li Wei. One coincidence is luck. Two coincidences indicate a pattern. Yitong turned his head, his emotionless eyes quietly observing his most capable subordinate. This fat student isn't trying to frame the Black Gold Chamber. In a moment of desperation, he merely found a scapegoat that looked most like the real murderer to cover for the true eye of the storm behind him. What he wants to protect is this SS-level thief. The air in the command center suddenly felt thin. The scarred man looked at the two blood-red lines extending from Chen Yifan's avatar and swallowed hard. Team leader, are you implying that Luo Tianyu and Li Wei were both killed by Chen Yifan? This conclusion was too shocking. And Flevel Thief quietly eliminated the heirs of two major forces in Jiang City within just a few days. This could no longer be explained by potential. It was simply a lawless troublemaker. It's a hypothesis, we still need evidence. Yitong's tone, he closed all other files, leaving only the thin dossier of Chen Yifan marked as the highest threat level. But we are now facing a more tricky problem. Yitong's fingertip landed on Li Wei's dim avatar. The Tianxing's Luo Jinshan is a lion in plain sight. He will roar, he will howl, and he will seek revenge in the most direct manner. Such an enemy is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the other side. Yi Tong's gaze turned profound, as if piercing through layers of fog to see a deeper terror. After his son's death, he not only showed no extreme reaction, but instead became even calmer and more low-key. A viper. The scarred man tightened his chest, instantly understanding who the team leader was referring to. Li Jianhong, Li Wei's father. Yesterday, as per the team leader's instructions, a detailed comparison was conducted on all prominent figures in Jiang City. The results surpassed expectations. They indeed discovered the target. It seems that the system optimized by the Shun Ho guys worked surprisingly well. Team leader, we have been following Li Jianhong's information. Apart from his unusually frequent business activities, he has hardly left his house and has shown no signs of movement. That's the biggest anomaly. Yi Tong's voice turned cold. A fierce beast, after losing its cub, neither roars nor seeks revenge. It simply retreats into its lair to lick its wounds. What do you think it is waiting for? The scarred man fell silent. It was waiting for the most perfect fatal Connect me to Wang Jiangwo. Yi Tong suddenly ordered. The scarred man was taken aback, but quickly reacted. Wang Jiangwo. Isn't he? As someone trained by the state. Yi Tong interrupted him. Even if he has retreated to the sidelines, he should still contribute something. The communication was quickly connected. On the light screen appeared the image of a middle-aged man in a wrinkled police uniform dozing off in a chair. It was Wang Jiangwo. What's the matter? Wang Jiangwo rubbed his sleepy eyes, his voice carrying a hint of laziness. Li Jianhong has new intel. Yi Tong got straight to the point. Wang Jiangwo's laziness vanished in an instant, and a sharp glint flashed through his previously murky eyes. What level? The highest. Yi Tong retrieved a dossier classified as top secret and shared it to Wang Jiangwo's communicator. It was an old wanted notice from 10 years ago. The notice featured a man with a sinister face and wolf-like name, unknown codename, by Xiang, occupation only, rare profession, thousand-faced life, stealer, crimes level treason. Stole and impersonated a senior military researcher, absconding with core data from the source program, causing serious injuries to 3 guardians of the Dragon Nation's 12 Zodiac, currently missing. Bounty 1 billion dragon coins alive. Capture. Wang Jiangwo's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the words by Xiang. As a former reserve team member, he understood better than anyone the immense trauma and shame this codename brought to the entire security system of the Dragon Nation 10 years ago. Are you saying Li Jianhong is by Xiang? Wang Jiangwo's voice carried an uncontrollable tremor for the first time. 70% certainty. Yi Tong's fingertip traced across the light screen. Li Jianhong's photo was juxtaposed with the wanted poster of by Xiang from 10 years ago. The two faces bore no resemblance. A wanted criminal who committed level treason 10 years ago transformed into a billionaire in Jiang City. He used the identity of Li Jianhong to blend into this city like a chameleon hiding for a full decade. His disguise fooled everyone. Yi Tong's voice was even yet carried a chilling coldness capable of freezing souls. However, he could not deceive the state. The Tianwang database during last night's routine cross-comparison identified him as this level fugitive who had been missing for 10 years through triple matches of iris gate and voice print. Wang Jiangwo intensely stared at the wanted notice, his chest slightly heaving. He finally understood. He understood why Li Jianhong remained so calm after his son's death. A monster who would dare betray the state and could casually discard his own identity, family ties to him, were likely no more than a tool to be utilized. Moreover, Li Wei may not even be his child. I understand now. Wang Jiangwo let out a long breath, all emotions in his gaze settling into a steely resolution. I will keep a close watch on him. No. Yi Tong shook his head. Your task is not to monitor, but to clean up afterward. Wang Jiangwo was taken aback. Yi Tong's gaze returned to Chen Yifan's dossier, his voice taking on a significant tone. To lure out this viper, one must cater to its desires. And what Li Jianhong desires is the thing hidden by the shadow demon. Yi Tong paused before uttering the term that even Wang Jiangwo found unfamiliar. Key fragment shadow. Yi Tong's lips curled into a cold smile. We will spread the word that the shadow demon was killed by Chen Yifan, stirring the waters. As for Chen Yifan, Yi Tong looked at the dossier of the Flevel thief on the light screen, his gaze playful. You just need to help him patch up the hole after he breaks through the sky. I disagree. On the other end of the communication, Wang Jiangwo fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then a hoarse yet resolute voice came through the communicator. The scarred man in the command room was momentarily taken aback. He had followed Yi Tong for many years, yet it was the first time he had heard anyone directly refute the leader's decision in such a manner. But then he thought of Wang Jiangwo's past identity, and it didn't seem inappropriate after all. We are the Public Security Bureau, not schemers hiding in the shadows. Wang Jiangwo's voice carried a stubbornness and principle typical of old-fashioned people. How can we push a still underage student out as a target, using such despicable means of framing others? I agree to cooperate with you in luring out Bai Xiang, but not at the cost of ruining a genius. Wang Jingwo's emotions were somewhat agitated. Although he had long determined that the death of the Shadow Demon was related to Chen Yifan, he had kept this matter buried in his heart out of a sense of cherishing talent. But Yitong's current approach was like roasting Chen Yifan over a fire, completely pushing him into the eye of the storm. Yet facing Wang Jingwo's questioning, Yitong's reaction was as calm as a still lake. He simply spoke softly. I never frame others. As he spoke, his fingertip lightly tapped on the holographic screen. A dossier appeared before Wang Jingwo. Death Incident of the Shadow Demon Final Autopsy Report. This is the autopsy report of the Shadow Demon and the on-site survey data. Yitong's tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. Wang Jingwo furrowed his brows tightly. He had long seen this information. But Yitong's tone suddenly shifted. The forensic team and the physical modeling group, after conducting hundreds of simulations, unanimously pointed out the force area and impact shape of the collision point are completely inconsistent with the characteristics of a human actively applying force. Yitong's words rang in the silent command room like the pronouncement of death. It resembles being forcefully pressed against the pillar by an irresistible power and then dying from the impact. Boom. Wang Jingwo felt as if something had exploded in his mind. No, this data was different from the initial analysis. Yitong did not give him any time to recover. His cold words continued to come. This is the data simulated and analyzed last night. Based on all the surveillance and witness records we have at the time of the Shadow Demon's death, the only one who could have had close contact with him is Chen Yifan. Yitong slowly turned his head, his deep eyes seeming to pierce through the holographic screen, staring into Wang Jingwo's soul. So, Senior, this is not framing. I am merely preparing to turn a result that is infinitely close to the truth into a fact everyone is willing to believe. The answer has been evident from the very beginning. On the other end of the communication, there was a dead silence. Wang Jingwo opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Yitong had blocked all possibilities of rebuttal with cold, cruel, yet irrefutable facts. Yes, that little guy was never an easy target from the beginning. After a long time, Wang Jingwo exhaled deeply, as if he wanted to expel all the shock and helplessness from his chest. His voice carried an unprecedented exhaustion. I understand. Good. Yitong cut off the communication, and the command room fell silent again. He looked at the ordinary identification photo of Chen Yifan on the holographic screen, and for the first time his eyes revealed a hint of near appreciation. Now it's up to you to see if you can handle this great gift. In the cavern, Chen Yifan's figure emerged from the shadows, appearing before the cave wall. Are you implying there is something extraordinary inside? Mu Wanxing looked at the wall covered with strange fungi, constantly seeping green slime, the color drained from her face, not fully restored. She clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding into her palms, her voice trembling slightly due to extreme tension. It's not something extraordinary. It's a dead end. King level, do you know what these two words represent? If we charge in, it won't even be enough to fill its gaps. She stared intensely at Chen Yifan's back, trying to find even a hint of fear or retreat from him. But she was disappointed. Chen Yifan merely gazed at the slick fungal wall. King level. His voice was soft, as if speaking to himself. Above ordinary boss and Lord Boss, the king level. Then you must not let me down. Mu Wanxing's breath hitched. She seemed completely stunned by Chen Yifan's madness, her body frozen in place. What? What do you intend to do? Chen Yifan turned his head, his gaze from beneath the hood, landing on her cold, like he was looking at a tool. If you don't want to die, use your expertise to tell me what's inside. With your so-called investor's perspective, provide me with a value report on it. Mu Wanxing gritted her silver teeth, her chest rising and falling violently. She took a deep breath, as if forcing herself to calm down, and finally squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. You better not move. Beings of this level have extremely keen senses. Any physical contact could awaken. As she warned, she carefully took out a diamond-shaped, translucent crystal from her spatial bracelet. This is a specialized exploration tool used by our Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, capable of penetrating most energy barriers and analyzing the essence of the target. After speaking, she suspended the crystal in her palm, closed her eyes, and slowly infused her spiritual energy into it. Buzz. The crystal emitted a faint glow, a wave invisible to the naked eye, silently penetrating the fungal rock wall ahead. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Mu Wanxing suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze through the mask filled with unprecedented shock and fervor. It is not a living creature. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. It is an energy source. an immensely large pure energy core that is undergoing some kind of evolution. It is the corrosive heart. It is devouring the energy of this entire instance. It is mutating. It is transforming from a lifeless object into a king-level life form. Chen Yifan's eyes finally lit up. Corrosive heart. This was one of his objectives for this trip. What a coincidence. Where is the entrance? Mu Wanqing pointed to a fold in the fungal carpet that seemed no different from other places, the point of weakest energy. But also its breathing hole, once breached, it would immediately awaken from its slumber. Her words were not yet finished. Chen Yifan's figure had already moved. No unnecessary words, no probing. The dagger in his hand, empowered by the shadow step, pierced into that breathing hole like a bolt of lightning slicing through the night. Puff! Like a hot knife cutting through butter. The heavy fungal carpet was effortlessly sliced open, creating a neat crack. A richer, purer life energy, mixed with a faint scent of decay, surged from behind the crack. Beyond it lay a more expansive void. In the center of the void, a giant heart with a diameter exceeding 30 meters was slowly beating. Thump! Thump! The heart was entirely composed of a semi-transparent flesh-like mycelium covered in dark green veins, each beat causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. And at the core of this giant heart, a fist-sized black crystal seemingly condensed from the purest darkness pulsed with an eerie light. Corrosive heart. Chen Yifan's pupils suddenly constricted. He turned to see that Mu Wanqing was completely stunned. She stared through her fox mask at the black crystal, her breathing becoming rapid and heated. Even her hands, clad in black gloves, unconsciously clenched tighter, her body trembling slightly with extreme excitement. It was a fervor mixed with greed and disbelief, as if she had discovered the greatest treasure of her life. Chen Yifan's gaze swept past her and returned to the corrosive heart, but his expression gradually grew colder. What a coincidence. Really, what a coincidence. So coincidental that it felt like whatever he thought would come true. Chen Yifan in 2 lifetimes trusted luck the least. Behind every seemingly coincidental stroke of luck must lie a meticulous calculation. Moreover, Mu Wanqing's reaction was somewhat exaggerated. His gaze inadvertently swept beneath the giant heart. There lay a body. The corpse was clad in tattered black leather armor, its figure emaciated. That iconic green hair, tight pants, bean shoes, and that face he was all too familiar with yet also terrified of. The shadow demon. How could this be possible? Just as he was struck with shock, the giant pulsating heart seemed to sense something. Its beating frequency suddenly changed. Thump, thump, thump. It became hurried and excited. In the next moment, a grand and ancient thought belonging neither to humanity nor any known creature unbidden resonated deep within Chen Yifan's soul. Boom. Kindred. I smell the scent of theft. I smell the scent of theft. This thought pierced deeply into Chen Yifan's soul. At that moment, his heart abruptly skipped a beat. Yet what surged within him was not fear. It was not shock. Instead, it was an extreme sense of absurdity. What does it mean to smell the scent of theft? I even heard the echo of the death knell. How could there possibly be another existence in this world that knows the secret of his own talent? And then there was the shadow demon, the fugitive he had personally, or rather had crushed against the load-bearing pillar. His corpse should have long been taken away by the security bureau. It could not possibly appear here. Fake. Only these 2 words remained in Chen Yifan's mind. He was too lazy to even look at the side where Mu Wanqing had completely lost herself in fervor and greed. He merely raised his eyes, quietly gazing at the pulsating giant heart, as if watching a clown performing desperately, yet full of flaws. If it weren't for this flawed corpse, he might not have realized so quickly that everything before his eyes was merely a carefully arranged illusion. But how to break the deadlock? Although he realized this was fake, the surrounding environment showed no signs of change. The enormous heart continued to pulsate, and the shadow demon's corpse still lay there. Forceful attack. Attacking a non-existent illusion, who knows what kind of chain reaction it would trigger? How about using mental power to resist? That might be feasible, but he didn't know any mental type skills at all, nor did he have any experience dealing with illusions. That was the most troublesome part. Then, Chen Yifan's mind raced. The cooldown for theft of all things had not yet expired. But peeking had no cooldown. Chen Yifan activated his innate skill without hesitation. There was no specific target this time. What he wanted to investigate was this space itself. Buzz, a massive amount of information flooded into his mind like a burst dam. Target projection field, 1,000 threads nightmare. Status activated energy absorbing. Description, a mental projection field created by the exotic beast illusion worm, 1,000 threads nightmare. This field is not a real space, but a true illusion that directly affects the soul of the captured. It reads the prey's memories and desires, constructing the scene that most entices them until it completely drains the prey's spirit and vitality. Field core unknown, hidden somewhere within the fungal ecosystem. Field weakness, intense physical or mental shocks have a chance to separate the captured's consciousness from the field. Stealable list 1. Concept: the real feeling of the illusion after theft. The target illusion will exhibit logical flaws and distortion. 2. Energy injected spiritual power in this area 0. 1. 3. It may also be that the mental attributes exceeded his own. However, his purpose was merely to obtain information, not to steal. Chen Yifan's expression showed no. It may also be that the mental attributes exceeded his own. However, his purpose was merely to obtain information, not to steal. Chen Yifan's expression showed no signs of change. He slowly turned his head, looking at the woman beside him, who was still lost in the fervor of discovering the ultimate treasure. Mu Wanqing. The rate of return. Immeasurable. As long as I get it. Chen Yifan. Had I known today, why would I have acted in the first place? Ha ha. She was murmuring to herself, completely trapped in the beautiful dream tailored for her by the illusion. But when Chen Yifan heard her call his name, he stared at her for a long time. What was this woman going on about? And is she real or fake? If she is real, based on the information provided by piquing a strong stimulus, might wake her from the illusion. If they teamed up, the hope of breaking the deadlock would be greater. If she were fake, a part of the illusion, then killing her would not matter. In Chen Yifan's heart, a decision was made in an instant. Expressionless, he raised his right hand. No killing intent, no emotion. Only absolute rationality and precision. In the next second, his figure left a blurred afterimage in place. Slap. A crisp and loud slap echoed suddenly in the deathly silent cave. Chen Yifan held nothing back with this slap. The immense force spun Mu Wanqing completely around. The exquisite fox mask could no longer stay on her face, spinning off with a few strands of broken hair. Under the mask was a face twisted in extreme shock and pain, yet still considered stunning. A trickle of blood slowly oozed from the corner of Mu Wanqing's mouth. On her fair cheek, 5 clear fingerprints rapidly appeared, visibly swelling. Her brain buzzed, and she could hear nothing but a sharp ringing in her ears. She was utterly stunned. What dark gold code? What throne of the Merchant Council elders? All her ambitions and fervor were blown away by this slap. All that remained was a burning pain and an emotion called humiliation erupting like a volcano. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the dead cave, even carrying a hint of absurdity. You? She covered her face, coming back to her senses, feeling that pain so real, it made her soul tremble. The bewilderment in her eyes slowly faded, replaced by an unprecedented sense of humiliation and rage. She saw Chen Yifan's face so close and the unmistakable mockery at the corner of his mouth. Awake now. Chen Yifan's voice was calm, as if greeting a roommate who had just woken up. You actually dared to hit me. Mu Wanqing's scream shattered the tranquility of the cave. She had lived for over 20 years, always a favored daughter of heaven, the center of attention. Let alone being slapped, she had never even heard a harsh word. Yet today, in this ghostly place, she had been threatened at knife point twice, and even choked once. And now, she had just been slapped. I will kill you. She screamed, her head spinning, her left hand gesturing in the air, ready to summon her contract object. However, she seemed to forget that her contract object was quietly standing behind her. Seeing Mu Wanqing's strong reaction, Chen Yifan was faster than her. His left hand, like an iron clamp, precisely seized her delicate wrist. Spare me the theatrics. He looked at the stunning face before him, a vague smile playing at the corner of his mouth. But the strength he used to grip her wrist made Mu Wanqing feel as if her bones were about to be crushed. You should be thanking me, and yet you still want to take revenge on me. What do you mean? Mu Wanqing's anger was slightly halted by this head-scratching question. In the next second, a deeper layer of fear seized her heart. She suddenly realized what she had just been doing. She was awake. The scene before her had not changed. The magnificent throne forged from obsidian and gold still stood ahead. Atop the throne, the dark gold code, exuding supreme authority, was slowly flipping open, waiting for her coronation. The world in her eyes was still the dream of her imminent ascent to the pinnacle of power. But she felt something was different. Is this an illusion? Yet in the end she held back, because she suddenly realized she had just walked through the gates of hell. If it weren't for this slap, she would have remained trapped in that illusion for. Yet in the end she held back, because she suddenly realized she had just walked through the gates of hell. If it weren't for this slap, she would have remained trapped in that illusion forever, until drained to a dry corpse. He saved her in the most brutal, direct, and also most humiliating way. What kind of place is this? After a long while she spoke. And, get your filthy hands off me. Chen Yifan shrugged and released his grip. It seems to be a place called Illusion Worm Thousand Threads Nightmare, you know. I've heard of it. Mu Wanqing rubbed her sore wrist, nodding as she forced herself not to look at the thrown illusion that swayed her mind. It's an extremely rare mental-type exotic beast that constructs an illusion almost indistinguishable from reality, reads the prey's memories and desires, and then drains the prey dry. Chen Yifan said nothing, because he already knew this information. What he wanted was not to repeat known information, but a way to break the deadlock. Where's the core? He asked. Mu Wanqing shook her head, a hint of helplessness appearing on her face for the first time. I don't know. The core of Thousand Threads Nightmare is exceedingly concealed. It can disguise its main body as any fungus in the real environment or even a patch of mycelium. What we see now is all fake. If we can't find the core, we'll never get out. Chen Yifan's gaze slowly swept over the bizarre scene composed of the pulsating heart and the corpse of the shadow demon. Finding a real core among thousands of false objects. It was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, the corner of Chen Yifan's mouth curled into a cold arc. Can't find it. That means the method is wrong. He turned his head to look at the three-turtle giant magic statue behind Mu Wanqing. Obsidian Sentinel. I do have a method. Mu Wanqing was taken aback. What? Chen Yifan pointed at the pulsating giant heart behind him. Or rather something else in Mu Wanqing's eyes. Then he pointed at the sentinel behind her. His voice was lowered, carrying an undeniable command. Let it in. And then self-destruct. Mu Wanqing froze completely. Self-detonation. She doubted whether her ears were functioning correctly. Or perhaps this man had completely lost his mind. The Obsidian Sentinel was a top-tier contract item she had acquired after spending an astronomical amount of resources and employing countless connections. It was her lifeline. Now this man wanted her to treat it as a giant bomb and detonate it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She blurted out without a second thought, her voice sharp with anger. Do you have any idea how much it's worth? Do you know? I only know that if we can't get out, it's just a pile of worthless scrap metal. Chen Yifan coldly interrupted her. His gaze did not linger on Mu Wanqing's reddened face from anger, but rather passed through her to focus on the silent Obsidian Sentinel behind her. That look was akin to a starving butcher assessing a plump pig, contemplating where to strike most effectively. You? Mu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback by his words, her chest heaving violently, nearly choking on her anger. The logic was undeniable. Once a person dies, no matter how valuable the item, it cannot be taken into the coffin. But this was the Obsidian Sentinel. It could continually evolve, at the very least allowing her to use it until Tier 3 level 75. She felt her heart bleeding. Is there no other way? Clinging to the last thread of hope, her voice was tinged with desperation. Although the core of the Thousand Threads Nightmare is concealed, as long as it's a living creature, it must have energy fluctuations we can. And then Chen Yifan interrupted her again, his tone laced with mockery. Let alone whether you have those precise instruments. Even if you do you expect to search bit by bit? What if we end up as two dry corpses, and it leisurely tells you that the core is right beneath the fungus carpet at your feet? He took a step forward, the invisible pressure causing Mu Wanqing to instinctively recoil. Miss Mu Wanqing. Chen Yifan's tone suddenly turned flat, so flat it was unsettling. Let's do some calculations. Your Obsidian Sentinel may be very valuable. Let's say it's worth. No, 100 billion. But how much is your life worth? 100 billion. 1 trillion. Or is it priceless? Mu Wanqing's breath caught. A wise investor should understand what cutting losses means. Using a depreciating asset to secure a future that can create infinite value. This deal, no matter how you calculate it, is not a loss. Mu Wanqing fell silent. She looked at Chen Yifan's eyes, hidden beneath the hood, devoid of any emotion, only cold calculation and assessment. Given the earlier performance of the other party, she had no doubt. If she refused, this man would not hesitate to snap her neck and then find a way to detonate the Sentinel. He was not negotiating. He was notifying her. What was even more frightening was that she realized she was actually being persuaded by him. Using an asset to secure her future. This was entirely in line with the logic of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce and the education she received since childhood. All right. After a long while, she seemed to have been drained of all strength, squeezing out a single word through her teeth. Once that word was spoken, all her vitality seemed to collapse, her form wilting. A wise choice. Chen Yifan nodded and then unceremoniously issued commands. Have it move to the center of that heart. Remember, I want the core to self-detonate, releasing energy instantly, lifting every speck of dust in this space. Mu Wanqing closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the struggle and heartache in her gaze had vanished, replaced by a steely determination. She raised her hand and established a mental link with the Obsidian Sentinel. Command Core Overload. Self-destruction. Buzz. The Obsidian Sentinel's eerie purple single eye flared with blinding light. Its heavy form began to move step by step, confidently approaching the pulsating giant heart. From her perspective, the Sentinel was steadily walking towards the magnificent throne that symbolized supreme power. Chen Yifan did not look at the woman's anguished expression. His entire focus was on the imminent energy. He yanked Mu Wanqing by the collar, dragging her to a corner not far away, then used his body to shield. What? What are you doing? Mu Wanqing was taken aback by his sudden action. Shut up, Chen Yifan replied succinctly. Meanwhile, the Obsidian Sentinel had reached the center of the giant heart. It halted, its massive body standing within the abyss of flesh and blood. In the next second, the purple crystal on its chest, serving as the energy core, emitted a light as dazzling as the sun. There was no earth-shattering roar. The world was muted at that moment. A white halo expanded outward from the Obsidian Sentinel, silently and rapidly radiating outward. Wherever the halo passed the pulsating giant heart, the eerie shadow demon corpsed the magnificent throne. Everything instantly dissolved and evaporated in the white light, leaving not a trace behind. Immediately afterward, a raging energy storm and physical shockwave violently swept through the entire space. Boom! The entire cave trembled violently, as though it would collapse at any moment. Countless fungi and rocks were torn apart and shattered, transforming into a cloud of dust. Chen Yifan stood firmly in front of Mu Wanqing, absorbing most of the impact. The terrifying force shattered his protective spiritual energy, his organs churning violently and his bones groaning under the unbearable strain. A mouthful of metallic sweetness surged to his throat, which he forcefully swallowed back. In this suicidal attack, the veil of illusion was finally violently torn apart. The scene before him shattered like broken glass, cracking inch by inch before collapsing violently. The false illusion disappeared, replaced by a more real and eerie massive cave. And not far from the explosion's epicenter, a creature the size of a truck, resembling a monstrous hybrid of a giant leech and a centipede, writhed in agony on the ground, screeching. Its body was covered in massive wounds torn by the energy shockwave, continuously oozing thick, dark green liquid. This was the true form of illusion, Gu Thousand Threads Nightmare. On its constantly writhing head, a pulsating green glowing tumor was flashing wildly. That was its mental core, the energy hub of the entire illusion realm. Screech. The Thousand Threads Nightmare emitted a piercing mental shriek that resonated deep within the souls of the two, filled with pain and fury. Mu Wanqing was shaken by this mental shock, her face pale, crouching down in pain while clutching her head. Yet Chen Yifan, on the other hand, appeared unfazed. This level of mental attack was nothing more than a loud noise to him. His gaze locked onto the flashing green, a golden opportunity. Take its life while it's weak. Godspeed. The world instantly slowed down in his eyes. Chen Yifan's figure left a residual image in place, transforming into an arrow shot toward the injured Thousand Threads Nightmare. The Thousand Threads Nightmare sensed the deadly crisis, its massive body suddenly flipping a tail like a steel whip, howling through the air, fiercely striking toward Chen Yifan. However, it was too slow. With the enhancement of Godspeed, Chen Yifan's speed had surpassed the limits of its neural reflexes. Shadow Step. Just as the giant tail was about to hit him, Chen Yifan's figure flickered and appeared directly above the Thousand Threads Nightmare. He leaped high, twisting his body at an incredible angle in midair, channeling all his strength into the dagger in his right hand. Those eyes hidden beneath the hood were icy, devoid of any emotion. Die. Thud. The dagger transformed into a bolt of black lightning, accurately and deeply piercing into that wildly flashing green tumor. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The massive body of the Thousand Threads Nightmare suddenly stiffened, all its screeches and struggles coming to an abrupt halt. In the next second, defeated king-level boss, severely injured illusion, Gu Thousand Threads Nightmare LV. 30 gained 9,000 experience points. Level increased to level 25. A series of notification sounds crazily flooded Chen Yifan's mind. The massive torrent of experience points propelled him to LV. 25. Boom. The colossal body of the Thousand Threads Nightmare finally lost all support and crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of foul-smelling dust. A king-level monster that focused on mental strength and had almost zero defense. It was first severely injured by the Obsidian Sentinel's close-range self-detonation. Then it was mercilessly slain in one blow. Chen Yifan nimbly leaped down from the monster's head, landing steadily on the ground. He looked at his character panel, feeling the surging power within him, and nodded in satisfaction. This was a massive profit. Not only did he level up to 25, allowing for a class advancement, but he also conveniently eliminated a huge threat. At the same time, he had consumed Mu Wanqing's trump card. A triple benefit. He turned his head to look at Mu Wanqing, who was still crouching on the ground, her face pale, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Hey, stop playing dead. His voice carried a hint of teasing. Time to split the spoils. Mu Wanqing slowly raised her head, glancing at the monster's corpse, then at her intact compass. Lastly, she looked at the man who was unscathed, even seeming to have grown stronger. She opened her mouth to say something, but found her throat painfully dry. That was a king-level boss. Although in a severely injured state, it was not something they at their level could contend with. But now it had just died like this. Killed by the self-detonation of an obsidian sentinel and this man's combo. She felt her worldview being repeatedly shattered, reshaped, and then shattered again within just a few minutes. In the end, all her emotions coalesced into a single sentence. She pointed at the monster's corpse, her voice filled with a sob brimming with endless grievance and fury. My sentinel. Chen Yifan shrugged, feigning innocence as he spread his hands. Don't say it like that. He walked over, patted her shoulder, and spoke earnestly. Look, didn't I help you seek revenge? Look, haven't I avenged you? Mu Wanqing. She swore she had never seen such a shameless person. Meanwhile, Chen Yifan, observing Mu Wanqing's frustrated expression, which seemed to be on the verge of tears, but unable to cry, felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. He squatted down and leisurely examined this self-proclaimed investor of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. Without the mask's concealment, this face truly warranted being called a beauty capable of causing the downfall of nations. With willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, a delicate nose, and cherry-like lips, her skin was fairer than snow. Especially the 5 clear handprint marks on her left cheek. They did not ruin her beauty, instead they added a touch of brokenness that made one want to ravage her. Of course, Chen Yifan was not interested in that. What intrigued him was the astonishing destructive power displayed by the Black Obsidian Sentinel she had just self-destructed. Moreover, this woman's identity within the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce seemed to be far more complex than just being an investor. Alright, stop crying. Chen Yifan, like a child trying to calm down a naughty kid, pulled out a bottle of the most basic healing potion from his pocket and handed it to her. Wipe your face, after all you are a big shot. Crying like this is unbecoming. Mu Wanqing looked at the bottle of grade potion with a label that was nearly worn off. Then she glanced at Chen Yifan's face, which was sincere, yet filled with mockery. She was so furious that she almost spat out blood. Mu Wanqing, one of the future heirs of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, had been using the finest holy water since childhood. Now this man actually dared to humiliate her with a bottle of worthless trash worth no more than $100. Get lost. She swatted Chen Yifan's hand away, gritting her silver teeth. From her spatial bracelet, she retrieved a bottle of a grade holy light healing potion radiating a gentle holy light. Then with trembling hands she applied it to her swollen cheek. As the holy light flashed, the glaring handprint quickly faded, restoring her skin to a smooth, ivory-like sheen. Tisk, wealthy people are indeed different. Chen Yifan clicked his tongue, wearing a look of someone who had just seen something astonishing. After Mu Wanqing finished treating her injury, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain that aloof calmness, no longer willing to engage with him. She walked to the corpse of the Thousand Threads Nightmare, gazing at the massive body with a complex expression. Do you know what the most valuable part of this creature is? She suddenly spoke, her voice regaining the professionalism and indifference of a chief analyst. Oh. Chen Yifan raised an eyebrow, indicating for her to continue. It's its spiritual core. Mu Wanqing pointed at the green lump that Chen Yifan had pierced through with his knife, which is the heart of nightmare. This item is the core material for crafting spiritual secret medicines and high-grade illusionary equipment, and it's invaluable in the black market. Just one can make practitioners specializing in spirit fight for it. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something, and her expression darkened further. Because this heart of nightmare was now a trophy of Chen Yifan. She had exchanged 100 billion worth Black Obsidian Sentinel for a heart of nightmare that she could not obtain. This deal was a complete loss. Chen Yifan approached the corpse, extending his hand as if to dig out the heart of nightmare. Wait. Mu Wanqing instinctively stopped him. Don't touch it directly. The core retains the last spiritual will of the Thousand Threads Nightmare. If you touch it recklessly, you may become mentally contaminated and turn into an idiot. She warned while retrieving a pair of gloves woven from special metal threads and a delicate surgical knife from her bracelet. Use this. She handed the tools to Chen Yifan, her tone cold, but she was no longer as hostile. After all, the two of them were now in the same boat. If Chen Yifan were to be contaminated into an idiot, she wouldn't be able to leave this hellish place either. Chen Yifan glanced at her and did not refuse. This woman was indeed a walking treasury. He needed to find an opportunity to consume her again. He put on the gloves and picked up the surgical knife, moving as skillfully as a coroner who had dissected thousands of corpses. Amidst the flashing blade, a fist-sized, crystal-clear tumor, like an emerald, was completely peeled off. Heart of Nightmare, king-level material incomplete, a rare object containing pure spiritual energy and the rules of illusion. Chen Yifan toyed with the gem in his hand, feeling the immense spiritual energy within, nodding in satisfaction. Good stuff. He casually stored the Heart of Nightmare in his backpack. But it wasn't over yet. Chen Yifan continued to rummage through the monster's corpse. The next second, a thin ancient book made of some unknown creature's skin as light as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand, emitting a faint glow. Skill book. A level eye of Nightmare. Mu Wonking's pupils suddenly constricted. A level skill book, and an extremely rare spiritual probing skill. The value of such a skill book far exceeded that of the earlier Heart of Nightmare. Her heart ached violently with jealousy and shock. However, this was not the end. Chen Yifan raised his eyebrows slightly. His fingertips brushed against something cold and hard. Suddenly, he yanked it forcefully. Hiss! A completely black dagger with gray patterns that seemed to flow like living creatures on its blade was forcibly pulled from the monster's spine. This dagger seemed to be the most poisonous tooth of the Thousand Threads Nightmare. Tooth of Nightshade. Dagger quality, epic, purple level requirement LV. 25 job requirement, none attributes, strength 150, spirit 100, effect 1 eye, corrupt mind. When attacking, there is a 10 chance to release a spiritual shock, causing the target's consciousness to fall into a 1-second confused state, leading to fatal mistakes in action and judgment. Effect 2, Nightshade mark. Each time an attack hits, it leaves a corrosive mark within the target. Each layer of mark will continuously erode the target's physical structure, shell, muscle, energy shield, lasting for 10 seconds, with a maximum of 5 layers stacking. Effect 3, Final Nightmare. When attacking a target in a confused state, the blade will instantly trigger an invisible shadow shockwave. This shockwave can ignore some external defenses, directly vibrating its internal organs and life core, with a chance to directly trigger a fatal injury judgment. This effect has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Mu Wonking's expression completely froze. She was no longer just jealous, she was numb. A top-tier material from the early stages, in a level divine skill, and an epic-grade top weapon. The combined value of these 3 items was beyond monetary measurement, and she had exchanged 100 billion worth Black Obsidian Sentinel to obtain equipment that could transform any assassin practitioner. At that moment, she felt like the real clown who had been repeatedly played with. Chen Yifan, however, was very satisfied. Without hesitation, he chose to learn Eye of Nightmare. A cool energy surged into his eyes, and the world he saw instantly changed. He looked at Mu Wanqing beside him. The next second, the flowing spiritual energy trails on her body became clearly visible in his eyes. Even her mental fluctuations, which had stagnated due to despair, resembled a dying campfire, dim and lifeless. He weighed the Tooth of Nightshade in his hand. The attributes of this dagger perfectly matched his combat style. The confusion effect would be the trump card that decided life and death at critical moments. More importantly, he had gained 2 powerful attack effects compensating for his single damage output. Chen Yifan contentedly stored all the loot. Then his gaze turned to the pile of Black Obsidian Sentinel wreckage which had been blown to pieces not far away. This should be worth something, right? He asked. Mu Wanqing glanced at the pile of smoking parts, her eyelids twitching violently, her heart aching to the point of suffocation. The core is destroyed, and the main material is Abyss Obsidian. It can be used to forge shields or heavy armor, and it might still be worth a few 100,000. Her voice was weak. A few 100,000. Chen Yifan's eyes lit up. Even a mosquito is... He unceremoniously walked over and stuffed all the large pieces that were still usable into his storage. Mu Wanqing watched him act like a bandit, shaking with anger. This thing should be hers, right? Why was this person so at ease, so brazen in taking it? By the way, Chen Yifan, while cleaning up the garbage, suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to ask, how did we fall into this illusion? Mu Wonking's expression instantly turned serious. I don't know. She shook her head. The Thousand Threads Nightmare's illusion domain requires a medium to trigger. From the moment we were teleported here to when you subdued me, it was only a few seconds. We never touched anything suspicious. She was halfway through her sentence when her voice abruptly stopped. Mu Wanqing suddenly spread her palm, and the crying clown and smiling devil brass coin lay quietly in her palm. Could it be? She was about to examine it closely. But Chen Yifan's gaze suddenly sharpened. Under his Eye of Nightmare, all illusions were laid bare. He clearly saw. On the back of that strange coin, the smiling devil's face was entangled with a grayish-white mycelium that emitted faint spiritual fluctuations completely undetectable by the naked eye. Don't move. Chen Yifan's voice froze Mu Wanqing's actions in an instant. Your treasure has been— Mu Wanqing was taken aback and followed his guidance to look, but found nothing. What? Use your spiritual power to sense it's back. Chen Yifan was succinct. Mu Wanqing, half-convinced, summoned her spiritual power to probe into the coin. The next second her face turned ashen. She saw it. She saw the parasitic mycelium that sent chills down her spine. The Thousand Threads nightmare had been targeting her from the very beginning. When she used Clown's protection, it had stealthily planted its illusion seed on her professional tool, and she had been completely unaware carrying this fuse around. Until they approached the body of the Thousand Threads nightmare, the seed was activated, and the two were abruptly pulled into the illusion. What a sinister monster! Chen Yifan looked at the mycelium, and then at the pale-faced Mu Wanqing, deep in thought. He gently scraped off the mycelium with the tip of Tooth of Nightshade. All right. Then Chen Yifan checked his dagger. Sure enough, there was one as well. He followed suit. After resolving it. Next, let's move forward. After saying that, he lifted his foot, preparing to delve deeper. But just then Mu Wanqing called out to him. Wait, she said, retrieving a new compass from her bracelet. The compass was more ancient than the previous one, covered in intricate runes with a needle that was a floating golden light pin. Truth Compass. Upgrade item 1, rank higher than the previous grade 1. She infused it with spirit. Buzz. The golden needle on the Truth Compass trembled violently and then pointed unwaveringly toward the deepest part of the cave. There was something there. Heart of corruption. Mu Wanqing murmured, her eyes reigniting with hope and a hint of greed. But this time she had learned her lesson. She didn't act impulsively, but instinctively looked toward Chen Yifan, her eyes filled with inquiry. Chen Yifan did not answer immediately. His gaze scanned the compass, then the dark cave entrance, and finally landed on Mu Wanqing's face. This woman, after being harshly slapped by reality, had finally begun to understand what respect meant. Very good. Let's go, he said succinctly, leading the way toward the cave entrance. This time he walked in front. Mu Wanqing looked at his not-so-tall figure, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness. But more so a sense of security that she herself had not even realized. She shook her head, casting aside this ridiculous thought, and hurriedly followed, calculating the time the others should be arriving soon. The entrance to the dungeon. The stench of the swamp is pungent. Yet this rotten odor cannot overshadow the bloodshot eyes of Wang Fugui. It has been a whole day. He hasn't closed his eyes for an entire day. That shout of "Take Lin Xiaoyu away, don't come over," echoes in his mind like a burning steel needle, stirring up relentless, heart-wrenching pain. Why? Why is it always Fanzi standing at the forefront alone? And he, Wang Fugui, can only watch helplessly like a useless waste. Overwhelming anger and guilt almost burst his chest. Wang Fugui, eat something. A cold voice sounded beside him, laced with a barely noticeable rasp. It was Su Qingxue. On her face, which was always as cold as ice, there was an unmistakable trace of exhaustion. Her icy blue eyes were filled with worry for the first time. Wang Fugui did not turn around. He merely fixed his gaze on the battlefield in the distance, ravaged repeatedly by military firepower, where its original form had become unrecognizable, his voice hoarse and terrifying. I'm not hungry. But I said I'm not hungry. Wang Fugui suddenly turned around, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Su Qingxue like a cornered beast. My brother's life or death is unknown. How can I eat? Su Qingxue was stunned by his shout. The words she had wanted to say swallowed back. She looked at this usually simple-minded fat guy who at this moment resembled an angry guardian deity, fiercely protecting the girl behind him. Lin Xiaoyu. At this moment, she was quietly sitting on a dry rock behind Wang Fugui, tightly hugging that strange black flower pot. Her little face was pale, and she said nothing. Since Chen Yifan's disappearance, she had become this way. No tears, no fuss, only silence. In an unnoticed corner, the blood-colored vines in the flower pot twisted uneasily, like hungry, poisonous snakes. The barbed tips flickered with a ghastly light in the dimness. I'm sorry. Su Qingxue finally lowered her head, softly apologizing. She knew that her earlier words had struck at the most painful spot for this fat guy. At that moment, a man in military combat gear with the insignia of a major on his shoulder strode over, his expression extremely grave. Wang Fugui, Lin Xiaoyu, we need you to describe the situation in detail again. The major's voice was devoid of emotion, as if conducting an interrogation. How many more times do we have to say it? Wang Fugui exploded on the spot, slamming the steam giant axe he was holding onto the ground with a loud thud. We've already said. It was those guys in black who killed Luo Tianyu and tried to silence us. My brother Chen Yifan was taken away by them with a strange teleportation scroll while trying to save us. This explanation he had repeated no less than 10 times. Ever since they were rescued by Su Qingxue and the military, he had been reiterating it. There is truth and falsehood in this. Fanzi taught him that the best lies are those that tell the truth to different people. Luo Tianyu indeed died. The men in black really attacked, and Fanzi was indeed taken away by the teleportation scroll. As for who killed him, that is irrelevant. What matters is that Fanzi is missing. Those men in black, though unable to be captured on the spot, due to Su Qingxue and the military's intervention, escaped in a wretched state. They will bear this blame. We know. The major's gaze briefly lingered on Wang Fugui's exaggerated giant axe, his eyes flickering slightly. An epic weapon. This fat guy actually possesses an epic weapon. No wonder he a LV-17 shield warrior could hold off those at least level 20 professionals until they arrived. We just received a report from higher-ups that after the so-called teleportation accident you mentioned, the entire Jiang city has experienced some changes. As the major spoke, he pulled up his tactical tablet and displayed a page in front of Wang Fugue. It was a prominently bolded and red-titled top post. The title hit Wang Fugue's pupils like a heavy hammer. Breaking news. Class wanted criminal Shadow Demon did not die, accidentally suspected to have been killed on the spot by Jiang City's SS class genius Chen Yifan. Wang Fugue's mind buzzed, going blank. He stared intently at the title, then glanced at the blurry profile photo of Chen Yifan in the Security Bureau hall, which seemed to be sourced from nowhere. Under the photo was a meticulously edited and colored text. According to insiders, the cause of Shadow Demon's death was not the accident officially stated, but rather he was killed on the spot by Chen Yifan in a direct confrontation using an unknown powerful ability. Student Chen Yifan is the true behind-the-scenes hero. Moreover, reliable sources indicate that student Chen Yifan single-handedly defeated the hidden boss in the Goblin Mine, earning the SS level rating. Not just luck as rumored outside. What is this? Wang Fugui's mouth dropped wider, his expression shifting from shock to confusion, finally turning into a blank stare. Fanzi killed the Shadow Demon. Fanzi single-handedly defeated the boss. How the hell is that possible? Though he had long thought Fanzi was incredible beyond belief, this was just too absurd. Wang Fugue, the major's voice pulled him back from his shock. Right now, everyone outside believes that student Chen Yifan is a hidden genius, a youthful hero who eliminates evil for the people. Therefore, he should be safe for the time being. At the same time, we have reason to suspect that the reason those men in black appeared here and acted against him was not to silence him, but rather. The major's gaze became sharp. Kidnap. They want to kidnap a future pillar of the nation. Wang Fugue. He was utterly dumbfounded. His mind turned into a mush. This script. How is it completely different from what he imagined? Pillar of the nation. This twist is more thrilling than a roller coaster. So we need you to recall again in detail. The major's voice was low, carrying an undeniable suggestive power. Did those men in black say anything before kidnapping student Chen Yifan? For example, about why they must take student Chen Yifan? Wang Fugue opened his mouth, unable to utter a word. Reason? How would he know what the reason was? At that time, his mind was filled with how to shift the blame away. But now, he looked at the title of youthful hero on the tactical tablet, then at the major's we all understand eyes. A thought exploded in his simple mind. Could it be? This is also part of Fanzi's plan. Damn. Fanzi, what level are you on? Wang Fugue felt like he was about to kneel down to Chen Yifan. He took a deep breath, trying hard to make his expression appear filled with righteous indignation, his voice quivering with a hint of sudden realization. I remembered. Military officer. I remembered. He slapped his thigh, his acting skills instantly kicking in. Those men in black, before they acted, seemed to have mentioned something about a young lady. Yes, it was the young lady. Young lady. The major and Su Qingxue exchanged glances, seeing a hint of gravity in each other's eyes. This term is too crucial. A mysterious force is willing to risk offending the military to forcibly abduct someone during the pioneering operation. So along with him, another heavyweight figure has also disappeared. A bronze dungeon. One Luo Tian, the suspected kidnapped youthful hero. Now another identity unknown young lady has appeared. Headache. Very well. The major rubbed his forehead, feeling the situation was becoming increasingly complex. He nodded, putting away his tactical tablet. Wang Fugue, Lin Xiaoyu, the clues you provided are extremely important. Next, your task is to stay at the camp, protect yourselves well, and wait for the dungeon to conclude. After saying this, he turned and quickly walked towards the temporarily constructed command center. He needed to report this latest information to the command center immediately. Watching the major's departing figure, Wang Fugue let out a long sigh, collapsing onto the ground, feeling as if he had just fought a hard battle, his entire body soaked in cold sweat. Fatty you. Su Qingxue looked at him, her icy blue eyes for the first time carrying a hint of complexity and scrutiny. She was not foolish. On the contrary, she was very smart. Wang Fugui's reaction just now had been too quick and too perfectly timed. It was as if he had memorized his lines in advance. Su University genius I was just too worried about Fanzi. Wang Fugue scratched his head immediately, putting on that silly grin. Su Qingxue did not press further. She merely turned her head, gazing into the depths of the swamp shrouded in decay, and death her grip on the staff, tightening slightly. Chen Yifan, how many secrets are still hidden within you? Now where are you? The two walked one after another. Passing through the corridor cleared by the self-destructing obsidian sentinels, the atmosphere was eerily oppressive. Mu Wanxing followed closely behind Chen Yifan. Looking at that not-so-wide figure, her emotions were in a complex turmoil. She replayed the scenario in her mind more than once, wondering what she would do if she had another chance. Could she possibly suppress this man? The conclusion was, no. This man named Chen Yifan was like a monster cloaked in frayed skin. You can never know what he will do next or what trump card he will reveal. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect was not his strength. Rather, it was his madness that disregarded all rules, coupled with a calmness and patience that was completely inconsistent with his age. Facing such a person as an opponent would drive one insane. But what if he were a teammate? The thought had barely emerged before she snuffed it out herself. What a joke she had been. She instinctively touched her already healed, smooth cheek. That fiery sensation seemed to linger at her nerve endings. The two walked in silence for about 10 more minutes until the path ahead opened up. A giant underground cavern comparable to the size of a football field appeared before them. Unlike the previous dark and damp caves, this place was bright as day. Countless crystal clusters, each the size of a human head, hung from the cavern's ceiling, emitting a soft white light that illuminated the entire space. In the center of the cavern stood a towering tree reaching a height of 100 meters. It was a tree that could not be defined by any known plants. Its trunk was not wooden, but composed of countless twisted and entangled flesh membranes covered with dark green vein-like patterns resembling a magnified version of the giant heart they had seen earlier. The massive canopy shaded the sky, and instead of leaves it bore pulsating hearts of varying sizes. Thousands of hearts hung from the branches like wind chimes, pulsating in sync with the breathing of the giant. Thump. Thud. The deep, rhythmic sound of pulsation seemed like the heartbeat of this world, carrying an indescribable allure that struck at the soul. At the foot of this giant tree lay a mountain of eerie white bones. There were human bones as well as bones from various other creatures. Countless green fungal blankets spread from the pile of bones, resembling a massive carpet covering the entire cavern floor. And at the core of the tree, in a large cavity, a fist-sized black crystal seemingly formed from pure darkness pulsed with a sinister light along with the giant tree's rhythm. Corrupted heart. Mu Wanxing gasped as she looked at the black crystal, her breathing quickening as the flame of greed reignited in her eyes. Despite the bizarre sight before her, this was indeed the corrupted heart. If she could obtain it, losing an obsidian sentinel would be an acceptable price. Moreover, this item had more than one function. However, just as she was about to urge Chen Yifan she discovered that the man in front of her was just standing there motionless. Hey, what are you dazed for? Chen Yifan did not turn back, but raised his hand to point at the pulsating giant tree ahead, his tone flat. Does your truth compass tell you that this is the corrupted heart? Yes. Mu Wanxing replied affirmatively. The energy source core pointed to by the compass, is it? Heh. Chen Yifan let out an ambiguous chuckle. He turned his head, his gaze from beneath the hood, carrying a hint of pity, as if looking at an idiot. An energy source that can trigger a reaction from a great item, you call it a corrupted heart. Take a good look at what is hanging on that tree. Mu Wanxing was taken aback and instinctively focused her attention. Previously, all her attention had been drawn to the black crystal, but at Chen Yifan's reminder, she began to examine the fruits hanging from the branches. Upon seeing this, the blood in her veins chilled instantly. Those pulsating hearts actually bore faces twisted in agony. Men, women, the elderly, children. Even some beast heads she had seen in illustrations. Each heart was a soul that had been devoured alive. And on this tree hung thousands of them. This was not a corrupted heart at all. This was clearly a king-grade tree spirit that was undergoing some terrifying metamorphosis, feeding on lives as nourishment. Corrupted heart was merely bait used to lure prey. A chill shot from her feet to her head, and Mu Wanxing staggered back, her face as pale as a sheet. What the hell is this thing? Her voice trembled. The monster before her had completely exceeded her realm of understanding. However, Chen Yifan's reaction once again made her feel strange. There was no fear, no retreat. His gaze was locked onto the giant tree, his expression as calm as if he were looking at something unrelated to himself. In the next moment, Chen Yifan decisively activated his innate skill. Theft analysis. Buzz. A torrent of information instantly flooded his mind. Target corruption source, 10,000 hearts, ghost mother tree, king grade boss, sleeping evolving. Level LV. 35 status. The main body is asleep, attracting prey through the energy fluctuations of the corrupted heart, passively absorbing life energy to complete its final metamorphosis. Current evolution progress 42. 1 stealable list. 1. Concept: the sleeping state of the 10,000 hearts, ghost mother tree. 2. Energy: the energy dissipated from the corrupted heart 0.001. 3. Rule: fragments, life absorption, very low probability of stealing tiny fragments of its core abilities. Chen Yifan stood dumbfounded looking at the stealable list brought by theft analysis. Is that all? Not only were his talents and skills unable to be analyzed, but even its spiritual attributes didn't show up. It seemed that the opponent's spiritual attributes completely overwhelmed his, resulting in the extremely limited information theft analysis could acquire. No, he couldn't proceed. Facing an opponent of this level, any slight underestimation was akin to playing with his life. All Things Theft still had 14 hours left on its cooldown. This was his greatest trump card, the only point that could create miracles. But now he couldn't even grasp the opponent's core abilities, and with the boss's spiritual attributes completely suppressing him, even if the skill cooled down, the probability of a successful theft would be minuscule. The point for creating miracles was temporarily nullified. He turned his gaze to Mu Wanqing beside him. In her eyes he saw fear, but also the unextinguished flame of greed. Since that's the case, let's go. We retreat. Chen Yifan turned around, without hesitation, heading back down the corridor they came from. Retreat. Mu Wanqing was completely bewildered. Aren't you going to take the corrupted heart? Chen Yifan looked at her, as if she were an idiot. Do you want to be drained by that tree, becoming another heart hanging from it? Mu Wanqing was left speechless. The reasoning was sound, but then what do we do now? Just wait here. What else? Chen Yifan found a relatively clean corner and sat down leisurely, pulling out a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack. He broke one in half and handed it to Mu Wanqing. Eat something to replenish your strength. We have some waiting ahead. Mu Wanqing looked at the half biscuit in his hand. Then she looked at his composed demeanor, as if he was setting up camp, and she felt her worldview shatter once more. Outside was a terrifying tree spirit that could awaken at any moment, and the final boss lay right before them. This man actually started having a picnic. What on earth was he thinking? Waiting for what? Waiting for the boss to wake up and swallow them both. Mu Wanqing felt like she was going insane. She looked at Chen Yifan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, leisurely nibbling on a compressed biscuit. For the first time, she seriously doubted her own judgment. This man, is he extremely cautious or just out of his mind? We can't just wait here. She finally couldn't hold back, her voice sharp with suppressed anger. The boss could wake up from its slumber at any moment, and being this close makes us live targets. Chen Yifan swallowed the last bite of his biscuit, brushed off the crumbs from his hands, and glanced at her. First of all, it's not sleeping, it's feeding. Haven't you seen those hearts still beating on its body? It's digesting energy and undergoing transformation. In this state, as long as we don't provoke it, we are the safest. Secondly, we are not just waiting. As he spoke, Chen Yifan took out a simple map from his backpack, which he had drawn from memory after entering. He pointed to their current location on the map. This is the only passage leading to the final boss area in the entire dungeon. In other words, the corners of Chen Yifan's mouth curled into a playful arc. We have the boss cornered at the door. Mu Wanqing. What do you mean we have the boss cornered at the door? It's the boss that blocked our only escape route, alright. She felt her logic was about to be derailed by this man's twisted reasoning. What are you trying to say? After a long pause, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. What I want to say is that we are very safe right now. Chen Yifan leaned against the rock wall, adjusting to a comfortable position. Before my plan is activated, we don't need to do anything, just wait patiently. Plan? You have a plan. Mu Wanqing mentally scoffed, but outwardly, she caught a key piece of information. Wait, this man seems to be waiting for a specific opportunity. Her mind raced, suddenly considering is it a powerful skill or item with a long cooldown? She subtly glanced at Chen Yifan, silently noting this speculation in her mind. At the same time, another thought surfaced. He needs time. This is also an opportunity for me. A glint flashed in the depths of Mu Wanqing's eyes. She subtly moved her fingers that were pressing the ring on her tail. Coordinates locked. Target is a king-level life form, corrupted ancient tree suspected of undergoing transformation. Requesting support, executing the highest priority hunt and retrieve plan. An invisible spatial fluctuation was silently transmitted once more. After doing all this, her anxiety vanished. In its place was a calmness of control over the situation. Delaying time, huh? Fine. I'll accompany you in this delay. Let's see which kicks off first, your plan or my support arriving. Realizing this, Mu Wanqing no longer felt anxious. She imitated Chen Yifan leaning against the other side of the rock wall, taking out a piece of jerky that emitted a rich life aura from her spatial bracelet and began to eat it elegantly in small bites. For a moment, the narrow corridor fell into a strange peace. Neither of them spoke, only the subtle sound of chewing could be heard. Chen Yifan glanced at her, a cold smile in his heart. She was putting on quite a show. Did she really think I didn't notice her signaling? From the moment he learned nightmares, I know subtle energy fluctuation from this woman could escape his notice. Just now the slight fluctuation she emitted was weak, but unmistakably clear. She is calling for help. Good. Not only was Chen Yifan not angry, but he also felt a bit excited. This is what he was waiting for. This woman has an array of tricks and hidden cards. The more people that come, the better. He closed his eyes and began to feign sleep, yet his mind was highly focused, monitoring Mu Wanqing's movements while calculating the cooldown time for all things theft. Time passed by minute. Outside the corridor, changes began to occur in the cave. Some wandering monsters corrupted by energy began to gather towards the corridor, drawn by the presence of the two living humans. A few corrupted earth dragons covered in green pus charged in first. Mu Wanqing's expression changed as she was about to get up. He'll take care of it. Chen Yifan's calm voice rang out. In the next second, his figure had already vanished from the spot. Uft. In the darkness, cold light flashed repeatedly. Those elite monsters around LV-22 didn't even have time to let out a scream before their heads were severed, crashing to the ground. With the increase in level, the effects of spiritual energy became increasingly apparent. Chen Yifan's figure reappeared in place, as if he had never left. The fangs of the nightmare in his hand had not a single drop of blood on them. Instant kill. Mu Wanqing's pupils suddenly constricted. She saw clearly that when Chen Yifan made his move, he didn't even use a displacement skill, relying purely on his terrifying burst speed and precise technique. After switching weapons, his regular combat power had risen to such a terrifying level. However, what felt even stranger to her was, after Chen Yifan killed those monsters, he merely frowned, showing no joy on his face. What's wrong? She instinctively asked. Chen Yifan glanced at his experience bar, which had been nearly overflowing after killing the Thousand Threads nightmare, but at this moment, it was completely still. Notification: you have reached LV-25. The current career level has reached the limit. Please complete a job transfer as soon as possible, or you will be unable to continue gaining experience. Damn. Chen Yifan cursed inwardly. He had completely forgotten about this. In the era of universal job transfers, the level system from 1100 was like a game with a preset program. At levels 25 of 50, 0 and 75, one must complete the corresponding job transfer tasks to break through the level barrier and continue leveling up. Otherwise, no matter how many monsters he killed, the experience would remain 0. Right now, he was stuck at the threshold of level 25 for the first transfer. It's nothing. Chen Yifan replied expressionlessly, but his mind began to formulate plans. The inability to gain experience meant that the yield from killing small monsters was 0. At the same time, it also meant that leveling up became impossible. His spiritual power could not be enhanced temporarily. He glanced at the corpses of those monsters, a hint of imperceptible light flashing in his eyes. Experience is 0, but materials are not. In the following hours, a scene unfolded at the corridor's entrance that Mu Wanqing would remember for a lifetime. Wave after wave of corrupted monsters were drawn by the presence of the two living humans. And without exception, they were all swiftly dismembered and taken down by Chen Yifan with a method that could be described as butchering a cow. He wouldn't strike unless necessary, but when he did, he would always target the most valuable material parts of the monsters. The poison sacs of the corrupted earth dragons, the shells of the armored worms, the vocal cords of the screaming sirens. Each slash was as precise as if measured with a ruler. In just a few hours, the pile of monster corpses at the corridor's entrance had already formed a small mountain, and Chen Yifan, like a tireless butcher, methodically collected various materials from the sea of corpses, categorizing them and tossing them into his novice backpack. Mu Wanqing was completely numb. She watched the man squatting on the ground, skillfully stripping a complete set of armor from a corrupted giant lizard. Her perception was thoroughly overturned. What kind of SS-level genius or young hero is this? This is clearly a voracious scavenger, not even willing to leave behind the bones. The ultimate corpse seamster. 13 hours later, Chen Yifan tossed the final corrupted crystal core into his backpack and released a long, fetid breath. The corridor had been cleared by him, immaculate and silent. Only a faint metallic tang of blood lingered in the air, and a mound of slain monsters lay strewn about. His storage space was nearly overwhelmed by materials ranging from grade to crate. Each piece was worth little on its own, yet the sheer quantity mattered. From this haul, he could easily fetch well over 100,000. More importantly, after these many hours of brutal dismemberment and combat, he had formed a completely new appreciation for the properties of the newly acquired Yanji Yan Nightmare Fong and for the startling surge in his own strength. He was stronger now than he had been 13 hours before. How much longer? Mu Wonking's voice came from behind, threaded with an anxiety she barely concealed. She was nearing the end of her patience. It had been 13 hours since she sent the distress signal. The reinforcement squad should have arrived by now at the latest. Yet outside there was still not a whisper of movement. An ominous premonition rose within her. Soon, Chen glanced at his talent panel. The cooldown on Wanwu Chietsu All Things Theft had only a few minutes remaining. He rose and loosened his stiff limbs, then returned his gaze to the vast molten cavern. The grotesque flesh-and-blood giant tree still throbbed, slowly, seemingly oblivious to everything happening at the entrance. Mu Wanqing followed his look, bit her lip, and at last could not help but lay her cards on the table. Chen Yifan, let us make a bargain. Oh. Chen raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. My reinforcement squad will be here shortly. Mu spoke quickly, a calculating light flashing in her eyes. Each of them, barring mishap, should be level 25. If we coordinate inside and out, taking down this tree demon and the Heart of Corrosion will be entirely feasible. She tossed out her stake and fixed her gaze on Chen, trying to read any stir of emotion from his face. Afterward, the Heart of Corrosion is mine. Everything the tree demon drops belongs to you. Does that distribution suit you? To her, this represented the greatest concession she could make. Trading all the drops from a king-tier boss for a strategic item critical to herself seemed in her eyes a perfectly fair bargain. Chen Yifan listened and was dumbfounded. Already showing cards. This woman refused to follow the expected play. His original plan had been to wait for the so-called reinforcements, then slip away and hide. Given Mu Wonking's avarice for the Heart of Corrosion, if she could not find it for long, she would inevitably make the first move. Then silently he would return and enact a perfect rear ambush. Now the plan needed revision. You have reinforcements. He had no choice but to play ignorant, switching to an expression that mixed shock and giddy delight. Big sister, you had a backup. Why didn't you say so sooner? He slapped his thigh, looking like a country bumpkin who had just heard of a free lunch. Mu Wanqing was irritated by his exaggerated performance. The corner of her mouth twitched. The man acted false. Will you agree or not? She demanded. Agree. Of course I agree. Chen rubbed his hands together, his face alight with avarice. Her brow knit immediately. But does that split seem a bit unfair? Unfair. The drops of a king-tier boss are priceless. Whether a skill tome or a piece of gear, their value cannot be measured. I only want that one core item. You can have everything else. You still find that unfair? Her blood pressure rose once more. No, that's not what I meant. Chen hastily waved his hand, wearing an ingratiating smile. What I mean is, when we fight, it'll be at the very front. It's dangerous and exhausting. You and your team can hang back and cast skills. I'm doing the labor and shouldering the risk, yet in the end, I might only receive an uncertain drop. What if nothing drops at all? You? Mu Wanqing wanted to laugh at him. A thief charging to the front lines. Preposterous. She had never seen anyone so shameless, brazenly wearing greed on his face like a banner. Then what do you want? She was curious how far his insolence would go. Fine. Chen leaned in, lowering his voice with a theatrically solicitous air. The Heart of Corrosion is yours, and the boss drops are all mine. But you must pay me extra, a hardship fee, a compensation for mental distress, lost wages, and so on. He counted on his fingers as if making a serious account. You see, I usually earn 10 to 80,000 a day just gathering materials. Now I must forego that income to help you fight the boss and live in constant fear. How about a flat rate? Mu Wanqing was utterly taken aback by his audacity. She stared at Chen, taking in the expression of faux sincerity and unabashed longing on his face. She would send people to fight the boss. She would cover equipment wear. She would claim the boss core prize. Yet every other drop would go to Chen Yifan. And on top of that, she was supposed to hand him 2 million as a hardship fee. What kind of robber logic was this? She inhaled sharply and squeezed the words from between her teeth. You might as well rob it yourself. Robbery's not good, it's illegal, Chen replied with innocent eyes. This is an honest trade, mutually agreed upon. Besides, 2 million is a mere trifle to someone of your standing. You replace a faulty compass with a better one without blinking. What does that tell me? It tells me you are not short of. To me, however, 2 million could buy my sister countless supplements and spare my mother months of worry. It's life-changing money. His tone turned unexpectedly hushed, as if speaking to himself. Mu Wanqing was stirred inexplicably. She looked at the side of his face hidden beneath the hood and remembered the illusion where he had once struck himself to break free from despair. At that time his eyes had been ice-cold and resolute, utterly unlike this petty calculating merchant who now traded every risk for profit. Which of them was the true Chen Yifan? Perhaps both. For the sake of money, he could become a villain untroubled by conscience. For reasons she could not name, some of the anger in her chest quietly ebbed away. 500,000, she said coolly. That is my bottom line. And it must be paid after the deed is done. Deal. Chen's face blossomed with joy in an instant. The change was so swift it made her doubt her earlier impression. She inwardly scolded herself, she'd still bargained too high. Pleasure doing business, boss. Chen extended his hand. Mu Wanqing glanced at him with contempt and did not take it, instead turning her gaze toward the depths of the corridor. They seemed to have arrived. No sooner had she spoken than the sound of measured footsteps echoed from the far end of the cavern. 5 figures in matching black combat uniforms stepped forward in unison. Their leader was a youth with an arrogant countenance. He did not even glance at the tree that radiated a terrifying aura. His eyes cut straight to Mu Wanqing at the corridor mouth. Mu Wanqing, your efficiency never improves. The youth's voice dripped with undisguised contempt and mock. Even a bronze-level instance recovery takes you this long. You continue to surprise me in the worst ways. Mu Wanqing's expression hardened immediately. She had not expected him to be the first to arrive. Wei Zhe, I do not need your lessons on doing my job, she snapped. Wei Zhe sneered and let his gaze sweep past Mu. It settled finally on Chen Yifan, standing at her side. The look was like that cast at an annoying fly. Is this the local guide you hired? Mu Wanqing, your taste, like your efficiency, is abysmal. The 4 men behind him suppressed low derisive chuckles. Chen remained motionless as if deaf to their insults. He merely lifted his eyes and regarded Mu Wanqing with a gaze that was equal parts puzzled and innocent. Is this the partner she promised? From every angle, he looked less like an ally and more like an adversary one would rather not offend. At that very instant, a notification only he could hear sounded faintly in his mind. Wanwu Chietsu, all things theft, had come off cooldown. A barely perceptible icy curve lifted one corner of Chen Yifan's mouth. His gaze slid past Mu Wanqing and fixed on the insolent Wei Zhe. Perfect timing. Checha pilfer probe. Wei Zhe reveled in this feeling. The sensation of looking down from above, wantonly trampling on Mu Wanqing's pitiful pride. They were both heirs of the Black Gold Merchants Association's Jiangqing branch, the greatest rivals to each other. He had thought that position was firmly within his grasp. Who would have imagined that 3 years ago this woman had parachuted in and taken away the cake that should have belonged solely to him? Thus, every opportunity to suppress his rival brought him a morbid, twisted pleasure. And this time Mu Wanqing reduced to seeking his help in a mere bronze dungeon. It was as if she was begging him to step on her a few times. Well, waste should look like waste. He cast a contemptuous glance at Chen Yifan, as if looking at him for another second was an insult to himself. Then Wei Zhe lifted his chin towards Mu Wanqing and said in a tone bordering on condescension, stay back, don't be in the way lest blood splatter on you. Let me show you what true efficiency looks like. With that he made a clean tactical gesture towards the 4 teammates. Formation A. Yes, Captain. The 4 teammates instantly spread out. 2 heavily armored warriors holding rune towers stood firm at the front, like 2 iron mountains. An elite archer and an elemental mage quickly retreated to the back, establishing a perfect attack distance. Their movements were swift and coordinated, clearly an elite team that had undergone countless life and death drills. Buzz, 5 powerful waves of spiritual energy erupted, each individual firmly standing at the threshold of LV 25's first transition. Mu Wanqing's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Her nails dug deeply into her palm from the force, leaving several ghastly crescent marks. Wei Zhe's unabashed contempt made her feel as if a red-hot iron block was lodged in her chest. Yet she could not refute him. She had sent out 2 distress signals in total. One was to her loyal subordinates. The other was sent to her nemesis Wei Zhe. Of course, she had to drain Wei Zhe's strength, hopefully leading to a mutual destruction with that tree demon. Mu Wanqing silently retreated to the side. Her cold peach blossom eyes scanned back and forth between Wei Zhe and the distant Wanxin ghost mother tree. As for Chen Yifan, throughout it all he resembled an outsider completely out of place. He quietly found an inconspicuous corner, crossing his arms, looking like a fool waiting to watch the show. This pitiful cowardly look only deepened Wei Zhe's disdain. And he snorted coldly, completely clearing this insignificant character from his mind. Then he focused all his attention on the Wanxin ghost mother tree that was about to bring him supreme glory. However, no one knew. In that dim corner, a tumultuous storm was already brewing within Chen Yifan's heart. Before him hovered a panel that made his heart skip a beat. Target Wei Zhe Class A-Class Flame Knight Talent A-Class Instant Reforge Active Description upon activation can immediately reset the cooldown of a selected skill. This talent has a cooldown of 12 hours. Mental 158 Stealable List 1. Talent A-Class Instant Reforge 2. Class A-Class Flame Knight 3. Skill Flame/C Class 4. Skill Flame Storm B Class. 19. Strength Attribute 200 points 20. Mental 100 points. A total of 36 stealable options dazzling. But Chen Yifan's gaze, having just scanned the first line, could no longer look away. Resetting. A talent that resets skill cooldowns. His breath completely halted in that moment. Chen Yifan stared intensely at that talent description. His mind went blank from extreme joy, his eardrums filled with the drum-like sound of his heartbeat. His most powerful trump card, All Things Steel, had a cooldown of 24 hours, which was his greatest, but now a talent capable of resetting skill cooldowns appeared right before him. What did this mean? It meant that as long as he acquired this talent, he could use it to reset the cooldown of All Things Steel. Originally a skill that could only be used once every 24 hours. After using it, not only could he use it again immediately, but it would effectively only require a 12-hour cooldown. What does this concept mean? This is the cheat among cheats. The bug among bugs. Chen Yifan's gaze towards Wei Zhe changed in an instant. No longer did he see a boastful fool, but like gazing at an exquisite treasure, freshly baked, steaming, radiating an enticing aroma. At this moment, Wei Zhe's team had completed their pre-battle preparations. Data analysis. He commanded in a deep voice. The elemental mage in the squad's eyes lit up with an eerie blue light. Streams of information cascaded rapidly through her pupils. Report, Captain. The target is a king-level life form, estimated level LV. 35. Recommend immediate destruction. King level. Wei Zhe's eyes instantly ignited with greedy fervor. All members prepare. Wei Zhe commanded loudly. A knight's sword engulfed in roaring flames appeared in his hand. Wei Zhe's eyes instantly ignited with greedy fervor. All members prepare. Wei Zhe commanded loudly. A knight's sword engulfed in roaring flames appeared in his hand. 3, 2. Mu Wanqing held her breath. It had begun. Wei Zhe's team had pushed their spiritual energy to the limit. Just as Wei Zhe's lips parted about to shout out, the fateful one, Chen Yifan, who he regarded as an ant curled up in the corner, moved. No, his body remained motionless. But deep within his soul, the greedy beast that had been dormant for hours finally opened its eyes. All Things Steel. Activate. Target A-Class Talent Instant Reforge. An invisible predator's hand ruthlessly reached for Wei Zhe, who was in the spotlight of his life. At the same time, the Thief's God ring on Chen Yifan's fingers flickered with a faint light. Passive effect. Thief's Greedy Hand. Trigger. Chen Yifan's eyes immediately lit up with ecstatic light, hurriedly issuing a silent roar in his heart. Talent. Talent. Give me his talent. Steal successful. Congratulations, obtained A-Class Talent Instant Reforge. 1. Oh. Wei Zhe's countdown finally shouted out. But that voice had completely changed in tone. Like a duck being throttled, sharp and prolonged. Even carrying a hint of eerie tremor. In that instant, a violent sense of emptiness, as if a piece of his body had been forcibly gouged out, surged through him. What is happening? Wei Zhe's face turned pale. In an instant, his legs went weak. The burning flame sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Following that, he trembled uncontrollably, as if all the bones in his body had been extracted. His eyes rolled back. A hint of suspicious drool even hung at the corner of his mouth. He nearly collapsed to the ground. Captain! Captain! In an instant, Mu Wanqing along with Wei Zhe's 4 alert teammates were all pet. They watched Wei Zhe's body convulsing, drooling at the mouth, his expression dazed and pained. A ridiculous thought simultaneously emerged in their minds. What is happening? This voice, this situation, this expression, could it be? He got too excited facing the king-level boss. And then, he actually enjoyed it in public. Disgusting, base, shameless, despicable. Mu Wanqing looked at her competitor, whose expression resembled that of someone ascending to paradise. And that voice, which was utterly grating. A tumult surged in her stomach. She had imagined a myriad of scenarios competing with Wei Zhe, engaging in verbal duels, commercial skirmishes, and even armed confrontations. Yet she had never imagined it would occur in a dark and terrifying dungeon, being forced to witness the other party's shameless display of self-generated power in public. And it was directed at a fearsome, king-level tree demon. When did his peculiar tastes become so unique? Not only her, but even Wei Zhe's 4 well-trained teammates were utterly stunned at this moment. The 2 heavily armored warriors at the front slammed their tower shields onto the ground, producing 2 resounding crashes. The looks they gave their captain were as if they were meeting him for the first time. The archers and mages behind instinctively took a step back, creating a physical distance from Wei Zhe that was enough to ensure their innocence. The atmosphere became awkward to the freezing point in that instant. In the air it felt as though an unspeakable odor lingered. "Captain, are you all right?" Finally, it was the female elemental mage who mustered her courage. Wei Zhe's state was very unusual. He looked as though he had just been pulled from icy water, and it seemed as if he had been struck in the back with a high-voltage electric baton. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes vacant as he gazed at the cave, sealing a string of glistening drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. I. Wei Zhe opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single coherent syllable. He wanted to tell them that just moments ago he felt as if an invisible giant hand had violently rummaged through his body. Mental attack. Curse. Yes, that sensation was indescribable. It wasn't pain, but a profound emptiness and loss that stemmed from the loss of something fundamental to life. It was as if something important inside him had been forcibly siphoned away, but he couldn't voice these thoughts due to the overwhelming sense of emptiness. Additionally, a strange, uncontrollable electrical current surged from his spine to the top of his head, leaving him momentarily weak all over. He seems to be done for. One of the archer teammates whispered to the shield warrior beside him. "Look at him shaking like he's sifting grain." "Shut up." The shield warrior growled, but the disgust in his eyes was impossible to conceal. "The captain is just experiencing pre-battle syndrome." "Yes, exactly. He's too excited." Even he didn't believe this explanation. Who gets so excited before battle that they look like this? In the corner, Chen Yifan, who had witnessed everything, nearly burst out laughing. Pre-battle syndrome. What a vivid imagination. He maintained a facade of a frightened quail on the surface, but deep inside, he was exhilarated. It worked. It really worked. A level talent, instant reforge. This was simply a god-level plug-in tailor-made for his all-purpose theft. His gaze towards Wei Zhe was instantly filled with gratitude and admiration. What a good person. A truly generous soul delivering enhancements. To express his gratitude, Chen Yifan decided to immediately experience this great gift. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his thoughts. Activate talent, instant reforge. Activate. Please select the skill talent to reset the cooldown time, all-purpose theft. Buzz. A warm current surged deep within his soul. Chen Yifan distinctly felt that the all-purpose theft skill icon, which originally required 24 hours to cool down. In the instant the talent was activated, it suddenly lit up. The gray countdown above instantly reset to 0. The originally displayed remaining cooldown time, 23 hours, changed directly to available for use. What a rush. An unparalleled thrill. This feeling was 1,000 times more real than Wei Zhe's expression moments ago. The ultimate skill that originally took 24 hours to use could now be used in just 12. This was more than having the cooldown. This was the key to the road of light. Chen Yifan's gaze once again fell upon the several members of Wei Zhe's team. In his eyes, these people were no longer human. They were living walking filled with various skills and talents. Mobile treasure chests. At that moment, Wei Zhe finally began to recover from the intense physiological and psychological shock. He shook his head violently, using the back of his hand to wipe away the drool at the corner of his mouth. For the first time, terror and confusion appeared on his arrogant face. But he didn't know what had just happened. All he knew was that he had been schemed against. Just as he was about to launch a full-scale attack, about to reach the peak moment of his life, a strange power invaded his body, causing him to embarrass himself in public and rendering him instantly weak. Who is it? In the blink of an eye, a thought exploded in his mind, twisted by fear and anger. Yes, it's her. It must be her. Wei Zhe's mind quickly formed a complete chain of evidence. This vile woman trapped in a dire situation in the dungeon. Why didn't she seek help from her loyal subordinates? Instead, she chose to signal her greatest competitor. A trap. This has been a trap from the very beginning. She deliberately led him before this terrifying king-level boss, then used some unheard-of sinister method to sabotage him, one that could drive a person insane and leave them powerless. Her goal was to humiliate him in front of his team as revenge for his usual cold taunts towards her. She also wanted to use the hands of this tree demon to eliminate him. Little did she know, for some reason, this sinister method had been activated prematurely. If just now they had already engaged the boss. The result? Such ruthlessness. Such a toxic scheme. Realizing all this, Wei Zhe let out a piercing scream. His voice was filled with rage and resentment after coming to a sudden realization. Like a crazed beast, he suddenly turned his head, bloodshot eyes fixed intensely on Mu Wanqing not far. "It's you. It must be you." He roared, his face contorted. "What kind of sorcery did you use? What did you—" Mu Wanqing was taken aback by his shouting. Looking at Wei Zhe's crazed expression as if he were a rabid dog about to eat someone, she was first stunned, then a wave of anger surged to her head. This idiot. Embarrassing himself in public, and now he still has the face to splatter dirt on me. Weizhe, have you lost your mind? Mu Wanqing's voice was cold as ice. If you can't control your lower half, don't come out to embarrass yourself. You dare to argue. Weizhe trembled with rage, raising his sword as if to charge at her. Captain. The two shield warriors behind him reacted swiftly, firmly holding him back on either side. Captain, calm down. This is not the time for internal conflict. Let me go. I want to kill this vile woman. She wants to kill us all. Chaos erupted instantly, a maelstrom of disorder. Weizhe watched in disbelief as his own teammates not only refused to aid him, but actively intervened against him. A surge of fury and humiliation overwhelmed his senses, his vision darkened, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. Mu Wanqing stared at the absurd spectacle, her stomach churning with visceral revulsion, so intense it threatened to burst from her chest. Yet in the next breath, a more primal instinct surged forth, eclipsing disgust entirely. What had happened to Weizhe? Though flawed in conduct, he had never faltered in moments of consequence. Otherwise, he would hardly have been worthy of standing as her rival. Did he truly grasp the critical importance of the corrosive core, or the immense value of a king-tier boss? Especially the corrosive core. Mu Wanqing had lied to Chen Yifan about its true function. Once acquired, this artifact would grant the Black Gold Guild access once more to a newly generated targetable beginner dungeon, a vital asset for cultivating new recruits. Could he possibly be unaware of its strategic weight? Enough. Whether he had genuinely fainted, or merely feigned collapse, he had irrevocably forfeited his right to lead. And official reinforcements had yet to arrive. They had to act, immediately. Mu Wanqing's gaze sharpened, piercing and incisive. She stepped forward, her voice low, yet resonant, cutting clearly through the silence and reaching every ear. Silence, unless you wish to die. Her eyes swept over the four bewildered squad members, her tone laced with unassailable authority. Your captain has succumbed to madness. Before you now lie only two paths. First, follow him into delusion, only to be devoured one by one as delicacies when that ancient tree demon awakens. Second, her gaze locked onto the colossal pulsating Wangsun Ghost Mother tree, its aura radiating unspeakable dread. In her eyes flickered both resolve and ruthless avarice. Obey my command, seize it, and walk away alive. Her words struck the four members of the blazing execution squad like a glacial torrent, freezing them in place. Instinctively, they turned toward the throbbing, fleshy titan, its grotesque presence sending shivers down their spines, chilling their very souls. Then they glanced back at their fallen captain. No one spoke. Reason dictated Mu Wanqing was right. Without Weizhe, their linchpin, they stood little chance against a king-tier boss whose condition remained unknown. Yet emotionally they recoiled. They were Weizhe's most trusted lieutenants, openly aligned with his faction within the Black Gold Guild. To submit now to Mu Wanqing, their sworn adversary, felt worse than death itself. Why should we obey you? Demanded Zhao Hu, a hulking shield warrior bearing a savage scar across his face. He served as the squad's deputy captain, LV. 25 Stone Guardian, unwaveringly loyal to Weizhe. Mu Wanqing, do not think we are blind to your schemes. Zhao Hu's eyes burned with suspicion and hostility. The moment our captain falls, you rush in to seize control and absorb the blazing execution squad whole. Dream on. We answer only to our captain. Another squad member echoed fiercely. They would rather abandon the mission and retreat with their captain than surrender command to Mu Wanqing. Fools. Mu Wanqing's chest rose sharply with indignation. She had not expected such stubborn, willful blindness. Do you imagine this is child's play? Look at that abomination. Do you truly believe it will graciously let us leave? Her voice rose sharply, thick with oppressive urgency. Without my truth compass to chart our path, you'll never find your way out. You'll be trapped here, forever lost in this accursed place. Zhao Hu's expression flickered, but his defiance held firm. We don't need your command. The blazing execution squad has completed more missions than you've eaten meals. Even without our captain, we can still slay it. Is that so? Mu Wanqing let out a derisive laugh, her contempt unmistakable unmasked. Excellent. Truly excellent. She smiled, not in anger but in cold amusement, and gave a slow, deliberate nod. Since you possess such noble resolve, then by all means, proceed. I shall watch closely as you slay it. With that, she actually stepped back several paces and gestured, palm open, in unmistakable invitation. Suddenly Zhao Hu and his comrades found themselves trapped between pride and peril. Their bluster was half loyalty and half calculated probing, an attempt to test Mu Wanqing's limits and claim leverage. None anticipated her swiftness, her utter willingness to withdraw. You. Zhao Hu's face flushed, deep crimson veins bulging at his temples. To charge forward, or stand idle. To attack meant risking failure, or worse, grievous injury. To hesitate, however, would render their bravado instantly laughable. The corridor's atmosphere grew even more unnerving. Two factions locked in silent, razor-edged confrontation, neither willing to yield an inch. Meanwhile, Chen Yifan crouched motionless in the deepest shadow of the corner, utterly indistinguishable from the darkness itself, watching the drama unfold with rapt fascination. Fight! Fight now! Let blood fly, and brains splatter. As he silently cheered this farcical spectacle, he calmly activated his ability Thief's Insight. Target Deputy Captain Zhao Hu. Target Zhao Hu. Class Rank Stone Guardian. Talent rank Immovable as Mountain Passive. Description: upon receiving a lethal blow, a massive stone shield activates, absorbing tremendous damage while significantly boosting resilience and defense. Duration 10 seconds. Spirit 95. Available for theft. 1. Talent rank Immovable as Mountain. 2. Class rank Stone Guardian. 3. Skill Shield Bash D rank. Oh, a survival talent. It triggers automatically upon lethal threat. Chen Yifan skimmed the description, yet felt no stir of excitement. His all-stealing ability had just been refreshed by instant reforging. He stood now like a newly minted tycoon striding into a luxury emporium, his black card limitless, his appetite jaded. These rank talents barely registered. A survival talent was valuable, but was it optimal? His gaze drifted slowly, from Zhao Hu to Mu Wanqing to the distant monstrous tree. Finally, it settled upon Mu Wanqing. Watching her, furious, flustered, yet clinging fiercely to dignity, a plan crystallized in his mind. Stealing a rank talent would only strengthen himself marginally. But what if he could shift the entire battlefield? That boss inside, though his first Thief's Insight had yielded disappointing results. But what if it were gravely wounded? He refused to believe fortune would fail him twice. His inner scale tipped decisively toward maximum gain. And in those few tense minutes of standoff, no one noticed beyond the corridor the fleshy titan's pulsations had subtly quickened. Thump, thump, thump. Its rhythm grew faster, heavier, like war drums summoning battle. An invisible will steeped in savagery and hunger stirred slowly from slumber. It was the intruders, their rage, greed, suspicion, and fear that had drawn it forth. These dense, volatile emotions were the finest feast imaginable, awakening the slumbering glutton. The tree's trunk shimmered as its eerie viridian vascular patterns flared with unnatural light. Thousands of fruit-like orbs dangling from its branches twisted, faces contorted in agony, as though suddenly horrifyingly alive. Wait, look at that tree. Mu Wanqing was the first to sense the shift. Her expression hardened instantly, grave, unyielding. Her warning snapped Zhao Hu and the others' attention toward it. One glance, and icy dread flooded their veins. The tree was waking up. Shit. Zhao Hu cursed violently, sweat beading instantly on his brow. Even he understood, if the beast fully awakened, retreat was their only option. Yet the corridors branched labyrinthine. They'd only located this place by locking onto signals transmitted by Mu Wanqing. To retrace their steps now risked complete disorientation and permanent entrapment. What do we do? A squad member's voice trembled. Wei Zhe remained incapacitated, and Mu Wanqing made no secret of her indifference. They were utterly isolated. Mu Wanqing observed them coldly, without pity, but she knew she could wait no longer. Relying on these incompetents was futile. She would act alone. Drawing a deep breath, she retrieved from her bracelet a scroll glowing with soft golden light. Sanctified Protection Scroll A rank. A potent artifact granting temporary sweeping enhancement to all attributes plus a formidable halo of sacred light shielding the user. She was prepared to stake everything, even if she fought alone, to seize the corrosive core. For if the authorities arrived first, all opportunity would vanish. Yet, just as her fingertips hovered inches from the scroll ready to ignite her final desperate gambit, a voice emerged from the shadows behind her, flat, detached, yet threaded with quiet amusement. 3. Mu Wanqing froze mid-motion. Her hand suspended the scroll unmoved. She whirled around. Only empty darkness greeted her. Then the voice returned, low, seductive, lethally persuasive. I'll eliminate your rival for you. Then the rest will have no choice but to follow your command. Mu Wanqing's breath halted for a moment. 3 million. That voice echoed behind her, flat and calm, as if quoting a price for premium pork at a market. But what he quoted was the price for a living person. Mu Wanqing did not turn around, her face betraying no excess emotion. The hand tightly gripping the Blevel scroll ready to ignite her last hope hung, suspended in the air. She knew who was behind her. Chen Yifan. In this place, who else would dare to speak such words? I can help you eliminate your competitors. In this way, the remaining people will have to listen to you. These two sentences were like an invisible hand firmly gripping her throat. Previously, we had already reached a cooperation. Your quoted price was 200,000. After a silence of 5 seconds, Mu Wonking's voice was low, as if speaking to the air. That was the team price for cooperative combat. The voice from the shadows sounded as if it were a matter of course. Now it is the assassination price for targeted elimination. With upgraded services, the price naturally has to keep pace with the times. Fair and square, clearly priced. Paying an extra 1 million can buy you the secrets of your competitor. This deal is too advantageous. Mu Wonking's eyes twitched violently. What did this bastard take this place for? His private shop. There are 4 level 25 guards around Wei Zhe, one of whom is a level profession rock guardian. She asked the crucial question. What makes you think you can do it? She did not doubt Chen Yifan's strength, but Wei Zhe's team was well-formed, balanced in offense and defense. To eliminate Wei Zhe right under the watch of 4 people was an impossible task. Unless he wanted to use the chaos to launch a surprise attack. But then before he could succeed, the tree demon that was about to awaken would turn them all into a dessert. How to do it is my area of expertise. Chen Yifan's voice remained slow and steady. You just need to answer whether you want to go through with this deal or not. Boom, boom, boom. Inside, the heartbeat of the 10,000 Hearts Mother Tree suddenly accelerated by double. A thick, unrelenting malice surged like a tsunami. The thousands of human-faced hearts hanging from the branches trembled more and more violently. Zhao Hu and the others turned pale, retreating repeatedly, their formation instantly falling apart. The goddess of fate was not on their side. Mu Wonking's gaze swept over the already flustered members of the flame execution team. She glanced at Wei Zhe, who had already fainted. Finally, she looked towards the terrifying giant tree. Her eyes turned cold and resolute in an instant. Wei Zhe was the biggest stumbling block on her path to inheritance. Her reinforcements had yet to arrive, indicating that something had delayed them. Zhao Hu and his group were her only support to consolidate power against the boss. And Chen Yifan, this mysterious, greedy, yet unbelievably powerful man, was the variable to break this deadlock. Using 3 million to exchange for a chance to eliminate internal and external troubles, as well as that boss inside. This deal is worth it. Deal. Mu Wanqing squeezed these 2 words through clenched teeth. I will give you the money after the job is done. But if you fail, or if we all get caught, no after-sales service, no refunds. The voice from the shadows interrupted her briskly. Mu Wanqing closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, there was no trace of hesitation. What do you need me to do? Very simple. Chen Yifan's voice carried a hint of a smile. Wait for my signal. When I say cough, use your strongest ability to create the biggest commotion, direct it, draw everyone's attention there. Just that simple. As expected, Mu Wonking's thoughts were not wrong. This guy just wanted to take advantage of the chaos. Just that simple. The corridor fell into silence again, but the atmosphere was completely different. Mu Wanqing silently put away the 11 Holy Light Protection Scroll. In its place was another scroll she had never shown in public, entirely azure, with visible frost runes flowing across its surface. A level attack scroll, Frost Giant's Fury. This was also one of her trump cards. She was waiting. Zhao Hu and the others were also waiting. Meanwhile, Chen Yifan, who had returned to his original position, was also waiting. Waiting for the perfect moment. A moment that would allow him to strike decisively. Then his gaze fell on the azure scroll in Mu Wonking's hand. As expected, this woman's trump cards were in. Then, like the most patient predator, he fixed his gaze on Wei Zhe, who was protected by a shield warrior. Time passed by the second. Now, cough. Chen Yifan's voice thundered in Mu Wonking's mind. Almost simultaneously, Mu Wanqing crushed the scroll in her hand. Boom. At the moment, the 11 scroll Frost Giant's Fury shattered, and ancient will seemingly from the extreme northern ice fields descended with a roar. A terrifying cold current exploded outward from Mu Wonking's center in a circular pattern. It was not a controlled technique, but a sheer unreasonable outpouring of energy. The ground and walls were instantly covered with half a meter of thick azure ice crystals. Madwoman. Zhao Hu and the others were almost suffocated by this sudden change, hastily raising their shields. Mu Wonking's long hair danced wildly in the raging cold current. Her stunning face was now as cold as ice, and she raised her staff, guiding the apocalyptic power. Congeal. With her clear command, endless frost elements wildly gathered, compressed, and formed before her. A frost giant towering 10 meters tall, composed entirely of tinto-sandy-rolled profound ice, with eyes burning with pale flames, rose from the void. It wielded a menacing ice giant axe, and merely standing there, the pressure it exuded made Zhao Hu and the others' legs feel weak, nearly causing them to kneel. Attack! Mu Wanqing suddenly pointed her staff forward. The frost giant let out a roar that shook the entire cave. It took heavy steps, each step cracking the hard ground like a spider web, then raised the giant axe high and swung it down towards the 10,000 Hearts mother tree. Owl! The giant tree emitted a piercing cry of pain and anger for the first time. Before the axe blade even arrived, the terrifying cold wind tearing through the air had already frozen countless heart fruits into ice clumps, then shattered them. Green juice and shattered flesh flew through the air. Everyone's attention was utterly captivated by this cataclysmic spectacle, and in that very second Chen Yifan in the corner vanished. Godspeed, Shadow Step, Spatial Blink. The three great techniques activated simultaneously. In the next moment, ugh! A gasping sound escaped from Wei Ze's throat. A thin line of blood burst forth from his throat. Blood sprayed. Chen Yifan's figure had already reappeared in the original corner, leaning against the shadows, breathing steadily, as if he had never moved an inch. Captain, a companion, was horrified by this sudden change. Zhao Hu frantically held Wei Ze, trying to stop the bleeding. But he was horrified to find that there was no trace of life left in Wei Ze. Dead. How could this happen? Zhao Hu's voice changed pitch from extreme fear. He suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with shock and confusion, scanning the chaotic battlefield. Mu Wanqing. No, it wasn't her. She was fully occupied directing the terrifying frost giant, completely unable to spare any attention. That kid. Impossible. He had been cowering in the corner the entire time, head down, trembling with fear, not daring to breathe. Then, who was it? Zhao Hu's mind exploded with realization. Here. Could it be? There was another invisible assassin. This thought left Zhao Hu's mind in a blank state. Under his very eyes, his target had their throats slit without a sound. Following the absurdity came an overwhelming fear. There was an eighth person here. An invisible, ghostly assassin. Moreover, their strength far surpassed everyone else's. In an instant, a chill exploded from the base of his spine, freezing his limbs and bones. Several people immediately formed a defensive formation. Zhao Hu suddenly looked around. The corridor was desolate. Aside from their pale faces, there was only Mu Wanqing, who was controlling the frost giant. And in the corner, a boy curled up, clutching his head and trembling like the last leaf falling in autumn. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed, a sound that did not belong to a human, but came from the massive flesh and blood. The frost giant summoned by Mu Wanqing swung its axe with devastating force, striking the trunk of the Wanqing Guimu tree. Deep blue ice crystals spread wildly from the axe's edge, the terrifying low temperatures even causing the blood flowing from the giant tree to solidify. But this felt more like a provocation. A blatant trampling of the dignity of a royal-level creature. In the next moment, a change occurred. The thousands of human-faced hearts hanging from the branches, all with their eyes closed, opened their eyes simultaneously. What kind of sea of pupils was that? Resentment, madness, pain, hatred. All the world's most extreme negative emotions were condensed within those thousands of eyes. They had no pupils, only a chaotic, nauseating blood red. All the eyes turned simultaneously, locking their gaze on the intruders at the corridor's entrance. Buzz. An invisible mental shock crashed down as if it aimed to shatter everyone's souls into pieces. Ugh! The weakest archer in the flame execution squad screamed on the spot, collapsing to the ground, while clutching his head, red blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Zhao Hu and another shield warrior also trembled violently, feeling countless steel needles wildly stirring in their minds, stars flashing before their eyes, struggling to hold their shields. Only Chen Yifan and Mu Wanqing managed to withstand the shock. The former resisted it, hidden. The latter, in the moment the mental shock struck, a tiny mark on her forehead flashed and vanished. That mark absorbed most of the damage. But her complexion grew even paler, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. She was exerting all her strength to maintain control over the frost giant. But she was horrified to discover that the frost giant's energy was being frantically siphoned towards the Wanqing Guimu tree. The giant tree was feeding. It was devouring the frost giant's energy. Quick retreat. Everyone fall back. Mu Wanqing's voice turned sharp due to the mental agony. With a wave of her staff, the frost giant roared and withdrew its massive axe, taking with it large chunks of corroded flesh, staggering backward. But it was already too late. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking air was dense as rain. Those fruits that had opened their eyes acted like living artillery, spraying thick, dark green liquid from their twisted mouths. The liquid tore through the air, carrying a pungent, sour odor, crashing down upon the corridor's entrance. Raise your shields. Zhao Hu shouted furiously, his eyes nearly bursting. He exerted all his strength to press the rune-carved tower shield engraved with mountain reliefs firmly in front of him. Another shield warrior did the same. Sizzle. The sound of corrosive substance was deafening. The dark green liquid splashed onto the shield, instantly rising in thick, white smoke. The alloy shield capable of withstanding heavy artillery strikes was being etched with visible speed, creating deep pits. The two shield warriors felt a tremendous force transmitted from the shield, causing their palms to split and their arms to go numb. Even a few drops of venom bypassed the shield, splattering onto their combat suits, instantly corroding large holes with exposed skin turning charred and festering. My leg. The archer whose spirit was damaged was splashed with a pool of venom due to a moment's delay, screaming inhumanly. He let out a cry of despair as the flesh on his entire leg rapidly dissolved, exposing stark white bones. The scene had completely spiraled out of control. The shadow of death loomed over everyone's hearts. Now follow my command. A cold, decisive voice, yet carrying a strange sense of stability, rang out amidst the chaos. It was Mu Wanqing. Standing behind everyone, her pale, yet still stunning face showed no trace of panic, only ironclad will. Zhao Hu, you and your men form a shield wall to guard the corridor entrance. Mages cast the energy shield for them. Archers quickly tend to your injured leg, then aim at that tree and fire at will. Her commands were clear, concise, and devoid of any emotion. Zhao Hu instinctively wanted to argue, but when his gaze met Mu Wanqing's cold peach blossom eyes, all words were lodged in his throat. What kind of eyes were those? No fear, no retreat, only pure flames burning for survival. Now looking back at his side, the captain was dead, the archer was injured, and the mage was nearly terrified into stupidity. His pathetic loyalty and faction struggles seemed so laughable and powerless in the face of absolute death threats. Damn it! Zhao Hu cursed harshly, not knowing who he was cursing. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at his still-dazed comrades behind him, "Did you not hear the latest words? Form up. If you want to die, keep dawdling." The remaining 3 members of the Flame Execution Squad snapped out of their daze. The instinct to survive overpowered everything. They swiftly took action, with the shield warriors standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Hu, forming an ironclad defense. The mage tremblingly raised her staff, and a pale blue energy curtain enveloped the shield wall. The archer who had lost a leg turned out to be quite ruthless as well. He drew a dagger from his waist and brutally slashed it across his leg, which had decayed to the knee. With spurting blood and suppressed groans, he hastily treated the wound with healing potions, then knelt on one knee and drew back his longbow. Each arrow, imbued with freezing poison and fired with vengeful fury, flew towards those disgusting human-faced hearts. A temporary fragile alliance formed under the duress of death. And the instigator of all this chaos, Chen Yifan, was crouched in the deepest shadows of the corridor, curling himself into a ball. His face bore a look of terror, the kind that came from being utterly frightened. His body trembled violently. His eyes were filled with philosophical musings of who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? This perfect image of a battlefield quail led all those struggling on the brink of life and death to instinctively overlook his presence. Yet inside he was calculating swiftly. 300,000, it's in the bag. With Wei Zhe dead, Mu Wanqing couldn't escape this debt. The key now was how to survive and, moreover, gain even more. He played the role of the terrified bystander perfectly, while calmly observing the entire battlefield from the corner of his eye. His peripheral vision caught sight of Zhao Hu. That loyal vice-captain, while struggling to hold the shield wall, was subtly glancing his way several times. That gaze was filled with suspicion and scrutiny. Chen Yifan's heart skipped a beat. No way. Dude, is this really the time? Still having the leisure to wander around. He truly didn't know how to spell death. But, complaints aside, was he being suspected? Impossible. His earlier actions had nearly maximized his speed. Moreover, he returned to his original position before the afterimage dissipated. Absolutely impossible to be discovered. Unless... Chen Yifan's mind flickered, and he instantly understood. Zhao Hu was not doubting him, but rather a non-existent, ghostly assassin. Unable to comprehend how Wei Zhe had died, he was highly alert to any anomalies on the battlefield. And he, a bystander who had done nothing, was the biggest anomaly. Damn it, is it a crime to slack off? Chen Yifan cursed inwardly. It seemed he had to find an opportunity to completely uproot this seed of doubt from Zhao Hu's mind. His gaze sharpened. He quickly scanned the entire battlefield, and a bold plan rapidly took shape. He glanced at the poised and commanding Mu Wanqing ahead, then at Zhao Hu, who was struggling behind the shield wall, his face filled with anger and grief. Ouch! Chen Yifan suddenly let out an exaggerated scream. His foot slipped. It was as if he had been tripped by something, and he stumbled awkwardly towards the shield wall. 3 stumbling steps, as if he would fall to the ground any second. This seemingly clumsy movement perfectly collided with the supporting leg of the legless archer. Thud! The poor archer, already on the verge of collapse, lost his balance in an instant due to the collision, tipping over to one side. Watch out! Zhao Hu and the others were startled. Just as the archer was about to be exposed to the venom barrage, Chen Yifan awkwardly fell in front of him. Even more coincidentally, he used his back to block the deadly attack range. Hiss! A few drops of venom splashed onto Chen Yifan's back. His combat suit was instantly corroded, and a smell of charred flesh spread. I'm screwed. Chen Yifan let out a heart-wrenching scream. In pain, he curled up on the ground, his body convulsing violently. This was not acting. It was genuine pain. The archer saved looked at the writhing Chen Yifan, and for the first time gratitude appeared in his eyes. Zhao Hu's expression changed as well. He looked at the young man rolling on the ground, crying out in agony, and the last shred of suspicion in his heart completely dissipated. Just this cowardly appearance. Still a ghostly assassin. If I suspect him again, he'll be a fool. Rather, Mu Wanqing glanced back at this farce. In her ice-blue eyes, deep confusion almost crystallized into substance. What was this man up? Is he out of his mind? The battlefield had transformed into a meat grinder interwoven with blood and frost. Mu Wanqing had no time to care about what Chen Yifan was up to. The ice giant she summoned had shrunk by nearly 1/3 under the endless life drain of the Wanhua, Ghost Mother Tree. Its body was riddled with corrosive pits from venom, and its movements became sluggish. Meanwhile, the shield wall led by Zhao, who was on the brink of collapse. The elemental mage's spiritual energy seemed to be depleted, and the faint blue energy shield flickered uncertainly, ready to collapse at any moment. As for the remaining shield warrior, his stamina was also significantly drained. The muscles on his arms bulged, veins protruding. Each block felt as if they were being charged by a gigantic siege beast. This can't go on. We won't last much longer. Zhao Hu shouted hoarsely at Mu Wanqing behind him, his eyes reddened. The barrage formed by tens of thousands of hearts was truly endless, showing no signs of depletion. They felt like a tiny boat in a storm, ready to be smashed to pieces by the towering waves. Shut up. Follow the orders. Mu Wanqing's voice was colder than his. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead as she maintained control over the ice giant and the battlefield, a tremendous strain on her spirit. It had dragged on too long. She hadn't expected this boss to be far stronger than a king-level foe. Nonetheless, she knew that they absolutely could not panic now. If the formation broke, everyone would die. What is he doing? The archer with a broken leg bore through the pain numbly, drawing his bow to shoot. His gaze fell upon Chen Yifan, not far away, who was crouched behind a monster's corpse he had just slain. Shaking with fear, his back was a mess of blood and flesh, the result of his earlier heroic rescue. He pulled out the lowest quality healing ointment from his backpack and slathered it haphazardly on his back, grimacing in pain. What a loss, what a huge loss. If I had known rescuing someone would leave my back a bloody mess, I would have never done it. His voice was not loud, but in the chaotic battlefield it clearly reached everyone's ears. Zhao Hu and the others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. In such a dire situation, was this guy really only concerned about his little injuries? The rescued archer's face turned pale and flushed alternately. The flicker of gratitude that had just arisen was instantly washed away by this money-minded grumbling. Only Mu Wanqing's heart skipped a beat upon hearing these words. She cast a deep glance at the guy, still lamenting his pain, her eyes becoming incredibly profound. What on earth was this man up to? At that moment, it seemed Chen Yifan had made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he poked his head out from behind the corpse and shouted with all his might towards Zhao Hu's direction, "Hey, that big guy, you can't keep doing this." Zhao Hu nearly spat blood. "Big guy? Who the hell are you talking about? What bullshit are you talking?" Zhao Hu yelled irritably. "That tree. The roots of that tree. Hitting its trunk is useless. I saw them glowing underground when I fell just now." Chen Yifan pointed at the base of the giant tree, his voice quivering with an edge of urgency. "Roots." Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the roots of the giant tree, which were covered in mountains of bones and thick green fungal mats, rendering them indistinguishable. "You must be mistaken. That place." Zhao Hu was about to refute. "Let him speak." But Mu Wanqing suddenly interrupted him. Her gaze also fell on the roots of the giant tree. Encouraged, Chen Yifan continued to shout, "Look, those hearts spewing venom aren't doing it randomly. Each time the green mat on the ground flashes with light, they shoot. If you just tear apart that mat and cut off whatever is glowing underneath, this thing will definitely stop." His words were jumbled and illogical. A cowardly boy able to observe the attack patterns of a king-level boss in such a chaotic battlefield. It was utterly absurd. Zhao Hu's face was filled with disbelief. Yet Mu Wanqing believed him. Or rather, she chose to believe. Because she understood better than anyone what this boy was capable of. What terrifying observational and judgment skills he possessed. He would never make baseless claims at such a critical time. "Zhao Hu." Mu Wanqing's voice was firm. "Give up on the frontal defense, use your shield strike, and charge, and blast through that pile of bones." "What a..." Zhao Hu was shocked. If we withdraw the shield wall, what will happen to the mages and archers? Isn't that sending them to their deaths? Follow the orders. Mu Wanqing shouted decisively. The ice giant will cover you. As her voice fell, the already battered ice giant let out a heroic roar. It abandoned its struggle with the giant tree, swinging its massive ice battle axe like a moving wall of ice to block the venom barrage. Boom, boom, boom. Countless venoms smashed against the axe face, exploding into clouds of green fireworks. The body of the ice giant was visibly dissolving. It was using its last remnants of heat to create an opportunity for Zhao Hu and the others. Damn it, this is madness. Everyone is insane. Zhao Hu watched the ice giant's resolute back. He glanced at Mu Wanqing's determined gaze, knowing that he had no choice left. Brothers, follow me. Charge. The advanced skill of charging. It possessed immense attack power. Boom. The three bodies crashed heavily into the pile of bones. The accumulation of bones that had stood for countless years was instantly shattered. Bone fragments scattered everywhere. At the same time, the thick green fungal mat was torn open, creating a massive gap. Beneath the gap, the exposed site made everyone gasp in shock. It was not a root at all, but a huge network made up of countless thick, writhing, glowing flesh conduits. These conduits acted like arteries deeply rooted in the ground. On the other end, they connected to the pulsating faces of the heart-shaped bodies on the tree trunk. Every time the conduits glowed, massive amounts of life energy were delivered upwards. Then those hearts would spew out deadly venom. That kid was right. This was the true core of the monster. Mage? Flamestorm. Mu Wanqing's voice carried an uncontainable excitement. The mage, who was nearly out of spiritual energy, saw hope in that moment. He pulled out a bottle of deep blue potion from his pocket and downed it in one gulp. The next second, an abnormal flush appeared on his pale face. He raised his staff high and chanted an obscure incantation. In the next moment, a massive meteor engulfed in roaring flames fell from the sky, accurately striking the exposed flesh conduit network. Level skill, Flamestorm. Boom, sizzle. The flames erupted and the terrifying heat instantly ignited those flesh conduits. The smell of burning flesh spread. Those conduits twisted and struggled frantically in the flames like thousands of live snakes thrown into a hot oil pan. Arg! The Wanhua Ghost Mother Tree let out a true wail filled with extreme pain for the first time. It's working. It's really working. The fierce archer shouted in joy. The arrows in his hand shot towards the lethargic hearts at unprecedented speed. It's working. It's really working. The fierce archer shouted in joy. The arrows in his hand shot towards the lethargic hearts at unprecedented speed due to the lack of energy supply. Well done. Zhao Hu was also invigorated. He glanced at the distant figure still crouched behind the corpse, looking relieved. For the first time, a sincere admiration showed in his eyes. This kid, though cowardly, weak, and inept, was young, and his mind was truly sharp. At a critical moment, he had indeed found a way to turn the tide. However, no one knew that beneath that relieved expression, Chen Yifan's heart was churning with immense waves. He had just activated no less than 30 instances of theft, while everyone's attention was diverted. This time it was different from before. The randomly generated list. The content not only changed, but even increased. Target corruption source: Wanhua Ghost Mother Tree, King level boss, Pain State, level LV. 35. Status core energy network exposed, vitality decreased by 17. For a mental link is chaotic. Stealable list 1. Concept: the pain emotion of the Wanhua Ghost Mother Tree, very high probability. 2. Energy life energy within the core energy network. 3. Rule fragment life drain. 4. Item unknown crystal shard consumed by it. 5. Talent. Upon seeing the third option, Chen Yifan's heart gave a fierce thump. Rule fragment. Not a talent, not a skill, not an attribute, but a rule. The very laws governing the world's operation, transcending all skill systems. As a transmigrator, how could he not know what these 4 words meant? In an instant, an indescribable joy and curiosity overwhelmed his calm. He knew this was the real treasure, something that could bring about a qualitative change in him. This was worth 10,000 times more than all the talents he had previously stolen combined. As for the 4th option, unknown crystal shard, though it also felt like a good item, it paled in comparison to. In an instant, it seemed dim and dull. Chen Yifan's gaze was firmly locked on that 3rd option. His breath became heated with extreme excitement. Finally, his gaze fell on the ring of the god of theft at his fingertips. Come on, he silently roared. As long as you can trigger it, I will offer you incense every day from now on. The tide of battle was shifting in their favor. The core energy network of the Wanqing Ghost Mother Tree was being scorched by flames, falling into unprecedented pain and weakness. The poisonous liquid barrage covering the battlefield had become sparse, no longer posing a lethal threat. Mu Wanqing commanded the wobbly frost giant, forming a flanking position, with Zhao Hu's dual shield walls pushing the front line forward step by step. The mage who consumed the magical potion experienced a brief surge of power. Explosive fireballs accurately struck the connections of the fleshy conduits, bursting into explosions of blood and charred flesh. The archer with a broken leg also performed admirably, shooting arrows like maggots in the bones, targeting the conduit nodes attempting to self-repair. The scales of victory seemed to have tipped in their direction. Keep it up. It's almost done for. Zhao Hu shouted excitedly, wielding his tower shield vigorously, smashing the sporadic poisonous hearts that were shot at them. The euphoria of surviving the ordeal left everyone a bit high. They actually had a chance to turn the tables and take down a king-level boss. This achievement was something they could boast about for a lifetime. Don't get careless. Its vitality is still recovering. Mu Wanqing's cold voice interrupted the group's fervor. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, a few more streaks of blood at the corners of her mouth. Maintaining the frost giant and commanding the battle for an extended period had nearly exhausted her spirit. Everyone instantly calmed down. Indeed, that section of the fleshy conduits burned to a crisp still had a faint green glow flickering stubbornly deep within. The severed conduits were slowly but inevitably writhing and reconnecting. The vitality of the king-level boss was unfathomable. If they could not deliver a fatal blow before it repaired its core, they would face an even crazier retaliation from this monster. We must find a way to completely destroy its foundation. Mu Wanqing looked at the writhing flesh, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. She was ready to use her last trump card. However, at that moment, the boy who had always been treated as a mascot and lucky star spoke up again. Big sister. Chen Yifan's weak voice came from behind. I think I found something. Mu Wanqing turned around sharply, and everyone's gaze refocused on Chen Yifan. What did you find this time? Her voice carried an expectation she herself was unaware of. In the middle of that pile of burned pipes, it seems. There's a black stone. Chen Yifan pointed with a trembling finger toward the center of the fiery storm. That stone seems to be absorbing fire. The fireballs from the mages are getting smaller. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. In the center of the blazing flames, due to distorted light and obscured smoke, nothing could be seen clearly. Nonsense. That is the core of my flame storm spell. How could it possibly? The mage instinctively retorted, but halfway through he fell silent. His flame storm should have ended long ago. Yet now the flames there not only had not extinguished, but were burning even fiercer, showing signs of going out of control. It was as if something was continuously refilling his spell. Mu Wanqing's pupils suddenly constricted. A possibility struck her mind like lightning. The heart of corrosion. That black crystal hanging from the tree trunk as bait. She instinctively looked up. Sure enough, the hollow on the tree trunk was completely empty. It had moved to the underground core network at some point. No way. Mu Wanqing immediately sensed something was off. The aura of the heart of corrosion was cold and sinister, an absolute enemy of the fire element. How could it absorb fire? So what exactly was that black stone? Zhao Hu. Mu Wanqing decisively commanded, use your shields to put out the flames over there. We should. Put out the fire. Zhao Hu was dumbfounded. Putting out the flames of a level spell with shields. What kind of joke was this woman making? That's not ordinary fire. Mu Wanqing's voice grew urgent. The elements there have already gone chaotic. Hurry. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. Though Zhao Hu did not understand, he trusted Mu Wanqing's judgment due to her status, and gritting his teeth charged forward with another shield. Warrior shields held high. Just as they approached the flames, an anomaly occurred. The burning flames suddenly shrank inward, and then exploded violently. A shockwave several times stronger than before, mixed with raging fire elements, swept across the battlefield. Puff! Zhao Hu and his companion were blasted away along with their shields, crashing heavily against the wall, spitting blood, and fainting on the spot. Even the mages and archers in the rear were swept away by the residual force, screaming as they flew out, their fates unknown. Only Mu Wanqing, who had activated the ice barrier scroll, and her frost giant, which was covered in cracks, still barely stood. As for Chen Yifan, he had long vanished the moment he sensed something was off. The flames dissipated. The true face of the core area was now fully revealed. In the center of the charred, fleshy conduit, a fist-sized, completely black, yet etched with countless intricate golden patterns, strange crystal was quietly floating. It emitted an indescribable aura, crazily absorbing all surrounding energy, whether it was the life force of the tree demon or the elemental fire, even the lingering spiritual energy in the air. It was this that caused the spell to go out of control. This is the thing. Mu Wanqing gazed at the crystal, murmuring to herself. She did not know what it was, but she could feel that its value might surpass even the heart of corrosion. At that moment, Chen Yifan, who had been hiding at the back, finally moved. No, more accurately, the Wanxin ghost mother tree moved. Countless intact roots like black pythons broke through the ground from deep below, reaching for the black crystal, wanting to reclaim it. You won't get it. Mu Wanxin shouted fiercely, her staff striking heavily on the ground. The frost giant in front of her let out one last roar, its massive body transforming into a blue streak of light, charging unhesitatingly toward the incoming roots. The self-detonation at absolute zero bought Mu Wanxin a precious few seconds. Her figure also transformed into an afterimage, dashing toward the crystal. An opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. Everyone had lost their fighting capability, and both the boss and Mu Wanxin's targets focused solely on that crystal. On the entire battlefield, no one would notice him anymore. A terrifying brilliance erupted in Chen Yifan's eyes. He did not go for the crystal. His target had always been one thing. All things theft. Activate. Target. Rule fragment. This time he did not know if it was because he had just wished for it in his heart, or if luck had been on his side all along. The thief's god ring on his finger glimmered. The passive effect of thief's greedy hand triggered in an instant. 3. Option 3. A rule fragment life drain. Chen Yifan let out the most greedy roar in his heart. Theft successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the rule fragment life drain. False description. You have stolen the core survival rule of the Wanxin ghost mother tree, allowing you to drain the life energy of targets to restore yourself. Due to the target's tier being too high and you not having reached the transcendent tier, the effect of this rule fragment is greatly weakened and mutated. Tier too high. Transcendent. What is that? There was no time to think. In the next second, an enigmatic understanding surged into Chen Yifan's mind like a torrent. In his perception, the great web of life connecting all things around him became clear. And now he had the ability to forcibly cut a segment of that web and connect it to himself. Just at the moment of successful theft, the Wanxin ghost mother tree, which had originally been fiercely contending with Mu Wanxin for the crystal, suddenly stiffened its massive body. It let out a silent, soul-wrenching wail. All the beating hearts stopped at that moment. The life drain had... The internal energy cycle sustaining its existence was cut off, utterly collapsing. Massive fissures spread across its trunk. Countless ghostly green life energies gushed uncontrollably from the cracks like a burst dam. The entire cave was illuminated in an eerie green by the escaping life energy. Finally, after all the life energy had drained, the enormous fleshy tree let out a crack and completely turned into lifeless dry remnants. Only a true heart of corrosion remained. It fell from midair, rolling a few times on the ground, making a crisp sound. On the other side, Mu Wanxin, who had successfully seized the mysterious black crystal, turned around just in time to witness this incredible scene. She was completely stunned. Dead. Just like that. Dead. How could the king-level boss that had just cornered them suddenly collapse on its own? She looked around in confusion. The battlefield was a mess. Zhao Hu and others had fainted, and the frost giant had turned into a sky full of ice shards. Finally, her gaze fell on the boy not far away. Chen Yifan still maintained the posture of lying on the ground, his face filled with terror. He looked at the boss, turned into remnants, his mouth agape, as if an egg could fit in his eyes, filled with the joy of survival and confusion. Did we win? He asked Mu Wanxin with an uncertain voice. Mu Wanxin did not respond. She simply stared at him quietly. After a long time, she glanced at the heart of corrosion on the ground and the mysterious black crystal in her hand. A thought emerged in her heart for the first time, absurd, yet uncontrollable. Wasn't all of this too coincidental? Mu Wanxin's gaze was firmly locked onto Chen Yifan. Her mind was racing at an unprecedented speed, frantically replaying everything that had just happened. From Wei Ze's sudden outburst to Chen Yifan's proposal to eliminate her greatest competitor. From the seemingly timid youth who thought quickly to point out the weakness, noticing the mysterious black crystal, to this king-level boss's inexplicable self-destruction. Every step was filled with coincidences. And when all coincidences pointed to the same person, it was no longer coincidence. It was premeditated. But why? What was he after? If he truly had the ability to quietly eliminate a king, then he could have waited for himself and Wei Ze's people to suffer mutual destruction. Even after a total wipeout, he could have emerged to reap the benefits. That would have been the optimal choice for maximizing benefits. But he didn't. Instead, he exposed the boss's weakness in what could only be described as a foolish manner. At the same time, he guided them to achieve this seemingly impossible victory. This was completely at odds with the ruthless, self-serving, and greedy character he had previously displayed. Unless... Mu Wanxin's pupils suddenly constricted. His true intention was to use the boss to exhaust all of his cards, and then take everything in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Mu Wonking's hand holding the mysterious crystal tightened instinctively. She quietly lowered her center of gravity. Her taut muscles were like a cheetah poised to spring, ready to face a battle even more perilous than confronting a king-level boss. The surroundings were silent, only the heavy breathing of Zhao Hu and others who had passed out. Chen Yifan looked at Mu Wonking's tense demeanor and was momentarily taken aback. He felt a wave of speechlessness. This woman, was she unwell? Just at that moment when their thoughts diverged and the atmosphere was tense to the point of near stillness, a beam of soft golden light unexpectedly descended from the sky, illuminating the entire cave like a sacred temple. The dungeon was cleared and the rewards were being calculated. A golden light enveloped Mu Wanqing, and a virtual panel visible only to her unfolded before. Dungeon corrupted mind wild. Clearing evaluation S. Rewards being distributed. Reward 1 experience points 12,000. Reward 2 free attribute points 10. Reward 3 skill points 5. Reward 4 random treasure chest S rank 1. S rank. Looking at this astonishingly generous reward, even Mu Wanqing couldn't help but feel her heart race. The first clear reward from a wild dungeon indeed far exceeded that of a regular dungeon, especially that rank random treasure chest. If she could open equipment or skill books that suited her profession, the value would be immeasurable. However, this joy lasted less than 3 seconds, because she noticed another beam of even more dazzling radiant light tinged with a hint of purple landing on Chen Yifan not far away. The scale of that light beam was a whole circle larger than hers. Mu Wonking's heart sank suddenly. As expected, the death of this boss was related to him. At the same time, Chen Yifan was looking at the panel before him, lost in thought. Dungeon corrupted mind wild. Clearing evaluation SSS. Rewards being distributed. Reward 1 experience points 50,000. Reward 2 free attribute points 50. Reward 3 skill points 20. Reward 4 random treasure chest SSS rank 1. Special reward title Rule Manipulator. Rule Manipulator unique title. After equipping, your resistance to rule type powers slightly increases and perception slightly increases. A massive amount of experience points, if he weren't already stuck at the first promotion range, would be enough for him to level up again. However, 50 free attribute points and 20 skill points would enable a qualitative change in his strength. Not to mention that SS rank treasure chest and the unique special title. Undoubtedly, this dungeon run had filled his pockets. But a brand new problem presented itself before him. At the very bottom of the rewards panel, there were 2 flash: public, hidden, public. Chen Yifan dismissed the thought without a second thought. What a joke. The aftermath of the SSS evaluation in the goblin mine had yet to die down. The hired trolls from Li Wei and the subsequent reversal had already put him in the spotlight. Everyone in Jiang City was still watching him. If he were to reveal an SSS evaluation from a wild dungeon now, that wouldn't be called becoming famous, it would be seeking death. So he could only choose hidden. But the problem was, he turned to look at the Mu Wanqing who was watching him with an extremely complicated expression. This woman was still alive. With her intelligence, once she went out and discovered that a record of SSS evaluation had been born from this wild dungeon. No need to guess, she would definitely think that person was him. Inside the dungeon, he could still suppress her. But outside, what would she think? What would she do? With the power of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce behind her, Chen Yifan's gaze gradually turned cold. He slowly stood up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and walked toward Mu Wanqing. 1 step, 2 steps. Mu Wanqing watched him approach, her heart racing. In those calm eyes no emotion could be discerned, yet she felt an unprecedented pressure. She instinctively took a step back. It's over. He's going to kill me to silence me. There were only the 2 of them left conscious. Zhao Hu and the others were all heavily injured and unconscious, unable to assist. Her own people hadn't arrived yet, and she had almost exhausted all her trump cards, her spiritual energy depleted, and her mental strength greatly consumed. In her current state, she could hardly muster even 10% of her full fighting power. How to fight? Countless thoughts flashed through Mu Wanqing's mind, begging for mercy, pretending to be agreeable, or burning her life for a final struggle, or using beauty as a weapon. No.